Chapter 1. 5 kilometers every day? In the outskirts of Beijing, outside the Fifth Ring Road, in the northeastern corner of a dilapidated courtyard, a small room housed Ye Dali, clad in a yellow rider's vest. As he meticulously wiped down his son, Qinghe, who lay motionless on the bed. "It's my fault," he lamented. "This morning, the food I gave you wasn't heated thoroughly. It might have gone bad in this heat. I bought your favorite Qinghe Pao chicken for lunch. I must tell you, my luck was extraordinary today. I completed 60 deliveries in just one morning. If anything comes up, just have Xiao AI give me a call." The room resonated solely with Ye Dali's voice, while Qinghe remained as still as a corpse, indifferent to his father's ministrations. Once tidied and covered with a blanket, Ye Dali continued his chatter while feeding Qinghe. "Not hungry anymore? Then I'll finish the rest. What do you want for dinner? I could buy on my way back. How about I make you some eggplant from our hometown? I know you love it." Yet, Qinghe remained unresponsive. Ye Dali, unfazed, proceeded to scoop the untouched rice into a container, mixing it with the sauce from the Qinghe Pao chicken, devouring it in large bites. Ye Dali ate swiftly, clearing the overflowing box of rice in a mere 2 minutes. "I'm off now. If anything happens, just have Xiao AI call me." With that, he grabbed the takeout box from the floor, locked the door, and rode off on his electric bike, leaving the courtyard. Qinghe turned his head to watch his father leave, inwardly cursing the situation. Just moments ago, he had been a promising young man, but now he found himself trapped in another's body. It should be a blessing. However, before he could revel in this newfound existence, he realized with dismay that he could only move his head. The rest of his body was entirely unresponsive. Even the unfortunate consequence of his father's careless feeding that morning, resulting in a soiled bed, was beyond his sensation. Could there be a more disastrous start to his reincarnation? From the memories of his predecessor, he learned that 3 years prior, a mysterious ailment had struck, leading Ye Dali to traverse the nation's hospitals in vain. Initially, there were merely moments of uncontrollable movements, which escalated to complete numbness, culminating in his current state. With their funds exhausted and the family business sold, no diagnosis had emerged. Qinghe had long since given up, yet Ye Dali remained resolute. He stayed in the capital to earn money, seeking out various specialists and practitioners, willing to try any remedy suggested. The cramped quarters they now occupied spoke volumes of their dire circumstances. "You are liberated, but what am I to do?" Qinghe sighed. He was oblivious to how his predecessor had met his demise. There was no recollection in his memories. Yet, he understood that even in his current state, he could not escape life. How could he commit suicide if he could not even move? Bite his tongue for a swift end? System loading complete. Welcome to the beautiful life system. A sound body is the foundation of revolution. Please, host, commit to 5 kilometers daily. Complete 5 kilometers to earn a chance at a lottery. Get moving. As Qinghe contemplated the absurdity of ending his life by biting his tongue, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. "A system? 5 kilometers? Shouldn't you assess my condition before issuing commands? 5 kilometers? Moving a single centimeter would be a medical miracle at this point." Qinghe found himself both exasperated and amused by this inept system. He had traversed into another realm and received a system, yet it demanded he walk 5 kilometers while his body lay paralyzed. System? Can we have a word? A sound, perhaps? After some attempts, Qinghe concluded that his system was utterly incompetent, devoid of any means of communication, and shockingly lacking even the basic starter pack that others received. If he had contemplated death before the system's arrival, now he felt a surge of will to survive. 5 kilometers for a lottery chance? What could it offer? Skills? Opportunities for recovery? Wealth? He could not resign himself without attempting it. The pressing question remained: how to accomplish this 5 kilometers? Must he traverse it himself, or could he be assisted by another? At 8:30 in the evening, as Ye Dali returned home with meat and vegetables, he paused at the threshold. According to the latest reports, to his astonishment, Qinghe, who had not uttered a word for months, was watching television. Fearing his son's solitude, Ye Dali had purchased a Xiao AI speaker and a projector, both capable of interconnection. With a simple command, Qinghe could operate the projector to watch television or various programs, and even have Xiao AI call him. Yet, since their acquisition, The projector had remained dormant, and not once had Ye Qinghe initiated a call. "Dad, you're back. Hurry and cook. I'm starving." Even more astonishing was Ye Qinghe's sudden inclination to speak. Tears of joy welled in Ye Dali's eyes as he nodded vigorously. "Oh, I'll get right on it very soon." He paid no heed to the tears cascading down his face as he placed the takeout box aside and hurried to the rudimentary stove at the entrance to prepare dinner. He was oblivious to what Ye Qinghe had endured, yet he knew that his son's willingness to engage with the world in converse was the greatest blessing of all. In the past few months, witnessing his son's silence had driven him to despair countless times, but he could not reveal his anguish to Ye Qinghe. Though not a man of many words, he had incessantly spoken to his son, hoping to rekindle his spirit, to evoke even a flicker of anger. Previously, he had felt as though Ye Qinghe's heart had perished. Though the body remained, the spirit had withered away. As he chopped vegetables, Ye Dali stole a glance through the open window at Ye Qinghe, engrossed in the news, and felt an overwhelming urge to sing. If only his son would continue to speak and adopt a more positive outlook, perhaps his condition could improve. Here it comes. Stir-fried eggplant. Crispy pork. Qinghe, I must tell you, I sampled my cooking earlier, and I believe I outdid myself today. Quick, give it a taste. Is it not better than before? Careful. Take small bites. Ye Dali picked up a piece of eggplant, battered and fried, cooling it slightly before offering it to Ye Qinghe. Delicious. Truly scrumptious. Ye Qinghe smiled as he took a bite. If it's good, eat plenty. Dad is feeling joyous today. I'll fetch some wine for a little celebration. Ye Dali cheerfully rose to retrieve the wine, determined to indulge, despite having abstained for quite some time. "Dad, I wish to go outside. Can you take me for a walk?" Chapter 2. The excited Ye Dali out. Ye Qinghe's words left Ye Dali momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated such a statement from Ye Qinghe. For days, he had longed to take Ye Qinghe outside, to let him breathe in some fresh air, to encounter the world beyond the confines of their home, ensuring he remained connected to humanity. Yet, Ye Qinghe had always declined. Now, not only had he spoken and watched television, but he also wished to venture outside? Absolutely. "Once we finish our meal, we shall go. I will find the wheelchair." After a brief pause, Ye Dali nodded vigorously, his excitement bubbling over. He dashed off in search of the wheelchair that had not seen use in quite some time, completely forgetting his earlier desire for a drink. "Dad, I'm hungry. Shouldn't we eat before you look for the wheelchair?" Ye Qinghe called out, his voice rising above the clutter of items piled outside as Ye Dali rummaged for the wheelchair. Right. We should eat first. You haven't had anything for so long. You must be starving. It seems I lost my mind. Let us eat first." Realizing how flustered he had become, Ye Dali hurried back, feeling somewhat sheepish, and resumed feeding Ye Qinghe. Years of confinement to bed, compounded by the complete lack of sensation in his limbs, resulted in Ye Qinghe having a minimal appetite. After just a few bites, he was full. Only then did Ye Dali turn to his own meal. A habit he had developed over the past 3 years. Ye Qinghe would eat first, and he would consume whatever remained afterward. "Let me give you a massage first. Once we're done, we can go out." After finishing their meal and placing the bowl aside, Ye Dali bypassed the search for the wheelchair and began to massage Ye Qinghe's limbs. Years of paralysis had made it essential for Ye Dali to provide daily massages and rehabilitation exercises. Otherwise, Ye Qinghe's muscles would have surely atrophied beyond recognition. After a vigorous 40 minutes, while Ye Qinghe felt little, Ye Dali was drenched in sweat. "Dad, you've worked hard these past few years." Glancing at Ye Dali, who was breathing heavily and wiping his brow, Ye Qinghe could no longer contain the words he had long wished to express. Ye Dali paused momentarily in his actions. Then a smile broke across his face. "It's no trouble at all. So long as you get better, it's all worth it. I'll go find the wheelchair now. We'll take a stroll." Ye Qinghe's uncharacteristic behavior filled Ye Dali with immense joy. It had been ages since Ye Qinghe had spoken to him or ventured outside. Once the wheelchair was retrieved, Ye Dali cleaned it thoroughly, then carefully lifted Ye Qinghe into it, adjusting his position before draping a light blanket over him. Though it was June and the weather was warm, Ye Qinghe required special care, as he was not like an ordinary person and needed protection from drafts. "Ah, Dali, taking Qinghe out? Indeed. We are going for a stroll. It's about time. Staying indoors all day is not good." The courtyard was bustling with residents, many of whom were aware of Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe's circumstances. The sight of Ye Qinghe going out astonished them, and while conversing with Ye Dali, They could not help but steal glances at Ye Qinghe. A tall and handsome young man has unfortunately fallen victim to such an ailment. Who could argue otherwise? However, he has not ventured outside in the past few months. Has he? What has prompted him to emerge today? Were it me, I would certainly prefer to remain indoors, especially upon hearing that this illness is deemed incurable, with expenses spiraling endlessly and no diagnosis in sight. Once the two stepped outside, the neighbors began to converse in hushed tones. Detected that the host has commenced movement. Please persevere in completing 5 kilometers. Distance moved, 10 meters. Having not walked far, Ye Qinghe received a notification from the rather simplistic system. Indeed, this was a viable approach. Excitement welled within him. Although the system may be rudimentary, it is, after all, a system. Perhaps it possesses a means to restore his health. Son, what is the matter? Ye Qinghe, in his fervor, failed to notice the slight wobble of his head due to his excitement. However, Ye Dali quickly observed this and bent down to inquire. It's nothing, Dad. I'm perfectly fine. I'm just a bit stirred up from not being outside for quite some time, Ye Qinghe reassured him. With no clear indication of what the system might offer him, he chose not to divulge any details to Ye Dali, fearing he might instill hope only to face disappointment later. If you enjoy being outdoors, I shall push you out for a stroll every day. Previously, a doctor advised you to spend more time outside. We need not dwell on that. As long as you are willing, I am more than happy to oblige, Ye Dali said with a smile, reminiscing about the doctor's recommendations, but promptly ceasing when he realized Ye Qinghe was not keen on discussing such matters. There used to be a restaurant nearby that served delicious lamb skewers. The ones I bought for you previously came from there. For some reason, it abruptly closed down not long ago. There is a dollar store nearby from which we have procured many items. The owner is quite amiable. The third vegetable stall on the right in the market is run by a woman from our hometown, who often gives us some unsold vegetables. Ye Dali's enthusiasm was palpable as he animatedly pointed out his surroundings to Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe remained silent, listening intently to the notifications from the system. Distance moved, 100 meters. Distance moved, 500 meters. Distance moved, 1,000 meters. There aren't many houses ahead. Shall we turn back? Ye Dali inquired after pushing Ye Qinghe for 2 kilometers and noticing the absence of further dwellings. Ye Qinghe nodded in agreement. It's getting late. If you wish to explore, tomorrow I shall take you to the park. The Garden Expo is not far from here, and I hear its scenery is quite beautiful and expansive. Alternatively, if there is somewhere else you desire to visit, I will gladly accompany you for a thorough exploration. Given that Ye Qinghe was willing to venture out, Ye Dali felt that merely strolling at the doorstep would be somewhat dismissive. Can we walk a bit further? I don't wish to return so soon. As they approached the intersection of the courtyard, noticing that the system indicated they were still over a kilometer away from their goal, Ye Qinghe pointed towards another direction across the street. Certainly, no problem. Do you wish to visit the Lugo Bridge? Let us proceed. Ye Dali immediately nodded, pushing Ye Qinghe in the direction indicated by him. As they neared the Lugo Bridge, Ye Qinghe suddenly spoke up. Dad, let us stop here for today. I no longer wish to wander. Let us return. Ye Dali was somewhat perplexed. They were almost there, so why turn back? Meanwhile, Ye Qinghe, fixated on a lottery button that only he could perceive, was growing increasingly impatient. Chapter 3. The Lottery. With a puzzled expression, Ye Dali pushed Ye Qinghe back home, carrying him back to bed, stowing away the wheelchair while washing the dishes, all the while musing to himself. What could be the cause of this child's unusual behavior today? Could it be? Ye Dali contemplated a possibility that extinguished any semblance of a smile on his face. Among the parents of children afflicted with rare ailments, there existed a group where they would share medical resources and updates. A few days prior, an especially enthusiastic sister had left the group, prompting him to inquire privately. A child, unable to endure the long-standing pain, had struggled to tidy their room in the middle of the night, dressed themselves, and leapt into the river. Could it be that Ye Qinghe, too, was in such despair, leading to his strange demeanor? At that moment, Ye Qinghe was oblivious to Ye Dali's concerns. He was only eager to explore what the lottery system would bestow upon him. Before his eyes, a grand lottery wheel materialized, so large it could easily be likened to an 80-inch television. At its center lay a lottery button, encircled by a myriad of options. Photographic memory, 1 Bitcoin. Proficiency in English. Mastery of computer hacking. Basic financial knowledge. Basic computer hacking skills. Recovery of bodily function 1. Restoration of function in the right index finger. Among these options, The one that stirred Ye Qinghe's excitement the most was the recovery of bodily function 1. Although he was uncertain of its specifics, the notion of recovery implied that one day he might truly stand on his own accord. With a deep breath, Ye Qinghe exhaled, silently paying homage to every deity he could conceive of, from the Buddha of the West to the three pure ones of the East, including the foreign Christ. He fervently prayed, not for those skills, but simply for the restoration of his body. Even the most basic recovery of his right index finger would suffice. With this intention in mind, he pressed the central lottery button. The pointer began to spin clockwise, gradually accelerating before slowing down, inching ever closer to the position of bodily function recovery 1. Ye Qinghe's heart raced, and he fervently chanted internally, "Stop, stop, stop." Regrettably, the pointer, upon reaching that point, did not heed his silent plea and ultimately settled upon the skill of photographic memory. He then witnessed a beam of light emanating from the words photographic memory, piercing into his forehead. Instantly, a multitude of memories became vividly clear within his mind. The knowledge and books previously encountered in school now resurface in his mind. Even the online novels from his past life and the academic knowledge of finance have become vividly clear, ready to be summoned at a moment's thought. Yet, he wonders, what purpose does this serve? My body does not require me to take university entrance exams or pursue further studies. Ye Qinghe felt a surge of frustration. Had the pointer been just a fraction slower, it would have halted at the position of restoring his bodily functions to level 1. So close. Just a hair's breadth away from regaining movement in part of his body. However, after his outburst of anger, Ye Qinghe's mood swiftly shifted to one of elation. The presence of options on the wheel indicating the restoration of bodily functions to level 1 and the revival of his right index finger meant that one day he could indeed achieve complete restoration, provided he persevered with his daily 5-kilometer walks. If one attempt fails, he could try again. Persistence would surely yield the opportunity to draw the option for bodily restoration. At around 5 in the morning, Ye Dali quietly rose from bed. Rather than attending to his own hygiene first, he prioritized changing Ye Qinghe's diaper and cleansing his body. Once these tasks were completed, he silently left the room. Ye Qinghe would not normally awaken at such an early hour, taking advantage of this time. He intended to assist at a local breakfast stall owned by a fellow villager from Qinghe province. After learning what tasks were involved, the owner agreed to let him help out the following morning, offering 50 yuan for an hour of work. Typically, he would labor from 6 to 9, clocking in 3 hours. Ye Qinghe remained unaware of Ye Dali's endeavors, as he possessed no sensory awareness of his own body. When Ye Qinghe finally stirred, it was around 9 o'clock. Turning his head to survey the room, he noticed the curtains were still drawn, indicating Ye Dali had not yet returned. "Shall I open the curtains?" Although their household was modest, Ye Dali was indeed quite capable. To facilitate Ye Qinghe's needs, he had ingeniously modified many items around the house. The curtains could be controlled by voice command, thanks to a small controller purchased from Taobao. The weather was delightful, sunny and mild, and Ye Qinghe felt it mirrored his future, brimming with promise. "Shall AI activate the projector?" "Hello, Yu, open Weibo." The projector was linked to a computer, an old second-hand honor laptop that Ye Dali had procured, always kept on to enable Ye Qinghe to access it whenever he wished through voice commands, turning it off effortlessly when not in use. Indeed, Ye Qinghe's era was quite favorable. Despite his paralysis, he could control many devices through voice commands. Had it been a decade earlier, he would have been confined to staring at the ceiling. The world remained unchanged by his plight. Celebrities on Weibo continued to stir up various scandals, and conflicts still raged in the Middle East. Ye Qinghe was not interested in the trivialities of celebrity gossip. Rather, he sought to discern how this world differed from the one he once knew. The significant events bear little distinction, yet numerous details have undergone considerable transformation. There are actors and celebrities of whom he has never heard, while some renowned stars, beloved films, and songs from his previous life are conspicuously absent from this world. In that moment, he suddenly comprehends the advantages of his photographic memory. Those films, songs, and performances he once viewed in his past life now vividly manifest in his mind due to this remarkable ability, allowing him to bring these works into this realm. Caring for him is no small feat for Ye Dali. Given his condition, it is impossible for him to engage in work far from home. He can only manage some takeout deliveries and temporary jobs for others. The meager income he earns barely covers the costs of his treatment and rehabilitation, consuming a staggering 90 of their resources, leaving but a scant portion for their daily needs. Should he manage to monetize his abilities online, their lives could experience a significant enhancement. At the very least, Ye Dali would not have to toil so exhaustively. Chapter 4. Application for the program. Is this program available in this world? While perusing the materials, Qinghe stumbled upon a variety show that piqued his interest. One Stand to the End. Though not exceedingly popular in his past life, it appears to have garnered considerable acclaim here, and it seems they are currently seeking challengers. Qinghe believes that if he could swiftly capitalize on his photographic memory, this might be one of the avenues to explore. Yo-Yo, please assist me in opening the application form for One Stand to the End. Without hesitation, Qinghe instructs his intelligent assistant to access the application form. He fills it out swiftly and submits it in one seamless motion. Preparations must be made. Qinghe feels he has a substantial chance of successfully applying. After all, given his current state, as long as the program's director possesses sound judgment, he is certain to be selected. A contestant who is entirely paralyzed, capable of movement only in his head, would undoubtedly serve as an enticing spectacle bound to captivate audiences. Indeed, there exists a vast array of applicants. Here we have one with only a primary school education applying to participate in our program. The application review team for One Stand to the End meticulously sifts through the submissions, sharing amusing anecdotes about the peculiar applicants they encounter. Hey, what is that you have? Come quickly and see this fascinating applicant I just received. One reviewer suddenly gasps, widening his eyes in astonishment, and promptly beckons others over. A dozen reviewers gather around. Fully paralyzed? Unable to move anything but his head? Does someone like that even watch our show? If he truly participates, will he have to compete while lying in bed? Is it still standing to the end if he is bettered in? I merely wish to express how such a contestant should operate the buzzer. Upon reviewing the materials, it became evident that everyone was filled with curiosity regarding this applicant. While they had encountered some eccentric candidates before, none were quite as peculiar as this one. However, after a flurry of banter, the crowd suddenly came to a realization. Although this contestant may seem rather odd, if they could indeed be invited to the show, it would undoubtedly create a sensational moment. A severely disabled individual is watching their program. A severely disabled individual wishes to participate in their show. Moreover, they genuinely made it to the venue, arriving at the center of the stage. It is believed that upon the release of this teaser, anyone who sees it will be eager to witness what such a scene entails. This, I believe, warrants immediate communication with the director. After someone mumbled this sentiment, the reviewing staff member promptly picked up the phone to call the director. A contestant of this caliber is indeed a rare find. If they truly possess some remarkable talent, it would certainly create a highlight moment for their upcoming episode. Qinghe adjusted the previous episodes of One vs. All, rapidly browsing through a few at triple speed. Upon discerning the type of questions featured on the show, he began searching online for relevant question banks. Why this sudden interest? When Ye Dali returned, Qinghe was so engrossed that he failed to notice his presence. Ye Dali squatted by the bed, glancing at the projection on the ceiling, and curiously inquired. I watched One vs. All, and found it quite intriguing. I signed up, thinking that if I were selected, I should familiarize myself with it. One vs. All? What kind of program is that? Ye Dali, unfamiliar with online shows, had no idea what type of program it was. After Qinghe explained, Ye Dali's initial thought was that it seemed rather absurd. The show required participants to travel to other locations, and most importantly, to participate would take at least 2 or 3 days, meaning he would lose a considerable amount of income. However, recalling how focused Qinghe had been while watching, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Additionally, he thought to himself, which reputable program would invite someone like Qinghe to compete? Even if he signed up, the production team would likely not approve his participation. Thus, there was no need to utter discouraging words. Well, you should watch closely. Ye Dali stood up, preparing to cook. By the way, what do you win if you succeed in this program? Is there a monetary reward? If not cash, then prizes, travel rewards, or certain privileges, along with honor. Qinghe replied. Ye Dali shook his head. This show seems rather stingy. They aren't even willing to spend money. Hearing this, Qinghe chuckled. It's not that they lack funds. If one defends their position for 3 episodes, they can earn a salary of 200,000 for a year. And for 6 episodes, it can double to 400,000. That was my initial attraction to it. As long as he can endure the demands of the third phase, there exists the possibility of securing an annual salary of 200,000. This would fundamentally enhance Ye Dali's life, alleviating the burdens he currently bears, and providing them the means to seek a more favorable living environment. However, as Ye Dali prepared the meal, he merely uttered a sound of disbelief, dismissing the notion entirely. He considered it utterly implausible, not to mention whether the production team would genuinely deliver on such promises. Even if Ye Qinghe were indeed selected, achieving this condition seemed impossible. At the age of 20, Ye Qinghe had not yet graduated high school 3 years prior, and during his time at school, his academic performance was merely average, far from exceptional. In such a program, he would likely be eliminated in the first round. 200,000, merely a carrot dangled before a donkey. After preparing the meal and ensuring Ye Qinghe had eaten, Ye Dali attended to his personal hygiene and provided a brief massage before departing on his motorcycle to accept orders. Meanwhile, Ye Qinghe continued to rapidly peruse various knowledge points he discovered online. Never before had he felt that studying could be such an effortless endeavor. A mere glance. No, not even that, just a fleeting scan, allowed him to retain the information. The sensation was exhilarating. Ding dong. The production team of One Stop to Victory was remarkably efficient. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, Ye Qinghe received a response from the team. Congratulations, Mr. Ye Qinghe. Your application has been approved. Please join us for the recording of the program next Wednesday, June 21st. Thank you for your enthusiasm for the show. We look forward to meeting you. Chapter 5. Conscious Transition. Ye Dali ended the call, dismounted his electric scooter, parked it by the roadside, and crouched down to verify whether the number that had just called him truly belonged to the One Stop to Victory production team. A person had called earlier, inquiring if he was Ye Qinghe. Upon confirming his identity as Ye Qinghe's father, they mentioned being from the production team and informed him that Ye Qinghe's application had been approved, asking when he would come by and requesting identification information for hotel arrangements. Ye Dali's sense of caution remained heightened. Having encountered numerous fraudsters over the past 3 years, he was exceedingly wary of anyone requesting personal identification. Indeed, Ye Qinghe had mentioned his application to the show, but he had only submitted it that morning and received a call by afternoon, which seemed improbable. Although he had never participated in such programs, he was well aware that such a rapid response was highly unusual. However, after conducting a brief search on his phone, he discovered that the caller was indeed affiliated with the production team. Even when he called the number he found online, he was connected to the same individual, which finally assuaged his suspicions of deceit. Could it be that Qinghe truly succeeded? Ye Dali relayed his identification information to the caller, and after hanging up, he found himself muttering in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Ye Qinghe would actually be accepted. This meant that next Tuesday, he would need to accompany Qinghe to Jinling for the program recording. Ye Dali had never experienced the process of recording a show and was uncertain as to what it entailed. Just as he pondered whom to consult, the sound of a notification on his phone instantly made him forget the matter. It wasn't until the evening, when he was preparing to return home, that Ye Dali recalled it. Group leader, I need to take 3 days off next week. What? Are you taking Qinghe to see that expert again? The group leader, already weary, began to respond, but was promptly interrupted by Ye Dali. No, this time it's different. I'm taking Qinghe to participate in a variety show. Qinghe signed up for the One Station to the End program, and this afternoon, they called to confirm his registration. We need to head to Jinling next Wednesday for the recording. Ye Dali spoke with a sense of pride. Is that true? Are you sure it's not a scam? Qinghe is participating in the show. How will that work? The nearby delivery workers expressed their astonishment. They were well aware of Ye Dali's family situation and had always offered help when they could. However, they were equally cognizant of Ye Qinghe's condition and found it hard to believe he could participate in such a program. Indeed, I checked online to confirm it's real. Although Qinghe cannot move, he used to excel academically. I don't expect much. As long as he is willing to participate, we should go. It's a chance for him to experience the outside world. Lying at home every day is simply too stifling, Ye Dali replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others acknowledged that it was indeed a positive step for Ye Qinghe, given his circumstances. We wish you both success in the show. Exactly. May you achieve your goals. They had heard that if one could defend their position for 3 episodes, there was a chance to win an annual salary of 200,000. I hope Qinghe wins that 200,000 annual salary. What? 200,000 a year? Is that for real? Yes, 200,000. If that is true, Dali and Qinghe wouldn't have to struggle so much. It's true. That's how the show is structured. I often watch it, and people have indeed won. Their conversation ignited a spark of anticipation in Ye Dali regarding Qinghe's upcoming trip to Jinling. What if Qinghe truly succeeded? What if he could indeed defend his position for 3 episodes? Are we going out today? Back home. As Ye Dali learned about the email from the production team regarding Qinghe, he inquired while preparing dinner. He genuinely hoped that Qinghe could venture out more often. I want to go out every day in the future. Qinghe was eager to explore the world outside. By walking 5 kilometers a day, he could earn a chance to enter a lottery, perhaps even obtaining an option for physical recovery. He yearned for his body to heal. Although he had spent the entire day immersed in studying, the sensation of being unable to move anything but his head was profoundly distressing, especially when his forehead itched at times. A gentle scratch would suffice, yet the absence of a movable hand made that sensation incredibly agonizing. He began to understand why his previous self had wished for death, had it not been for the system enhancing his resilience. Enduring such days would have been insurmountable for him. However, fate is often unkind. Just as they finished their meal, thunder rumbled ominously, and a torrential downpour ensued, so fierce that even an umbrella would offer no respite. It appeared that venturing outside was out of the question. Ye Dali, after peering outside several times, expressed his disappointment to Qinghe. Finally willing to go out, Qinghe found his plans thwarted by the whims of the heavens. With such relentless rain, it was undoubtedly unwise to take Qinghe outside, for the risk of illness loomed large. They could only wait and hope for the rain to abate. Qinghe turned to glance at the raindrops cascading against the window, silently wishing for the downpour to cease soon. Such heavy rain could not persist for long. If it stopped early, they might still have the chance to go out. Ye Dali nodded in agreement. However, the intensity of the storm was unexpectedly fierce, and after an hour, there was no sign of it letting up. The water outside their residence began to accumulate, unable to drain away, gradually rising. Fortunately, their room was situated at a significantly higher elevation, providing some reprieve from the flooding for the time being. Yet, if the rain continued unabated, it was only a matter of time before the water intruded. "Stay here. I'll check to see if the drainage is clogged," Ye Dali remarked, noticing the deepening water, and donned his raincoat before stepping outside. Could this 5-kilometer journey truly be squandered? Listening to the rain pelting against the glass and cascading from the eaves like a waterfall, Qinghe felt a twinge of reluctance. If rain barred their exit, would strong winds do the same? What about snow? Such thoughts weighed heavily on him, as they would diminish his opportunities for the lottery. How wonderful it would be to have a method for the system to recognize his movement without stepping outside. Detected that the host cannot complete the 5-kilometer task due to weather conditions. Consciousness movement functionality is now available. The host may move within the consciousness space, but the distance must be multiplied by 10. The host is urged to promptly complete the 50-kilometer consciousness movement task. Chapter 6. The daunting 50 kilometers consciousness movement? The sudden notification from the system left Qinghe in a state of astonishment. He had assumed that the daily 5 kilometers could only be accomplished in the physical realm, unaware that the system would so thoughtfully permit him to navigate within his consciousness during inclement weather. Although the distance in the consciousness space was subject to a tenfold increase, the very notion of a consciousness space suggested it would be far simpler than the tangible world. Moreover, the imposition of a tenfold penalty indicated that the system too recognized the ease of movement in this ethereal realm. Shall the host enter the consciousness space for movement? Yes. Without hesitation, Qinghe affirmed his choice. As he did so, the ceiling before him vanished, revealing a wide thoroughfare flanked by an unending line of trees. To his astonishment, he discovered that he possessed a physical form. How marvelous this was! The exhilarated Qinghe engaged in various movements at his location. For over a day, he had been confined to lying still, only able to turn his head from side to side, which had driven him to the brink of madness. Especially when a spot on his head itched, the absence of hands to alleviate that discomfort was truly agonizing. Qinghe scratched his forehead, his face, his scalp, and various parts of his body. The torment he endured during the day was etched deeply in his bones, compelling him to seek relief through such means. If only he could access the realm of consciousness, he would no longer need to venture 5 kilometers daily. Completing 50 kilometers within that space would suffice. After the initial excitement, Qinghe began to walk along the road. The system required movement in kilometers, without specifying whether to walk or run, leading him to believe that walking would suffice. However, as he commenced his walk, he soon realized he had been misled by the system. He had envisioned that the movement in his consciousness would be a phenomenon devoid of physical exertion and pain. Yet, within this realm, he could feel every ache in his body. He sensed the vibrations from his feet striking the ground as he walked, and the slight soreness of his muscles from prolonged movement. At first, he was thrilled, but after 1 kilometer, he recognized he might be in trouble. If everything mirrored reality, then 50 kilometers would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Even in good health, his furthest distance had been around 10 kilometers, and he had never ventured beyond that. Now, to expect him to walk 50 kilometers? After 3 kilometers, he could distinctly feel the aching and fatigue in his calves. At 5 kilometers, he was drenched in sweat and began to gasp for breath. By 10 kilometers, he was swaying unsteadily, panting heavily. This was absurd. Completing 50 kilometers in this realm could very well cost him his life. Sitting down abruptly, Ye Qinghe panted while speaking to himself. In moments when he couldn't sense his body, he yearned to feel it. Now that he could, he wished for it to be as insensate as when he was paralyzed, devoid of any soreness. Withdraw? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dispelled it. To withdraw would mean missing a chance at a lottery opportunity, potentially forfeiting a chance to regain his bodily functions. What if this time he could win a restoration of his physical abilities? Could it be worse than being entirely immobile? Lying in bed. It was merely 50 kilometers. How trivial. He would persevere. With renewed determination, Ye Qinghe sprang up, clenched his fists, and shouted towards the heavens before breaking into a run. Yet, he remained clear-headed, understanding that the remaining 40 kilometers posed a formidable challenge. If he sprinted too quickly, he would tire before long. So he resolved to maintain a slow jog, ensuring his stamina did not deplete too rapidly. The seemingly endless road featured clear markers every kilometer, allowing Ye Qinghe to track his progress. System. Could the scenery around me be altered? Perhaps to a cityscape? Ye Qinghe recalled a thought. The same distance feels less daunting when surrounded by buildings and bustling crowds. Yet when faced solely with monotonous views, the distance seems insurmountable. The system remained silent, but the landscape around Ye Qinghe transformed into a vibrant urban night scene, with pedestrians strolling and bicycles whizzing by. Although the path he was running on remained devoid of vehicles and people. Quite impressive. Ye Qinghe chuckled softly and resumed his run with satisfaction. At 20 kilometers, he felt as though his legs were no longer capable of lifting. At 30 kilometers, he sensed the numbness in his legs, merely engaging in a mechanical repetition of motion. At 40 kilometers, he felt on the brink of collapse. His entire body seemed to rebel against him, each breath akin to drawing in embers, pain radiating throughout. And his consciousness began to waver. At 43 kilometers, he was no longer running, but rather moving at a pace slower than walking. At 46 kilometers, the world around him swayed. At 49 kilometers, he could barely be considered to be walking, stumbling forward in a precarious state, as though he might fall at any moment. Upon reaching 50 kilometers, he heard the system announce, "Congratulations, host. You have completed the 50-kilometer task and earned a chance to draw." In that instant, Ye Qinghe lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his rental apartment, the ceiling once more in view. Unable to resist, he turned to glance out the window, where the rain continued to pour without any sign of letting up. "Xiaoai, what time is it now?" Ye Qinghe inquired. Turning back to find that Ye Dali had not yet returned, he was alone in the room. "The current time is 22:17. The realization struck Ye Qinghe. His 50-kilometer experience in the realm of consciousness had transpired in the blink of an eye in the real world. Remarkable. Truly, the system was extraordinary. Yet, the experience in the realm of consciousness was far more arduous than reality in the real world. He merely needed Ye Dali to push him for 5 kilometers, while in the realm of consciousness, he had to complete 50 kilometers of running, walking, and moving. Is the sewer blocked again? Indeed. There are some plastic bags and leaves. I'll take care of it. The rain today was exceptionally heavy. Isn't that the truth? Every summer for the past few years, we've encountered such torrential downpours. How peculiar. The voices of Ye Dali conversing with a neighbor drifted in from outside. Ye Qinghe turned his attention to the prize well before him. A chance to draw. Chapter 7. Restoration of the index finger. This time, Ye Qinghe noted that the options concerning bodily restoration on the prize will exceeded those of the previous occasion. However, he paid it little mind, assuming each draw would yield some variation. As the pointer gradually slowed, his heart raced, for at the current rate of rotation, it was highly likely that the pointer would ultimately land on the option to restore the functionality of his right index finger. Though it was merely the restoration of a single finger, Ye Qinghe felt it far surpassed the rudiments of hacking technology or the mastery of financial knowledge. Just a little more. Just a little more. Just a little more. As he observed the pointer inching closer, Ye Qinghe could not help but vocalize his anticipation. Ultimately, the pointer moved precisely as he had envisioned, gradually settling upon the option to restore the functionality of his right index finger. Although it had just entered this selection, it indeed pointed directly above. Hooray! Ye Qinghe could not restrain a jubilant shout. At last, a glimmer of hope for recovery had emerged. Even if it was just a single finger, it was a monumental improvement compared to his previous state of complete immobility. Ye Qinghe was overjoyed. Outside, Ye Dali, who was bent over rummaging through the sewer, froze momentarily, his ears instinctively perking up. He thought he heard Ye Qinghe's exclamation, but upon listening intently, the only sounds he caught were the rain and the water cascading from the eaves. What's wrong, Dali? Why did you suddenly stop? Ye Dali rose and turned back, puzzled by the neighbor's curiosity. Although he had cleared some clogs from the sewer, it was far from fully cleared, so why had he ceased his efforts? I just remembered something important. I'll return to it shortly. Ye Dali was now unconcerned with that, as he needed to ascertain what had transpired within the house. Ye Qinghe typically would not make such a noise. He had to find out. Qinghe, what is it? As he pushed open the door, Ye Dali was greeted by the sight of Ye Qinghe on the bed, joyfully laughing, tears streaming down his face. He quickly approached and knelt beside the bed, inquiring, "What's wrong? My right hand, my right index finger can move." Though only 2 days had passed since he became paralyzed, Ye Qinghe had truly had enough. He believed that this torment was far worse than any of the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty, especially considering that just the day before yesterday, he had been a normal person, able to run and jump, only to be confined to a body that could barely move, a fate unbearable for anyone. Is it true? Really? Quickly, move it so I can see. Let me see. Oh, Ye Dali was far more excited than Ye Qinghe. He immediately grasped Ye Qinghe's hand, urging him to move his finger. Upon witnessing the finger indeed moving slightly under Ye Qinghe's control, the 40-year-old man wept like a child. 3 years. 3 years. He had poured countless efforts, spent all his savings, consulted numerous experts and charlatans, visited countless hospitals, and devised countless plans, all the while fearing that his handsome Ye Qinghe would remain bedridden forever. Yet now, there was a glimmer of hope. He was overwhelmed with joy. The fears, grievances, and frustrations that had accumulated within him during this time seemed to pour out along with his tears in that moment. "Father, you've worked so hard these past 3 years." Ye Qinghe, possessing all the memories of his former life, understood the trials this man, weeping like a child, had endured over the last 3 years. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard. As long as you can recover, enduring any hardship will not burden me, my child. We shall go to the hospital now. Let us allow the doctors to examine you and see if there are signs of improvement, if there exists a remedy. Father, they previously stated that they could not determine the cause, and despite numerous attempts, no solutions presented themselves. Now, with indications of progress, surely they will be able to identify something? Let us go. We must leave at once. Ye Dali suddenly rose, his expression brimming with excitement as he gathered his belongings to take Ye Qinghe to the hospital. His joy was overwhelming. He longed for the doctor's assessment, to ascertain whether Ye Qinghe could indeed be treated, whether a solution was at hand. In his exhilaration, he overlooked the torrential rain outside, oblivious to Ye Qinghe's calls. Ye Qinghe had to raise his voice to capture his father's attention, finally exclaiming loudly enough to rouse Ye Dali. "Huh, what is it? It is too late now. The hospital staff has already concluded their shifts, and with the rain pouring outside, even if we wish to go, we could not. There is no rush. Since I have shown signs of improvement, perhaps I will gradually recover in time. There is no urgency to visit the hospital, and even if we went, it would be futile, as they could not discover anything before, nor will they now." Ye Qinghe was reluctant to go to the hospital, uncertain if the doctors would wish to conduct research on him upon learning of his recovery. After all, they had performed various examinations previously, yielding no answers, and medications had shown no efficacy whatsoever. "Indeed, we cannot go now. Let us plan to visit tomorrow. Qinghe, we must still go to the hospital. There is progress, and we need the doctors to assess your condition. What if there is a remedy? Perhaps the previous treatments have finally begun to take effect." However, Ye Dali held a different perspective. Even though the previous doctors failed to identify the cause or provide a cure for Ye Qinghe, they are the most qualified professionals available. Now that there are signs of improvement, he could not rest easy without having these experts evaluate him. As he spoke, Ye Dali retrieved the contact number of the specialist and placed a call, observing his father animatedly discussing with the expert on the other end of the line. Gesturing to indicate the movement of his fingers, Ye Qinghe realized that this was an unavoidable circumstance. No matter how he protested, Ye Dali would undoubtedly insist on going to the hospital. After the call, watching the silent Ye Qinghe lying on the bed, Ye Dali assumed his son was worried about finances. Do not fret about money. We have not spent much in recent months, and I have managed to save a little. As long as you recover, I can take up night driving again. I am still young enough to work. Ye Dali's cheerful words stirred a deep discomfort within Ye Qinghe. Young? At over 40. His father had lost his belly over the past 3 years and appeared at least a decade older. How could he still be considered young? Money. Ye Qinghe felt an urgent need to earn some quickly. The Stand Firm program stated that if one could defend their position for 3 rounds, they would earn a salary of 200,000. If they succeeded for 6 rounds, the amount would double to 400,000. This could very well be the fastest way to acquire money at this stage. This money must be secured. Chapter 8. The Mathematical Prodigy. The following day, at the break of dawn, Ye Dali carried Ye Qinghe out and placed him in a wheelchair, subsequently pushing him out of the courtyard. The heavy rains had ceased shortly after midnight, leaving behind remnants of flooding in various areas, with traces of water still evident and debris scattered about. The streets appeared somewhat tidier, likely due to the diligent efforts of sanitation workers who had commenced their duties early in the morning. Rather than hailing a taxi, Ye Dali opted for public transport, first boarding a bus and then transferring to the subway, ultimately arriving at the 301 hospital after an hour's journey. In light of Ye Qinghe's improvement, the specialist first prompted him to wiggle his fingers, confirming that this was not merely a figment of Ye Dali's imagination. They then proceeded to conduct a series of examinations. This was undoubtedly a positive sign. However, some results may not be available until later, necessitating patience. Additionally, it would be beneficial for you to reflect on what he has consumed and the rehabilitation activities he has undergone during this period, as understanding the factors contributing to such marked improvement is crucial for our research into his condition. The funds Ye Dali brought transformed into a multitude of examination reports, and the specialists remained deeply intrigued by Ye Qinghe's ailment and his remarkable recovery. I am aware of your situation, and as I previously mentioned, should you be willing to collaborate with us on some research regarding this condition, I can provide you with financial support under the guise of research funding, which could significantly alleviate some of the costs associated with examinations and treatments. Upon hearing this, Ye Qinghe immediately shook his head. We appreciate your kindness, but we must decline. Ye Qinghe was well aware of the nature of his recovery. Even if the specialists were to conduct invasive procedures, they would likely glean no valuable insights. Moreover, he had no desire to become a subject of experimentation. Therefore, this proposition was unequivocally out of the question. Qinghe. Ye Dali felt a flicker of temptation. The expert had previously mentioned this possibility, and others had echoed similar sentiments. But Ye Qinghe had consistently refused. At that time, the specialists had no recourse. But now that there was finally some improvement, Ye Dali hoped for Ye Qinghe's cooperation, believing it might expedite the recovery process. Father, I wish to return home. Ye Qinghe did not grant Ye Dali the opportunity to persuade him further. He made his request quite clear. I will speak to him again. I shall return tomorrow once the results are in. Ye Dali glanced at his resolute son, apologizing to the specialist before wheeling Ye Qinghe away. On the return journey, Ye Dali attempted to reason with Ye Qinghe, but his son remained unresponsive, which greatly vexed him. While the improvement in Ye Qinghe's health was indeed a positive development, the expenses incurred were substantial. Thus, even though Ye Dali wished to continue his entreaties upon reaching home, he promptly tended to Ye Qinghe's needs before hastily departing on his electric bike. Lottery. After Ye Dali left, Ye Qinghe observed the additional lottery attempts available to him and, without hesitation, opted to participate. The distance from their rental apartment to the hospital exceeded 5 kilometers. Ye Qinghe never anticipated that taking the bus and subway would be counted within the 5 kilometers. Unfortunately, today he had traversed a total of over 30 kilometers. Yet the system granted him only a single opportunity for a lottery draw, rather than one for each 5 kilometers. Otherwise, he would have had 6 chances to win. The pointer spun rapidly, gliding past various options. This time, the selections differed from yesterday's, and disappointingly, there was only one option for physical recovery, the restoration of 1/3 of the function of his left pinky toe. Ye Qinghe felt a pang of disappointment. The pointer gradually slowed down, eventually halting on an option he had never imagined he would receive: mathematical prodigy. Ye Qinghe shook his head in dismay at this choice. As a person completely paralyzed, what use would a mathematical prodigy be to him? The description read, when confronted with any mathematical problem, you will always receive a hint for the next step. Upon reading this, Ye Qinghe felt it was of little utility. What a waste of an opportunity. Glancing at the time, it was 1:30. Ye Qinghe instructed Xiao AI to open the computer and resumed his preparation for the rigorous quiz, as this would determine whether he could secure a job with an annual salary of 200,000 within a short period. He needed to approach this with utmost seriousness. At 2:30, Ye Dali returned home. So, how are you feeling today? Have you noticed any recovery in your body? He inquired eagerly as he entered. Father, if recovery were that swift, I would be up and running in just a few days. Ye Qinghe replied dryly. Ha ha ha, perhaps I was too hasty. This is the first glimmer of hope we have seen. Let us take it slow, no need to rush. As long as recovery is gradual, that is sufficient. Ye Dali chuckled, scratching the back of his head, acknowledging his own impatience. After cleaning, wiping, changing into fresh clothes, and receiving a massage, they had their meal. Once finished, Ye Dali promptly rode his electric bike back out. With the prospect of recovery, Ye Qinghe felt invigorated. After studying for an hour and just having eaten, he found himself somewhat disinclined to tackle more questions, so he began browsing online. Help! Is there a mathematics expert who could assist me with this problem? A plea for help caught Ye Qinghe's attention. Mathematics-related issues? Could his newfound skill as a mathematical prodigy be of assistance? However, upon opening the question, he realized it was not a simple elementary problem, but rather a complex array of concepts he could hardly comprehend. What on earth is this? Yet, strangely, as he scanned through the problems, the next steps for solving them began to materialize in his mind. The individual seeking help evidently possessed some skill, as the initial steps posed no issues and aligned with the thought process forming in Ye Qinghe's mind. Yet, a problem arose in the fourth step concerning the handling of eigenvalue clustering and matrix issues, where numerical instability emerged. Regarding your generalized eigenvalue problem, it is necessary to construct an effective preconditioner M to improve the spectral properties of the coefficient matrix. Since he had nothing else to do, Ye Qinghe provided his answer in the comments section of the plea for help. This post has garnered significant attention, yet the responses beneath it predominantly consist of remarks from experts, leaving me utterly perplexed, akin to deciphering an ancient script. I cannot even comprehend the questions, let alone the solutions, while others express their bewilderment. Upon encountering Ye Qinghe's response, an immediate reply emerged. Although I do not grasp the content, your verbosity is noted. I shall take your word for it. Amused by such a comment, Ye Qinghe chuckled and closed the thread, continuing to peruse the vast expanse of the internet. Has anyone replied? A sophomore from the mathematics department of Qinghe University in the capital glanced at his phone notification, furrowing his brow as he opened his help request post. Chapter 9. Urgent, I am waiting for a response. Zhou Shua glanced at the post, and his expression shifted dramatically. He had initially posted the inquiry out of genuine confusion after grappling with the problem for an extended period, hoping to find assistance. Simultaneously, he sought to display his intellectual prowess as a sophomore tackling such challenging questions, an endeavor that would undoubtedly categorize him as a prodigy. Thus, whenever a notification of a comment appeared, he would eagerly open it, primarily to bask in the admiration or confusion expressed by other users. He never anticipated that someone would provide him with a correct solution. This time, the comments were plentiful, mostly echoing similar sentiments. Yet a user named Xiangyang Ershing actually pointed out the issue, and intriguingly, their reasoning seemed sound, prompting Zhou Shua to test the validity of the claim. Nonetheless, the problem was not one he could grasp at a glance. He was merely a junior member of the project team, with his seniors primarily driving the research. Senior brother, I have found a potential solution. Shall we ascertain its feasibility? Zhou Shua rushed to the research lab, presenting the answer provided by Xiangyang Ershing to his senior, Pei Ming. Where did you obtain this? Pei Ming initially cast a nonchalant glance, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhou Shua, how could you post this online? You even disclosed our specific problem-solving steps. Pei Ming abruptly stood up, the seriousness of the matter dawning upon him. While their research topic might not be of paramount importance, indiscriminately sharing core mathematical issues online before achieving conclusive results was absolutely unacceptable. Do you comprehend the consequences of this? Pei Ming's face flushed with anger as he shouted at Zhou Shua. The entire research lab turned its attention towards them. And those who overheard Pei Ming's words changed their expressions, realizing the severity of the breach. If rival project teams were to catch wind of their problem-solving approach, they would gain intimate knowledge of both their research progress and direction. This was no trivial matter. Zhou Shua suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had not considered the implications, merely wishing to showcase his capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have rushed over upon seeing Xiangyang Ershing's reply. When did you post this? Remove it from the internet immediately. Furthermore, hand over the laboratory keys and your computer. We shall inspect and erase all the contents before you reclaim it. I no longer wish to see you in this project group. Pei Ming felt as if his mind were about to explode. The project was already mired in difficulties, with crucial mathematical calculations consistently yielding erroneous results. Day after day, he was beset with frustration, and now Zhou Shua had to add this debacle to the mix. If the advisor were to learn of this, it would not merely reflect poorly on Zhou Shua, but also on him, the individual responsible for management. No, senior brother. Zhou Shua, at that moment, recognized his oversight. He had been so preoccupied with boasting that he had neglected the task at hand. Get out, Pei Ming bellowed. Pointing towards the door, Zhou Shua opened his mouth, yearning for someone to intercede. Yet upon surveying the expressions of his colleagues, he found only hostile glares directed at him, forcing him to lower his head and exit. Once Zhou Shua departed, Pei Ming, in a fit of rage, slammed an object from his desk onto the floor, exhaling heavily. He reached for his phone, intending to call their advisor to discuss the situation. However, upon picking it up, he realized it was Zhou Shua's phone, and the screen displayed a solution to their mathematical dilemma. Wait, this appears to be genuinely viable. Pei Ming glanced at the information and found the argument quite compelling. The perspective introduced was one they had not previously considered. Lao Sun, come here. Let us compute using this solution. At that moment, Pei Ming was too absorbed in the task at hand to dwell on Zhou Shua's predicament. He beckoned another member from the mathematics department, and together they commenced their calculations. As Zhou Shua returned to his dormitory, head bowed, he realized he had forgotten to retrieve his phone. However, recalling Pei Ming's ire, he decided to postpone his return for a while. 3 hours later, Pei Ming and Lao Sun in the laboratory were brimming with excitement. It truly works. We have indeed arrived at a solution. This individual, who goes by the name of Xiangyang Ersheng, is undoubtedly a genius. Pei Ming, do you think he could be one of our mathematics professors? Or perhaps a scholar from another mathematics department? I am uncertain, but I doubt he is from our department. I have consulted nearly every faculty member at our school, and none could provide a solution. Pei Ming shook his head in response to Lao Sun's inquiry. Regardless of the individual's identity, one thing was certain. He was undoubtedly a mathematical prodigy, for he had succinctly resolved their quandary with remarkable brevity, far surpassing their previous convoluted calculations. Should we not reach out to Xiangyang Ersheng for a discussion? Lao Sun suggested, believing that such assistance warranted proper gratitude. We need to bring Zhou Shua back. It is his phone, and he must be present to facilitate this conversation. Pei Ming felt somewhat overwhelmed. This phone belonged to Zhou Shua, and the post was originally his. Zhou Shua had merely utilized his own device to capture the answer before conducting the calculations. Yet, to connect with Xiangyang Ersheng, they would indeed require Zhou Shua's presence. This individual has indeed gone too far. Lao Sun sighed, recognizing the severity of the situation. However, the troubling aspect was that it was precisely this behavior from the other party that had led them to discover a solution. No, he must be brought here immediately. If this post is not deleted, others will see it, and our project will be utterly ruined. Suddenly, Lao Sun realized a critical issue. The previous message sent by Zhou Shua merely informed others of their problem, but it did not guarantee a solution. Now that a solution was at hand, if it were to be seen again, the consequences would be dire. Pei Ming's expression tightened as he swiftly grabbed Zhou Shua's phone and dashed outside. Great one, please add me as a friend. Thank you for your response. It has helped us immensely. Could you kindly add me as a friend? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Under Pei Ming's watchful gaze, Zhou Shua first sent a message to the account Xiangyang Ersheng. Then, after deleting his post, he incessantly sent friend requests to the same account. Senior brother, has this great one truly resolved the issue? Chapter 10. Late-night driving service. After Zhou Shua and Pei Ming deleted the post, they believed everything was settled. However, unbeknownst to them, their post had been seen by several individuals before its deletion. These individuals had also noticed Ye Qinghe's response, capturing screenshots and saving them for later analysis. Ye Qinghe was unaware that his casual reply would precipitate such a chain of events. Once he had answered the question and confirmed that the mathematics expert skill was indeed quite impressive, he dismissed it from his mind. He did not require daily calculations. For him, this skill held little significance. Instead, he concentrated on mastering a variety of comprehensive problems, which were far more pertinent to his immediate life changes. With his photographic memory, he needed only to glance at each problem once to etch it into his mind, alleviating any fears of forgetfulness. This exhilarating pace of learning captivated him profoundly. Had he possessed such an ability in his previous life, he surely would have devoted all his energy to his studies. It was indeed remarkable. Based on the current results, Ye Qinghe's other bodily indicators had not changed significantly. The only difference was a slight enhancement in cellular activity. Yet this could not account for the restoration of function in his right index finger. At the 301 hospital, Ye Dali and the specialist he consulted regarded the emerging report with confusion. The patient Ye Qinghe left a deep impression on him, as he had studied the case for some time, but could not identify the cause of the ailment. Subsequently, he had heard that the Ye family had sought other specialists, and he was astonished to find that upon their return, there had been marked improvement. This piqued his interest in potentially classifying it as a new research subject. However, it seemed that Ye Qinghe was reluctant to participate. Could an enhancement in cellular activity truly influence the recovery of bodily functions? Perhaps it would be prudent to seek out different patients for testing and validation. That evening, upon returning home, Ye Dali found Ye Qinghe engrossed in studying via a projector. How long had he been at it? Though appearing on the show is a rare opportunity, one must also strike a balance between work and relaxation. It is essential not to strain the eyes for too long. Indeed, I understand. Ye Qinghe turned his head and smiled. Are you going out after dinner? It's not raining today. Ye Dali, while preparing the vegetables, remarked. I want to be going out today. I already stepped out this morning. The System's task requires 5 kilometers daily, and exceeding that distance, regardless of how much, does not yield any additional lottery chances. Thus, Ye Qinghe felt no need to venture out again. Oh, that is fine. After dinner, I will step out for a bit. I might return a bit late. If you feel tired, just sleep without worrying about me. Ye Dali nodded, casually commenting. Oh, Ye Qinghe refrained from inquiring about Ye Dali's plans, knowing he was likely seeking ways to earn money. In the beginning, Ye Dali had done just that, working multiple jobs in a single day. For these past few months, his condition showed no signs of improvement. He had resolutely refused treatment, finally allowing himself a respite from the overwhelming workload. Now, with a glimmer of hope, Ye Dali was surely off to find ways to earn money. 200,000. I must secure that grand prize of 200,000. Ye Qinghe silently vowed. This was the quickest solution to his current dilemma. After dining, tidying up, and indulging in a massage, Ye Dali set off on his bike. He had previously worked as a designated driver, and his home housed a compact electric bicycle that had been charged during the day, making it perfect for evening use. Such work is best found at bustling hotels or nightclubs. However, such establishments were scarce in their suburban locale, necessitating Ye Dali's journey into the city. Dali, didn't you quit being a designated driver? Why have you resumed? Having previously worked in this area, he was recognized upon arrival. Qinghe's condition has improved. His right index finger can move. Perhaps it won't be long before he fully recovers. I must earn more money, Ye Dali said with joy. Having shared this sentiment with many throughout the day, his happiness was genuine. This is wonderful. Congratulations. At last, the clouds have parted to reveal the moon. Thank you. Thank you. Ye Dali replied with a smile. It was Friday, and the restaurant was bustling with business. Many patrons, unable to drive after drinking, sought designated drivers. Although Ye Dali arrived somewhat late, a few acquaintances advocated for him, allowing him to cut to the front of the line. He quickly received a job and drove the client's car away. Upon returning, he refrained from asking others to help him skip the queue, opting instead to wait his turn. By 11:30 in the evening, the streets had thinned, and many designated drivers had left. Ye Dali remained with 2 others. Lulihi. That is too far. I can't go. I can't go either. Old Ye, are you going? Ye Dali, who was initially at the back of the line, was approached by the 2 ahead of him, as they were unwilling to make the long journey. Liuli River, a place known to Ye Dali, is situated approximately 50 kilometers from the capital. If he were to venture out there, returning would pose a significant challenge, especially at this hour when public transport has ceased operations and no subway is available. His only options would be to cycle back or find a place to rest for the night and return the following day. Go. I must go? Ye Dali declared without hesitation. The distance may be considerable, but they charge by the kilometer, which implies a greater fare. Although his bicycle's battery may be running low, Ye Dali reasoned that if it ran out, he could simply pedal back on foot. This old Ye is truly tenacious. What else can he do? With the family's financial obligations, especially concerning the children, expenses are a daily reality. As Ye Dali placed his bicycle into the client's trunk and drove away, the two chauffeurs exchanged disapproving glances. By the time Ye Dali returned home, navigating his bicycle through the darkness with a depleted battery, it was already past 1 o'clock. Why so late? Ye Qinghe asked, turning his head at the sound. Did I wake you? I took a long-distance driving job, and on the way back, my battery died, which delayed me, Ye Dali replied, trying not to disturb Ye Qinghe too much by keeping the lights off and treading lightly. Yet, despite his efforts, he still managed to wake Ye Qinghe, who looked at him with a hint of concern. Shall AI, turn on the light? No need. Once the light flickered on, Ye Qinghe's eyes widened at the sight of Ye Dali covered in dirt, with several significant abrasions on his arms, causing his eyes to redden. It's nothing. Just on my way back, a car sped past, and since my bike had no power, I didn't notice it until it was too late and had to jump into the ditch. Chapter 11. Zhou Wanner feeling somewhat guilty. Ye Dali turned away while removing his clothes and explaining. From now on, let us avoid accepting long-distance jobs at night, shall we? Ye Qinghe said, her heart aching at the sight of his injuries. It's fine. Today was just an accident. I didn't wear a reflective vest, but tomorrow I will. So other vehicles will see me from afar, preventing such incidents. After stripping off his shirt, Ye Dali rinsed his wounds under the outdoor tap, wincing as he cleaned them with a towel. Though the injuries were superficial abrasions, they stung painfully upon contact. After cleansing his wounds, he retrieved iodine from the first aid kit, gritting his teeth as he applied it to the reachable areas. Come here, I'll help you with the ointment on your back, Ye Qinghe offered, noticing an untouched area on his back. You want to apply it for me? How can you do that? Ye Dali asked, bewildered, as Ye Qinghe could only move her head. Just dip a cotton swab in the iodine, then tie it to my right index finger with tape. Lift my arm to your back, and I can manage to apply it for you. Ye Qinghe's suggestion caught Ye Dali off guard. However, he shook his head. Forget it. It's just a minor scrape, nothing serious. Hurry up. Finish it quickly so we can get some sleep. Ye Qinghe said, slightly annoyed. At your age, you should be more considerate. Ye Dali noticed that Ye Qinghe was upset and refrained from saying anything further. He followed Ye Qinghe's instructions meticulously, lifting her hand with his own. A bit higher. Just a tad more. Shift it to the right by about 2 centimeters. Now, a smidgen more to the right and upwards. Perfect. Just there. Thus, a fully paralyzed Ye Qinghe, who could only move a single finger, assisted Ye Dali in applying the medicine with that one finger on his back. All right, hurry and get some rest. The following morning, when Ye Qinghe awoke, she was startled to find a stranger in the room, not Ye Dali, but a young girl. Qinghe, you're awake? You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I bought your favorite tofu pudding, topped with garlic sauce, chive flowers, and cilantro. It's still warm. Would you like to eat now? The girl, seated on a small sofa beside Ye Qinghe, had been glancing at her phone intermittently. As Ye Qinghe opened her eyes, the girl smiled and stood up, bringing the food over. Ye Qinghe hesitated, her words trailing off as she searched her memory for the girl's identity. It was Zhou Wanner, his childhood companion, who had been in the same class with him from kindergarten through high school. After falling ill in his sophomore year, he had withdrawn from school and moved to the capital. A year later, she had also been admitted to a university in the same city and frequently visited him on weekends to check on his well-being. I've changed and cleaned you up, Zhou Wanner continued, but I thought I saw your finger move for a moment while I was attending to you. She opened the container of tofu pudding, mixing its contents carefully with a spoon, ensuring the tofu remained in sizable chunks, as Ye Qinghe preferred it that way, not too finely crushed. Ye Qinghe felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. She had changed him and even helped with his diaper. However, he quickly recalled that this was not the first time she had done so. Over the past 2 years, regardless of where they moved, she would come to assist him with such matters. As she often said, she knew every inch of him intimately. They had shared a childhood and even bathed together as children. I saw a hospital checkup report on the table. Did you go to the hospital again? What were the results? Ye Qinghe remained silent for a while, but Zhou Wanner was not perturbed. She had grown accustomed to his quietness over the past few months. This was precisely why she made it a point to visit him every weekend, to lift his spirits. There has been some progress. The day before yesterday. I managed to move my right index finger, so I went for a checkup yesterday, but the results were similar to before. No significant changes, Ye Qinghe replied. A blush creeping onto his cheeks, feeling a tinge of shame. Although they had grown up as childhood friends, he was still self-conscious. Zhou Wan'er was undeniably beautiful, standing at around 1.70 meters, with the right curves in all the right places. She possessed a classic oval face, large expressive eyes, and two adorable dimples that appeared when she smiled. Really? I knew you would get better. How does it feel? Is it coming true? Upon hearing that Ye Qinghe's fingers had indeed regained movement, Zhou Wan'er was overwhelmed with joy. Her radiant smile under the sunlight was so dazzling that it almost blinded Ye Qinghe. Thus, it is essential to firmly believe in the possibility of recovery. The revival of this finger is but a harbinger. Gradually, the entire hand will recover, followed by the arm, and then the body. Before long, you shall regain your health. Zhou Wan'er was genuinely elated by Ye Qinghe's progress, expressing her excitement fervently. Has Wan'er come? At that moment, Ye Dali returned, carrying some food. He had not yet entered when he heard Zhou Wan'er's voice, immediately recognizing her presence. Ah, Uncle Dali, why didn't you inform me about such wonderful news? Had I known Qinghe was improving, I would have come yesterday. Zhou Wan'er turned to Ye Dali, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Indeed, I was caught up in the excitement and completely forgot. Have you eaten yet? Ye Dali chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Truly, it's been a long-awaited day. I always believed Qinghe would recover. Zhou Wan'er did not harbor any real anger. After her moment of complaint, she resumed her joyful demeanor. Indeed, everything will turn out well. Ye Dali mirrored her happiness. This was undoubtedly the most delightful news he had encountered in the past 3 years. Uncle Dali, what happened to you? You have so many scrapes. As Ye Dali approached, Zhou Wan'er noticed the injuries on him. Although they had begun to scab, the extent of the injuries was evident. It's nothing. Last night, while returning with a designated driver, I accidentally fell into a ditch. Just a few scrapes, nothing serious. Ye Dali dismissed it nonchalantly, but recalling how Ye Qinghe had helped him apply ointment the previous night, he chuckled again. There's even a wound on my back. It was Qinghe who applied the iodine. Qinghe did that? How did he manage? He dipped a cotton swab in his finger, and then. Chapter 12. Zhou Wan'er 2. Ye Qinghe lay in bed, observing the two as they conversed. Though he was aware from his memories that they shared a deep bond. Having grown up together as childhood friends, he felt a sense of warmth knowing that Zhou Wan'er continued to visit and assist him, even taking on the task of cleaning. He realized that, in truth, he had been quite fortunate in his past life. Oh, I got so caught up in our conversation that I forgot to feed Qinghe. Perhaps sensing Ye Qinghe's gaze, Zhou Wan'er suddenly remembered her promise to feed him, having not done so yet. She scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding from the lunchbox, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Ye Qinghe's lips. How is it? Is it delicious? Ye Qinghe nodded. The flavor was indeed to his liking. A hint of garlic blended with the smoothness of the tofu pudding, the savory sauce, and the aroma of cilantro. Delicious indeed. Receiving Ye Qinghe's affirmative response, Zhou Wan'er beamed, her dimples appearing on her cheeks. As she waited for Ye Qinghe to chew and swallow, she broke off a small piece from a fried dough stick and brought it to his mouth. Qinghe, do you remember Zhao Mingyu? It appears that their family has come to the capital to seek opportunities. Just a couple of days ago, they visited my school and sought me out, boasting about how they intend to make a grand display of their talents in the city. I am truly astounded. How can such individuals be so shameless? What Zhou Wan'er failed to notice was that when she mentioned Zhao Mingyu, Ye Dali, who was seated on the sofa behind her, displayed an unmistakable change in demeanor. If it weren't for your illness, which compelled your uncle to sell the company, how could their family possibly be in their current position? Have they truly forgotten how they struggled under your uncle's shadow, unable to rise? Now they dare to pursue success in the capital. I have no doubt that it won't be long before they lose everything and return in disgrace. He even inquired about you, but I refrained from mentioning anything. By the way, I recall that you once gave him a beating, didn't you? If you ask me, it was far too lenient. Zhou Wan'er paid no heed to whether Ye Qinghe was speaking or not, as she simultaneously fed him and engaged in her own musings. Ye Qinghe ate at a leisurely pace. Before he had finished, Ye Dali had already completed his meal. His primary reason for returning was to care for Ye Qinghe, but with Zhou Wan'er present, his presence was no longer necessary. Wan'er, you and Qinghe stay at home. I'm off to work. I'll return around noon and bring back some dishes for a proper meal. All right, Uncle Dali. Just a few minutes after Ye Dali left, Ye Qinghe had also finished eating. Zhou Wan'er tidied up and began to massage Ye Qinghe. The reason Ye Qinghe has managed to maintain such good condition, with minimal muscle atrophy, is due to Ye Dali's diligent massages. Zhou Wan'er had long since learned these techniques from him. Wan'er, given my current state, you really… Before Ye Qinghe could finish his sentence, Zhou Wan'er raised her brows and glared at him. Ye Qinghe, are you about to launch into that same old routine, trying to persuade me not to come anymore? Let me tell you, I came here out of pity for you and concern for Uncle Dali's hard work. If you truly wish to prove yourself, then focus on your recovery. Do you understand? The fact that your right index finger can regain function signifies that other parts of your body can possibly recover as well. Have some faith in yourself. You've endured the darkest 3 years, and now that you see the light of hope, you must not give up. Do you comprehend? With that, Ye Qinghe found himself silenced, unable to utter a single word in response. If he could be persuaded, this childhood sweetheart would have stopped coming long ago. Nevertheless, he recognized that he genuinely had a chance to recover and would repay her kindness once he was well again. Let us go for a stroll. I want to be outside, Ye Qinghe suggested, immediately regretting it. Although he had been bedridden for an extended period, he weighed around 110 pounds, making it unlikely for Zhou Wan'er, a girl, to carry him out. Yes, we should definitely go out more, meet people, and breathe some fresh air. I've been saying you should get out for a long time. It's wonderful that you've come to understand that now. As she spoke, Zhou Wan'er effortlessly scooped Ye Qinghe into a princess carry. Is this girl really that strong? I hadn't noticed, Ye Qinghe thought, turning to glance at Zhou Wan'er. Being so close, he could see the fine fuzz on her face. Such delicate skin. Her eyelashes are so long. Her eyes are so large. They sparkle with life. Ye Qinghe felt his heart suddenly racing. What's wrong? Zhou Wan'er cast a fleeting glance at Ye Qinghe. It's nothing. Ye Qinghe quickly averted his gaze. Yet the earlier scene lingered in his heart like an indelible imprint, causing his heartbeat to take a considerable time to return to normalcy. Wan'er, are you taking Qinghe out? Yes. Luandi, are you resting today? Indeed. Zhou Wan'er appeared to be acquainted with some neighbors in the courtyard, engaging in friendly exchanges as she ushered Ye Qinghe outside. You must try this flavor of milk tea. This puff pastry looks delightful, doesn't it? Shall we sample it? Why is there such a long queue over there? Let us go take a look. They're live streaming a singing performance over there. Let us check it out. Unlike Ye Dali, who simply took Ye Qinghe out, Zhou Wan'er treated him as a companion, enthusiastically exploring various delights, not at all behaving as if he were a patient, but rather as if they were close friends enjoying a day out together. The 5 kilometers were traversed effortlessly without Ye Qinghe needing to remind her. Seamlessly accomplished without him realizing it. Yet, Zhou Wan'er showed no intention of returning home, instead guiding Ye Qinghe to the mall to shop for clothes. I believe this outfit would suit you splendidly. Your fair complexion will be accentuated even further. Wan'er, truly unnecessary. I have enough clothes. As Zhou Wan'er held up garments against him, Ye Qinghe promptly declined. Your clothes are quite outdated. You need not concern yourself with the expense. Since you're out with me, just heed my counsel. Zhou Wan'er refused to entertain his objections, and after purchasing several items, she finally seemed satisfied. Rest for a moment. I'll wash these new clothes for you. Upon returning home, Zhou Wan'er gently placed Ye Qinghe on the bed and went outside to wash the new garments. While Ye Qinghe gazed at the prize wheel before him, silently hoping to land on an option related to physical recovery. The wheel spun, the pointer whirled and gradually slowed, ultimately halting at a selection. Fluent in English, Ye Qinghe stared at the English proficiency option, almost within reach of the sole choice for bodily restoration, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. So close, just a fraction away from achieving a 1% improvement in physical function. Chapter 13. The mistake of the foster father and son. No, your translation is inadequate. You've omitted many specialized terms, rendering the entire piece rather incoherent. I cannot possibly release the final payment for this. Upon returning home, Zhou Wan'er, seated on the sofa, glanced at her phone for a moment before dialing a number, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Stop rambling. I acknowledge your efforts, but I am dissatisfied with the outcome. I previously informed you that this is specialized literature requiring you to consult relevant terminology, and you assured me it would be no problem. Yet, what you have delivered is unacceptable. There is no way I can provide you with any further compensation for this. I even feel that the payment I made previously was a loss. All right, if you have the ability, come and find me. Let me tell you, I, Zhou Wan'er, am not easily intimidated. It is evident that a severe conflict occurred between me and the person on the phone last night. to the extent that they threatened to confront the real Zhou Wanner offline. However, having grown up as a strong-willed girl, I am not afraid. After delivering that fierce statement, Zhou Wanner hung up the phone and sat on the sofa in silence, visibly upset. "What's wrong?" Ye Qinghe inquired, turning his head. "You have no idea. I hired a translator to assist me with a challenging English literature piece. They initially agreed splendidly, but the result they provided is utterly nonsensical." As soon as Ye Qinghe asked, Zhou Wanner seized the opportunity to express her frustrations regarding the translator's unreliability. Within the first minute, Ye Qinghe grasped the entirety of the situation, yet after 5 minutes of listening to Zhou Wanner's relentless complaints, he felt compelled to interrupt her. "Isn't it just a translation of an article? How difficult could it be? I can help you with it. Having just acquired proficiency in English." Ye Qinghe felt confident in aiding Zhou Wanner. "You? Fine." In truth, Zhou Wanner harbored doubts about Ye Qinghe's capability, but since he had offered, she found it difficult to outright dismiss him. Ye Qinghe had encountered setbacks in his second year of high school and had not returned to his studies since. Although he had been a decent student, he was not among the top tier, especially in English, where he hovered around the upper middle of his class, occasionally reaching the top 10, but never breaking into the top 5. Given such a level of English proficiency and the lack of opportunities to learn over the last 3 years, how could he possibly comprehend her literature? If even she, a university student, struggled with it, a professional translator would be required, rendering Ye Qinghe's assistance improbable. Nevertheless, as he had finally spoken up, she refrained from discouraging him. She uploaded the article to Ye Qinghe's computer and projected it onto the ceiling, preparing to console him when he inevitably admitted his inability to assist. Serverless containers and functions are widely utilized in the deployment and management of cloud software. This technology is favored because, compared to traditional deployment methods, it can reduce operational costs, enhance hardware utilization, and simultaneously achieve rapid elastic scalability to meet the economic and scalable demands of redstone weapon applications. Listening to Ye Qinghe recite the translation with ease, Zhou Wanner was taken aback. "How can you actually do this?" "You're not." The rest of her thought remained unspoken. "I may be incapacitated, but I am not foolish. Though I have not been active in recent years, I can still learn and absorb knowledge. I dedicate time to studying English. It is nothing to be astonished about." Noticing her astonishment, Ye Qinghe halted his translation and turned to her with a hint of annoyance. Yes. I was indeed short-sighted. My guardian, please. You must help me. You have no idea how exploitative language learners can be. They dared to charge me 400 yuan for translating just this piece. If I hadn't been clever enough to pay 200 up front and promise the remaining 200 upon receipt of the work, I would have lost 400 in this endeavor. Zhou Wanner immediately knelt down. She genuinely knelt by Ye Qinghe's bedside. "All right, it's no trouble at all. I'll assist you with the translation. Just get up, no need to kneel. Father will help you." Ye Qinghe chuckled, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him at the long-forgotten title of adoptive father. "Would you like some water? Perhaps I could order some takeout for you, maybe a milk tea? Or would you prefer a leg massage instead?" Zhou Wanner was indifferent to these suggestions. As long as Ye Qinghe could help her translate the document, she would agree to anything. "No need for the milk tea. Too much of it leads to frequent urination. Just give my legs a good knead." As someone who had been paralyzed for years, drinking milk tea wouldn't pose much of a problem for her, but Ye Qinghe typically drank very little water, as consuming too much would necessitate frequent changes of his adult diapers, which couldn't accommodate a substantial volume. "Don't worry, drink freely. I'm here today. I can help you change a few extra times if necessary." Zhou Wanner feigned a nonchalant attitude, but to Ye Qinghe, her words felt slightly awkward. Maybe it's best to skip that, he thought, shifting his gaze from her to the ceiling. "Wait, are you actually shy? I truly consider you a brother, so you shouldn't harbor any peculiar thoughts." Zhou Wanner noticed Ye Qinghe's unusual reaction immediately, realizing why he had said that. With an incredulous expression, she asked, "Should I translate for you? If so, just keep your mouth shut." Ye Qinghe's face tinged slightly with red. After all, he was not the original individual. Having some different thoughts was entirely natural. "All right, Ye Qinghe, I regard you as a brother, yet you're contemplating. I'm exhausted. I can't translate any longer." No. Adoptive father. It's my fault. I'll keep quiet and massage your legs. Please, have mercy." When Ye Qinghe closed his eyes, indicating he would no longer assist her with the translation, Zhou Wanner immediately softened, apologizing profusely while rushing to his side to massage his legs. "Just you wait. I'll get the better of you." Yi Qinghe shot Zhou Wanner a triumphant glance, instructing her to open the document on his computer, and they began translating side by side. However, using voice input had its challenges. Not every word could be accurately recognized, necessitating some corrections along the way, which meant Zhou Wanner had to assist with the operations. This process continued for an hour, and Zhou Wanner was genuinely impressed by Yi Qinghe's extensive vocabulary. He translated specialized terms without a hint of hesitation, while she had to look them up. Yet, while she was massaging his legs, she suddenly caught a whiff of an odor and instinctively tugged at Yi Qinghe's pants. No need to check. It's definitely coming from here. Yi Qinghe. Chapter 14. Illness like Shizi previously, when she had helped him change. Yi Qinghe had been asleep, so despite feeling a sense of shame, it was manageable. However, now that he was fully awake, he could see every action Zhou Wanner took, which made him feel utterly mortified. Are you truly shy now? Ha! Zhou Wanner laughed heartily upon noticing Yi Qinghe had closed his eyes. At the onset of this situation, she was overwhelmed with shame. However, 3 years have passed, and she has long since grown accustomed to it. In the past, Yi Qinghe rarely spoke and would often avert his gaze from her, yet today, his face was flushed with embarrassment, which struck her as quite amusing. Listening to the hearty laughter of this strong-willed woman, Yi Qinghe found himself at a loss for words and could only feign indifference. Although he felt no sensation from her actions, the mere thought of having his trousers removed, followed by her assistance in cleaning and changing him into a diaper, was almost unbearable. This wretched system. Why couldn't it just allow him to recover immediately? Other systems grant rebirth after death, yet this one struggles to restore his body. And the lottery. What a farce. Each time, the only option for recovery is singular, while the rest consist of skills utterly useless to someone in his condition. Yi Qinghe inwardly berated this system for quite some time. Nonetheless, what was destined to happen must unfold. Well then, time to open your eyes. It's not the first time. What is there to be shy about? After a considerable pause, Yi Qinghe finally opened his eyes upon hearing Zhou Wan's voice. He did not respond to her, but instead resumed translating the document. Zhou Wan, observing his demeanor, refrained from further conversation, casting him a few knowing glances. Indeed, your command of English is proficient enough to take on translation work. Shall I inquire with my classmates? If they are in need, your assistance would be far more professional than those who charge for 100. I believe you should charge between 600 and 800. Zhou Wan genuinely found Yi Qinghe's translations commendable, surpassing those produced by the senior students she had encountered, who often demanded 700. Charging a bit less, 600 should pose no issue. That sounds feasible, but I will need someone to assist with proofreading. I can translate, but the voice input method has its difficulties, and making corrections can be inconvenient. Yi Qinghe saw no reason to decline this offer, as he was in dire need of funds. If he could take on a few assignments, completing one a day would be quite beneficial. That is not a problem. I'll help you when the time comes. Zhou Wan replied nonchalantly. At noon, Ye Dali chose not to buy groceries to cook, but instead brought back several dishes from a restaurant. After dining, he was the first to leave. Zhou Wan remained until after 3 in the afternoon, assisting Yi Qinghe with cleaning once more before departing. Although Yi Qinghe still felt a sense of shame, it was somewhat less intense than before. On Sunday, Zhou Wan did not come, as she had other commitments to attend to, which relieved Yi Qinghe. While he appreciated her company for conversation and timely assistance, he still preferred solitude at home. With a turning point in Yi Qinghe's condition, Ye Dali became increasingly diligent. On Sundays, aside from returning home to care for Yi Qinghe and assist with cleaning, he spent most of the day outside, leaving early in the morning and returning past midnight. This led to Yi Qinghe's inability to venture beyond 5 kilometers that day. 50 kilometers felt insurmountable. In the realm of consciousness, he gritted his teeth and pressed forward. He had already covered 36 kilometers, leaving just 14 to go, yet his legs felt alien to him. Drenched in sweat, each breath searing like embers. Were it not for the potential of physical recovery, he doubted he could persist in reality. Even if he managed to endure, he would likely spend the next day bedridden, plagued by leg pain or backache, possibly taking days to recuperate. There was something he found appealing about this conscious realm. As long as he completed his task and returned to reality, all these negative states would dissipate. Otherwise, he truly could not hold on. 40 kilometers, 45 kilometers, 50 kilometers. The moment one foot crossed the 50-kilometer mark, Yi Qinghe collapsed onto the ground. He was utterly exhausted. He felt as if he could not even lift a finger. A lottery. Upon returning to reality, Qinghe immediately chose to participate in the lottery. It seemed that this time, the options for physical recovery on the spinning wheel had multiplied significantly. His eyes brightened at the sight of the investment wheel. There were options for restoring fingers, toes, and even bowel control. Regardless of the choice, Qinghe felt an overwhelming desire for them all. However, he thought bowel control could be relegated to a lower priority. At present, he couldn't move his body. Even if restored, he would still be helpless. So it was better to remain in his current state. Though it might mean soiling himself, at least he wouldn't be aware of it. The thought of such a scenario made him grimace. The pointer spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt, ultimately landing on an option Qinghe had never considered desiring. Charisma, fragile as a flower. Those possessing this charisma evoke an inexplicable sense of compassion, prompting others to nurture them. How I wish you wouldn't trouble yourself for me if I could be well. System, come forth. Are you not paying attention to me? I am a man brimming with masculinity. You bestow upon me such a charisma? Is this appropriate? Is it? Qinghe felt a wave of despair. Despite being bedridden, he had never contemplated adopting a weak facade to elicit sympathy. To him, such behavior was reserved for those who had been turned. Yet, no matter how much he raged internally, the obtuse system offered no response, bestowing this charisma upon him nonetheless. Qinghe, age, 19, physical condition, above the neck. Right index finger healthy, skills, photographic memory, mathematics prodigy, fluent in English, charisma, fragile as a flower. Qinghe stared at the information displayed by the system, utterly speechless. However, there was no recourse. Having drawn it, he could only accept it. Ye Dali returned home late, just as he always did, without turning on the lights, relying on the faint glow of his phone to navigate through the darkness. After washing up, he prepared to check on Qinghe. However, upon reaching his bedside, he was struck by a sudden pang of sorrow upon seeing his son. Poor Qinghe. Chapter 15. The effective temperament for a long time. Ye Dali had harbored deep affection for his son, who should have been vibrant and healthy, attending university like Zhou Wan'er and reveling in the joys of youth. Yet, due to an unforeseen affliction, he remained bedridden, limited to movement above his neck. Today, however, as Ye Dali gazed upon his son, peacefully asleep with closed eyes, he was overwhelmed by the fragility of his demeanor, stirring a profound ache within him. If only I were more capable. If only I had sufficient wealth. Perhaps I could have restored your health long ago, allowing you to return to school, to experience romance, to chase after girls, and to exuberantly sweat in the pursuit of your dreams. The more he looked at Qinghe, the more guilt washed over Ye Dali, tears welling in his eyes. Dad, you're back? What is the matter? Feeling the gaze upon him, and noticing the light in the room, Qinghe, who had been in a light slumber, quickly awakened. Upon seeing his father standing there with teary eyes, curiosity sparked within him. Nothing. I just suddenly feel quite remorseful about you. It's my inadequacy as a father. Ye Dali turned away, hastily wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. After stabilizing his emotions, he turned back with a faint smile. What prompted this sudden sentiment? I have never thought of you as inadequate, Dad. If it weren't for you, I might have. Qinghe smiled gently, attempting to console Ye Dali, yet he forgot the delicate aura of his affliction. This smile, combined with his frail demeanor, only deepened Ye Dali's sense of heartache. Qinghe. Ye Dali opened his mouth to say something, but his voice caught in his throat, rendering him speechless. It was only then that Qinghe recalled the temperament he had drawn today. Alas, is this power truly so formidable? Of course, it could also be that Ye Dali, being his father and having personally witnessed his struggles, felt the emotions more acutely. Were it someone else, perhaps it would not have affected him in the same way. What could Qinghe do? He could only turn away, concealing his face from his father. This action did indeed have some effect, as Ye Dali's emotions quickly stabilized. What is going on today? Why am I so easily moved to tears? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ye Dali wiped his face and grabbed a tissue from the nearby table to blow his nose, internally pondering the strange turn of events. The next day, the doorbell rang early, prompting Ye Dali to hurriedly silence his phone and rise swiftly to fold up the sofa bed. He cast a glance at Qinghe and felt his heart tug once more. Poor Qinghe. Why has this sentiment plagued my thoughts these past few days? After averting his gaze from Qinghe, Ye Dali found himself lost in thought again. However, he dismissed it quickly and proceeded to wash up before rushing off to a local breakfast stall. Qinghe, are you awake? I landed a translation job for you at school, related to computer literature. It pays 500 yuan. Tomorrow, I will come to find you after class in the afternoon. At 11:40 in the morning, shortly after class, Zhou Wan'er called Ye Qinghe. Sure, 500 yuan is indeed a sum of money. Ye Qinghe would certainly not refuse. When Ye Dali returned at noon to feed Ye Qinghe, he realized the reason behind his peculiar reactions over the past 2 days. The cause lay with Ye Qinghe. As long as he did not see Ye Qinghe, everything was fine. However, upon laying eyes on him, particularly his face, an involuntary pang of heartache would seize him. Why had he never felt this way before, and what had changed to evoke such emotions now? Ye Dali found himself perplexed. Dad, you need not rush home tonight. Zhou Wan'er mentioned she would come after class in the afternoon. But today is Monday. Isn't Wan'er in class? What could she possibly want? Ye Dali inquired, bemused. Zhou Wan'er typically came over on weekends, never on weekdays. How could she possibly visit on a Monday? I helped her translate an English piece on Saturday. She mentioned it would cost money to hire someone, so she found a translator at her school for 500 yuan. You assisted Zhou Wan'er with translation? Ye Dali exclaimed. Incredulous. While Ye Qinghe had performed adequately in English during his schooling, Zhou Wan'er was a university student. The English curriculum at the university was vastly different from that of high school. How could a high school dropout possibly aid a college student in translation? Was it possible that Zhou Wan'er wished to assist them but felt uncomfortable providing direct financial aid, thus concocting this arrangement? Well, although I cannot physically move, reading is not an issue. Over the years, I have self-studied various subjects and possess some capability in English. Ye Qinghe had anticipated Ye Dali's reaction. He deliberately stated this to prepare Ye Dali psychologically. After all, he intended to astonish everyone on the show one stand to the end. And today, as conversation served as a precursor. Thus, when the time came for inquiries, Ye Dali would be ready with a response. Study well. Study well. Knowledge transforms destiny. The payment for translating one article is equivalent to a day's earnings for me. Ye Dali harbored no doubts about Ye Qinghe's words, knowing that Ye Qinghe was unable to move and could only engage in studying and reviewing materials. Furthermore, Ye Qinghe earning money was a positive development, at the very least. It would instill a sense of usefulness in him. Ye Dali had been worried about Ye Qinghe's despondent demeanor from a few months prior. After Ye Dali departed, aware that Zhou Wan'er had matters to discuss in the evening, and recognizing that translation was not a task that could be completed hastily, Ye Qinghe felt it prudent to first accomplish today's 50 kilometers. Entering his consciousness space, Ye Qinghe began to run slowly. After 2 long runs, he had come to understand that to endure, he must manage his pace carefully. One could not sprint at the outset simply because one felt strong, leading to prolonged rest periods later on. It was essential to proceed slowly, at the most comfortable speed, not chasing speed, but rather aiming for longer durations and distances. 30 kilometers is a significant milestone. For him, reaching this distance felt like the pinnacle of his current capabilities. The subsequent 20 kilometers were purely a test of willpower. It appears that adapting in a short span is an impossibility. Despite his efforts to adjust his pace, upon reaching 30 kilometers, Ye Qinghe found himself struggling to persevere and had no choice but to pause for a moment of respite. Nevertheless, even during this break, he was not completely idle as before. Having studied various aspects of running, he understood that even while resting, one should not come to a complete halt. Instead, he could walk slowly to allow his body to recover, avoiding the temptation to sit or lie down directly. At the 50-kilometer mark, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the ground, remaining there for an extended period. He should have waited for Zhou Wan'er to arrive to assist him in traversing the next 5 kilometers. That would have been the wiser choice. Chapter 16. Zhou Wan'er's discovery. As he gazed at the lottery, Ye Qinghe shook his head. It was of little use. This 50-kilometer effort felt wasted. Although there were numerous options for physical recovery, his luck had led him to draw the skill that was least beneficial to him. At 4:50, Zhou Wan'er arrived. I brought you a cup of milk tea and some fried chicken legs from the vendor outside. Would you like some? Zhou Wan'er possessed a key to Ye Qinghe's home, and upon entering, she placed her burdens on the table and collapsed onto the sofa, fanning herself with a palm fan. I'll pass on the chicken leg, but I'll gladly accept the milk tea. Ye Qinghe had consumed a substantial meal at noon and was not at all hungry now. Just wait a moment. Let me catch my breath before you feed me. Zhou Wan'er lifted her short sleeves, using the fan to create a breeze against her skin, revealing a generous expanse of slightly damp skin before Ye Qinghe's eyes. Her figure was striking, While not possessing 8-pack abs, her waist was remarkably smooth, particularly when she stood upright, presenting a captivating sight. Ye Qinghe found himself momentarily entranced. Isn't it beautiful? Zhou Wan'er, suddenly aware of his gaze, smirked mischievously and raised an eyebrow at him. Huh? What? Ye Qinghe, realizing his faux pas, quickly feigned ignorance, staring blankly at the wall instead. Your acting could use some work. Just look if you wish. Call me daddy, and I might let you see more. Zhou Wan'er burst into laughter, finding Ye Qinghe's reaction amusing. As Ye Qinghe turned away, avoiding her gaze and focusing on the ceiling, he chose to ignore her playful antics. You have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. Zhou Wan'er pouted, fanning herself a little longer before finally approaching Ye Qinghe with the milk tea. As she walked over, she noticed his gaze fixed on the shadows cast by the ceiling. And for some reason, her heart softened. He must be enduring great pain. What's wrong? It was now Ye Qinghe's turn to inquire, as she stood there motionless. Her expression filled with concern, leaving him feeling quite awkward. He was fond of the incessant chatter of Zhou Wan'er, who persistently engaged him in playful banter. No worries, Qinghe. I shall come to visit you more often in the future, Zhou Wan'er said, her voice transforming into a gentle tone that Ye Qinghe had never encountered before. Damn system. I do not desire this demeanor. I yearn for the robust aura of a man, the kind that commands respect even when reclining, evoking exclamations of masculinity from onlookers. Ye Qinghe's heart thundered with indignation. With Ye Dali's disposition and Zhou Wan'er's as well, would everyone he encounters henceforth regard him in such a manner? Could you please refrain from speaking in such a manner? It sends chills down my spine. Speak plainly. I still prefer your masculine side. Ye Qinghe's words jolted Zhou Wan'er back to herself, prompting her to shoot him an annoyed glance as she settled beside the bed. She gulped down half of the milk tea and then tilted it towards Ye Qinghe's lips. What has come over me? Did I truly feel pity for you just now? I should not have been so kind, contemplating buying you milk tea. I ought to have finished it before entering, leaving you with nothing but an empty cup. This version of Zhou Wan'er felt right to Ye Qinghe. After he took a few sips and set the milk tea aside, Zhou Wan'er first tidied up and massaged him for a while before presenting the English literature she had brought, requesting his assistance in translation. By the time they finished translating, it was already past 7. Zhou Wan'er stepped outside to fetch some food. Why do I feel that you are a bit different today? She mused, particularly noticing his silence, which seemed to convey an unspoken sentiment akin to that of Lin Daiyu. How would I know? I cannot even discern my own appearance, let alone understand what you are saying. Have your relatives come to visit, causing you to become melancholic? Ye Qinghe firmly denied it, although he was aware of the truth. He certainly could not voice it. You are the one whose relatives have arrived. I am perfectly well. Zhou Wan'er couldn't help but give him a playful smack. By the way, I shall take this translation back. I might secure a few more orders for you at school. I will return tomorrow after class, aiming to translate at least 2 more in a day. The following days may be challenging, as I need to step out for a while, which will take a few days. Out for a few days? For what purpose? Are you going to the hospital? Do you want me to visit you there? Zhou Wan'er presumed Ye Qinghe was headed to the hospital for treatment due to some signs of recovery. No, I signed up for one stop to the end. And the recording is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow we are heading to Jinling. We might not return until Thursday if it's just a single episode. Ye Qinghe was uncertain whether the program recorded only one episode or multiple at a time. You signed up for one stop to the end? Is that for real? Zhou Wan'er exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief. Given Ye Qinghe's current physical condition, participating in a variety show seemed absurd. She hadn't watched the program much. Yet she was aware that it involved answering questions continuously, testing who had a broader knowledge base and who could respond more swiftly. Given Ye Qinghe's situation, how could he buzz in? Indeed, the tickets had already been purchased, courtesy of the production team, and the hotel arrangements were made on their behalf. Ye Qinghe's response made Zhou Wan'er realize that this matter was no mere fabrication. Is it just you and your uncle going? Zhou Wan'er inquired, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. What else is there? Ye Qinghe responded, a bit perplexed. May I accompany you? I have never attended a recording before and wish to see what it's truly like. Plus, I quite admire the host, Xianggu. It would be wonderful to meet him in person and perhaps get an autograph, Zhou Wan'er said shyly. We've already booked our tickets. If you wish to join, you must purchase your own and secure your own accommodations. Besides, how many days do you think this will take? Can you manage to take 3 or 4 days off from class? Ye Qinghe's words gradually dimmed the excitement on Zhou Wan'er's face. Indeed, if she were to go, she would need to request several days off, and it was unlikely that her teacher would grant such an extended leave. Sigh. Don't sigh. Just call him foster father, and your dad will bring back an autograph for you. Seeing her expression, Ye Qinghe chuckled. Just stay here. I merely wish to participate in a show. Do you really think an autograph warrants the title of foster father? Not a chance. Joanna scoffed, turning away dismissively. I won't waste any more time with you. I am heading back. I won't see you off tomorrow. I'll come by when you return. Chapter 17. Patrick Starr's underwear. Did this person send me so many messages? After Zhou Wan left, Ye Qinghe neglected his studies and began browsing online, clicking into the website where he had previously left a message. He discovered that his inbox was nearly overwhelmed by messages from the quiz creator. Since he had answered the questions that day, there had been over 100 messages. The most recent arriving nearly 30 minutes ago. Dear sir, I implore you, please check your inbox. If you don't, my senior will surely have my head. Dear sir, please respond. Most of the messages urged him to reply or to add the sender's contact information, including WeChat and mobile numbers. It seemed that his earlier response had been correct. Given this situation, Ye Qinghe realized that his skill as a math prodigy must have led him to answer the questions correctly. Otherwise, the quiz creator would not be pursuing him so fervently. Adding the contact and having a chat couldn't hurt. Without further thought, Ye Qinghe added the WeChat account that had been provided. I am living in the sunlight. When Zhou Shua saw this message on WeChat, he was lounging on his dormitory bed and promptly leaped down from the upper bunk. The big shot finally replied to me. Oh my goodness. Standing on the floor, he stared incredulously at the friend request on his phone, shouting in ecstatic disbelief. What is going on? Zhou Shua, are you out of your mind? I just shattered my laundry basin because of you. Is this the big shot you mentioned, who can solve your project's conundrum? Is he a professor from our college? How did you get down here? The other residents in the dormitory were drawn to the peculiar antics of Zhou Shua, diverting their attention from their games. It's that big shot. I thought he had forgotten about me, but I just received a friend request from him. Without hesitation, Zhou Shua decided to add him and seek out his senior. He swiftly accepted the request, disregarding the fact that he was clad only in his boxers. Emerging from his roommate's basin, he slipped on some slippers and dashed outside. Hey, you owe me for my basin. Old Zhou, you're not even dressed. Did he really just leave like that? Can you believe it? He ran out in just his underwear. Initially, one roommate lamented over his basin, but soon, another pointed out Zhou Shua's scant attire, prompting a collective realization. They exchanged glances and hurried to the entrance, only to find that Zhou Shua had already raced down the stairs, far too quick to catch up with. As Zhou Shua hurriedly typed a response to the esteemed individual named Xiangyang Ershing, he raced toward the project team. At this hour, there would undoubtedly still be people present. And while he could not guarantee the presence of others, he was certain that his senior, Pei Ming, would be there. Wow, this guy? Truly, Qingmu is full of remarkable individuals. What an eye-opener. Yet, he couldn't tell if it was his newfound charm or something else. But he noticed many girls on the street smiling at him, some even covering their mouths and snapping pictures. Had they finally recognized his handsome essence? Zhou Shua felt elated. I have unlocked a crucial step in solving their problem, though it remains incomplete. I hope they can finish it for me and perhaps offer a fee in return. Meanwhile, Ye Qinghe was oblivious to the unfolding drama instigated by the university student known as prodigy. He hesitated while reading the responses. The problem at hand was not particularly challenging for him. Although he wasn't a mathematics major, he possessed the requisite skills to solve it step by step. However, he wondered how much such services typically cost. Uncertain, he refrained from replying to prodigy and began searching online for information regarding standard fees for such inquiries. While Ye Qinghe remained unresponsive, Zhou Shua, filled with urgency, sprinted toward the project team with an unprecedented speed. It was only natural for the big shot not to reply. Someone capable of solving such problems surely had a multitude of commitments. He needed to find Pei Ming quickly and have him communicate with the esteemed individual. Consequently, even as people remarked on his attire, he remained oblivious, neglecting to respond to the voice messages from his roommates. Senior, I've reached that esteemed individual and added him on WeChat. He's online now. The project team utilized a classroom as their workspace. A spacious area with desks arranged like an office, devoid of any partitions. At that moment, 5 individuals, 3 women and 2 men, were present, and Pei Ming was indeed among them. Zhou Shua burst in, breathlessly handing his phone to Pei Ming. Starfish. Unexpectedly, The junior disciple possesses such a childlike innocence. He. Indeed, in the past. It was not apparent in his attire that the junior disciple had quite a lot to offer. At that moment, the laughter of the three senior sisters and their expressions of amusement made Zhou Shua realize something was amiss. How did they know I was wearing the Patrick Star shorts? Zhou Shua instinctively lowered his head to take a glance, and then he crumbled, curling into a ball and crouching on the ground, burying his head in his hands. How could I have come out wearing this? No wonder those female classmates on the way here were laughing at me. No wonder many were taking photos. I was practically running naked. Well done, Zhou Shua performance art? Pei Ming was also amused, finding it hilarious that Zhou Shua could not go a day without causing a stir. Just a few days ago, he had posted their core mathematical calculations online, and now he was engaging in a naked run. It was a mystery what the mentor saw in this fellow that warranted his involvement. Senior brother, could you fetch me a piece of clothing? I was so excited just now to come and talk to you that I forgot I wasn't wearing anything. Zhou Shua cautiously raised his head, a look of embarrassment on his face. He could envision that he was about to become famous. Those who had taken photos would undoubtedly post them online. He had been completely exposed at the time, and even smiled directly at the camera of one individual taking a picture. Once those photos hit the internet, Zhou Shua would truly be in the spotlight. There's a lab coat over there. I remember it's in the cabinet. You can get it yourself. Hand me your phone. Are you sure the person on the other end is Xiangyang Ersheng? Pei Ming shook his head and pointed toward a cabinet under a nearby desk, recalling that a lab coat had not been worn in quite some time. However, the immediate concern was to ascertain whether the person Zhou Shua was referring to was indeed Xiangyang Ersheng. I am certain. Chapter 18. How long does the big shot take? On Ye Qinghe's side, after conducting some online research, he had developed a clearer understanding of the fee structure. For problems like the one he was addressing, the typical charge ranged from 500 to 3,000 yuan, although it involved some interdisciplinary knowledge, such as numerical solutions to partial differential equations and advanced applications of matrix theory. It did not include the provision of accompanying code implementations, error analyses, or report writing, nor did it involve innovative derivation of unpublished solutions. Thus, the maximum fee would be around 3,000. Of course, this was not entirely fixed. Some projects offered higher fees depending on the difficulty of the topic and the availability of research funding. Unfortunately, such opportunities were not frequently encountered. If he could secure 2 or 3 such projects a week, he could earn several thousand in a month, which would eliminate the need to compete for that job with an annual salary of 200,000. Ye Qinghe expressed a sense of regret upon realizing this. He did not believe this could develop into a long-term job. It was merely a matter of luck in landing a few projects. Just as he was contemplating how to respond, another message arrived. Big shot, are you still there? I am. Ye Qinghe replied. Greetings, esteemed one. Although our core algorithm has advanced with your assistance, we find ourselves unable to complete it without further support. Might you have the time to aid us in finalizing the calculations? Rest assured, we are aware of the conventions and are prepared to offer you a remuneration of 5,000 yuan. The other party, quite considerate, proactively proposed this compensation, exceeding the price he had discovered online by 2,000, which greatly pleased Ye Qinghe. Senior brother, is this fee not a bit excessive? Will the mentor approve it? In the classroom, a group of individuals huddled around Zhou Shua's phone, and upon hearing Pei Ming's generous offer, a junior sister inquired. Zhou Shua, clad in a white lab coat, stood atop a chair, observing from a vantage point. He refrained from physical contact, as the senior sister had mentioned, and felt reluctant to approach, knowing he wore nothing but undergarments beneath the coat. Fear not, I shall cover the excess myself. It is not every day one encounters a genius. We must not be stingy. This project is merely a small endeavor. I have a more significant project with my mentor that has recently encountered mathematical challenges. If this individual proves capable, I shall enlist their assistance for that as well. Pei Ming smiled, recognizing that having a prominent figure involved in earning could only bode well for him. He was, however, apprehensive that the esteemed one might deem the remuneration unworthy and decline to assist. Certainly, Ye Qinghe readily agreed upon witnessing the other's willingness. Quickly, Zhou Shua, I shall transfer the 5,000 to you. Please forward it to our esteemed friend. Without hesitation, Pei Ming acted, understanding that for someone of such stature, waiting for the completion of the task before payment was not an option. He promptly transferred the funds to Zhou Shua, instructing him to relay them to Xiangyang Ersheng. Ye Qinghe had not anticipated the other party's promptness. Nor did he inquire about the timeline for completion or suggest drafting a contract. The funds were simply dispatched. Once the problem was sent over, the calculations commenced. How long do you think it will take for our esteemed friend to finish? With the payment received, Pei Ming, Zhou Shua, and a few others began speculating on the duration required by this illustrious individual. They had been stalled at this juncture for nearly 20 days, seeking assistance from various sources. Yet none had yielded results. I estimate 3 days. Considering how flawlessly the previous step was executed, this issue should be resolved within that time frame, provided, of course, that this esteemed individual is genuinely dedicating time to it. If they are occupied with other projects, the time frame becomes uncertain, suggested a slender, long-legged senior sister. That seems reasonable, but I believe it will take no more than 2 days. Another chimed in. But wait, we do not even know who this person is. How can you all make such assumptions? Have you not considered the possibility that this individual is not Xiang Yang Ersheng, but rather a fraud who stumbled upon this information? Questioned another senior brother, who had been present but largely unnoticed, with a puzzled expression. I'm afraid not. The other party added me through the message I sent via internal messaging. This account of mine is a secondary one, unknown to others. I only mentioned it in the internal message and have not disclosed it to anyone else. Otherwise, my account would not have just one friend, a prominent figure. Zhou Shua's unwavering certainty that the other party is towards the sun lies here. Upon hearing this, the senior had no further comments. A message arrived. After a brief chat, just as they were considering whether to leave, Zhou Shua's phone chimed with a notification, prompting him to immediately retrieve his device. What did you guess about how long it would take for the prominent figure to arrive? Seeing the message content, Zhou Shua couldn't help but inquire. The fastest is 2 days. What's the matter? Replied the long-legged senior. It seems the prominent figure has made progress. How long has it been since they requested the problem until now? Zhou Shua stared blankly at the content on his phone, his tone laden with disbelief. 20 minutes? 15 minutes. The chat history on Zhou Shua's phone displayed the precise timeline, from the moment the other party requested the problem to when it was sent. A mere 15 minutes had elapsed. Pei Ming swiftly snatched the phone from Zhou Shua's hand and began to scrutinize it. Senior, let me see too. I want to look. Another senior suggested, why not project the phone's content onto the big screen for everyone to see? Several individuals crowded around, eager to catch a glimpse at the earliest opportunity. While another senior, feeling somewhat overlooked, proposed the most fitting suggestion. Once the results were revealed, the group gazed at the problem-solving process displayed, rendered momentarily speechless. It was a continuation of the previous approach, which had only solved one step. Streamlined yet entirely different in thought from their prior methods. Although I didn't fully comprehend some aspects, a cursory glance suggests it should be correct. To ascertain this with complete certainty, we need to validate it from start to finish. What do you mean? Should we do it now or wait until tomorrow? After reviewing, Pei Ming genuinely felt the 5,000 yuan spent was exceedingly worthwhile, as he was eager to validate the findings. Of course it's now. After seeing this problem-solving process, who could possibly return to sleep? Let us do it. Staying up all night is nothing new, exclaimed the long-legged senior, her eyes gleaming. Absolutely. Let us get to it. Such a genius approach to problem-solving was more exhilarating than watching a film. How could they possibly forego validation and return to sleep? Indeed. Let us hurry and strive to finish early. Perhaps we could even catch up on some sleep, urged the group of youthful individuals, none of whom had any intention of abandoning this endeavor for sleep, all clamoring to validate immediately. Then let us get to work. Chapter 19. Arrival at Jinling. Ye Dali stood outside the gate of the dilapidated courtyard, took a drag from a cigarette, and glanced at all the test reports retrieved from the hospital. Mr. Ye Qinghe, the situation regarding Ye Qinghe is indeed exceedingly rare and holds significant research value. If you can persuade Ye Qinghe to participate in our project, I can assure you that any tests conducted at our hospital will only incur cost price, and hospitalization will be free of charge. Furthermore, we can provide you with a monthly stipend of 10,000 yuan. In the present circumstances, his recovery is indeed possible. If we can thoroughly investigate the underlying causes, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to regain his health and lead a life akin to that of a normal individual. You must consider not only your own feelings, but also those of Ye Qinghe. Can you bear to see him remain confined to that bed for the rest of his days? Is it within your heart to endure such a fate? He is merely 19 years old, with a lifetime of potential ahead of him. It would be a grave injustice to allow a hasty decision to dictate his future. The words of the expert echoed persistently in Ye Dali's mind, resonating with both emotional and rational clarity, compelling him to confront the reality that he too does not wish for Qinghe to remain in such a state indefinitely. Yet, he knows all too well that Qinghe is unwilling to accept this prospect. He resolved to engage him in conversation once more. With a final deep inhale, Ye Dali drew the last remnants of smoke into his lungs, exhaling forcefully before discarding the cigarette, but beneath his foot, extinguishing it with a decisive motion. He then took hold of his folding electric bike and made his way home. Unlocking the door and stepping inside, he was met with darkness. Qinghe had already succumbed to slumber. Ye Dali treaded lightly, striving to avoid disturbing his son. Illuminating his phone screen, he gently unfolded the sofa and prepared the bedding. He approached Qinghe's side, assessing his condition before attending to necessary hygiene tasks, including changing his soiled diaper. Once he completed his duties, he cast a glance at the sleeping figure of Qinghe, and a wave of compassion surged within him. It is all the father's fault for not being more capable. Had he exerted greater effort and ambition in his youth, earning more money, perhaps he could have afforded to take his son abroad for treatment. The fact that Qinghe can recover even a finger indicates that his body has the potential to heal, had they sought treatment abroad sooner. Might this situation have been avoided? The more he observed Qinghe, the more his heart ached. Covering his mouth to stifle his tears, Ye Dali hastened back to his sofa bed, feeling a modicum of relief in his emotions. On Tuesday, he was set to depart for Jinling, with a train ticket scheduled for noon sharp. Though Ye Dali had requested leave from his supervisor for the past few days, he still assisted a fellow villager in the morning, returning home half an hour earlier than usual at 9 o'clock. "Qinghe, are you awake?" After contemplating throughout the night, Ye Dali decided to postpone discussions regarding the examination results and the expert's opinions until after their return from Jinling. He wanted Qinghe to participate in the recording of a program with joy. "How are you feeling about this recording? Are you prepared?" Turning his head from the question bank, Qinghe replied confidently, "Rest assured, I am ready to conquer the challenge and claim the grand prize for 3 consecutive episodes." "Excellent. Such ambition. Then let us seize this grand prize." In recent days, Ye Dali had occasionally taken the time to familiarize himself with the program, understanding what the rewards for the consecutive episodes entailed. Although he harbored doubts about Qinghe's ability to achieve it, he refrained from expressing any discouraging sentiments at this moment. After breakfast, Ye Dali ensured that Qinghe was clean, completing a massage before dressing him in a fresh and stylish outfit. He then carefully lifted him into the wheelchair, gathering all the necessary items before departing. They took the bus, transferred to the subway, and finally arrived at the high-speed train station. Upon reaching the station, it was already nearly 11:30, and as they entered the waiting area, ticket checks commenced. The production team had arranged second-class seats for them, specifically DF seats for 2. However, the person who made the reservation evidently overlooked Qinghe's physical condition. This particular location was situated in the middle of the carriage, which was suitable for Ye Dali but not for Qinghe. Ye Dali sought assistance from a train attendant who managed to find a seat at the rear of the carriage, facilitating a swap with other passengers. This arrangement allowed Qinghe's wheelchair to be placed in the space designated for luggage. To alleviate Qinghe's boredom, Ye Dali took out his phone, set it to an audiobook, and equipped Qinghe with headphones, ensuring he would not be left in solitude. Preferring not to be observed by too many people, Qinghe requested Ye Dali to turn him towards the wall of the carriage. During the journey, some passengers noticed Qinghe's condition and attempted to strike up a conversation. However, Ye Dali was reluctant to discuss Qinghe's situation in detail with strangers, merely offering a brief reply to divert the topic. The express train from the capital to Jinling was the fastest, taking only 3.5 hours, and soon Qinghe and Ye Dali arrived in Jinling. The production team demonstrated a commendable level of care by sending someone to the station platform to welcome them, holding a large sign that read, "To receive Qinghe and Ye Dali." In fact, as soon as Qinghe and Ye Dali disembarked, the staff member recognized them immediately. It was nearly impossible not to. "Mr. Ye Dali and Mr. Qinghe, I am the representative from the production team here to greet you. You can call me Xiao Sun." Xiao Sun promptly took Ye Dali's luggage and offered to assist with pushing Qinghe, but Ye Dali waved his hand, insisting on pushing Qinghe himself. "We have a vehicle outside that will first take you both to the hotel. After you check in, I'll take you to dinner, and once we've finished, I will show you to our studio to meet the director and familiarize you with our filming process. Does that sound agreeable?" Xiao Sun conversed as he walked alongside them. However, he couldn't help but steal glances at Ye Qinghe during their exchange. Was he truly completely paralyzed? Ye Qinghe was covered with a blanket, obscuring his physical condition. But from the portion of his head that was visible, he appeared relatively normal. What struck Xiao Sun was the faint aura of fragility that surrounded Ye Qinghe, evoking an instinctive desire to care for him. No problem, we will follow the production team's arrangements. Upon exiting the station, they proceeded to the underground parking lot and entered the vehicle. Xiao Sun, aware of Ye Qinghe's condition, drove a van provided by the production team, with the middle row of seats removed to accommodate Ye Qinghe's wheelchair. Have you been to Jingling before? After securing Ye Qinghe comfortably, Xiao Sun started the vehicle and drove out. I came here for medical treatment. Over the past 3 years, especially during the first year, Ye Dali had taken Ye Qinghe to numerous places, Jingling being one of them. Oh, Xiao Sun nodded and began to engage Ye Dali in conversation. Ye Qinghe remained silent in the car, observing the scenery outside. It was similar to that of other cities. However, this marked his first true visit. Though he had passed through in his previous life, he had never truly experienced it. That is our television station, and the hotel is right next to it. Chapter 20. Arrival in Jingling. The hotel, a 4-star establishment, likely had a contractual arrangement with the television station. Xiao Sun seamlessly checked in for the duo without requiring payment, simply providing the name of the program. Would you like to rest for a moment? Xiao Sun inquired as they entered their room. Yes, I need to administer some massage therapy for Qinghe. Perhaps you could wait in the lobby on the first floor until we're finished, and I will come find you? Ye Dali nodded in agreement. Given that Ye Qinghe had been seated in a vehicle for an extended period, some rejuvenation was undoubtedly necessary, along with the scheduled massage. Understanding the situation, Xiao Sun nodded and exited the room. After completing their preparations, Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe made their way to the lobby, half an hour having elapsed. I apologize for the delay. It was due to health reasons. Ye Qinghe expressed sincerely to Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun smiled and replied, It's quite normal. I completely understand. Shall we proceed to have a meal before heading to the studio? Certainly. Rather than venturing outside, Xiao Sun led them to the hotel restaurant. As Ye Dali needed to first feed Ye Qinghe, their dining experience was leisurely. Throughout, Xiao Sun maintained a pleasant demeanor, patiently waiting nearby. Once their meal concluded, Xiao Sun escorted Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe to the television station. Both were visiting such a venue for the first time. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed about, while Xiao Sun eagerly provided insights. Along the way, they encountered 2 celebrities. Though not overly famous, they were recognizable from television. A crowd formed, seeking autographs and photographs. Xiao Sun inquired if Ye Qinghe wished to join, but he shook his head. While he was familiar with the stars and had watched their programs, he held no particular admiration for them, thus passing on the opportunity for autographs and pictures. Welcome, welcome. You must have had a long journey. Producer Zhao Qingyang exclaimed upon hearing a knock and seeing Ye Qinghe being ushered inside. He quickly approached, eager to shake Ye Qinghe's hand. I'm afraid I cannot shake hands, Ye Qinghe responded, prompting Zhao to realize his oversight. He sheepishly patted his head and apologized to Ye Qinghe before extending his hand to Ye Dali instead. My apologies for not thinking clearly. Nonetheless, we are thrilled to have you at our television station and in our production team. We have long awaited your arrival. After shaking hands with Ye Dali, Zhao gestured for everyone to take their seats. Once settled, he addressed Ye Qinghe. You are too kind. Ye Qinghe replied with a slight smile. Not at all. My previous comment was not meant to offend. The reality is, given your unique circumstances, your presence in this variety show is bound to be a significant highlight. Therefore, once you successfully registered, we prioritized you as a promotional focus for this episode. Our data indicates that a considerable number of viewers are curious about your participation, eagerly anticipating your appearance. Thus, you will undoubtedly serve as a ratings draw for this episode. Zhao Qingyang first offered an apology to Ye Qinghe, subsequently voicing his heartfelt thoughts. He was a person who preferred directness and would not resort to circumlocution. Ye Qinghe, too, did not find this approach offensive. The moment he consented to participate in this episode, it was a predetermined outcome. The production team was inclined to invite him, providing round-trip tickets and accommodation, precisely because they valued his physical attributes. I am truly honored. I have previously watched numerous episodes of our show and have developed a fondness for it, which is why I thought to give it a try. Ye Qinghe spoke humbly. Although he aimed for the 6th episode's title, he felt it inappropriate to voice such ambitions outright. Regarding your arrival, we have a plan. We wish to assess your knowledge base to gain insight into your expertise. Prior to Ye Qinghe's arrival, the production team had deliberated, considering that a contestant like him, brimming with potential, warranted a slight advantage to enable him to remain for an additional episode. This would undoubtedly benefit the show, and the contestants would likely not refuse such an opportunity, as appearing in 2 episodes would enhance their exposure, a desire shared by many. However, Zhao Qingyang believed it unnecessary to articulate this explicitly. His intent was to first gauge Ye Qinghe's capabilities. Thus, at the onset of the show, they could selectively align questions with Ye Qinghe's strengths, ensuring his continuation into the next episode without making this matter overt. After all, the program had consistently maintained a facade of transparency, claiming no insider dealings, relying solely on the contestants' authentic abilities. Is this acceptable to you? Zhao Qingyang inquired, to which Ye Qinghe readily agreed. Qinghe, in which areas do you excel? He guided Ye Qinghe to the studio, positioning him among the contestants while awaiting the commencement of the questions on the screen. I am proficient in various domains, be it history, humanities, or natural sciences. I have dabbled in them all. Ye Qinghe's response led Zhao Qingyang to perceive a hint of superficiality. After all, human capacity is finite. How could one excel in every field? Primarily, I possess ample time and lack other commitments, which allows me to explore a variety of subjects daily, resulting in a broad yet fragmented knowledge base. Yet, Ye Qinghe's subsequent remarks, coupled with the delicate demeanor he exuded, prompted Zhao Qingyang to reconsider his earlier thoughts. What a fine young man. It was lamentable enough that he endured such afflictions. How could he harbor such judgments about him? Perhaps, as suggested by others in the directing team, it would be prudent to grant this young man a slight concession. He deserved greater exposure and the opportunity to inspire kindness in others. In truth, it was not just Zhao Qingyang who felt this way. Regardless of whether it was Xiao's son or other members of the production team present at the scene, they could not help but feel a tug at their hearts upon seeing Ye Qinghe. What a pitiable young man. How can someone so young and handsome become paralyzed? Historically, only a few individuals have been conferred the title of Champion Marquis. A. 1B, 2C, 3D, 4. I choose D4. This question is the final one in a series of 30, and Ye Qinghe answered each without the slightest hesitation, surprising Zhao Qingyang and the others. This Ye Qinghe possesses genuine prowess. Chapter 21. The show begins though it is merely a test. Zhao Qingyang and the other members of the director team are genuinely impressed by Ye Qinghe's breadth of knowledge. No wonder he dared to participate in the program. Although the number of questions they posed was not vast, many were quite challenging. For instance, in the final question, the title of Champion Marquis typically brings to mind Huatsubing. However, in truth, 5 individuals have attained this noble rank throughout history. One of them is Huatsubing's son, Huashan, who inherited the title rather than being granted it anew, making this a subtle trap within the question. Nonetheless, Ye Qinghe answered without a moment's hesitation upon seeing the query. Given such skill, Zhao Qingyang felt there was no need for favoritism. Ye Qinghe deserved to advance to the second episode, and quite possibly beyond. This approach surpasses any private arrangements they could orchestrate and would withstand scrutiny from anyone, prolonging the show's appeal and allowing for vigorous promotion of Ye Qinghe, the story of a patient who is paralyzed except for his head, yet perseveres in learning during his immobile days, is profoundly inspirational. If he can achieve consecutive victories, Zhao Qingyang believes this program will create memorable moments. The longer Ye Qinghe remains on stage, the more favorable the impact on the show. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Qinghe, you have exceeded my expectations. Splendid. Zhao Qingyang eagerly approached to shake Ye Qinghe's hand, but as he neared, he realized that his actions might be somewhat inappropriate, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand. I apologize. I often unconsciously overlook your condition, Zhao Qingyang said. It's all right. Ye Qinghe replied calmly. Now, let me outline the flow of our program. Rather than offering further flattery, Zhao Qingyang began to explain the structure of the show. Ye Qinghe, unlike the other contestants, needed to ensure that both he and Ye Dali had a clear understanding of the program. As the challenger, you will occupy the central position, while 10 defenders will stand around the circular stage, each holding prizes of varying value. After the host introduces the challenge, you will select your first opponent. The 2 will take turns answering questions, with a time limit of 20 seconds per question, and the challenger will have 1 opportunity to skip a question. The rules of the challenge are straightforward. If you answer correctly, you proceed. If you answer incorrectly, you are eliminated. The challengers take turns confronting the defending champion. And if one triumphs over 3 opponents, they may choose to either withdraw gracefully or continue. Defeating 5 opponents grants the option to exit once more. And upon vanquishing 10 defenders, one may select 5 carefully curated questions to vie for the ultimate prize. Answering all correctly will bestow the title of champion upon them. Ye Qinghe was already aware of these details before his arrival, but he chose not to interrupt when the other party spoke, instead nodding in agreement. It was Ye Dali's first realization that he was genuinely attentive. This is merely the process. I wish you success in your challenge, Zhao Qingyang said to Ye Qinghe. So, if I become the champion, I can choose to remain on stage as the title holder and accept challenges for the next round? Ye Qinghe inquired. His primary concern centered on this. He had come with this goal in mind. Indeed, it appears you have great confidence in yourself. Aiming for our annual salary of 200,000? Zhao Qingyang nodded, understanding that every participant comes with similar aspirations, which did not surprise him. Yes, I am indeed pursuing the 200,000 annual salary. My father's financial situation is quite dire, and I wish to use this money to improve our lives. Ye Qinghe has stated candidly, without excuses. Then give it your all. We hope you will become the champion and ultimately join our think tank, Zhao Qingyang encouraged. Raising his fist in support, he was unperturbed by the 200,000 expenditure, for if Ye Qinghe truly became a member of their think tank, it would undoubtedly generate captivating discussions for the show. Upon returning to the hotel, Ye Dali prepared everything for Ye Qinghe. Sitting by the window and gazing at the bustling streets below, he was filled with reflection. Ye Qinghe's performance today had indeed unveiled a glimmer of possibility regarding the 200,000 salary, making him acutely aware that Ye Qinghe's words were not mere bravado. Yet, he inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for Ye Qinghe. This knowledge had been acquired at the cost of his freedom, while others were in school. He could only lie in bed and observe. While others enjoyed time with friends, he was similarly confined to his bed. Damn it! Ye Dali could not help but curse inwardly. He wished this situation were happening to him instead of Ye Qinghe. If it were possible, he would gladly swap places with him. The recording format of the show differed from Ye Qinghe's memories, as this program also featured live broadcasts. For those unable to watch live, edited versions would be available on Friday evenings. By 10 in the morning, the live broadcast had already commenced, with each contestant accompanied by a team of live streamers. It began, and the identities of the contestants remained unknown. Rumor had it that one participant was completely paralyzed. The curiosity surrounding this was palpable. I came for this very reason. It is fascinating that someone paralyzed can still participate in a show. This must be seen. Surely, it cannot be genuine. Who would genuinely be paralyzed and still have the inclination to join a variety show? As the broadcast started, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. In each episode of the program, aside from the reigning champion from the previous episode, the other 11 contestants are newly selected. Some of them possess a degree of fame, attracting a built-in fan base, while the remainder are relatively unknown. In this particular episode, 2 moderately well-known authors and a social media influencer were announced, with the rest being obscure contestants. However, despite Ye Qinghe's lack of renown, his popularity surpasses that of the 3 more famous participants. After all, there is an undeniable curiosity surrounding how a contestant with paralysis engages in the show. The first contestant featured in the program was not Ye Qinghe, but rather the influencer, known as Sister Qinghe, a charming figure who gained popularity through her fitness videos. Although dubbed Sister Qinghe, her physique is anything but bulky. She boasts a slender form where it matters and a captivating allure, leading many of her admirers to affectionately refer to her as wife. Though she was not clad in yoga attire, her beauty is undeniable. Wife, I'm here cheering for you. Strive to outshine them all and prove you embody both beauty and intelligence. It must be acknowledged that Sister Qinghe's figure is indeed impressive. With her striking beauty, the other contestants seemed to lose focus on the questions at hand. As the program commenced, Sister Qinghe was already in the television studio, waving to the audience while making her way to the broadcast hall. I hope everyone will support me. The camera then shifted to a more ordinary contestant. Despite her efforts to present herself well, her appearance and physique paled in comparison to Sister Qinghe, leaving the audience largely disengaged from her. Hello everyone, I'm Zhu, a web author, and I'm thrilled to participate in this recording. The third contestant was another female author, sporting bangs and large, expressive eyes, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Are all female authors this stunning? I'm absolutely smitten. This was indeed an unexpected revelation, I had assumed female authors would be those donning thick glasses, resembling bookish types. But she defied that stereotype. I must look up the genres she writes. Judada, isn't participating in the show a distraction from your writing? Wouldn't it be better to focus on delivering more chapters? Are you hoping we'll send you a blade? Zhu had some fans tuning in, as she had mentioned her participation in her writings, resulting in a lively commentary from her supporters. However, compared to Sister Qinghe, her fans largely criticized her for not updating her work and instead joining the show, with many comments leaning towards playful banter. As contestants took turns appearing on screen, 5 men and 5 women, including authors, influencers, university students, drivers, and programmers, the authors and influencers garnered the highest popularity, stirring the audience's engagement with each newcomer. When Qinghe finally appeared on screen, he was already in the studio's lounge, seated in a wheelchair. His hairstyle had been meticulously styled by the program's makeup team, and a light foundation graced his face. Is this young man truly the one who is fully paralyzed? Oh my, it's heart-wrenching to watch. He is so handsome, what a pity. Why does my heart feel as if it's being tugged when I see him? Such beauty is indeed envied by the heavens. For the first time, I intuitively felt the essence of this word. So handsome, so endearing that one wishes to embrace him tenderly. Qinghe's fragile beauty, reminiscent of a delicate willow, manifested through the lens before every viewer watching the live broadcast, allowing many to instantly remember him. The barrage of comments surged, surpassing the combined total of the previous 10, even outshining the fans of well-known personalities. Remarkable. Qinghe was indeed the right choice. The aura he exudes, combined with his frail demeanor, is utterly captivating. Observing the frenzied comments and the increasing number of online viewers, Zhao Qingyang felt immensely grateful that he had not turned down Qinghe's appearance due to concerns about his health. He commanded the crew to give Qinghe more screen time, particularly close-ups of his face. He wanted every online audience member to be enchanted by his unique charm. Grasping the intercom, Zhao Qingyang issued directives to the staff. He had already recognized that Qinghe would be the star of this episode, and his presence on screen only solidified that belief. Even if Qinghe were to falter this time, he felt compelled to devise a way to bring him back. Simply having Qinghe on the show would undoubtedly attract a considerable audience. This young man seemed inherently suited for the spotlight. If he possessed a robust constitution, achieving stardom would be entirely within reach. In today's entertainment landscape, it is exceedingly challenging for celebrities to possess a distinctive trait that lingers in the audience's memory. At 10:30, the recording of the program commenced officially. The contestants entered the studio, and the audience began to take their seats. Qinghe was escorted into the studio by Ye Dali, but was not yet on stage, as he was to make his appearance last as the challenger. Once everyone was in position, the hosts, Xiang Gu and Xiao Min, stepped onto the stage with bright smiles. Good evening to all our viewers both on-site and at home. Welcome to One Against All, exclusively sponsored by Glory Mobile. I am Li Xiang. Xiang Gu proclaimed with fervor. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Min. Xiao Min's voice was gentle and inviting. This is the most exhilarating quiz battleground in the nation. Tonight, one challenger faces 10 defenders. Who will ultimately emerge as the new champion? Who will stand victorious? The answer will be revealed shortly. Let us welcome the challenger. As the thrilling opening remarks echoed through the venue, triumphant music filled the air, and lights illuminated the stage entrance. Qinghe, seated in a wheelchair and draped in a blue blanket, was pushed by Ye Dali behind him. As the spotlight shone upon them, following the outlined procedure, Ye Dali gently wheeled Qinghe to the center of the stage. Today, our challenger is truly one of a kind, perhaps the most unique contender we have encountered thus far, Xianggu remarked as he approached Qinghe. Indeed, today's challenger may be the most extraordinary participant to have ever graced any variety show. Xiao Min knelt beside Qinghe. Qinghe, may I call you that? Certainly. Qinghe responded with a smile. Could you please introduce yourself? Xiao Min handed the microphone to Qinghe. Hello everyone, I am Qinghe, 19 years old. 3 years ago, I suddenly fell ill, losing control over my limbs. Now I have completely lost sensation below my neck. Although the production team had previously briefed the audience about Qinghe's condition, many were still moved to tears upon hearing him calmly recount his situation. 19 years old. He is the same age as my son. How could this happen to him? If it were me, I might have succumbed to despair. Qinghe, you are remarkable. Truly remarkable. You are the best. At 16, He fell ill and has spent the past 3 years gradually losing control of his body and ultimately all feeling. To maintain such composure after enduring all of this is truly commendable. If it were me, I might have broken down long ago. Just thinking about it overwhelms me. Yet, he remains emotionally stable and participates in this program. What a strong individual. After hearing Ye Qinghe's introduction, the comments section was filled with praise for him. His demeanor, combined with his experiences, evoked sympathy in everyone who laid eyes on him, leading many to lament that fate had been unkind, recognizing the strength of Ye Qinghe. Qinghe, you are amazing. Although Zhou Wan'er was in class at the time, she secretly took out her phone, donned her headphones, and began watching the live broadcast of the program. Upon witnessing Ye Qinghe candidly share his story, she, too, joined the comments section to express her admiration. Chapter 23. The program begins. Every individual who can persevere through suffering deserves commendation. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to remain optimistic and maintain a healthy mindset after enduring calamity. Despite his complete paralysis and the lack of medical remedies, Ye Qinghe continues to pursue his studies and willingly appear in public. This garners immense respect from everyone. The comments flooded the screen as countless individuals, influenced by friends' recommendations, flocked to the live broadcast. Zhao Qingyang, observing the rising viewer count, could hardly contain his joy. This is invaluable. Not to mention, just this segment featuring Ye Qinghe is worth every penny we've invested. The reviewer who had initially brought Ye Qinghe's information to the team had awarded him a bonus of 1,000 yuan. In high spirits, Zhao Qingyang announced over the intercom, "We must uncover more talents like him to ensure the program's continued success." Even in the face of total paralysis, confined to a narrow hospital bed, Qinghe has never bowed to fate. With indomitable resilience and a smile that confronts adversity, he faces trials head-on. With light in his eyes and fire in his heart, he lifts his gaze toward the future amidst thorny paths. Such a sunny disposition commands deep respect. After hearing Ye Qinghe's story, Xianggu, moved, remarked earnestly into the camera, "Indeed, when I first heard that a paralyzed contestant would grace our stage, I found it hard to believe, as it seemed an impossible feat in my eyes. However, upon meeting Qinghe, I truly understood the preciousness of transforming the impossible into the possible." Xiaoman shared a look of deep reflection as well. Now, I urge the audience present and those watching on television to offer the warmest applause once again for Ye Qinghe. As Xiang Ji's words echoed, everyone in attendance, including the defending contestants and staff, rose to their feet, showering Ye Qinghe with fervent applause. They recognized that if they were in Ye Qinghe's position, they might not have achieved the same. Ye Dali observed the audience standing in support of Ye Qinghe, their praises bringing tears to his eyes. Of course, we must also extend our applause to Mr. Ye Dali, who during Ye Qinghe's years of illness sold his company and property, accompanying him throughout the country in pursuit of treatment, offering Ye Qinghe immense support. Witnessing the tear-streaked face of Ye Dali, Xianggu swiftly realized that another person deserved applause. Ye Dali, taken aback by the unexpected acknowledgement, clasped his hands together and bowed to the crowd. The applause resonated for quite some time. Only upon the director's signal did Xianggu regain control, guiding everyone back to the normal flow of the event. "Qinghe, irrespective of whether you stand until the end today, you will always be a champion in my heart. Your presence on this stage is what matters." However, before we commence, Xianggu expressed some heartfelt sentiments to Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe smiled in response, remaining silent. "Yet, since you have joined our program, we must adhere to the necessary procedures. Now, you must choose one among the 10 defending contestants to challenge as your first opponent today. Should you falter, she will become the new challenger." Xianggu wasted no time and proceeded directly with the process. Ye Qinghe cast his gaze upon the 10 contestants present, each of whom waved at him as he looked their way. "I choose number 7. My lucky number is 7, so let us start with contestant number 7. After surveying the room, Ye Qinghe declared his choice. "Very well, let us invite contestant number 7 to join Qinghe for a 1v1 quiz showdown. With a response time of 20 seconds per question, including multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank formats. An incorrect answer or exceeding the time limit will result in elimination from the stage. Here, I must inform Qinghe that as the challenger, you possess one exemption, allowing you to pass a question to your opponent." Xianggu continued with the introduction, and since Ye Qinghe was already informed of these details yesterday, he merely nodded. "Which country holds the title of the largest landlocked nation in the world?" "Kazakhstan." Who is the author of the verse, "Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let a loyal heart illuminate history"? Wen Tianxiang. In physics, the unit of force is named after which scientist? Newton. Which work was lauded by the Qing dynasty's Wang Shizhen as a solitary poem that overshadows all of Tang poetry? The seventh challenger opened his mouth in surprise upon hearing the question. Yet he felt a sense of uncertainty that compelled him to retract the words about to escape his lips. After a moment's contemplation, as the 20 seconds dwindled, he hesitantly ventured, "Is it Spring River, Flower Moon Night?" Correct. The relief was palpable as the seventh contestant exhaled deeply upon receiving confirmation of his answer. Next came Ye Qinghe, who is the renowned figure from the Warring States period advocating the logical proposition that a white horse is not a horse. The moment this question was posed, many in the audience furrowed their brows, for it was somewhat challenging. Gongsun Long. Before the others could even formulate their thoughts, Ye Qinghe answered without hesitation. Correct. Since the beginning, Ye Qinghe had consistently answered each question almost instantaneously, without a moment's pause, which astonished many. It seemed that Ye Qinghe truly possessed remarkable talent. As the difficulty of the questions escalated, he continued to require no contemplation whatsoever. One could not help but feel that fate was unkind to such gifted individuals. Had he been in school, he would surely have excelled at premier institutions such as Qingmu or Kyoto University. Regrettably, even without pursuing academia, he would have undoubtedly achieved fame as an actor or an idol long ago. The stronger Ye Qinghe's performance became, the more pity those who witnessed his current state felt. Had it not been for his illness, he would certainly be even more unrestrained and vibrant. What is the title of the philosophical work by the Han Dynasty writer Yang Xiong, which imitates the Analects? Upon hearing this question, the seventh challenger's expression shifted, as this query had truly breached the boundaries of his knowledge, leaving him at a complete loss. Seventh contestant, you have 5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations to Ye Qinghe for successfully completing the challenge. Xiang Gu, oblivious to his own bias in this competition, found himself unconsciously holding a different opinion of Ye Qinghe, despite the absence of any favoritism. Impressive. Initially, I thought he was merely a gimmick invited by the production team, someone who would make a brief appearance and fade away, but it turns out he is indeed remarkable. Indeed, his speed of answering is unparalleled in any show I have watched. He requires no thought whatsoever. Extraordinary. Perhaps the new champion will be Ye Qinghe. No, I should not refer to him as a champion. He is a seated deity, forever confined to his wheelchair. Chapter 24. The Furrowed Brow of Xiang Gu. Qinghe. Please select the next contestant. Qinghe, you now have the privilege to either gracefully withdraw with your winnings or continue the challenge. What is your choice? I choose to continue. Very well. Who will be your next challenger? I choose contestant number 3. As Ye Qinghe, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, systematically eliminated one contestant after another. Whether they hailed from esteemed universities or were knowledgeable online authors, he remained utterly unfazed. With each question, Ye Qinghe responded as if he had already known the answers, providing them at the very instant the questions were presented. Remarkable. It is truly remarkable. I believe that given his current stance, achieving the status of a champion is now an impossibility for him. He is clearly aiming for the title of the third-round champion, seeking that coveted annual salary of 200,000. Such ambition is commendable. It would indeed be fascinating if a bettered individual were to attain such a salary. Do you think it is possible that the production team has deliberately chosen an actor for this? In reality, all the questions may have been predetermined by the production team to artificially create a sensational moment. What you suggest is plausible. However, if the production team intended to fabricate a scenario, it seems unnecessary to select such a unique individual. Whether this person truly exists can be easily verified, and the likelihood of this deception being exposed is exceedingly high. I am affiliated with Jinling Hospital, and although I did not personally attend to Ye Qinghe, I do recall his visit to our facility. However, we were unable to determine the cause of his ailment, and he did not stay long before departing. Some speculate that this might be a conspiracy, prompting witnesses to come forward, and soon various medical staff from different hospitals publicly confirmed the existence of Ye Qinghe, asserting that the individual on the show is indeed him. This led to an immediate backlash against those who had suggested a conspiracy or insider knowledge. Amidst the fervent debates in the comments, Ye Qinghe systematically defeated all the defending champions and claimed the title of the champion. I examined the 5 questions presented. and they indeed appear quite challenging. Had I not known that these questions were drawn at random, I would genuinely suspect that the production team did not wish for Qinghe to succeed. Upon seeing the randomly selected questions, Xiangji initially furrowed his brow and expressed some displeasure. To him, these 5 questions seemed to be the most difficult encountered in recent episodes. Indeed, these 5 questions are rather tough, so Qinghe should prepare himself mentally. After reviewing the questions, Xiao Min began to doubt whether Yi Qinghe could answer them correctly. These questions do not seem random. Rather, they appear intentionally designed to challenge Yi Qinghe. Nevertheless, I am here to embrace the challenge. If I fail, it simply indicates that I have much more to learn. Yi Qinghe responded with a smile, albeit with a hint of fatigue. Although he has triumphed over 10 contestants, the time taken to challenge 10 individuals is not insignificant. He has not concentrated on tasks like this for a long time, especially in head-to-head competitions. A degree of weariness is to be expected. However, before I commence answering the questions, may I have a sip of water? After speaking for such an extended period, my mouth feels somewhat parched. Yi Qinghe's lips had begun to dry, and while such intensity may be trivial for an ordinary person, it poses a challenge for him. It is our oversight. Xiangji promptly noted Yi Qinghe's condition. The production team indeed fell short in this regard, failing to consider such a basic need. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the production team. Typically, contestants have water readily available, and since Yi Qinghe cannot fetch it himself, he must vocalize his needs. Look at how parched Qinghe is. His lips are dry. My heart aches for Qinghe. At this moment, Ye Dali also recognized his misstep. It was his inaugural experience in such a setting. Although he was not required to speak, the camera was persistently trained upon him. Standing behind Yi Qinghe, he felt an aversion to even the slightest movement, having completely forgotten the task of providing Yi Qinghe with water. He swiftly accepted the bottle of water handed to him by the backstage staff, twisting off the cap and bringing it to Yi Qinghe's lips. Yi Qinghe, indeed parched, drank nearly half the bottle before pausing. "All right, that's enough," he said to Xianggu after Ye Dali had wiped his mouth with a tissue. Indeed, these 5 final questions are all related to technology, which is quite rare and considered rather avant-garde. This is partly why I perceive it as an attempt to challenge you deliberately, Xianggu remarked while examining the questions in his hands. "No worries. I have faith in my abilities." Although the time was brief, Yi Qinghe possessed an extraordinary memory. In the past few days, he had reviewed an immense quantity of questions, and even the latest technological inquiries did not intimidate him. He found it improbable that he would encounter questions he could not answer. "All right, please listen to the question. During the Qinghe 5 lunar soil sampling mission, to prevent the sampler from being adhered to by lunar dust, which special protective coating, derived from aerospace technology, was utilized on the surface of the sampling robotic arm?" The moment this question appeared on the large screen, the audience comprehended why Xianggu had previously made such comments. This question was indeed exceedingly challenging, given that the Qinghe 5 had only recently returned. The emergence of such a question was certainly not favorable for Yi Qinghe. Isn't this too difficult? Indeed, who could possibly know this? Has this technology been publicly discussed? If not, is it truly appropriate to pose it as a question? Someone had just mentioned a hidden agenda, and now it seemed as if there was indeed something amiss, as the question appeared specifically targeted at Yi Qinghe. If he were to answer correctly, it would not only spark discussions on site, but the online audience would also erupt in astonishment, fully understanding why Xiangji's expression had been slightly disconcerted, and they began to worry for Yi Qinghe. Most did not believe such a question was appropriate at this juncture. This question is undeniably difficult. I genuinely did not anticipate encountering such a query at this time. Yi Qinghe's luck seemed to be waning, and Xiaomin looked at him with a worried expression. "Actually, I do know a bit about this. It employs a polytetrafluoroethylene self-cleaning coating." However, before Xiaomin could finish her statement, Yi Qinghe had already provided his answer. "This name is so complex I can hardly remember it. What kind of technology is this? Can someone knowledgeable shed light on it? This is truly impressive. To respond to such a question with such confidence. Wait, this is astonishing." Everyone gazed at Yi Qinghe in disbelief. No one had anticipated that he would possess such niche and cutting-edge knowledge. Chapter 25. Becoming a God of the Stage. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft completed its first crewed test flight, which byproduct is not produced when the hydrazine propellant used in its exterior thrusters is burned. See, carbon dioxide. When the Striver vessel reached the depths of the Mariana Trench, The operational frequency of its acoustic positioning system precisely matched the acoustic propagation characteristics of which medium at the interface between seawater and seabed sediments? The interface medium of seawater and seabed sediments. In relation to the Nobel Prize-winning CRISPR-Cas9 technology, the precision with which the Cas9 protein recognizes and cleaves DNA depends on which molecular interaction mechanism between the guide RNA and target DNA, the base complementary pairing, and specific hydrogen bonding. The first globally launched 6G experimental satellite, the Electronic Science and Technology University satellite, achieved a significant technological breakthrough in comparison to 5G millimeter wave communication. What was the core performance enhancement realized? Ultra-large bandwidth and ultra-low transmission latency in a single link. The final set of challenging questions was indeed as difficult as the host had suggested. Upon their release, whether among the audience present or the viewers at home, a staggering 99% could comprehend the questions, yet they were utterly perplexed by their requirements. However, Ye Qinghe provided accurate answers immediately upon the questions being announced, just as he had done with previous queries, without a moment's hesitation. How impressive is that? How does he know all this? Indeed, it is no wonder the host had specifically cautioned about the difficulty of these questions. Had it been anyone else, they might have faltered on the very first one. I am quite curious about how Ye Qinghe manages to remember such questions throughout the day, as they differ significantly from earlier queries. These questions pertain to recent events, and without attention to relevant information, one would hardly know the answers. His breadth of knowledge is indeed remarkable. How does he know all this? I now find myself questioning whether Ye Qinghe is perhaps receiving assistance. Who among us would possess such knowledge? The barrage of comments erupted once more, with some praising Ye Qinghe's prowess, while others insinuated he might be receiving external help. Yet, at that moment, no one opposed him as vehemently as before. Rather, many began to suspect there might be some truth to the allegations. The reasoning is straightforward. These questions were relatively difficult, and Ye Qinghe's ability to answer them so swiftly appeared somewhat dubious. Let us congratulate Ye Qinghe for becoming the standout performer of this segment. He is entitled to all the rewards from this episode, as well as the grand prize. Congratulations, Ye Qinghe, the host exclaimed excitedly into the camera, astonished that Ye Qinghe had indeed answered correctly. Had he not known that Ye Qinghe had not taken any shortcuts, he might have suspected foul play. Nonetheless, he admired Ye Qinghe's extensive knowledge. When he first saw the questions, he believed Ye Qinghe would surely falter. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, another individual, Zhao Qingyang, breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment the questions were drawn, he was completely taken aback. He had never imagined that Ye Qinghe would be so unfortunate as to draw some of the most challenging questions right after joining. Had Ye Qinghe stumbled at this final hurdle, all his prior expectations would have been dashed. Fortunately, Ye Qinghe rose to the occasion, undeterred by the difficulty of these questions, and submitted a flawless response. Congratulations to Ye Qinghe. Congratulations on becoming our new standout performer. Xiaomin chuckled from the side. The audience, along with the 10 eliminated contestants, stood up to applaud Ye Qinghe, all captivated by his performance. Qinghe, you have now become the new champion of this segment. You are bestowed with the power of choice. Will you challenge the champion from the previous session? If you accept and succeed, you will ascend to the title of the new champion. Should you defend your position successfully 3 times, you will have the opportunity to secure a coveted position as a research fellow with an annual salary of $200,000 from our program team. Now, please reveal your decision. As the applause subsided, Brother Xiang approached Ye Qinghe, crouching slightly with an earnest expression. I choose to challenge. I came here for this very purpose. Ye Qinghe replied clearly into the microphone extended by Brother Xiang. Excellent. Now, let us welcome our reigning champion, Meng Xingyu, who has successfully defended his title twice. Champion Meng Xingyu, who had occupied the champion's position since the show's inception, stood up upon hearing Brother Xiang's voice, waving energetically at the camera and the audience. Having defended his title twice, he was just one successful defense away from securing a lucrative job with a salary of $200,000. Faced with the formidable Ye Qinghe, would he manage to triumph in this pivotal battle? Having accomplished the challenging tasks, could Ye Qinghe successfully reverse the tides and seize the champion's throne from the seasoned Meng Xingyu? Stay tuned after the commercial break. As the recording progressed, not just the participants but the audience could hardly contain their restlessness. Thus, after Brother Xiang's call for a commercial break, the entire program paused. allowing contestants to hydrate or take necessary breaks, while the audience began to rise and exit. However, the live broadcast continued uninterrupted, showcasing the behind-the-scenes moments of the halted recording. A significant highlight of the show that many viewers cherished for its authenticity. "How are you holding up, Qinghe? Feeling tired?" Brother Xiang inquired with a smile as he approached Ye Qinghe. For a normal person, such a lengthy recording session would indeed be exhausting, let alone for someone with health issues. "I'm not tired at all. You feel fatigued because your body is sensitive to it. I don't feel anything at all, so I don't experience fatigue. Perhaps I might feel a bit drowsy after a prolonged period, but that's all," Ye Qinghe responded with a smile, unbothered by his condition and even poking fun at himself. "Your mindset is truly admirable," Xiao Min remarked, admiration evident in her expression. She mused that she probably wouldn't be able to handle such a situation as gracefully. Well, what else can one do? If one thinks negatively, what good does it bring? So, one must focus on the positive, Ye Qinghe said, shaking his head with a smile. While such sentiments are admirable, how many can truly embody them? However, our program records 2 episodes consecutively, and should you succeed in your challenge, you may find yourself recording for an extended period. Are you prepared for that? Xiang Gu harbored concerns regarding the current breadth of Ye Qinghe's knowledge, believing that it was highly likely for him to emerge as the ultimate victor. For Ye Qinghe, this entailed several more hours of recording, raising the question of whether his body could endure such strain. "I apologize, but I need to escort Qinghe to address a personal hygiene matter," remarked Ye Dali, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Although Ye Qinghe remained oblivious to the situation, Ye Dali, who had cared for him over the past 3 years, was acutely aware that after such a lengthy recording session, Ye Qinghe required a moment for personal grooming. Naturally, Ye Dali himself needed a break as well. While Ye Qinghe sat motionless, he had been standing for quite some time and was starting to feel fatigued. "It is time to rest," he thought. "I'm truly sorry, we neglected this matter. You go ahead, we will join you in the lounge shortly." Xiang Gu quickly expressed his apologies. He and Xiao Min were accustomed to this rhythm, minimizing food and drink intake before their performance, and utilizing downtime during off-camera moments to rest. Thus, for them, the recording was hardly a challenge, but for Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe, it was undoubtedly overwhelming. "See you in a bit." Ye Qinghe nodded at the two, and under Ye Dali's guidance, they proceeded to the backstage lounge. Aware of Ye Qinghe's physical condition, Zhao Qingyang had arranged for them a spacious lounge that included a restroom, alleviating many inconveniences. While the live broadcast continued, the focus remained on Xiang Gu and Xiao Min, who alternately engaged in conversation before the camera. During this interlude, the online community began to buzz with discussions surrounding Ye Qinghe's remarkable performance. As the edited version of the program was scheduled to air the following evening, recording the live stream was strictly prohibited. Any attempts to capture the screen with another device would result in severe repercussions from the television network, which would compel the platform to take down the content and ban the video creator. Consequently, most individuals resorted to sharing mere photos to comment on the event. A completely paralyzed patient standing on stage and defeating 10 healthy competitors? Shouldn't such a person be confined to bed, attached to tubes, staring at the ceiling, and awaiting demise? How could he possibly participate in such a program? This young man is truly pitiable. Just looking at his photo fills me with sorrow. I must watch the live stream. This is genuine. I am his high school classmate. Indeed, he encountered health issues suddenly in his sophomore year and subsequently withdrew from school to seek treatment. Reflecting on his responses, I felt as if fate had altered him due to his brilliance, akin to Hawking. His looks are striking. If he were to enter the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly captivate a vast audience. What a shame. Although it may seem like merely a collection of photographs, the added charm of Ye Qinghe, combined with the intriguing title regarding his paralysis, undeniably captivates the audience. Consequently, numerous netizens flocked to the live broadcast room, resulting in a significant surge in viewership that delighted Zhao Qingyang immensely. He instructed someone to inquire if Ye Qinghe had completed his personal grooming, and if so, whether it might be possible for him to briefly meet with the viewers. The audience had gathered primarily to see Ye Qinghe, and in his absence, many began to flood the chat with requests for the program team to replace Xiang Gu and Xiao Min with Ye Qinghe. Zhao Qingyang gestured for a staff member to check on Ye Qinghe's availability. "Can you do it, Qinghe? If it's too much, we can decline," asked Ye Dali, expressing his concern upon hearing the staff's words. He felt fatigued himself and believed Ye Qinghe, who had been bedridden for days, would feel even more exhausted. While he understood the importance of cooperating with the program, he did not feel it was obligatory. I'm fine. I can engage with the viewers for a bit. Ye Qinghe insisted, unwilling to miss this opportunity. But your health? Ye Dali remained apprehensive. Dad, there's no need to worry. I've had some realizations these past few days, and since you brought me out today, my right thumb has started to move this morning. Ye Qinghe replied, subtly shifting his hand under the blanket. Really? Upon hearing this, Ye Dali quickly pulled back the blanket to reveal that Ye Qinghe's thumb was indeed moving, bringing tears of joy to his eyes. This was no illusion. Ye Qinghe's condition was gradually improving, though it was merely 2 fingers. It signified that he was no longer devoid of hope. The capability to move 2 fingers suggested that he could eventually regain full use of his hand, arm, and even his entire body. This development thrilled Ye Dali far more than the previous movement of Ye Qinghe's index finger. Therefore, there's no need for you to worry about me. I can manage. All right, I will assist you to the studio, but if you feel any discomfort or fatigue, please speak up immediately, understood? We mustn't jeopardize your recovery due to overexertion. Ye Dali cautioned, nodding in agreement. Ye Qinghe acknowledged with a sound of consent, and then he was pushed by Ye Dali towards the studio. The revival of his thumb was actually a result of a lucky draw from the previous day. They had traveled a considerable distance by high-speed train with only one opportunity to draw, and the wheel had contained just one item for physical recovery. Fortuitously, Ye Qinghe had won. However, given the proximity of this recovery to the last occurrence, he chose not to inform Ye Dali. Hello everyone, I am Ye Qinghe. Upon arriving at the studio and taking his place before the camera, Ye Qinghe greeted the viewers after Xiang Gu's introduction. Qinghe, a viewer inquired how you managed to remember all these things. Xiang Gu posed one of the audience's questions to Ye Qinghe. This is quite simple, for I am unable to move. Each day, my only engagement is to gaze upon various things, which perhaps allows for fewer distractions, thus enabling my memories to be more vivid, remarked Ye Qinghe. Qinghe, someone inquired, is your paralysis such that you cannot move at all? Have you sought treatment? Well, aside from my head, which retains mobility, the rest of my body is immobile. However, I have recently experienced some improvement. I can move my hands slightly. The specialists have suggested that I may have the potential to recover in the future, though the timeline remains uncertain and is merely a possibility. Ye Qinghe harbored hopes that he would one day regain his health. Therefore, he resolved not to conceal his journey toward recovery, but rather to share it with his online followers, thus establishing a basis to affirm that he had shown signs of improvement should he recover in the future. This way, he could preempt any claims that he was feigning his condition for sympathy. Is that so? That would indeed be splendid. I shall extend my heartfelt wishes for your swift recovery and restored health. When that day comes, I shall invite you back onto our program. Chapter 27. The Zhao father and son. Is this wretched cripple still alive? In a luxurious residence in the capital, Zhao Mingyu glared at the screen displaying Ye Qinghe, his expression one of displeasure. What troubles you? Zhao Hai approached, glancing at the screen. Isn't that Ye Qinghe from the Ye family? How is he still on television? Who knows? Perhaps he is leveraging his paralysis to elicit pity from others. I had presumed he had long since passed, yet here he is. A blight that endures through the ages. In my opinion, such individuals ought to take their own lives. Their existence merely squanders resources, and their demise could save the state some provisions. Zhao Mingyu's disdain for Ye Qinghe deepened as he continued to watch. Let us not be deceived by this Ye Qinghe. I am all too familiar with him. During our school days, his academic performance was far from commendable, and he was notorious for engaging in fights off campus, which earned him school-wide reprimands. Furthermore, he had dubious entanglements with several female classmates. If not for his paralysis, he would have undoubtedly become a delinquent, a scourge upon society. Zhao Mingyu began to type furiously in the comments section. Why bother with such a person? He has long since fallen from our ranks. Even if he were to live, he would remain confined to his bed, unable to rise again. You, however, are different. You are the heir of the Zhao family, destined to inherit those factories and businesses. Zhao Hai shook his head at Zhao Mingyu's remarks. Ye Dali was a formidable figure, always overshadowing me, hindering my business endeavors. Yet, one must sometimes accept fate. No matter how powerful, what does it amount to? His son came to collect debts, draining his entire fortune and leaving him, at such an age, to deliver takeout in the capital. Whereas I, Zhao Hai, after acquiring Ye Dali's business at a bargain, have risen to become the wealthiest individual in our county. And my enterprise has now expanded beyond the province, penetrating into the capital. As he observed Ye Dali on the screen, Zhao Hai felt a sense of vindication. There is no comparison. However, the sight of Ye Qinghe incites my ire. In those days, he relied on his superior looks, wealth, and health to belittle me, causing me no small amount of distress. I simply cannot abide him. You mentioned that despite everything, Zhou Warner still cannot forget him. I heard from a classmate that they are still in contact. Yet when I approach Zhou Warner, she treats me with utter indifference. The thought of this infuriates Zhao Mingyu. How can there be any comparison between the son of a regional tycoon and a paralyzed debtor? Why is it that Zhou Warner seems unable to comprehend this disparity? However, there is no need for concern. Zhou Warner is inherently kind-hearted, albeit naive, as she has yet to face the harsh realities of life. Once she graduates and realizes that the world is far removed from her expectations, she will come to appreciate your worth. At that point, she will undoubtedly pursue you. Zhao Hai chuckled at this remark, knowing Zhou Warner well as Zhao Mingyu's longtime classmate. Indeed, she is beautiful and comes from a respectable family. Her father holds a position in county leadership. If they were to unite, he would wholeheartedly support it. By then, I shall not desire her. I will have many women around to demonstrate that Zhao Mingyu is a man beyond her reach. Zhao Mingyu's words amused Zhao Hai, who thought this child was still quite immature. Nonetheless, I cannot allow that Ye Qinghe to prosper. Does he think he can deceive people simply by appearing on television? Absolutely not. Dad, I recall that you know someone in the delivery business. Perhaps we could ensure that this Ye Dali is unable to make deliveries? This matter can indeed be arranged, but there are numerous other tasks he could undertake, such as express delivery, errand running, chauffeur services, or even driving for a ride-sharing company. He may block one avenue, but not all. He has become a person of a different world. We must rise above it and not let ourselves be vexed by those at the lower echelons. Zhao Hai's words carried a sense of grandeur, and one might mistakenly assume he was a person of great magnanimity. Yet, those in the know understood that he was as small-minded as a pinhole. Just then, Zhao Hai's phone rang. What? You didn't inform them that Ye Dali is no longer in this line of work? Very well, I understand. As soon as he hung up, Zhao Hai's expression darkened, and his gaze at the screen, which displayed Ye Dali's name, was filled with menace. What's wrong, Dad? Zhao Mingyu, observing his father's demeanor, felt his ire dissipate and asked cautiously. The collaboration cannot proceed. That company insists on Ye Dali's involvement. Without him, they refuse to cooperate. Initially, it was under contract, but now that the contract has expired, they do not intend to renew. Zhao Hai had not anticipated such an outcome. He had come with the belief that things were firmly in hand. The most concerning aspect was that this partner was their largest collaborator. Losing them would result in at least a 30% decline in their business. That damned Ye Dali. At this moment, Zhao Hai was determined not to let Ye Dali off the hook. Meanwhile, Ye Qinghe sat idly in the champion's seat, somewhat bored, having won against the previous champion. He was now preparing to record the second episode of the show. Like the former champion, he awaited the next challenger, ready to defend his title. Fortunately, at this moment, the camera does not remain focused on him. Most of the time, it shifts towards the challengers and the reigning champion, with him merely appearing as a backdrop on occasion. However, sitting here proves to be exceedingly tedious. Although his paralysis alleviates the fatigue associated with prolonged sitting, remaining in this spot is far from effortless. He must strive to keep himself awake. Otherwise, should the camera capture him in slumber, it would be quite undesirable. As for the challengers in this second round, I believe they pale in comparison to Ye Qinghe. The rhythm and confidence of their responses are distinctly different. Had it not been for that exemption from answering, this challenger would have surely lost. Look what happened. Defeat, indeed. I wonder if this reigning champion can endure until the end. This champion is remarkably fortunate, having been the 8th selected. If he manages to triumph over the next 2 contenders, he shall ascend to the status of a champion. In the live broadcast room, the absence of Ye Qinghe has evidently diminished the viewership. Many feel there is little to behold, as it bears no significant distinction from previous episodes, leading to a decline in interest. Observing the dwindling audience, Zhao Qingyang contemplates how to bring Ye Qinghe back onto the stage, realizing that relying solely on that final moment is insufficient. Yet, he has yet to devise a strategy. The newly arrived challenger enjoys a stroke of luck, as the remaining 2 champions exhibit notable gaps in their knowledge, allowing him to unseat them. I choose not to challenge. Chapter 28. The disgraced Xiang Gui Rue had been present at the scene, witnessing Ye Qinghe effortlessly conquer all the questions. He understood that even if he chose to challenge, the outcome would inevitably be one: failure. Thus, rather than face such a fate, he opted not to challenge. By abstaining, he felt he had not lost. To not lose equates to victory. After all, when the topic arises, he can assert that he did not succumb to Ye Qinghe. He simply deemed it unworthy to compete against someone who is entirely paralyzed for a position with an annual salary of 200,000. He was engaging in a noble act. Yes, precisely. His decision stemmed from the belief that the other party required it more, not from fear of defeat or a sense of inferiority. Wei Rui believed he was exceptionally astute, victorious, utterly victorious. Even if Ye Qinghe were to secure 3, or even 6, consecutive wins, in his eyes, he had not triumphed. Thus, when he relinquished the challenge, Wei Rui wore a radiant smile. However, while his smile shone brightly, others could not find joy in it. Zhao Qingyang, in the backstage area, erupted in anger. What is wrong with Wei Rui? Does he not comprehend such an evident situation? Did no one advise him to challenge? The audience was eagerly anticipating his face-off with Ye Qinghe, hoping to see him take the stage. How could he play this way and still elevate the ratings? How could he possibly make the program thrive? Zhao Qingyang was on the verge of exploding. During his previous break, he had instructed the staff to specifically approach Wei Rui and engage him in conversation. Yet now they had allowed such a scenario to unfold. We did speak to him. He did not outright refuse. He merely nodded, leading us to believe he had consented. Who could have known he would retract his decision at this juncture? The staff members wore expressions of discontent. Was Wei Rui not toying with them? What was to be done now? Numerous viewers in the live stream still yearned to witness the challenge. Yet here he was, provoking a torrent of criticism from the audience. Zhao Qingyang, filled with resentment, pondered that if this were a recorded segment, it would be manageable to force Wei Rui onto the stage, or, at the very least, replace a few individuals, edit the footage, and prevent Wei Rui from appearing. However, this was a live broadcast. Everything was laid bare before the viewers. And even if he wished to intervene, he was powerless to do so. Truly, this was infuriating. Who was the fool that conceived of this live recording format? Had he forgotten that it was his advocacy that brought this model to fruition? Thus, rather than halting the live stream, let us engage Ye Qinghe for an additional interview, serving as a bonus segment. Faced with this predicament, lacking a challenge, Zhao Qingyang could only allow Ye Qinghe to take the stage. Previously, Ye Qinghe had already conversed, and now they could only discuss matters that had not been addressed before. Ye Qinghe believed that the recording had concluded, but just after completing his personal grooming and massage in the lounge, a knock echoed at the door. "Hope I'm not intruding?" Xiang Gu expressed a hint of embarrassment. This was a directive from the director. Although he felt somewhat uneasy, he still proceeded. "Is there something amiss, Xiang Gu?" Ye Qinghe inquired, shaking his head, as he was prepared to leave with Ye Dali. Indeed, this episode featured far too little of your screen time, and the viewers were left unsatisfied. The director has requested that I find you for a brief chat. What do you think? Xiang Gu articulated his request with subtlety. However, Ye Qinghe understood that this was a request he could not decline, especially as he was eyeing the prospect of an annual salary of 200 to 400,000 for the program. To refuse such a request could jeopardize that salary. Of course, no problem at all. Ye Qinghe nodded affirmatively. "Thank you for your understanding." Xiang Gu expressed his gratitude, opening the door as the live stream crew entered with cameras in hand. Had he declined, he would have been accused of being difficult. Our viewers indeed had many inquiries for Ye Qinghe, prompting this brief conversation with him once more. Once everything was arranged, Xiang Gu settled beside Ye Qinghe, smiling at the camera. "Now, let us select some questions from the viewers that we can pose to Ye Qinghe." He proceeded to sift through the inquiries. "This question is rather pointed. I must ask Qinghe whether he is comfortable addressing it." Upon noticing a particularly popular question, Xiang Gu hesitated. "What question?" Ye Qinghe, unable to see the screen clearly due to distance, inquired. "Here it is. Our viewers are quite curious, given your paralysis. How is it that you are seated so steadily in this wheelchair?" Xiang Gu's expression faltered, recognizing the rudeness of the question, yet with so many inquiries, he felt compelled to read it aloud. Indeed, after such an extended recording, how could a paralyzed individual maintain such composure? I, too, am intrigued by this question. According to my understanding, it seems improbable for a paralyzed individual to sit in such a manner. Indeed, I too am quite eager to uncover the answer to this quandary. Upon hearing this question, many viewers expressed their curiosity about the situation, particularly when they recalled Ye Qinghe mentioning that he arrived by high-speed train. They were keen to discern what Ye Qinghe's state was during such a lengthy journey. This matter is not particularly complex. However, I believe it is something that should not be publicly disclosed. Nevertheless, since there is a desire to know, there is no harm in sharing. Upon hearing this, Ye Qinghe smiled lightly and, with a calm demeanor, said, "Dad, please uncover the blanket on me." From the moment Ye Qinghe appeared before the camera, he had been draped in a blanket that covered him securely from shoulders to ankles, concealing his body entirely. While in front of the camera, Ye Qinghe maintained a remarkably upright posture, making it nearly impossible to perceive any signs of paralysis, which is precisely why so many were intrigued. When Ye Qinghe spoke, Ye Dali hesitated for a moment before gradually revealing the blanket. As the blanket was pulled back slightly, the first to catch a glimpse, Qinghe immediately covered his mouth, wide-eyed in disbelief, and swiftly turned away to wipe his tears. This reaction left all viewers wondering what he had seen that would so profoundly affect the typically composed Qinghe. "No, Qinghe, I had no idea it was like this. I'm so sorry. Truly, I apologize." After wiping his tears, Qinghe turned back, grasping Ye Dali's hand that was unveiling the blanket, with tears glistening in his eyes. Visible to the audience, the expression of guilt on Qinghe's face was evident. He genuinely had no knowledge of this situation, and had he been aware, he would never have posed that question. "There's no need to worry, Qinghe." Chapter 29. Constriction. Ye Qinghe observed Qinghe's reaction and gently smiled, shaking his head. What could he have seen? Why was Qinghe's response so exaggerated? Indeed, what lay beneath that blanket? My curiosity has been entirely piqued, and I am eager to uncover the truth. The viewers, engrossed in the live broadcast, could no longer contain themselves. Qinghe's expressions, actions, and words only heightened their intrigue regarding what lay beneath Ye Qinghe's blanket. My apologies, I may have lost my composure a bit. Primarily, I never envisioned that Qinghe was using such a method to stabilize his body. More importantly, during today's recording, he remained silent and maintained this posture for an extended duration, and I truly feel a pang of sympathy. Had I known he was in this condition, I would have certainly spoken to the production team, advocating for him to adopt a more comfortable position when not in the camera's view. As a host, a well-known one at that, Qinghe's response was swift. Observing the comments, he recognized that his earlier actions had sparked immense curiosity about what had just been revealed. Since Ye Qinghe himself does not mind revealing his condition, it is imperative for everyone to grasp the reality of the state in which he recorded these 2 episodes today. After expressing this, he extended his hand to assist Ye Dali, fully uncovering the blanket draped over him. Beneath the blanket lay nothing shocking, merely a series of restraint straps employed to prevent excessive movement from the patient. These straps secured Ye Qinghe's body firmly against the wheelchair, binding his torso, thighs, and calves with precision. There was no alternative. As a person entirely paralyzed, maintaining a proper seated position is nearly impossible. Therefore, to avert any unfortunate slips or tumbles during movement, such measures are necessary. One need not feel a pang of sorrow, for this restraint is imperceptible to me. Of course, prolonged confinement is not ideal, as despite my body lacking sensation, regular massages are essential to retain muscle activity for the hope of rehabilitation. However, compared to what others might envision, I experience no pain and require no sympathy. As the barrage of comments on the screen momentarily halted in shock, Ye Qinghe smiled serenely at the viewers in the live stream. Yet, the calmer his tone and the brighter his smile, the deeper the metaphorical knife plunged into the hearts of his audience. He spoke lightly, as if his physical condition bore no relation to him. Yet coupled with his frail demeanor, the blend of vulnerability and resilience shattered the hearts of many. I truly feel cursed. What have I done? I am hardly human. Consumed by such insatiable curiosity, why did I feel the need to see? The production team is equally culpable. Did they not consider this beforehand? Did no one inquire about Ye Qinghe's physical state? My word, I cannot fathom what it must feel like to be bound by so many restraints. Even though Ye Qinghe claims to feel nothing, the mere thought sends chills down my spine. I suddenly comprehend why he can retain so much knowledge. It is only by immersing himself in learning and focus that he can forget his physical ailments. Indeed, to envision a person lying there, devoid of any bodily reaction, with only a conscious mind awake while the body remains entirely unresponsive and numb, is enough to drive one to madness. After Ye Qinghe concluded his remarks, The comments flooded the screen as countless individuals were left stunned by his restrained condition. They had never contemplated that Qinghe had spent an entire day in such a state while recording the program. Even after witnessing it, they still attempted to diminish their guilt and remorse with such a nonchalant tone. In that moment, they perceived a radiant light emanating from Qinghe, a glimmer of vitality shining through despair. Though this light was faint, it was undeniably brilliant, blinding them to the point where tears uncontrollably streamed down their cheeks. Qinghe's mindset was truly commendable. If I were to find myself in such a predicament, I might very well succumb to madness, remarked Xianggu, seated nearby. This tranquility did not come effortlessly. It was born from a multitude of experiences. And only recently was he able to regard the loss of most of his bodily control with such equanimity. However, there was also a more optimistic aspect to his condition recently, as certain areas had begun to regain control, which was indeed the most uplifting news. Qinghe continued to speak with a smile, demonstrating the movement of his right hand's index finger and thumb. Indeed, the ability to move freely was a positive development. Perhaps it would not be long before he could fully reclaim his health. Observing the motion of only the index and thumb of the right hand, Xianggu could not help but feel a pang of envy. There is no need for such sentiments. Let us first see what questions the netizens have. With his body immobilized, Qinghe raised his right index finger and gave it a little shake. Today has certainly seen more emotional outbursts than usual, primarily due to being profoundly touched. Now, let us turn our attention to the inquiries from our online audience. Xianggu wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and returned to a more professional demeanor. Although I am aware that this question may be somewhat inappropriate, I still wish to inquire. When was Qinghe at his most desperate during this period? This question was posed by a netizen, and Xianggu read it aloud. Given that Qinghe was unperturbed by his physical state, he felt this inquiry was permissible and likely on the minds of many. The most desperate moment. Qinghe pondered for a brief moment before breaking into a smile. The epitome of despair must be when mosquitoes buzz around your face, incessantly seeking a place to land, while you can only blow them away. Chapter 30. The most desperate moment, or when there is an itch on your forehead, yet you lack the hands to scratch it. Even a mere touch could alleviate the sensation entirely. However, lying alone in bed, devoid of anyone to assist, the itch amplifies ceaselessly. The more you yearn to scratch it, the more intense the itch becomes. This encapsulates Qinghe's most genuine feeling. There are indeed days when he experiences such states. If only his hands were capable of movement, a simple scratch on his forehead could instantly dispel that torment. Alas, due to his immobility, this suffering lingers for far too long. Qinghe expressed himself in a vividly illustrative manner, evoking immediate imagery in the minds of many, prompting an involuntary smile. Yet, this smile soon solidified into a mask of anguish. For any normal, healthy individual, the matter at hand would be trivial. However, for Qinghe, it loomed as an insurmountable chasm. He found himself unable to cope, enduring an ever-intensifying sensation until it finally faded away, piece by piece. At first glance, this may seem like a jest, but upon deeper reflection, it reveals itself as an exceptionally cruel form of punishment. Indeed, it is a moment steeped in despair. In such times, I yearn for the creation of a robot that I could command through voice. Allowing it to scratch an itch when no one else is around, just a simple scratch would suffice. Previously, when I witnessed Qinghe binding himself with straps to his wheelchair for a program recording, it was akin to the first cut of a knife. Now, this response has driven that blade even deeper. Qinghe, have you accepted any online donations or funds to assist with medical expenses? I wish to contribute. Beside him, the emotional brother, with reddened eyes and tears streaming down his face, brightened at the mention of this query. This marked one of the most tearful moments of his professional career. His empathy for Qinghe was palpable. At just 19, he had endured so much, yet managed to digest these experiences and convey them in such a nonchalant, humorous manner. There is a saying, the more understanding a child becomes, the more it tugs at the heartstrings. Such understanding often stems from suffering. Now, he wishes to offer Qinghe whatever assistance he can muster. Yet, Qinghe insists, there is truly no need for that. My current situation does not entail exorbitant medical costs. My father works tirelessly delivering meals and driving as a substitute to make ends meet. We believe it unnecessary to solicit donations. The funds could be better allocated to those in greater need. I am capable of earning a little myself. it is not entirely futile. Thus, there is no need for anyone to donate. I have never initiated any fundraising on any platform. If you encounter any such efforts, they are surely fraudulent. Report them immediately. Interestingly, neither Ye Qinghe nor Ye Dali have engaged in such fundraising. It is not that they were unaware. Rather, in the early days, Ye Dali sold their home and business, amassing sufficient funds to support their extensive travels, consultations with experts, and the expensive imported medications. Now, having dwindled to renting a modest space, those resources have been exhausted, and they find themselves unable to spend excessively. Thus, thoughts of fundraising have not crossed their minds. However, while Ye Qinghe maintains this stance, Ye Dali secretly contemplates the notion. Had it been before Ye Qinghe's recovery, he likely would not have entertained such thoughts. However, it is evident that Ye Qinghe now possesses the possibility of recovery, which leads him to contemplate ways to secure additional funds. The crux of the matter is Ye Qinghe's reluctance to accept the research conducted by experts. Should he acquiesce, many of their examinations and treatments would not incur exorbitant expenses. Conversely, refusing their assistance would yield astronomical costs. Otherwise, the proceeds from the sale of their enterprise and property would not have dissipated so completely within a mere 3 years. How do you plan to earn some money? Brother Xiang inquired, a hint of perplexity lacing his tone. Given Ye Qinghe's current physical condition, where he could scarcely move and was confined to his home, the question seemed almost absurd. This is the power of knowledge. Ye Qinghe replied with a smile. Although I am immobile, my breadth of knowledge remains extensive. A childhood friend of mine has secured some translation work for me at her university, translating professional literature, which pays several hundred yuan per piece. Additionally, I recently undertook an online job assisting others with mathematical calculations, completing it just a few days ago, and earning several thousand yuan in the process. Upon hearing this, numerous comments flooded in the live chat. I also have translation work available. Qinghe, would you like to take it? I'll pay the market's highest price. How do I arrange this job? I have a need for it. I wish to place an order. I can pay up front. And we can discuss the translation at a later time. Many were profoundly moved by Ye Qinghe's optimistic demeanor, eager to contribute in any small way they could. Are you all trying to place orders with me? Or are you merely looking to donate? He asked. However, I truly do not require this. I am capable of undertaking tasks within my limits, as I aspire to be self-sufficient. In dire circumstances, self-reliance can be more valuable than monetary support. Should one become overly dependent on others or external factors, they may find it impossible to rise again. Ye Qinghe understood their intentions. He harbored confidence that he would eventually regain his health and believed in his own abilities to thrive in the future. Thus, he felt it essential not to incur any debts of gratitude. Please refrain from asking such questions. I will not respond. As I do not wish for your sentiments to stem from mere pity, he communicated to his online audience. After addressing a selection of questions from Brother Xiang, Ye Qinghe concluded the live stream amidst the reluctant protests of many viewers. Indeed, the recording had consumed an inordinate amount of time, and although he felt no physical discomfort, his spirit was somewhat fatigued. He needed to return and rest properly. I truly apologize. While I understand you may not mind, I must express my gratitude nonetheless. Brother Xiang reiterated on the way back to the hotel. Chapter 31. A 6-month agreement. Have you received payment for the translation you did for Zhou? Upon returning to the hotel and ensuring Ye Qinghe was comfortably settled, as well as attending to his cleansing and massage, Ye Dali suddenly inquired. I certainly do not charge for her translations. However, I do expect compensation for the translation opportunities she helped me secure. Ye Qinghe smiled in response, asserting that with Zhou, it was impossible to demand payment. At most, they would engage in light-hearted banter, but true remuneration was out of the question. Accepting payment would weigh heavily on his conscience. It was truly unexpected that during this period of repose, you have self-taught yourself so much. Ultimately, it is my father's lack of means that prevents him from hiring someone to care for you and restoring you to health. Though Ye Qinghe wore a smile, Ye Dali felt a profound sense of guilt. During the live broadcast at the television station, when Ye Qinghe spoke of his most despairing moments, others perceived it as mere jest, yet it was a heartfelt lament. He could vividly imagine how deeply Ye Qinghe must have suffered at that moment. You needn't speak further on this matter. You have done more than enough. Ye Qinghe felt powerless against the frail, delicate persona that illness had bestowed upon him. Over the past few days, Ye Dali had voiced similar sentiments, believing they were influenced by this very disposition. Moreover, wasn't he their gradual improvement? Perhaps it would not be long before I could regain my health. At that time, I shall earn to support you, as long as you can recover. That is what matters. The notion of supporting you is secondary. Speaking of which, I discussed your condition with the specialist when I collected the report. I believe it is best to maintain the current state. I have no desire to be subjected to research by those so-called experts in a hospital. When I was ill previously, they failed to ascertain the cause of my ailment, and I doubt they could now determine the reason for my improvement. Thus, I believe the optimal course of action is to sustain our present condition. Perhaps in due time, I shall regain my health. Ye Qinghe's words suddenly illuminated Ye Dali's previous misconceptions. Indeed, when Ye Qinghe was afflicted, they traversed the nation, consulting myriad hospitals and specialists. Yet none could diagnose the underlying cause. In retrospect, significant funds were expended, and Ye Qinghe endured considerable suffering through various examinations and tests. Not only Ye Qinghe, but even he shuddered at the thought of the tests conducted during that period. Now that Ye Qinghe's health was improving, how could these specialists, who remained ignorant of the ailment's cause, possibly determine the reason for his recovery? Would it necessitate subjecting Ye Qinghe to another series of examinations, only to conclude with uncertainty? You raise a valid point. In that case, let us observe at home for 3 months. Should there be no further improvement within that time frame, we shall seek the expertise of a hospital. Ye Dali felt inclined to heed Ye Qinghe's perspective, yet he was cautious not to be entirely swayed. 6 months, then. If there is no significant progress during that period, we shall proceed to the hospital for an examination. In contrast to the oblivious Ye Dali, Ye Qinghe possesses a deeper understanding of his physical condition. Over the span of 6 months, he believes that even if fortune were to frown upon him, he would still encounter numerous options to restore his health. By that time, he would have ample justification to prevent Ye Dali from taking him to the hospital. Very well. 6 months it is. Ye Dali nodded. The difference between 3 and 6 months was negligible. Given Ye Qinghe's symptoms, should there be a noticeable improvement within 6 months, it would indeed signify a remarkably favorable state. Subsequently, the two fell into silence. After Ye Dali administered a thorough massage to Ye Qinghe, he excused himself to freshen up. Meanwhile, Ye Qinghe entered his consciousness space to complete the 5 kilometers he had not finished earlier. The distance from the hotel to the television station was too short, compounded by the limited space at the station, rendering the completion of 5 kilometers impossible. Well, although I did not achieve 5 kilometers today, I surely moved at least 2 kilometers. Does that not count? Or is it still 50 kilometers? Yet, upon entering the consciousness space, Ye Qinghe realized that he still needed to accomplish 50 kilometers, prompting him to voice his grievances. He had traversed nearly 1,000 kilometers the previous day, and it was rather absurd that this excess distance did not afford him additional chances to draw prizes. Nor did the 2 kilometers he moved today count towards his progress in the consciousness space. This system truly seemed unreasonable. Regardless of his complaints, the system remained unresponsive. He faced 2 choices: either abandon the 50 kilometers and forfeit his opportunity for a draw today, or run the full distance. With this insipid system, there is no use in fretting. I might as well start running. What else could he do? Ye Qinghe could only begin his run. Lying around every day prevented him from fully realizing his physical state. Now, with the opportunity to experience a healthy body in motion, he found it rather uplifting. Without this consciousness space, which allowed him to feel the vitality of movement and the joy of running, he feared he would soon succumb to a sense of despondency. Although completing the 50 kilometers would leave him utterly exhausted, pushing him to his limits and making him feel as if his body might collapse, this hardship offered him a peculiar solace. With that thought, he felt a sense of balance return. He no longer rushed to finish the 50 kilometers, but instead meandered through the space, walking leisurely. System, could this space undergo further transformation? I wish for a bedroom here, a living room there, an area for exercise, and a study in that corner. The last time he prompted a change, the system had modified the running route and transformed the surroundings into an urban landscape, yet it still felt somewhat monotonous. Ye Qinghe pondered the possibility of enhancing his environment, thinking, since I can linger here for an extended period, why not create something that I desire? The last time I requested a change, the system complied. I wonder if it will do so again. If it is feasible, one can certainly make the most of this opportunity the next time one enters, as the outside world experiences merely a fleeting moment. What can one accomplish? To my astonishment, is it truly possible? Gazing at the bedroom, living room, gym, and study that materialized beside the path after he had finished speaking, Ye Qinghe leapt with joy. While he might have been momentarily captivated by other places, he genuinely believed the study would prove to be immensely beneficial. Chapter 32. The Ineffectual Ability, What a Delight. Upon entering the bedroom, Ye Qinghe sprang onto the bed, crashing down with excitement and letting out a jubilant shout. Although he often hid beneath the covers, he had never truly experienced the softness and comfort of a bed. Now, lying on this bed, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The sensation of comfort was something he had never felt before. Now that he could finally experience it, he truly believed that sleeping on such a bed was a source of bliss. After rolling around on the bed for a considerable time, Ye Qinghe finally descended with satisfaction. Next was the living room, where he indulged on the soft sofa for quite a while before finally getting up. The gym, however, held little intrigue. He merely experimented with the exercise equipment, which had some utility in reality, yet here he felt it served no real purpose. He had only thought of it momentarily and had no genuine intention of exercising. The study was spacious, boasting 3 expansive bookshelves filled with a variety of books. However, when Ye Qinghe took them down, they appeared empty, displaying only snippets of the content he had previously read. This meant that whatever he had encountered in the past could be accessed here, he mused. It was only natural, given his photographic memory, having read the books. Their contents were retained in his mind, rendering their physical presence somewhat irrelevant. What he valued more was the ability to perform mathematical calculations here. Should that individual named Zhou Shuo present him with a project, he could complete all the calculations in this space, thus providing the corresponding processes in reality without the need for contemplation. This would save a considerable amount of time. However, if that were the case, he could not complete his daily task of running 50 kilometers too early. With a shift in mindset, the 50 kilometers no longer seemed insurmountable. After running for a while and feeling fatigued, Ye Qinghe would take a brief respite before continuing. This time, he took nearly twice as long to finish the 50 kilometers compared to his usual pace. Meanwhile, in reality, Ye Dali had just begun his morning routine. A lottery, Ye Qinghe thought to himself. He had discovered that completing 50 kilometers in this conscious space seemed to increase the options available in the lottery. There were options related to bodily restoration, restoring the middle finger of his right hand, regaining control of his anal muscles, and restoring the index finger of his right hand. Today, there were 3 options for bodily restoration. The one he desired most was to regain control over his anal muscles. Although he could not yet move, he truly wished to avoid soiling himself in diapers in the future. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as the chosen option was merely an inconsequential ability to detect the scent of apples. What a futile skill this is. To discern the flavor of an apple merely by its scent? What purpose does this serve? It pales in comparison to the art of ventriloquism, which at least offers some amusement. Upon discovering this option, Ye Qinghe was on the verge of cursing. This ability holds no merit whatsoever. He felt he had squandered a precious opportunity to draw a prize. Even the adjacent option of acquiring 2 bitcoins would have been superior. Yet, mere complaints proved futile. After a bout of impotent rage, Ye Qinghe resigned himself to this reality. Qinghe, I noticed there are welcome fruits provided by the hotel at the entrance. The apples seem quite appealing. Would you care to sample one? After freshening up, Ye Dali casually inquired upon noticing the fruit. Bring one here. I shall first inhale its aroma. If it proves delectable, I may indulge. Ye Qinghe responded, unexpectedly finding immediate utility in his newfound ability. Ye Dali picked an apple and presented it before Ye Qinghe's nose. As he inhaled, Ye Qinghe discerned the apple's scent, determining that it was of the bland variety. Lacking in sweetness, certainly not to his taste. This apple does not possess the flavor I enjoy. Are there any others? This experience piqued Ye Qinghe's interest in his ability. Previously, he would have to take a bite to ascertain whether an apple was palatable. Now, this skill offered a means to circumvent such uncertainty. Ye Dali, without further contemplation, returned the apple to the fruit platter and collected the remaining fruits. The hotel had provided 2 apples today, and Ye Dali held the second one to Ye Qinghe's nose. This apple's aroma was marginally more appealing than the first, yet still not to Ye Qinghe's liking. Not tasty. I shall abstain, he declared, shaking his head. How peculiar today is. Can one truly ascertain their preference for an apple merely by scent? Aren't they all the same? Ye Dali mused, shaking his head. What about the other fruits? Forget it. I'm not interested. I'm quite worn out today. Dad, you've been on your feet all day. You should rest early. Ye Qinghe had no desire to eat. He merely wished to experiment with his ability. All right, Shall we rise early tomorrow to explore? The last time we visited Jinling, we didn't have the chance to sightsee. This time, we have the morning free before our afternoon departure back to Beijing, Ye Dali suggested, nodding. Perhaps not. I'm not particularly intrigued by these places at present. If there were a 5-kilometer task, I might consider it, but given the lengthy journey ahead, I'm rather disinclined. Understood. Ye Dali nodded, turning off the light before lying down on the adjacent bed. Qinghe still hadn't managed to completely untie the knots within his heart. The following morning, the two remained in the hotel, choosing not to venture out, and only departed as the time approached. The production team sent over the previously assigned assistant, Xiao Sun, to escort them onto the high-speed train. However, this time, the team upgraded their tickets, opting for first-class seats instead of the usual second class. Director Zhao acknowledged that there had been an oversight during their initial journey and assured them that such an error would not occur again on their next recording visit. Xiao Sun conveyed the team's apologies to Ye Qinghe on their behalf, to which Ye Dali and his son responded with warm smiles, dismissing the concern. The comfort of first-class seats was significantly superior to that of second class, allowing Ye Qinghe to avoid facing the aisle like a wall. Ye Dali gently lifted him from his wheelchair and seated him in the first-class compartment. Qinghe, tell me, have you been secretly improving? How did you suddenly become so amazing? I thought you were merely going for a leisurely trip, yet you triumphed in both the God of War and Champion titles. As Ye Qinghe disembarked, Zhou Wanner appeared on the platform. She had watched the live broadcast of the one station to the end segment almost in its entirety, including the poignant moment when Ye Qinghe expressed his deepest despair, which had moved her to tears. Aside from Ye Dali, she understood Ye Qinghe's state better than anyone. Imagining the despair that must have enveloped Ye Jing as she lay in their rented room, itching yet powerless to scratch. However, she grappled with the reality that she could not always be there for Ye Qinghe, as she needed to attend school, which was quite distant from where he lived. Just as Ye Dali could not abandon his work to care for Ye Qinghe full-time, she could not provide constant support. Yet, she made the effort to greet them at the station, having already inquired about their arrival time and waiting on the platform. Despite her deep concern for Ye Qinghe, she maintained her composure in his presence. As was customary, she approached him for a warm embrace and spoke to him in a casual, brotherly manner. Of course, I must improve. I can't allow you to advance while I remain stagnant. What do you think? Were you surprised? Do you admire me now? Perhaps even with newfound respect? Ye Qinghe was equally delighted to see Zhou Wanner. And here I thought you'd be modest. If I really become a star, will you be too proud to notice me? Zhou Wanner feigned indifference, responding, have you two eaten yet? Shall we find a place to celebrate Qinghe's achievements as the God of War and Champion? Seamlessly, she took over, pushing Ye Qinghe's wheelchair from Ye Dali as they made their way to the elevator at the high-speed train station. Let us eat once we get home. Dining near the train station is far too expensive. Ye Qinghe nodded in agreement, affirming that celebrating was indeed a splendid idea. But he preferred not to dine at the pricey establishments nearby. All right, that sounds perfect. This had long been anticipated by Zhou Wanner. The trio took the subway directly from the high-speed train station, navigating for an hour before disembarking and transferring to a bus, ultimately arriving at the residence of Ye Qinghe and his companions. They did not seek out any particularly extravagant establishment. Instead, they chose a restaurant that Ye Dali frequently delivered from, appreciating its delectable flavors, high customer order rates, and commendable kitchen hygiene. Seated on one side of the table, Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wanner shared a meal, with Zhou Wanner naturally feeding him. Observing this scene, Ye Dali mused that if Ye Qinghe were in good health, it would indeed be splendid for him to be with Zhou Wanner. She possessed a commendable character, excelled in her studies, and came from a respectable family, boasting an array of admirable qualities. Regrettably, Ye Qinghe's physical condition made any such union implausible. After their meal, upon returning to their abode, they discovered a significant problem awaiting them. Dali, you have finally returned. Aunt Lu exclaimed. The landlord came by yesterday and informed us that this house will no longer be rented to you. He instructed you to vacate promptly upon your return, granting merely one night's grace. You must clear out by tomorrow. Upon entering the courtyard, Aunt Lu, who was just about to leave, spotted them and hurried over, her expression one of concern. What is happening? Did we not rent this place properly? We have been paying the rent monthly, and we have never defaulted. The landlord had never mentioned anything about us needing to move out. This revelation puzzled Ye Dali, for the landlord was generally a decent person who understood their circumstances and occasionally offered them assistance. Why then? Had he suddenly decided to evict them without even a phone call? At this juncture, Aunt Lu glanced around furtively, ensuring no one else was present. Before leaning closer to Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe, I've discreetly inquired and learned that someone has financially incentivized the landlord to have you vacate. The other party has offered quite a sum. Initially, the landlord was unwilling, but they resorted to threats, leaving him no choice but to comply. He knows this is improper, hence his embarrassment in facing you, which is why he left a note at the door and informed us. He was supposed to have your belongings removed yesterday as per the request, but he managed to delay it until tomorrow. Do not bear any ill will towards him. He assures me that he will refund this month's rent due to the circumstances. In that moment, Ye Dali, Ye Qinghe, and their companion comprehended the sudden urgency of their eviction. Yet, they found it perplexing. They had no enemies in the capital. So why would someone resort to bribery and coercion against the landlord to force them to relocate? They held no animosity towards the landlord, understanding he had not even required a deposit when they moved in due to their situation. What kind of person would do such a despicable thing? How could they act so maliciously? If there is an issue, they should confront us directly instead of covertly pressuring the landlord to expel us. Zhou Wanner exclaimed indignantly, her disdain for such underhanded individuals evident. Please do not mention that I was the one who said it. Just know it among yourselves. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Aunt Lu hastily distanced herself from the matter and exited swiftly. Upon returning to the doorstep, the three of them discovered a note affixed to the door, left by the landlord. Its contents mirrored Aunt Lu's earlier words, instructing them to vacate the premises by the following day. The landlord expressed apologies, stating he was too embarrassed to face them in person, and indicated that they could leave their keys with anyone in the courtyard or place them beneath the flower pot at the entrance. What shall we do? Where will you go tomorrow? Perhaps I could take a day off school to accompany you in searching for a new place. Zhou Wanner inquired after settling Ye Qinghe and Un. The landlord had already been patient for several days. They could not linger indefinitely. Thus, the only option was to move. Although there were houses available for rent, finding one that met their satisfaction might not occur swiftly. Zhou Wanner resolved that she and Ye Dali would venture out the next day to find a suitable residence and aim to relocate before nightfall. No, we can manage this ourselves. You should focus on your studies and not let this interfere with your education. Ye Dali promptly waved his hand. Zhou Wanner had already done exceptionally well by visiting during her free time to support Ye Qinghe, alleviating his solitude and assisting him in finding ways to earn money. He did not want to burden her further by making her take time off for their situation. Uncle Dali, let me stay? Tomorrow is quite critical. We need to find a new home and pack our belongings. I can help with the packing and keep Qinghe company. Otherwise, you will be overwhelmed, Zhou Wanner reminded him. This remark struck a chord with Ye Dali, realizing that handling everything alone would indeed be challenging. Very well, you are truly a great help, Wanner. You need not be so formal with me. I will return home now and come over early tomorrow. The hour was late, and the place where Ye Qinghe and the others resided was unsuitable for Zhou Wanner to stay, compelling her to head back. Furthermore, she needed to return to school to request a leave of absence or seek assistance from her classmates. I shall escort you to the station. Ye Dali stood up. Be cautious on the way. By the way, you need not arrive too early tomorrow, Ye Qinghe remarked, tilting his head. Understood. You both should rest early. After such a long journey, you must be weary. Uncle Dali, you need not see me off. Zhou Wanner nodded, foregoing Ye Dali's escort, and departed on her own. After attending to Ye Qinghe's personal hygiene and providing him with a massage, Ye Dali bid him farewell and stepped outside. Though Ye Qinghe had claimed he could earn money now, the demands on his finances were overwhelming. He pondered whether he could seize a couple of driving orders while out. Every bit counted. The next landlord might not be as lenient regarding the deposit, nor might they permit monthly payments. Even the standard arrangement of a deposit plus 3 months' rent constituted a significant sum. It was only after Ye Dali's departure that Ye Qinghe realized in the 2 days of his absence. Zhou Shua and the newly added Pei Ming had bombarded him with messages. Although he possessed a mobile phone, he seldom carried it when leaving home, as it was generally unnecessary. Big boss, are you busy? Big boss, are you free? Big boss, what pressing matters occupy you this time? Please respond. Zhou Shua's messages predominantly inquired about his availability. Conversely, Pei Ming was more forthright, initially sending a formal request for collaboration, but upon receiving no response, he grew increasingly anxious, sending several messages the following day. I was out and unavailable. What is the matter? Ye Qinghe responded to Zhou Shua first, as he had known him longer. Big boss, Yu finally replied, I have no pressing issues, but my senior brother needs assistance with a calculation. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Just that this project is significantly more challenging and important than ours. Zhou Shua, engrossed in a game, immediately exited upon receiving Ye Qinghe's message, disregarding any potential reprimands, and promptly replied. Pei Ming had mentioned that if he could bring this individual on board to help, it would afford him an opportunity to join the project team in a supporting role. Such an opportunity was not one he wished to let slip by. As for any scolding, he was accustomed to it, having long since been berated for his gaming skills. Specifically, I can only assist with mathematical problems. I might lack time for anything else. Ye Qinghe considered and replied, eager for the opportunity to earn, yet aware that his only applicable skill was in mathematics. If the project involved too many other complexities, he would be at a loss. Perhaps you should discuss this with my senior brother. I'm not too familiar with the details. Should I call him to send you a message? Zhou Shua genuinely lacked insight into the matter. Without delay, he dialed Pei Ming. Given Zhou Shua's understanding of Pei Ming, he surmised that at this hour, he was likely still at the lab and had not returned to the dormitory. Sure enough, Pei Ming answered the call, and upon hearing Zhou Shua's words, he immediately acknowledged and sent a message to Ye Qinghe. Can we speak on the phone? This typing is rather tedious. Let us switch to voice. After Ye Qinghe consented, Pei Ming swiftly initiated a voice call. Greetings, esteemed colleague. Here's the situation. We have a project involving a landscape bridge that requires calculations for the structure. Hearing this, Ye Qinghe interjected. I may not have the capacity to engage in that area. If it's merely a mathematical problem, I can assist, but anything too complex may be beyond my capabilities. A bridge project? Ye Qinghe had not graduated from high school, and at present, he relied solely on the mathematical prowess bestowed upon him by the system. Beyond mathematical inquiries, he was truly of no assistance. We can encapsulate the issue into a mathematical problem that requires resolution. You need not concern yourself with anything else but to assist us with a mathematical calculation, Pei Ming explained earnestly. He had no intention of burdening Ye Qinghe with all their challenges. He merely sought help with the core computational dilemma. This problem had stymied them for some time, and he was resorting to desperate measures. The last time Ye Qinghe aided them, his approach was unlike anything Pei Ming had previously encountered, often proving to be more streamlined than their familiar methods. He surmised that Ye Qinghe must be a mathematical virtuoso. Though he did not comprehend why Ye Qinghe would engage in such a forum, he hoped that if he could resolve their previous issue, perhaps he could tackle this one as well. Please send me the mathematical problem, Ye Qinghe replied, feeling confident that a purely mathematical query would pose no difficulty. All right, please hold on. I will send it to you right away. Additionally, how much do you consider appropriate for this service? Pei Ming, just before initiating the voice call, suddenly recalled the matter of compensation. They had already benefited from the previous 5,000. This problem was undoubtedly more complex, so 5,000 would certainly not suffice. Yet he was uncertain about an appropriate amount. What do you think is fair? Ye Qinghe was equally in the dark, having never engaged in such transactions before. He had no frame of reference for pricing. 5,000 already seemed considerable to him. Thus, he tossed the question back to Pei Ming. How about 20,000? Pei Ming proposed after some contemplation. Although this figure felt a tad low, he sensed that the expert on the other end seemed indifferent to monetary matters. Very well. Should you have similar mathematical challenges in the future or know of others who might, feel free to reach out to me. I will respond upon seeing your message. In Chapter 35, titled Which Expert? Ye Qinghe contemplated a straightforward notion to leverage this connection to expand his own endeavors. Currently, he lacked the channels to seek out such opportunities, and Pei Ming represented his sole avenue. No problem. Meanwhile, Pei Ming considered this a splendid opportunity to strengthen ties with the expert, nodding vigorously as he pondered whether any of his classmates or project groups at school required related mathematical computations. However, I may need to inform my advisor about this payment. At present, I can only provide half of the deposit, and once my application is complete, I will transfer the remaining 10,000 to you. Pei Ming glanced at his account, realizing he only had just over 10,000, making it impossible to pay the full 20,000 outright. No worries. This matter is not urgent. Let me first assist you in completing the calculations, Ye Qinghe reassured him, untroubled by the arrangement. After ending the call, Ye Qinghe committed the problem that Pei Ming had sent him to memory. He was confident that today's 5 kilometers would suffice. He wondered if he could still access his consciousness space. As Ye Qinghe contemplated entering the realm of consciousness, he discovered that he had indeed made the transition. This realization brought him a sense of relief. Henceforth, he could access this space at will, without the concern that his daytime activities, such as running 5 kilometers, would hinder his ability to enter the consciousness realm. Upon entering the study, Qinghe diligently noted down the problems he had encountered earlier and proceeded to calculate with a pen in hand. A mathematical prodigy possesses the aptitude to perceive the subsequent hint upon encountering a mathematical problem, and with each successive step, further insights unfold. This was the very reason Qinghe was able to solve the previous issues. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary ability known as photographic memory. Although he initially struggled with these problems, after solving them once, the reasoning and processes, along with the relevant knowledge, were swiftly ingrained in his mind. For him, this was akin to the phenomenon where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. The current problems were indeed more challenging than the last, requiring Qinghe significantly more time, over an hour, to arrive at a solution. Yet, in reality, he conveyed to Pei Ming that he had resolved the issue in merely 20 minutes, which astonished Pei Ming. The rapidity of Qinghe's calculations was astonishing, bordering on the surreal. My goodness, what kind of genius has Zhou Shuo encountered? 20 minutes to solve this problem? Pei Ming mused, glancing at the clock to confirm the times he had sent and received the messages. He was left in shock. He could not fathom anyone accomplishing such a feat, nor did he know how easy this problem might be for true luminaries in the field of mathematics. Yet, he believed that even the esteemed professors he knew from the mathematics department would not solve this problem with such alacrity. Although he had not consulted those professors about this particular issue, he recalled that his own mentor had once sought assistance from a mathematics professor for a similar problem, which had taken a day to resolve. While it was likely that the professor had not been working on it continuously, even having that time several times over would still result in several hours. Now, this unseen individual, whose voice sounded remarkably youthful, had managed to solve a comparable problem in just 20 minutes? This was utterly astonishing. Studying the intricate calculations laid out before him, Pei Ming realized that he would likely need to pull an all-nighter, much like the previous occasion. He began calling each member of the project team and summoned his mentor as well. You mean to say you found someone to resolve this mathematical problem? Who did you enlist? Pei Ming's mentor, Shi Xinliang, appeared to be in his 60s, but was actually in his 50s, a lean elder who immediately inquired upon entering. Shi Xinliang was a mentor in the Department of Architectural Engineering and oversaw numerous projects. Although Pei Ming's project was not particularly large, he was aware that this mathematical problem had posed a significant obstacle for some time. He had been contemplating whether to seek out a mathematics expert to assist with the issue, only to be informed by Pei Ming that it had been resolved. A netizen. What? Are you joking with me? In the dead of night, you summon me and everyone else to discuss a problem supposedly addressed by an online acquaintance? Upon hearing this, Shi Xinliang's expression immediately soured. To seek a resolution from an online stranger? Setting aside the issue of confidentiality, could this individual even comprehend the problem at hand? Mentor. This person is the same individual who previously assisted us with calculations for another project. I managed to contact him today and shared the problem. Do you know how long it took him to complete the calculations? Pei Ming understood the source of the mentor's frustration and promptly handed Shi Xinliang the printed calculations. Upon realizing it was the same person from before, Shi Xinliang's demeanor softened slightly. The calculations were indeed impressive. How long? He inquired, taking the document and quickly reviewing the calculations. Pei Ming chose not to respond verbally, but instead presented his chat logs with Qinghe to Shi Xinliang. A day? That's quite remarkable. Noticing the two timelines were closely aligned, Shi Xinliang instinctively thought that Pei Ming had communicated with the individual yesterday, and the results were returned today, approximately 24 hours later. No, it was 20 minutes. After I sent it to him, he returned the process in just 20 minutes. Pei Ming clarified. What? How is that possible? 20 minutes? How could anyone solve it in just 20 minutes? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Shi Xinliang was incredulous. If you examine the timestamps closely, you'll see I had trouble reaching him before today. He responded to Zhou Shuo, who then called me to relay the message. Pei Ming pointed out, indicating the time on the chat log. Shi Xinliang set down the document, picked up Pei Ming's phone, and scrutinized it from a distance. It was indeed today, and the time was confirmed as 20 minutes. But how could that be? He had calculated the problem himself. Although he was not a mathematics major, he had made some accomplishments in the field and understood the difficulty of the question. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought assistance from others. Yet now, The individual had completed it in 20 minutes upon seeing the question. Did this person not need to contemplate it at all? Did you inquire about their real name? Which university's professor are they? Or are they a prominent figure in the mathematics community? Shi Xinliang could only ponder these possibilities. I should think not. Pei Ming hesitated. Although he was uncertain about who Yang Sheng was, based on the voice and age of the individual, they seemed quite young, definitely not a professor or a notable figure. Chapter 36. Do you wish to attend university? What do you mean by I should think not? You didn't ask them, did you? Shi Xinliang guessed from Pei Ming's demeanor that he hadn't inquired at all. No, I didn't ask, but from the voice during our conversation, they seemed quite young. Pei Ming nodded. A youthful voice? Shi Xinliang began to ponder which professor or esteemed mathematician might possess a youthful sound. Yet, despite ruminating on the possibilities, he could not find a match. They seemed to be around 20 years old. How could that be? 20 years old? Solving this problem in 20 minutes? If such a genius truly existed, they would have long been renowned nationwide. Shi Xinliang was thoroughly unconvinced. Shall I make another call and say we have some uncertainties? Would you mind conversing with them for a moment? Pei Ming hesitated before responding. Certainly. Shi Xinliang was also eager to engage with such an individual. If indeed someone could accomplish this calculation within 20 minutes, that would be nothing short of genius, irrespective of age. The situation is this. I promised the individual a reward of 20,000, but due to insufficient funds earlier, I could only transfer 10,000. The remaining 10,000 is still pending. Is that acceptable? No problem. I shall transfer it to you now. In this regard, Shi Xinliang exhibited no hesitation. If a mere 20,000 could resolve such an issue, they would consider themselves fortunate. He promptly withdrew his phone and transferred the full amount to Pei Ming, who immediately sent the remaining 10,000 to Ye Qinghe. Upon hearing the notification sound and observing the transfer, Ye Qinghe was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't it said that the payment would be made tomorrow? Why has it arrived so swiftly? Dear sir, we have a few aspects of the calculation process that we would like to consult with you about. Would it be convenient for you to engage in a voice conversation once more? Pei Ming sent a message post-transfer. Of course. A sum of 20,000 naturally entails some follow-up. Ye Qinghe replied without a hint of concern. Pei Ming promptly initiated a voice call. What seems to be the issue? As Pei Ming's phone switched to speaker mode, Ye Qinghe's voice resonated, and at that moment, Shi Xinliang understood why Pei Ming had mentioned the youthfulness of the speaker. The voice was undeniably youthful, unmistakably not that of an adult. 20 years old. Shi Xinliang mused, convinced that the individual was indeed in their early 20s. Such youth paired with remarkable mathematical talent. What institution could they possibly hail from? He couldn't recall any particularly outstanding figures in mathematics from recent years. Wei Xin was not an option. His voice was distinctly different, and he struggled to think of anyone else. Hello, I am Pei Ming's mentor, Shi Xinliang. I greatly appreciate your assistance in resolving this matter. I have some uncertainties regarding the third step. This tool seems quite uncommon. Shi Xinliang introduced himself before posing his question. This step was entirely different from anything he had encountered before. He had heard of the tool, yet never contemplated its application in this context. Hello, Professor Shi. The situation is as follows. Ye Qinghe meticulously recounted the calculation process, demonstrating a profound understanding of the problem, articulating both the thought process and the methodology with remarkable clarity. Indeed, it was he who had solved it. It was inconceivable that anyone else could grasp the nuances so thoroughly. Initially, Shi Xinliang had presumed Ye Qinghe to be merely an intermediary. But upon hearing him respond without hesitation to the inquiry posed, his doubts evaporated entirely. Do you comprehend? Shall I elaborate further? Ye Qinghe inquired after elucidating the issue. I understand. No further explanation is necessary. May I inquire about a few additional questions unrelated to the topic? As Shi Xinliang observed, he grasped the essence of the matter. Yet his understanding did not reach the profound clarity of Ye Qinghe's explanation. Convinced of the talent before him, he felt no need to pose further inquiries, but rather found himself intrigued by the identity of the individual across from him. Xiangyang Ersheng? This moniker did not strike him as typical of a youth, and inexplicably, he sensed that the username bore a meaning beyond mere growth in the sun. Very well, Ye Qinghe contemplated before responding. You sound quite young, perhaps in your 20s? Indeed. Which university do you attend? Are you a graduate student in mathematics? Upon hearing this, Ye Qinghe hesitated momentarily before replying. Is it inconvenient to disclose? Is it a military engineering institution? Sure, Xinliang initially thought Yi Qinghe's reluctance stemmed from confidentiality regulations at his school, which could explain why he had never heard of a mathematical prodigy from such an institution. While many might perceive mathematics as an esoteric field with limited job prospects, those who genuinely excel in this domain need not fret about employment. As the foundational cornerstone of technology, mathematics is far more significant than the average person might assume. The military, too, requires talent in this area, and it is quite normal for such individuals to remain within the confines of their institutions. No, I am not a university student, Ye Qinghe replied, clarifying that there was nothing secretive about his situation. He had merely been contemplating whether to speak candidly. Not a university student? Have you graduated? No, I have never attended university. This response caught Sure Xinliang and the others completely off guard. Never attended university? How can one possess such proficiency in mathematics without formal education? What heights might one reach with a structured academic background? Sure Xinliang's excitement surged. The national education system has become quite robust over the years, yet some gems remain undiscovered. Could he have encountered one today? How old are you? 19. My goodness. If his previous excitement was merely a spark, it now ignited into a fervor. A 19-year-old mathematical genius without a university education. Should this information reach the academic circles, he was certain the faculty of mathematics would be astir with astonishment. Then why haven't you attended university? Is it due to financial constraints, or some other reason? My health is not good. I am not suited for school. This revelation was enlightening. A mathematical prodigy hindered by health issues. If, hypothetically, a university were to offer you a special admission, would you be inclined to accept? Sure Xinliang suppressed his excitement as he inquired about Yi Qinghe's thoughts. Should this young man express a willingness to attend university, he would certainly approach the head of the mathematics department. He was confident that upon learning of such a talent, the old man would be unable to contain his enthusiasm. Given the old man's temperament, he would not hesitate to confront the university president to secure Yi Qinghe's admission. I would like to, but my health does not permit it. Chapter 37. As long as one is not completely paralyzed, Ye Qinghe could hardly fathom that the sudden appearance of Pei Ming's mentor today would lead to such a question. Naturally, he aspired to attend university. However, given his current physical condition, no institution would be inclined to accept him. Moreover, with his physical limitations, attending school was simply not feasible. As long as one is not entirely paralyzed, I believe there should be no obstacles to university admission. With your mathematical prowess, should you agree, universities may offer you a special admission, bypassing the Gaokao or any other procedures. Sure Xinliang felt that Xiangyang Ershing, being able to engage in online tasks and converse normally, surely possessed some mobility, albeit with certain limitations. This should not hinder the university's special consideration for him. I am completely paralyzed. Xiangyang Ershing's response left everyone in stunned silence. Completely paralyzed? No one could have anticipated that the individual who solved their long-standing mathematical conundrum in a mere 20 minutes was entirely paralyzed. How could that be possible? If he were truly paralyzed, how could he resolve such problems? Surely, he could not have merely conceptualized the solutions in his mind. This is no joking matter. I genuinely admire your talent. If you consent, I can approach the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University and request a simple assessment for your special admission. Given your demonstrated mathematical aptitude, I am confident this will not be an issue. Furthermore, I can arrange for scholarships to cover all your educational expenses. So you need not worry about the costs associated with attending school. If there are indeed physical limitations, we can also arrange for you to have a separate, independent dormitory. Sure Xinliang suspected that Xiangyang Ershing's words were merely a polite refusal. I am not deceiving you. I truly am completely paralyzed. At present, aside from my head, only 2 fingers on my right hand can move. My conversations, including the problem-solving moments earlier, have all been conducted through voice recognition. Ye Qinghe shook his head in resignation. Were his physical condition even slightly better, he would gladly attend university. However, at this juncture, his current state rendered him unable to do so. He could not even manage daily life independently and required someone to accompany him. Aside from Ye Dali, he had no one else. Ye Dali needed to work to sustain both of them. Is that true? Indeed. After reconfirmation, Sure Xinliang, Pei Ming, and the others fell silent. Sure Xinliang felt that fate was cruelly unfair, while Pei Ming and the others regarded themselves as utterly worthless. Could you kindly inform me of your location? I would like to pay you a visit. After a moment of silence, Shi Xinliang acknowledged that regardless of the condition of the other's body, the talent displayed was indeed remarkable. The individual, having never attended university, possesses an extraordinary ability to solve mathematical problems through remarkably concise methods. Should he receive an education at a university, he could potentially emerge as a genius that astonishes the world. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Qinghe disclosed his address in the western outskirts of Beijing's South 6th Ring Road. He is aware that one day his health may fully recover, and the connections with professors from Qinghe University might prove advantageous in the future. Moreover, compared to Pei Ming, should this professor assist him in securing some computational work, he would undoubtedly attract more business. In such a scenario, it would not be impossible for Ye Dali to refrain from work and dedicate his time to accompanying and caring for him. I will come to see you tomorrow. Initially, Shi Xinliang considered the possibility that the individual might be located in provinces beyond Beijing, perhaps even in remote areas, making a visit cumbersome. However, now that the person is in the capital, it simplifies matters considerably. He can drive over directly the following day. All right, if there are no issues. I'll hang up now. Good. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After ending the call, Ye Qinghe felt an eagerness for his meeting with the professor the next day. Although he is currently unable to attend university, he envisions that once he can explore options for recuperation and his health improves, pursuing a degree from a prestigious institution could be a splendid choice. While society often proclaims that it values ability over academic credentials, a degree from a top university undeniably enhances one's prospects and holds great significance. Without it, many would not even have the opportunity to interview. Furthermore, education serves not merely as a means to obtain a degree, but also as a valuable opportunity to expand one's network. In his previous life, Ye Qinghe attended a lesser-known university, gaining no resources, only to later discover that students from elite institutions had access to abundant opportunities before graduation. Particularly, those who pursued doctoral or master's degrees benefited from their mentors and senior peers, establishing crucial networks. Many ordinary universities may not grant access to certain prestigious positions throughout one's lifetime, yet these individuals, simply due to their association with esteemed mentors, can seamlessly enter such realms post-graduation. Ye Qinghe recalls a middle school classmate who, by aligning himself with a remarkable mentor during his studies, subsequently joined the renowned Xuanwu Hospital of Cardiology and Neurosurgery in Beijing upon graduation. This institution stands among the finest in China for cardiovascular and neurological surgery, and that classmate was merely a master's degree holder. Though he later pursued a doctorate, such opportunities are exceedingly rare for many aspiring medical professionals. Yet, due to his advantageous mentorship, he effortlessly gained entry. Thus, if the opportunity arises to attend university, particularly Qinghe University, Ye Qinghe would not decline. It is merely that the conditions are not yet ripe. Without further contemplation, Ye Qinghe activated the lottery wheel and selected to draw. To his astonishment, the option he landed on was none other than a Hawking-style intelligent wheelchair. Among the options for the lottery were various items. Previously, Ye Qinghe had seen a choice that included Bitcoin, yet he had not anticipated winning it. However, it seemed that possessing this wheelchair would indeed facilitate his mobility. In the latter stages of Stephen Hawking's life, his condition was not dissimilar, as he too was rendered immobile, with only a few fingers under his control. Yet, unlike Hawking, Ye Qinghe retained his linguistic abilities and cognitive faculties. The challenge remained: how to convey the significance of this wheelchair to Ye Dali. Ye Qinghe considered the professor from Qinghe University, who was scheduled to visit him the following day. Perhaps he would be an apt candidate to shoulder this explanation. Chapter 38. Are they gods or demons? Regarding this mathematical prodigy, Shi Xinliang held him in high esteem, especially after he, along with his graduate students, meticulously retraced Ye Qinghe's problem-solving approach. His intrigue for this unseen mathematical genius intensified. Old Tao, I must share with you my discovery of a true mathematical prodigy. He is indeed beyond imagination. I have sent you 2 of his mathematical calculations. Please take a look. That morning, Shi Xinliang forwarded the mathematical computations crafted by Ye Qinghe, alongside a previous project by Pei Ming, to Tao Jiqiang, the head of the mathematics department, and he subsequently placed a call to him. Is that so? I must examine it closely. You, old Shi, have never praised anyone like this before. Tao Jiqiang replied with a smile. Shi Xinliang was known for his meticulousness, and being lauded by him surely indicated considerable talent. As the hour had not yet arrived for class, he opened his email and began to review the content, his eyes widening in astonishment. The problem-solving methodology and the tools employed were certainly not characteristic of an ordinary individual. Old Sure, what is the situation? Where did you find this person? What do you mean by sending this to me? Tao Jiqiang promptly returned the call. Sure, Xinliang had not sent him this information merely for him to observe the problem-solving process. There was undoubtedly an ulterior motive. So, is he a genius? Sure, Xinliang refrained from answering immediately. Indeed, he is a genius. But what exactly do you intend to do? This individual is merely 19 years old and has not attended university. What? Old Sure, you cannot possibly be joking. A 19-year-old who has not attended university can solve such problems and employ those tools. This is inconceivable. Tao Jiqiang was incredulous upon hearing Sure Xinliang's claims. These two problems, he thought, were beyond the capabilities of even some of the faculty members in their department, let alone a 19-year-old who had never stepped foot in a university. Yet, after reflecting on his words, Tao Jiqiang quickly realized that this situation might indeed be genuine. Sure, Xinliang would not jest about such matters. Are you suggesting that I should recruit him into our mathematics department? If what you say holds true, then it would undoubtedly be without question. However, I must meet this individual. I must ascertain whether he truly possesses such capabilities. Tao Jiqiang immediately realized the implications behind Sure Xinliang's words and the materials he had sent. I am indeed telling the truth, without a hint of deception, yet there lies a minor issue. Sure Xinliang sighed. What minor issue? His health is rather poor. That's inconsequential. Health issues are not a problem as long as he genuinely possesses the ability. We can certainly make special accommodations. Tao Jiqiang felt that regardless of any health concerns, if the individual truly had the capability, special arrangements would be feasible. He is completely paralyzed. Tao Jiqiang was taken aback, completely stunned. Paralyzed? Lao Sure, are you making such a grand jest early in the morning? I am not joking. This individual is one of my students, whom I encountered online. They presented these problems to him. Do you know the time he took to solve them? How long? Tao Jiqiang glanced at the two problems and, given his own abilities, estimated he could solve them within a few hours. You may find this hard to believe, but had it not been for the timestamps and correspondence on my student's phone, I might not have believed it myself. What was the duration? Tao Jiqiang asked, somewhat impatiently. 20 minutes. Impossible. That is absolutely inconceivable. Even we could not solve such problems in 20 minutes. How could it possibly take only 20 minutes? There must be some trickery involved. It is utterly implausible to solve such problems in such a short span. Upon hearing this time frame, Tao Jiqiang began to shake his head frantically. That duration is simply not feasible. Even if he were to concentrate fully on the task, it would likely take him around 12 hours to have a chance at solving it. How could a 19-year-old, who has never attended university, possibly solve it in 20 minutes? This person is likely a fraud. Tao Jiqiang immediately began to doubt the claims made by Sure Xinliang earlier. While he had no certainty regarding other matters, he retained considerable confidence in mathematics. Even the simplest of these problems would likely take more than 20 minutes. Even at his utmost speed, it would probably take around half an hour, and that is assuming he had thoroughly contemplated the solution beforehand. Tackling the problem directly would likely extend that time to half an hour, if not longer. So, would you be interested in accompanying me to meet this person? He resides in the capital. What if he is genuine? Even if he did not solve it himself, he must surely have someone nearby capable of solving it in such a brief time frame. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible to fabricate. Moreover, during my conversation with him last night, his understanding of these problems was far from simplistic. He demonstrated a profound comprehension and provided detailed explanations. Sure Xinliang specifically reached out to Tao Jiqiang via this email and phone call to encourage him to join in meeting this promising individual. Regardless of whether the solution was derived by the other party, the fact remains that the problem was indeed solved in a mere 20 minutes. Whether it was the individual or someone in their proximity who cracked the code, it signifies the presence of a mathematical prodigy. Tao Jiqiang found this notion quite reasonable. If time is not a constraint, then irrespective of the individual's actual capabilities, it suggests that there are others nearby who possess such talents. Missing the opportunity to connect with such a mathematical genius would indeed be a lifelong regret. I will certainly accompany you. I am eager to uncover the tricks they are employing, he exclaimed. If they truly possess such abilities, I would gladly recruit them. Even if it meant hiring 2 caretakers to ensure their comfort, regardless of any physical limitations. Tao Jiqiang promptly declared his intent to join. Then prepare to descend. I will drive over to fetch you, and we shall go together. All right, I will tidy up and come down immediately. Tao Jiqiang nodded, ended the call, and after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a document from the safe behind him. This was an issue submitted by a collaborating company, requesting his assistance with calculations. Its complexity comparable to the problem posed by Xinliang. Let me test your true nature. Are you a genius or a fraud? Chapter 39. Wasn't it said to be 20 minutes? Should I discard this? If not, I shall throw it away. As for this, I believe it is best to dispose of it as well. It appears to have been in use for quite some time. Moving it would be a burden, and if needed later, I can always purchase a new one. This, however, can be kept. We are running low on diapers. I must buy some more after the move. At the residence of Qinghe and Qinghe, Zhou Wanner arrived early to assist with packing. Meanwhile, Ye Dali had left early to search for a suitable new home nearby. Though there were many rental properties in the vicinity, their housing requirements were specific. They could not settle for a multi-story building that lacked sunlight and was damp, as such conditions would not be suitable for Ye Qinghe's health. A place with windows to allow light was essential. Ideally, there would be space to store their belongings, although they did not have much. There was a wheelchair and other items that required accommodation. Of course, if no such place was available, they could manage. Zhou Wanner began to sort and pack various items around the house, discarding those she deemed unnecessary and setting aside others she was uncertain about, seeking Ye Qinghe's opinion. As they gathered bags and boxes for convenience during the move, an unexpected voice from outside interrupted. Qinghe, there are a few people here looking for you. Zhou Wanner was taken aback. After all, Ye Qinghe had not had many friends in recent years. The few acquaintances from high school had long since drifted away. Who could possibly be seeking Ye Qinghe now? She pondered. Oh, I forgot to mention, I assisted someone with a math problem last night, and they expressed a desire to meet me today. Please tidy up the floor and show them in. Ye Qinghe was genuinely surprised that Pei Ming's mentor would actually come. He had thought it was merely a casual remark. Yes, Louis, please let them in. Zhou Wanner quickly stepped forward and called out, then went to the small door outside and opened it. Standing at the door were Lu Yi and two men around 50 years old. I apologize for the mess. We have to move today, so things are a bit disorganized. Please come in, and I'll tidy up the house, Zhou Wanner said to Xinliang and Tao Jiqiang, stepping aside to let them enter. Ye Dali had not torn down the notice on the door, so Xinliang and Tao Jiqiang had seen it earlier. They had not expected that this genius youth would be in such dire straits, not only paralyzed, but also facing eviction by the landlord. It seemed that the landlord was under pressure from others, compelled to act against his will. It's all right. We came quite abruptly. Xinliang smiled as he stepped inside. The condition of the home was evident. It was clear they were living in severe hardship. Once they entered the inner room, the scattered belongings confirmed they were indeed in the process of packing. The young man lying still on the bed, turning his head to look over, was undoubtedly Xiangyang Ersheng. I'm sorry about the conditions. Wanner, please get some water for the two gentlemen, Ye Qinghe said, tilting his head towards Xinliang and the entering Tao Jiqiang. No worries, it's perfectly fine. We arrived at an inconvenient time. I am Xinliang. We spoke on the phone yesterday. This is Tao Jiqiang, the head of our mathematics department, Xinliang said upon seeing Ye Qinghe. His heart softened. This child truly was a victim of fate. The immobility of his body, the frail aura he exuded, it was a stark contrast to what he had imagined Xiangyang Ersheng to be, especially with the light streaming in through the window, illuminating the bed. No wonder he was named Xiangyang Ersheng. Hello, Professor Shi. Hello, Professor Tao. I am Ye Qinghe. Ye Qinghe greeted them with a smile. Tao Jiqiang, following behind, shared the same sentiment, astonished that Xinliang's claim of complete paralysis was utterly true. Hello, Qinghe. At that moment, Xinliang wished he could give himself 2 slaps for coming empty-handed, having only considered the visit and not bringing anything along. Please wait a moment, professors. Let me tidy up this place. Zhou Wanner squeezed past them, clearing the sofa while speaking. University professors? Which university? Zhou Wanner wondered to herself. She quickly tossed the items on the sofa to the floor and retrieved a blanket to spread over it, gesturing for the 2 men to sit down. She then stood aside, assessing the 2 of them. They certainly bore the demeanor of university professors, not that of frauds. Professor Shi mentioned your situation to me. I have a problem here. Would you be able to solve it for me? Tao Jiqiang, seeing Xinliang silent, took the initiative to speak. He came simply to ascertain whether this young man truly possessed the brilliance of a mathematical prodigy, and there was no need for circumlocution. If the individual indeed lived up to Shi Xinliang's claims, then even if he were entirely paralyzed, it would not be impossible to make special arrangements. Old Tao. Shi Xinliang furrowed his brow, feeling that Tao Jiqiang was being somewhat excessive. Given the circumstances, how could he act so hastily? There's no need for that, Professor Tao. You can bring the problems to me. As you can see, I am unable to move, Ye Qinghe remarked nonchalantly. Tao Jiqiang retrieved the prepared problems from his bag and approached Ye Qinghe, who scanned the material with remarkable speed. Upon finishing, he informed Tao Jiqiang that he was done, then closed his eyes. After approximately 1 second, he opened them and began to articulate his solutions. Though he was speaking aloud, as the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University, Tao Jiqiang could fully comprehend the process and thought behind the problem solving. Remarkably, the entire endeavor was completed in less than 10 minutes. Tao Jiqiang was left astounded. He had initially believed it impossible to complete such problems in under 20 minutes. Yet here was a young man who had solved them in a mere fraction of that time. Although he had only heard the solution once, he was confident there were no errors. Wasn't it supposed to take 20 minutes? Tao Jiqiang uttered in disbelief. I can't type, and it would be rather cumbersome to relay the solution to Pei Ming, so I took a bit longer. I merely spoke it out loud, of course. Rather than writing it down, Ye Qinghe explained, unaware of the astonishment his performance had caused. While he had guessed the problems to be challenging, he had no concept of their actual difficulty. Chapter 40. Are you interested in attending Qinghe? What? Upon hearing Ye Qinghe's words, Tao Jiqiang was truly taken aback. A task that would take him over an hour to complete had been effortlessly solved by this youth in mere minutes. Having initially deemed it impossible to accomplish within 20 minutes, witnessing the young man's talent firsthand convinced him that such a genius must be recruited to their mathematics department, regardless of his current condition. Qinghe, may I call you that? I must ask, would you be interested in studying at Qinghe University? Tao Jiqiang inquired with a hint of excitement in his voice. What? Qinghe University? Zhou Wanner exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping. This was the nation's premier institution, and Ye Qinghe had drawn 2 professors from Qinghe University. Indeed, young lady, I am the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University, and this is Professor Shi Xinliang from the architecture department. Are you perhaps Qinghe's sister? Tao Jiqiang assumed Zhou Wanner was related to Ye Qinghe. No, I am his childhood friend. My name is Zhou Wanner, she clarified. A commendable young lady. It speaks volumes that a childhood friend would come to assist Ye Qinghe in such circumstances, leaving a very favorable impression on both Tao Jiqiang and Shi Xinliang. After all, one rarely finds loyal friends, especially in times of adversity. To come here in such a condition as Ye Qinghe's truly exemplifies a genuine friend. Of course I wish to, but as you, Professor Tao, are well aware, my physical condition renders attending school impossible. Ye Qinghe certainly desires this, yet his entire body is paralyzed. No matter how much he wishes it, there is little he can do. This is not an insurmountable issue. I can apply for the school's special talent provisions. However, this application necessitates further testing at the school. Tao Jiqiang does not perceive this as a problem, given Ye Qinghe's mathematical brilliance. Despite the significant challenges posed by his physical state, it is not inconceivable for the school to make an exception. Such a mathematical prodigy, regardless of the institution, warrants special admission. The reasoning is straightforward. Individuals of this caliber can transcend numerous limitations. Ye Qinghe was taken aback that Tao Jiqiang seemed entirely unconcerned about his physical condition. Nevertheless, he decided against pursuing it. With his current state, should he enter university, he would be unable to study independently and would require his father's assistance. And as you have seen, my family's financial situation is inadequate to support this. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Qinghe respectfully declined. He truly desired to pursue this path, yet circumstances did not permit it. This is not an obstacle. A full scholarship and various allowances will be available to you upon entering the school, that is assured. You will not incur expenses for education and may even receive additional benefits. Furthermore, the issue of a companion for study is not significant. The school can provide single accommodation for you, and your meals and lodging can be subsidized, ensuring the well-being of your accompanying individual. Tao Jiqiang is determined not to let such a talent slip away. This did stir something within me. Yet I am merely a student who has not even graduated from high school. My previous academic performance has not been particularly commendable. Perhaps I possess a modicum of talent in mathematics, but in other areas, I do not. Ye Qinghe excels not only in mathematics, but also in English. I have brought along some specialized literature, which he can proficiently assist in translating. Yi Qinghe remains modest, yet Zhou Wanner does not share his sentiment. She quickly interjects, believing such an opportunity should not be overlooked. Since the other party has shown no concern for Yi Qinghe's physical state, they should seize the moment. As she speaks, she presents the translation documents she brought along to Tao Jiqiang. He glances at them and notes they pertain to computer science literature. What is this? He inquires. I helped him find this while at school. He possesses the capability, so I sought out some translation work for him, Zhou Wanner replies. Which university do you attend? I am from Beijing Forestry University. Oh, that is not far from Qinghe. You should be in class today, right? Why aren't you attending? Tao Jiqiang finds it curious that Zhou Wanner, typically in class on Fridays, is absent. Zhou Wanner succinctly recounts the events of the past few days concerning Yi Qinghe, mentioning his participation in a variety show and his achievement of being a standout. It seems he has a broad knowledge base. This, too, is a merit. Although he has not formally attended university, his English proficiency and extensive knowledge make Tao Jiqiang increasingly convinced that Yi Qinghe's special admission is becoming more certain. In truth, you need not worry about financial matters. With your mathematical prowess, along with Director Tao and myself, we can certainly introduce you to some computational work similar to what you did previously. The remuneration will be substantial enough to alleviate your family's economic concerns, remarked Shi Liang. With such mathematical aptitude, earning money is remarkably effortless for Yi Qinghe. In today's society, while many ordinary individuals perceive mathematics as having limited utility, this notion is far from accurate. In numerous scientific endeavors and projects, mathematical calculations remain paramount. For instance, when constructing a grand bridge, it is essential to meticulously calculate every aspect beforehand. Otherwise, discovering inadequate strength midway through could lead to significant losses and consequences that enterprises cannot easily bear. Furthermore, in research, be it in medicine, aerospace, or electronics, mathematics is indispensable. Yi Qinghe's capabilities thus represent a formidable asset. Unfortunately, due to prior health issues, he had been unable to engage with such opportunities, confining him to a modest existence in a small rental unit. Once his abilities become known, the number of individuals seeking his expertise and calculations will surely be plentiful. Indeed, for those of us in the mathematics department with true talent, there is no need for concern post-graduation. Sectors such as finance and technology are in dire need of mathematical talent. Many senior students in our department, even as early as their junior year, have been specially recruited by various companies, earning substantial salaries while still attending classes. Tao Jiqiang nodded in agreement. If you consent, there will be no need for you to search for housing. I can take you to the university now and arrange for your accommodation in the graduate student dormitory. Qinghe, I believe this is a splendid opportunity. With your abilities, you should not let it slip away. I think Uncle Dali would not refuse if you were aware of this. Zhou Wanner interjected, genuinely feeling this was a positive development. With the two schools in such close proximity, she would be able to visit Yi Qinghe daily, rather than only on weekends as she did presently. Very well, but Wanner, please call my father back and let him know not to look for housing just yet. Chapter 41. The Fierce Zhou Wanner Yi Qinghe. I've heard you're here, so I came to see you. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a dreadful place you're living in, resembling a doghouse. How can it possibly befit our young master Yi? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Your family has gone bankrupt. Ha! Before Ye Dali could return, a boisterous voice greeted him at the door. Zhao Mingyu, brandishing the latest iPhone and sporting an Hermes belt, forcefully kicked open the door to Yi Qinghe's residence, swaggering in with exaggerated confidence. He had not even fully entered before he began to speak. Wanner, what are you doing here? Did you not claim ignorance about Yi Qinghe's whereabouts? Upon seeing Zhou Wanner inside, Zhao Mingyu's expression soured considerably. The last time he saw Zhou Wanner, she had been utterly indifferent, and when he inquired about Yi Qinghe, she had feigned ignorance. Now that she was present, he wondered, what relevance did my presence have to you? What do you want? Zhou Wanner observed that Zhao Mingyu bore a grim visage. Ah, I see. You are the one behind the landlord's decision to terminate the lease, aren't you? Zhao Mingyu, are you seeking your own demise? Do you doubt that I would break your fifth limb? Realizing that Zhao Mingyu might be the one coercing the landlord, Zhou Wanner reached for an object nearby, intent on confronting him. Not me, not me. I have no part in this. How could I possibly engage in such actions? I merely sought to inquire about Qinghe's whereabouts and came to see him. In an instant, Zhao Mingyu darted from the room into the outer area, fully aware that Zhou Wanner was not one to be trifled with. He had suffered many beatings at her hands during their childhood. Who else could it be? I warn you, Zhao Mingyu, you shall not leave here unscathed today. Zhou Wanner seized a U-shaped lock and pursued him outside. Zhao Mingyu, sensing danger, bolted away with remarkable speed. Zhou Wanner chased him all the way to the entrance of the courtyard, witnessing him leap into a car, which then sped away, tires smoking as it accelerated with full force. Frustrated, she clutched the U-shaped lock and prepared to return. Wanna, what happened? What do you intend to do with that? Ye Dali, who had missed the earlier commotion, arrived just in time to see Zhou Wanner wielding the lock. His curiosity piqued. Zhao Mingyu just came by. He is undoubtedly behind the issues with the house. That scoundrel, he cannot let go of past grievances, even after all these years. Zhou Wanner exclaimed, her face a portrait of indignation. Zhao Mingyu, the one from the Zhao family? Ye Dali pondered for a moment. Zhou Wanner nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is him. Ye Dali's expression shifted to contemplation. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Old Zhao was not to be underestimated. Had he not been in dire need of money back then, he would never have sold his business to that individual. Logically speaking, after selling the enterprise, there should have been no further connection between them. Why, then, had they resurfaced in their lives? Dali, I must share some news. 2 professors from Qinghe University have come seeking Qinghe. They are impressed by his mathematical prowess and wish to recruit him, offering not only scholarships but additional benefits. You must agree to this. It would be a tremendous opportunity for Qinghe. Zhou Wanner recalled her purpose in summoning Ye Dali and quickly urged him, fearing he might object. Most importantly, they would no longer need to search for housing, as the university would provide Qinghe with a private dormitory. You could also stay there, and the school would subsidize meals. Most significantly, the 2 professors expressed their willingness to introduce Qinghe to various projects. Do you know how much he earned from that project yesterday? 20,000. If he could secure 1 project a month, you would no longer need to deliver takeout and could devote your time to being with Qinghe. Zhou Wanner recounted everything she had just learned. Is Qinghe truly so gifted in mathematics? During a previous recording session, Ye Qinghe had mentioned something that Ye Dali had not taken to heart. However, it was quite unexpected that a professor from Qinghe University had sought him out. What surprised him most was that, although Ye Qinghe had performed admirably in school, he had never exhibited such formidable talent before. You see, just a few minutes ago, after Ye Qinghe solved a problem posed by the head of the mathematics department, the professor was left utterly astonished, exclaiming genius. The reaction was indeed quite dramatic. Zhou Wanner, unaware of the problem's true difficulty, only knew that Li Hongwen had impressed the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University. If Ye Qinghe truly possesses such capabilities, it would be reasonable for him to attend, but concerns about his current health weighed heavily on Ye Dali's mind. He was more than willing for Ye Qinghe to pursue his studies. However, he feared that the demands of coursework might exacerbate his condition. After finally witnessing signs of improvement, the thought of Ye Qinghe's recovery being hampered by academic pressures was troubling. Nevertheless, Ye Qinghe had reassured him that there was no cause for concern regarding his mathematical prowess or his command of English. As for other liberal arts subjects, given his extensive knowledge from participating in various competitions, he should manage quite well. I believe the professors at the university would also take Ye Qinghe's health into account and grant him certain privileges, easing the expectations placed upon him compared to other students. They value his mathematical talent, and I suspect they would be lenient in other areas. Zhou Wanner's words elicited a nod from Ye Dali. If that were the case, then indeed, there seemed to be no issues. Upon returning to the room, Zhou Wanner introduced Tao Jiqiang and Shixin Liang, who both used their phones to retrieve their introductions from Qinghe University, allowing Ye Dali to verify their legitimacy and assuage any fears of deception. As we approached, we noticed a notice on the door. Our proposal is for you to relocate directly to the university, where we have specialized dormitories for students with health issues. These accommodations comprise 2 bedrooms and a private bathroom, providing ample amenities for family support. Should this arrangement not meet your satisfaction, we can offer you an alternative in the Talon apartment. For Ye Qinghe, Tao Jiqiang was determined to secure him. Despite his health challenges, such mathematical talent was invaluable. In Tao's eyes, possessing such a brilliant mind was more than sufficient. Perhaps he could become another Hawking. If Ye Qinghe could solve complex mathematical problems, the benefits to the university would extend far beyond mere scholarships and housing. Chapter 42. The frustrated Zhao Mingyu. Moreover, Tao Jiqiang's greatest concern was that others might discover Ye Qinghe's abilities. Such talent would inevitably attract attention, just as they had found him. It was conceivable that someone seeking assistance online would recognize Ye Qinghe's aptitude and come knocking. Additionally, Ye Qinghe had recently participated in a variety show, reportedly earning the title of God of Standing, which would likely increase his visibility. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to bring Ye Qinghe to Qingmu without delay. When the time comes, even if someone recognizes Ye Qinghe's prowess, he remains one of the Qingmu people. I have no objections to this. My sole concern is that Qinghe's health has recently begun to improve. I believe we should not burden him with excessive academic pressures that could impede his recovery. Regarding Ye Qinghe attending university, with the prior reminder from Zhou Wan'er, Ye Dali would undoubtedly be supportive. His only apprehension is whether Ye Qinghe's health might be compromised. Oh, is that so? That is indeed a positive development. We certainly have no issues with this. Our school also boasts a medical program, and I believe we can easily arrange for the professors and specialists from the medical college to devise a recovery plan for Ye Qinghe. Tao Jiqiang was even more exhilarated upon hearing this. If Ye Qinghe's health could be restored, it would be monumental news. A paralyzed mathematical genius versus a healthy one is an entirely different matter. With Tao Jiqiang expressing his thoughts so openly, Ye Dali certainly had no further concerns. Very well. Let us proceed to the school. Excellent. I shall call someone immediately to assist you with moving. Tao Jiqiang promptly took out his phone to make a call. That accursed Ye Qinghe, even in such dire straits, still clinging to Zhou Wan'er. How infuriating. Even if Zhou Wan'er were to marry you, what can a paralyzed individual like you offer her? This is unacceptable. Merely forcing them to move is insufficient. I must ensure they lose their financial means, compelling them to return to their hometown in disgrace. Once back on their home turf, it would be far easier to manipulate them. Zhao Mingyu, having frantically escaped from the crowded courtyard, sat in the car, watching Zhou Wan'er, who was carrying a ulok, recede into the distance. His heart seethed with resentment. He had initially thought he would come today to humiliate Ye Qinghe, yet he found himself fleeing in the face of Zhou Wan'er. The more Zhou Wan'er acted this way, the more he yearned for her. Since childhood, he had held affections for her, but she had never reciprocated, always favoring Ye Qinghe. This had been the reason behind his relentless torment of Ye Qinghe throughout the years. He had hoped that with Ye Qinghe's current state, he would have a chance with Zhou Wan'er. However, judging by Zhou Wan'er's demeanor today, it seemed that was not the case. Therefore, Ye Qinghe must be dealt with. While he found it challenging to operate in the capital, back in his hometown, it would be exceedingly simple to orchestrate an accident for a bedridden individual. Furthermore, in his hometown, the Zhao family wielded considerable influence. Even if someone sought to investigate, he was confident they could obstruct any inquiries. Thus, the immediate priority was to force Ye Qinghe and his father out of the capital and back to their hometown. Monkey, I recall you are acquainted with some individuals from the underworld. Could you assist me in engaging them for a certain task? With this thought in mind, Zhao Mingyu picked up the phone to call a friend he had met after arriving in the capital. Monkey, Ho Chao, a local of the capital, had met the person in a nightclub. According to Monkey, he had been mingling in various circles throughout the capital since childhood, and he was well versed in the local underworld. On the day he left the nightclub, he had seen Monkey in the company of some evidently unsavory characters, appearing quite familiar with them. Upon contemplating the need to enlist someone to handle Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe, he thought of the Monkey. No problem, my friend, he said. But you should be aware that hiring someone requires compensation. How much are you willing to offer, and what task do you wish to undertake? On the other end of the line, the Monkey seemed to be in a cacophonous environment, his voice booming above the din. I want you to find someone to deal with a delivery worker, ensuring he cannot fulfill his deliveries. Furthermore, if he seeks another job, make sure to sabotage that as well. This was Zhao Mingyu's plan. In his mind, if Ye Dali could not secure employment, then both he and Ye Qinghe would be unable to remain in the capital. As for the delivery worker's future endeavors, he intended to have someone keep a close watch on Ye Dali, creating disruptions no matter what he attempted. This is entirely feasible. I can handle this for you. But while it may not be a monumental task, it is certainly time-consuming and labor-intensive. You know, my friend, I earn a considerable income daily, and dedicating my efforts to this will cost me, the Monkey remarked, his typical phrase being that there was no problem, as everything was manageable in his view. Zhao Mingyu believed he could execute this task himself, contingent upon how much he was willing to spend. Despite their brief acquaintance, he recognized that Zhao Mingyu, though a newcomer, possessed ample financial resources, prompting him to engage with him further. I understand. If you can assist me with this, I'll offer you 10,000, Zhao Mingyu declared, demonstrating his generosity in this matter. My friend, that amount is a bit meager. You must realize, this job is no small feat. I will need to monitor the individual closely. After all, he is a delivery worker, which requires considerable effort. Should he change jobs? I will also need to keep an eye on that, often relying on friends for assistance, which incurs additional costs. If you're only offering 10,000, I must suggest you seek someone else. The monkey, while contemplating, felt that the sum of 10,000 was not insignificant. Yet he understood Zhao Mingyu's wealth and knew that such a modest fee would not suffice for his services. Then how much do you propose? Zhao Mingyu inquired. 50,000. Anything less, and you won't find anyone in the capital willing to take on this task. After all, this is quite an inhumane endeavor. Cutting off someone's means of livelihood is highly offensive, and should word get out, it could lead to dire consequences. The monkey hesitated momentarily before stating his price, which was considerably high. Can't we negotiate a bit lower? Zhao Mingyu thought 50,000 was not a substantial amount for him. Yet he felt reluctant to spend so much on the father-son duo of Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe. Perhaps you could inquire elsewhere? Despite their short acquaintance, the monkey had already gleaned insights into Zhao Mingyu's situation. A newcomer to the capital with few acquaintances, the very fact that he had approached him indicated a lack of alternative options. If not now, when will you act? Chapter 43. Residing at Qinghe University. Zhao Mingyu furrowed his brows. He could indeed muster 5,000 yuan. Yet he perceived it as somewhat extravagant to use that sum against the duo of Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe. However, contemplating the opportunity to drive this father-son pair away from the capital, thus allowing himself a chance to be with Zhou Wanner, he gritted his teeth. 5,000 it would be, but he demanded a time frame. He would not allow them to take his money and delay for months on end. He required a specific deadline. Zhao Mingyu was no fool. He understood that in such matters, procrastination often leads to escalating costs. No problem, the voice on the other end assured him with a chuckle. You can count on our camaraderie. I guarantee it will be done, 1 month at most. I will ensure it is handled. The man, referred to as Monkey, was nearly beside himself with laughter. He had initially floated the figure of 5,000, but had secretly anticipated around 3,000, never expecting Zhao Mingyu to acquiesce so readily. He had planned to haggle, aiming for 3,000 at best. Now, with Zhao agreeing to 5,000, it exceeded his expectations significantly. As for the task Zhao had set before him, it was hardly a bother. What was it but to rid themselves of a food delivery worker? A few negative reviews and some disruptions at the courier station would suffice. They would surely refrain from employing him again. As for finding alternative work, that was simpler still. The same tactics could be employed again. For someone reduced to delivering food, what kind of decent job could they secure? It was either food delivery or courier work, perhaps security or cleaning services, positions that abhorred complications. Should any trouble arise, regardless of fault, they would seek to terminate employment swiftly. The individual is named Ye Dali. Residing in Qinghe village, Zhao Mingyu relayed the information to Monkey. Let us see how you fare when your means of income is stripped away. You'll have no choice but to accept your fate. Why linger in the capital? Dying sooner could even save the nation some resources. With that, Zhao Mingyu cast the phone aside, his irritation palpable. The call had summoned a large Jinbei van, and soon, all belongings of Ye Qinghe and Ye Dali were loaded. Qinghe, Dali, do come back to visit us when you have the chance. One neighbor called out. If you need assistance, just say the word. Inform us of your new address. If it's nearby, we can come to see you. Despite their brief stay, Ye Dali was a warm-hearted individual, and the neighbors, though not closely acquainted, held him in high regard. As they departed, several neighbors accompanied them to the gate, waving goodbye as they climbed into the vehicle. With their belongings secured in the Jinbei, Ye Qinghe, Ye Dali, and Zhou Wanner settled into the back seat of Shi Xinliang's car. Ye Qinghe sat in the middle, flanked by Ye Dali and Zhou Wanner, both lending him their support to ensure his stability. The car crossed the bridge south of Legukio, then ascended onto the 4th Ring Road, traversing the western 4th Ring to the northern 4th Ring, eventually exiting at Zhongwaken and heading north towards Qinghe University. Ye Qinghe had once aspired to study here during his school years, though back then, his academic performance made such dreams seem unattainable. The entrance we are passing through is the southern gate of the school, and your accommodations have been arranged in Building 20 of the Beijing student apartment, situated in the northeastern part of the campus. Speaking of this location, it will be quite convenient for you, Warner, as this dormitory is in close proximity to the northeastern gate. Exiting through this gate leads directly to your school. A mere distance of approximately 1 kilometer, about a 15 to 20-minute walk, or just 5 minutes by bicycle. For students with health issues, Qinghe University provides specialized dormitories, and this particular residence is located in the Beijing student apartment. Originally intended for international students, the first floor has been modified to accommodate severely disabled students. Featuring several AB suites, the room assigned to Ye Qinghe by Tao Nanxiang is situated here. Earlier, while calling for transportation, he contacted the Community Management Service Center of the school. Given his authority as the head of the mathematics department, arranging an apartment is quite effortless. A simple phone call followed by processing the necessary paperwork suffices. That's wonderful. I know the northeastern gate. I previously entered through there with a friend, exclaimed Zhou Warner with delight. However, this location is slightly off-center. Although the living conditions are satisfactory, it may be a bit distant from some of the lecture halls. Once your paperwork is finalized, I will endeavor to secure a more suitable accommodation for you. The Beijing student apartment is located in the northeastern corner, surrounded by numerous sports facilities, yet it is somewhat far from the classrooms of the mathematics department, which Tao Jiqiang believes may pose an inconvenience for Ye Qinghe. Yes, perhaps we could arrange for you to have a faculty residence, which would be closer to the academic buildings and make attending classes significantly more convenient, he suggested. A sentiment echoed by Xinliang. With Ye Qinghe's exceptional talent, it is certain that once the school officials become aware, they would be inclined to offer certain privileges. This is already quite satisfactory. In truth, the distance is not a major concern. It provides a perfect opportunity to get outside and walk around. As staying cooped up in a room for extended periods can be rather dull, Ye Qinghe replied with a smile. Although he was unfamiliar with the locations of the various academic buildings at Qinghe University, he welcomed the chance to walk more, especially since he had a daily task of covering 5 kilometers. As the vehicle passed by various buildings, Tao Jiqiang would provide insights about each one, explaining which departments were housed there. The Beijing student apartment was initially established to accommodate international students. Thus, its construction featured superior conditions compared to other dormitories. Upon arriving at the apartment building, the administrator was already waiting and showed no surprise as Ye Qinghe was carefully transferred from the vehicle to his wheelchair. I have arranged for you to stay on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, there were no vacancies on the 1st or 2nd floors. However, there is an elevator, so it should not pose any issues. Additionally, the room is slightly larger than standard accommodations, and the view is quite pleasant. The administrator greeted Tao Jiqiang before introducing the living arrangements to Ye Qinghe. The group ascended to the 3rd floor, arriving at room 306. Upon opening the door, Ye Dali found the space far superior to their previous rental accommodations. There is no designated living room. Upon entering, one finds a bedroom of approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a bed, a desk, and various essential amenities. Adjacent to this space is a small room designated for parental supervision, with a bathroom situated conveniently between the two. The bathroom is equipped with various supportive facilities. It is indeed a marked improvement compared to my previous accommodations. At the very least, it is significantly brighter. Chapter 44. I encounter a genius assisting Ye Qinghe onto the bed, Tao Jiqiang, along with Xinliang, Ye Dali, and the administrator, descended to unload the belongings from the Qinghe vehicle. They arranged the computer, projector, and Xiao AI speaker, items that Ye Dali had initially prepared. As Ye Qinghe is immobile, these devices are deemed necessities for his daily life. Without them, lying in bed, he would be indistinguishable from an ordinary paraplegic patient. The dormitory is equipped with internet access, and unlike typical dormitories, power is not cut off at night. Upon connecting the devices, Ye Qinghe tested the internet, discovering it to be faster than before, with significantly improved response times. It was at this moment that Tao Jiqiang and Xinliang began to grasp how Ye Qinghe accessed the internet and communicated with others, gaining an intuitive understanding of his remarkable 20-minute problem-solving speed. "Let me take you on a tour of the school," said Tao Jiqiang, intending to familiarize Ye Qinghe with various locations, such as the cafeteria, the mathematics department's lecture buildings, the library, and several administrative offices. Once everything was arranged, Tao Jiqiang and Ye Dali began their exploration of the campus. As Ye Qinghe was unable to move, the responsibility for this task fell solely to Ye Dali. "Professor Tao, does our Qinghe truly possess such mathematical talent to warrant this effort?" What if, in a few days, he declares it unfeasible and sends us away? Ye Dali still found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had previously been unaware of Yi Qinghe's exceptional mathematical abilities, and now he worried that Tao Jiqiang and his colleagues might have misjudged the situation, leading to a false sense of hope that might soon be dashed. Do not worry, my dear brother. I have tested it before. Yi Qinghe is undoubtedly a singular genius in mathematics, and there is no possibility of failure in this regard. Having witnessed Yi Qinghe's capabilities firsthand, Tao Jiqiang held no doubts. The problems presented were ones he had devised himself, and there was no way Yi Qinghe could have known them in advance. After merely glancing at one, he solved it with his eyes closed in less than a second. Such brilliance is not merely exceptional in Huaxiao, but ranks among the world's finest, perhaps unrivaled. Yet, Tao Jiqiang pondered. How was it that Yi Qinghe had not exhibited such prowess during his school years? Ye Dali found this particularly perplexing. If Yi Qinghe truly possessed such strength in mathematics, why had he not demonstrated it previously? He recalled a period in middle school when Yi Qinghe had neglected his studies, failing several exams, and even facing reprimands. How had he suddenly transformed into such an extraordinary mathematical prodigy? I cannot say for certain, but the mathematical prowess he is exhibiting now is undeniably genuine. Tao Jiqiang found himself at a loss for words, yet he recognized that as long as Yi Qinghe possessed such extraordinary abilities, he must be brought into the school. A talent of this caliber deserves to be a focal point of protection in any institution, for such brilliance can bestow immense honor and resources upon the school. Currently, Yi Qinghe was not yet an official student and lacked a student ID, rendering him unable to procure meals from the cafeteria. Thus, Tao Jiqiang took it upon himself to assist Ye Dali in obtaining a temporary card, funding it himself, asserting that this was what the school owed to Yi Qinghe. After ensuring Ye Dali was adequately familiarized, Tao Jiqiang proceeded directly to the principal's office. Old Qin, you won't believe the genius I've discovered. With him, we may very well cultivate our own Professor Qiu. Tao Jiqiang exclaimed with palpable excitement to Qin Siming, the president of Qinghe University. Take your time, what do you mean? Where did you find this genius? Noticing Tao Jiqiang's enthusiasm, Qin Siming gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa and kindly fetched him a bottle of water, urging him to elaborate. Well, Tao Jiqiang began after taking a sip of water. I shared everything that transpired today with Qin Siming. So this mathematical prodigy is completely paralyzed? Upon hearing this, Qin Siming furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is not an issue. He has recently begun to show signs of recovery, with 2 fingers on his right hand starting to regain function. Are you certain his mathematical abilities are intact? Absolutely. However, I am aware that special admissions must adhere to established protocols. We can form a small committee to pose some problems and assess whether his mathematical talent is indeed as remarkable as it appears. Tao Jiqiang had complete faith in Yi Qinghe's abilities and did not doubt that he would pass the evaluation. Indeed, if what you say is true and he possesses such extraordinary talent, then his physical condition should not pose a hurdle. Let me invite Professor Qiu and select a few other professors to conduct a test for him tomorrow. Qin Siming had confidence in Tao Jiqiang. Given his assertions, Qin Siming felt assured of their veracity, yet acknowledged the necessity of following proper procedures. That's fine. I proposed this, so I shall refrain from joining the committee. However, should he prove himself, I hope we can secure more scholarship funds and various allowances for him. After 2 years of medical expenses, his family's fortunes have dwindled, and his father is reduced to delivering takeout. If we cannot alleviate his concerns, it will be challenging for him to focus. Rest assured, as long as he passes, those matters will be addressed, Qin Siming replied with a smile. After receiving 50,000 yuan from Zhao Mingyu, the monkey rode his motorcycle to Qinghe village. This was his first visit to this place. Although he prided himself on being familiar with every corner of the capital, the area beyond the southwestern Fifth Ring was still somewhat uncharted territory for him. This must be the right place. He took out his phone to glance at the recorded address and matched it with the plaque of the courtyard before him. The monkey confirmed that this was indeed the place where Zhao Mingyu mentioned Ye Dali resided. Young man, who are you looking for? At that moment, a woman emerged from the courtyard, scrutinizing the monkey's appearance and inquiring. I am looking for Ye Dali. Does he live here? Ye Dali? Oh dear, that's unfortunate. He just moved out at noon. Moved out? Do you happen to know where he went? The monkey's expression shifted, realizing this was information Zhao Mingyu had neglected to share. I wouldn't know that. Someone caused trouble, pressuring the landlord to evict them. I can't tell you where they moved to. If you're looking for him, you'll have to call him. The woman finished and walked away. The monkey pondered for a moment, chose not to enter, and instead dialed Zhao Mingyu. The address you provided is useless. They've already moved. What am I supposed to do now? Chapter 45. Where did they move to? Damn, I forgot about this. Upon receiving the monkey's call, Zhao Mingyu recalled the earlier incident of the landlord evicting Ye Dali and his son. He had seen the landlord's notice posted on the door earlier that day. Now that Ye Dali had moved out, he had no idea where they had gone, which indeed posed a problem. What should we do now? The monkey immediately recognized that this predicament stemmed from Zhao Mingyu's oversight. Let us search for them. I will look as well to see where they have moved. Zhao Mingyu suggested after some contemplation. It seemed the only course of action was to locate them. There was no other plan. Fine, but this isn't my fault. You should have clarified the information. Searching for them? The monkey was not inclined to do so. If Zhao Mingyu found them, he would handle the work, but if not, it would not be his responsibility. After all, that was not part of his payment. Understood. After ending the call, Zhao Mingyu immediately contacted Zhao Hai. Father, Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe have moved. Is there any way to find them? Didn't you send someone to follow them? Didn't you say you would handle the rest? Zhao Hai furrowed his brow upon hearing Zhao Mingyu's words. This was a minor issue. He had entrusted Zhao Mingyu with the subsequent tasks, yet here he was, seeking assistance. I tried to find them twice. The first time, he wasn't home. And the second time he was, but Zhou Weiner was there, chasing me with a U-lock. By the time I returned, they had already moved. Zhao Mingyu had never intended to send someone to tail them. He merely wished to witness Ye Qinghe's downfall firsthand. If you can't manage such a trivial matter, how can I entrust the company to you in the future? Be more attentive. Zhao Hai expressed his displeasure. I understand. I have already arranged for someone. As long as we locate their residence and know their range of activities, it will certainly be feasible. Zhao Mingyu behaved like a dutiful child in front of Zhao Hai. I will call the delivery company where Ye Dali worked to confirm his address and let you know afterward. Zhao Hai nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone with his friend, he called the company to confirm Ye Dali's address. Should I also arrange for him to be dismissed? Zhao Hai had previously asked the other party to terminate Ye Dali, and now inquiring about the address left them somewhat perplexed. First, ascertain the address, and then proceed with the dismissal. How delightful. I never imagined that one day you would attend a university far superior to mine. Qinghe, back in school. None of us dared to claim we could enroll here, did we? After Ye Dali, Tao Jiqiang, and Shi Xinliang left, Zhou Weiner sighed. Qinghe University in the capital is indeed one of the finest institutions in the country, the dream school for every high school student. During their high school years, although some aspired to attend Qinghe, only a few actually succeeded. I recall that only 2 from our school were admitted to Qinghe. One was our class's top student, Lin Shiyue, and the other seemed to be that Pei Donglai from the neighboring class. However, despite the proximity of our schools, they lost contact upon arriving in the capital, only occasionally exchanging greetings during the new year. Speaking of Qinghe University, Zhou Weiner remembered 2 classmates studying there. Yet, they were high achievers at Qinghe, representing a different echelon than her own school. Moreover, although Lin Shiyue was in her class, she had always been a solitary scholar, maintaining little connection with her classmates, and thus they lost touch after the college entrance examination. Lin Shiyue? Upon hearing this name, Ye Qinghe envisioned a figure starkly contrasting Zhou Weiner. While Zhou Weiner exuded warmth and could converse with anyone, Lin Shiyue was as frosty as ice, maintaining distance from all, a person of refined elegance. In his memories from high school, Ye Qinghe recalled having a few interactions with Lin Shiyue. What? Do you have any thoughts about Lin Shiyue? Noticing Ye Qinghe's silence, Zhou Weiner raised an eyebrow. Back in high school, she sensed that Ye Qinghe harbored a different sentiment towards Lin Shiyue, though he never acknowledged it. What is there to say? She is an academic prodigy. I am in no way her equal. Ye Qinghe replied with a smile. That may not be the case. You are also a scholar now, having been specially recruited by Qinghe University, which elevates your standing significantly. Zhou Weiner scoffed. Men, even when lying in bed unable to move, their minds are still restless. Stop drawing unfounded connections. By the way, you mentioned a classmate needed my help with translation. Did you bring the documents? I didn't. I came to help you move today. What if I lost them while carrying them? I'll grab them later when I return to school. Ye Qinghe didn't wish to discuss this further, and Zhou Weiner ceased her inquiries. Station master? Oh, I've been a bit preoccupied lately and took a leave of absence. While walking towards the Beijing student dormitory, Ye Dali received a call from the station master, which struck him as odd. Generally, they would report to the group leader, and the station master wouldn't directly contact the riders. Why was he suddenly inquiring about him today? I heard you are moving these days. Have you settled into your new home? Having moved, I find it timely to share some news with the station. I have decided not to continue my work here due to my relocation, which has become quite distant for family reasons, thus rendering it impractical to remain at the station. Although I find it peculiar that the station master is aware of my move, I do not dwell on it. With Qinghe now attending Qinghe University, it is impossible for me to continue delivering in the vicinity of Lugo Bridge. Hence, I resolved to inform the station master of my situation. Where have you relocated to? Inquired the station master. Near Qinghe University, replied Ye Dali. And the specific address? Perhaps sensing that the inquiry was a bit too probing, the station master quickly rephrased. That area is significantly busier than ours, with a greater volume of orders. If you work there, your earnings could increase substantially. I happen to know the station master there. If you provide me with your new address, I can facilitate your transfer. I may not be ready to pursue that just yet, so I won't trouble you with it. Ye Dali responded. He did not perceive anything amiss. He merely thought that there was no need to disclose Qinghe's special admission to others, especially as it was not yet finalized. What if, in a few days, the university decided otherwise, necessitating another move? Thus, he refrained from sharing before anything was settled. Very well, when you have time, please come by to retrieve your deposit and other matters. Chapter 46. The New Wheelchair Manager. Ye Dali mentioned he has moved to the Qinghe area, but he did not disclose the specific address. I cannot press him further, so I suggested he come to the station to retrieve his deposit. Whether I can ascertain his address then remains uncertain. After speaking with Ye Dali over the phone, the station master contacted the district manager, feeling somewhat puzzled about the manager's intentions. Previously, the manager had called to instruct him to terminate Ye Dali, yet now he was asking for Ye Dali's address. Fortunately, Ye Dali had been on leave recently, providing the station master with a reprieve from discussing the termination. Otherwise, making that call would have been quite uncomfortable. Logically, Ye Dali is a decent individual who gets along well with everyone at the station. It seems unlikely he would offend anyone. Why, then, is the district manager seemingly targeting him? The station master was aware of Ye Dali's family circumstances. Such a person would hardly engage in conflict. However, being under the district manager's jurisdiction, he had no choice but to comply with the request. When he comes over, try to extract the information. I heard his child is ill, so you might mention wanting to visit, regardless of how you phrase it. Do your best to obtain the address. Understood, the station master nodded. However, shortly after hanging up, the district manager called again, asking to confirm the time Ye Dali would be coming, and requested to be informed when he arrived. What could this all mean? The station master found himself bewildered. Wanner. Qinghe, shall we dine in the cafeteria or seek a restaurant outside? I believe the cafeteria offers quite decent meals. Upon returning to room 306, Ye Dali remarked, having just accompanied Tao Jiqiang to the cafeteria, that the dining options at Qinghe University were indeed plentiful and appeared quite clean and hygienic. Why don't you, Uncle Dali, head to the cafeteria and bring back a meal for the two of us? Qinghe had already been through quite a bit today, and Zhou Wanner felt it was best not to venture out again. No need. Let us go to the cafeteria together. I happen to want to take a look around the school. I once wished I could get into Qinghe for the college entrance examination. Now that I am finally here, I ought to see it with my own eyes. Qinghe shook his head. He still wished to explore. Oh, by the way, a friend sent me a new wheelchair. The one in the unopened box. Let me open it and give it a try. I've heard it's a new electric model, similar to what Hawking used. With this, I can go out on my own. The wheelchair was a result of a lottery he won, and he had exchanged it the previous night, placing it in the outer room. I wondered why I didn't recall having this box at home. What was sent? Dali was helping to take out the box and open it with a knife. He left it last night, and you returned late, so you may not have noticed. Qinghe casually replied. The box was sizable, and upon opening it, Qinghe found that many functions of the wheelchair were preset, requiring no installation. It was ready to use immediately. This looks amazing. What can this screen do? Zhou Wanner gazed at the wheelchair with curiosity. Unlike ordinary wheelchairs, this model featured a 12-inch screen extending from the left side to the front, while the right side housed a controller for manual operation, along with several wires on both sides. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but it seems to have many functions, similar to Hawking S, though with some differences. It can be controlled by voice, allows for typing, sending and receiving emails, document editing, infrared, Bluetooth, and more. Having this will certainly make things much more convenient. Ye Qinghe wasn't too well versed in the wheelchair's features either, but he knew it would greatly facilitate his life. This is indeed powerful. With this, it will be much easier for Qinghe to attend classes. Dali, glancing at the manual, was genuinely pleased, knowing how beneficial these functions would be for Ye Qinghe. Previously, whenever he went out, Ye Qinghe could hardly do anything aside from speaking, and he worried about how he would take notes and answer questions in class. Now with this, most of those issues seemed to be resolved at once. This must not be cheap, right? I recall hearing that Hawking's wheelchair was worth several million. Zhou Wanner inquired, eyeing the wheelchair with curiosity. It's not that exaggerated. That's just internet gossip. The actual price is only a few tens of thousands of yuan. The expensive part is Hawking's system, which is said to be worth $1 million. However, this wheelchair only has basic functions. It can't compare to that. Ye Qinghe refrained from revealing the truth, as claiming that someone gifted him $1 million device would be too far-fetched. What kind of friend would give you this? That's incredibly thoughtful. Dali, having finished reading the manual, handed it to Zhou Wanner with a big smile. This truly is a timely blessing, perfectly addressing Ye Qinghe's greatest dilemma. Having provided assistance online, the other party, upon hearing of my situation, offered to gift me one of these. Ye Qinghe casually redirected the offer to a friend he met online. How splendid. Why had I not thought of this sooner? Had I considered it earlier, I would have procured one for you long ago. After reviewing the manual, Zhou Wanner glanced at Ye Qinghe, who was being lifted into the wheelchair by Ye Dali, and felt a pang of regret. A few thousand yuan was certainly within her reach. While her family was not wealthy, their circumstances were adequate, and over the years, her red envelope money had accumulated significantly. Initially, she had intended to use this money for Ye Qinghe's medical treatment, but he adamantly refused. Had she known about this device, she would undoubtedly have purchased it. You don't need to buy it. Your frequent company is far more valuable than this contraption, Ye Qinghe remarked, maneuvering the wheelchair with his hands, smiling at Zhou Wanner. Indeed, it was quite convenient. This marked the first time he experienced mobility under his own control since arriving here. Although only 2 fingers had regained function, his thumb and index finger were sufficient for managing the wheelchair's movement. Ye Qinghe joyfully navigated the room in his wheelchair. Observing his excitement, Ye Dali was suddenly overwhelmed with a bittersweet sensation. Just the ability to control the wheelchair had brought Ye Qinghe such joy, highlighting how long he had been confined to bed. How had he not considered this sooner? Zhou Wanner, witnessing Ye Qinghe's delight, exclaimed, "How wonderful! Now that you can control the wheelchair, I believe it won't be long before you can walk unaided." Chapter 47. 20 years of burden on the 20th floor of the Beijing student dormitory at the entrance. Ye Dali and Zhou Wanner watched as Ye Qinghe maneuvered the wheelchair out of the elevator and down the ramp beside the entrance. How splendid! Ye Dali's face radiated with satisfaction. It had been an eternity since he had witnessed Ye Qinghe's independent movement. Although he could only move 2 fingers now, it was undoubtedly an improvement from before, was it not? Moreover, he was set to be specially recruited by Qinghe University due to his innate talent. Everything was looking up. Ding ding ding. Ye Dali's phone rang. He pulled it out, frowning slightly. It was the station manager again. "What's wrong, Uncle Dali?" Zhou Wanner inquired, noticing his expression. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. Today, the station manager seemed somewhat off, particularly concerned about me," Ye Dali replied, shaking his head. He found it a bit strange, but could not pinpoint why. "What did he ask you?" Zhou Wanner's curiosity was piqued. He didn't inquire much. Just seemed to have some thoughts about my new address, and asked several times, "Is it possible that he, or someone above him, has been bribed to obtain your and Qinghe's address? I found it odd when the landlord suddenly evicted you. And what about Zhao Mingyu? How did he know where you were living? That place is not easy to find unless you know where to look. It stands to reason that he does not see eye to eye with Qinghe. His deliberate search for an address and subsequent arrival raises suspicions about his intentions." Zhou Wanner promptly voiced her conjecture. "Are you suggesting that the previous landlord, along with the current station master, might very well be backed by Zhao Mingyu or Zhao Hai? Could they be the ones seeking to trouble us?" Ye Dali was not foolish. Had he been, he would not have achieved such business success. Previously, he had not considered this direction, but upon Zhou Wanner's words, he quickly realized who was behind the troubles they were facing. After all, why else would Zhao Mingyu visit? He certainly did not come merely to pay a visit to Ye Qinghe. especially considering the manner in which he spoke, which was far from cordial. Zhou Wanner had suspected Zhao Mingyu's involvement from the moment she encountered him. Only someone as lacking in character as Zhao Mingyu would resort to such contemptible actions. I shall answer the call and see what he has to say. Ye Dali's phone continued to ring, and after a moment's thought, he pressed the answer button. Hello, station master. What can I do for you? Dali, I just wanted to inquire when you would be coming over. It's almost the end of the month, and if it's convenient for you, it would be best to come in the next couple of days so we can return your deposit and such. The station master's voice revealed no discernible emotion. Oh, very well, I shall come by this afternoon. Having deduced that these individuals intended to confront him, Ye Dali felt compelled to investigate. Zhao Mingyu was a mere child, lacking in experience, but he possessed some understanding of Zhao Hai. Despite Zhao Hai's boastful demeanor, he was essentially empty-headed, a mere blusterer. Even if he sought to create trouble, he would have little in the way of cunning. Most likely, he had gleaned some ideas from the internet or films. All right then, I shall wait for you at the station this afternoon. What time? Upon hearing this, the station master's tone noticeably shifted. Glancing at the clock, which read 12:40, Ye Dali estimated that after lunch, he would likely arrive around 2 or 3. 3 o'clock, then. Good, see you shortly. With that, the station master ended the call. Should we bring a few people along? What if they attempt to harm you? Zhou Wanner's expression was one of concern. Her apprehension elicited a laugh from Ye Dali. Ha ha ha, fear not, such a thing is unlikely. We are in the capital, and it is broad daylight. Even if they harbored any intentions, they would not dare act at this hour. As he spoke, a hint of confidence played upon Ye Dali's lips. If it truly was Zhao Hai and his son behind this, they would not dare to act openly in Beijing, at most. They might attempt to orchestrate a way to send him back to the county, only to act against him later. Yet, Ye Dali shook his head, pondering why Zhao Hai would have urged the landlord to evict him. It was merely a ploy to leave him without accommodation, wherever he moved. They would pursue him to ensure he was ousted. Moreover, they likely aimed to render him incapable of working. If he hadn't voiced his resignation from the delivery job, they would probably have sought to dismiss him. However, Zhao Hai, oh Zhao Hai, you truly cannot hold your ground. Did you truly believe that this would leave Ye Dali at a dead end? And did you really think that upon returning to the county, devoid of my former company, I would be at your mercy? Was my ability to overshadow you for 2 decades solely reliant on that company? What is it truly based on? Zhou Wanner inquired with curiosity. They could never fathom that my son, even in illness, surpasses that worthless son of yours by 100-fold. Having been exceptionally admitted to Qinghe based on merit, do you think you can force us into a corner? You are overestimating yourselves. Speaking of this, Ye Dali looked at Ye Qinghe, maneuvering his wheelchair in front of the building, with a face full of pride. I have overshadowed you for 2 decades. My son will overshadow your son for another 2 decades. Indeed, Zhao Mingyu is not even worthy to carry Ye Qinghe's shoes. This has been Zhou Wanner's unwavering belief from the very beginning. Let us go. Let us have a meal first, and afterward, I will check what tricks they have up their sleeves. Ye Dali straightened his back, regaining some of his former demeanor. Previously, he had to bow down to earn a living, to seek out opportunities for Ye Qinghe to survive. But now, not only is Ye Qinghe recovering, he has also enrolled in Qinghe, freeing him from the need to deliver takeout. The bent back has straightened once more. Qinghe has risen. Zhou Wanner smiled at Ye Dali's expression. This was the Ye Dali she once knew, a man seemingly uncrushable by any circumstance. Calling out to Ye Qinghe, Zhou Wanner approached and assisted him in pushing the wheelchair toward the cafeteria. She had dined at the Qinghe cafeteria before and knew its location well. By the way, ISNT tonight the airing of the program you recorded? What time? As she pushed the wheelchair, Zhou Wanner recalled something. Yes, it airs tonight at 8:30. This time, Ye Qinghe remembered clearly. Let us watch it together tonight. Haven't you already seen the live broadcast? Watching the program doesn't interfere with me enjoying the show. I just want to see how it gets edited. To be honest, Qinghe, you looked a bit handsome when you answered on the show, right? Were you dazzled by my handsome visage? Dazzled my foot. You narcissistic fool. Chapter 48. I remember you. Crying over my hat as one of the 2 students in the entire county who gained admission to the prestigious Qinghe, Pei Donglai felt an immense sense of pride. Lin Shiyue, who was admitted alongside him, had always been the object of his affection, yet despite his relentless pursuits over the past 2 years, she had yet to reciprocate. Of course, there had been some progress. At the very least, he could now frequently study and dine with Lin Shiyue. You take a seat to secure our spot. I'll go fetch the food. Are you still having that clear broth beef noodle? Upon arriving at the cafeteria with Lin Xiuyue, Pei Donglai immediately instructed her to reserve a seat while he went to get the food. Lin Xiuyue nodded silently and walked straight to the designated area. Donglai, back to helping with the food again? Upon reaching the clear broth beef noodle station, he encountered a classmate ahead, who smiled and inquired. Pei Donglai pursuing his hometown-esque school beauty was no longer news. Yes, Pei Donglai nodded. What does it truly mean to be the belle of Lin University? Is it merely a tantalizing proposition? As I often say, there is a saying that goes, in the vast expanse of the world, where can one not find fragrant grass? Why fixate on a single flower? Yet, my heart is steadfastly devoted to this one bloom. Pei Donglai shook his head. During his high school years, he had secretly harbored affection for Lin Xiuyue, but out of respect for his studies, he had never found the opportunity to express his feelings. Now that they were both attending the same university, he felt it was a divine arrangement. He was acutely aware of Lin Xiuyue's aloof nature. She would not easily accept anyone. He believed that with persistence, he would eventually win her heart. Just then, a classmate in front of him looked back in astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. This prompted Pei Donglai to turn around. To his surprise, the usually indifferent Lin Xiuyue was actually jogging towards someone. Was it Zhou Wan'er? Due to the bustling canteen, he hadn't noticed Ye Qinghe, who was being pushed by Zhou Wan'er. Although Zhou Wan'er and Lin Xiuyue had once been classmates, he did not recall their bond being particularly strong. Over the past 2 years of school, he could not remember them interacting much. It wasn't until Lin Xiuyue crouched down and the crowd parted that Pei Donglai realized it wasn't Zhou Wan'er she was rushing towards, but rather the individual she was accompanying. Who could this person be? How could a grown man evoke thoughts of Lin Dayu? Pei Donglai's classmate remarked upon seeing Ye Qinghe's face, unable to suppress a sense of pity that arose within him. Ye Qinghe? Wasn't he said to be paralyzed? Ye Qinghe had once been quite renowned in school, particularly after his unfortunate condition became common knowledge. However, Pei Donglai never anticipated encountering him at Qinghe University. What was he doing here? He couldn't recall any significant connection between Ye Qinghe and Lin Xiuyue. Why was she so visibly excited to see him? Donglai, I can't shake the feeling that your rival has arrived. Pei Donglai's classmate nudged him with an elbow as they watched Lin Xiuyue half-crouched, conversing with the young man. Pei Donglai remained silent, observing for a moment, then clenched his teeth, abandoning his meal and striding toward Lin Xiuyue and Ye Qinghe. He needed to uncover the truth behind this situation. Qinghe, is it really you? What brings you to Qinghe University? Are you here for a visit? Wan'er, you're here too? I recall you studying at the nearby Lin University, Pei Donglai said, slowing his pace as he approached the pair, feigning surprise and delight. Who are you? Ye Qinghe looked up at the suddenly appearing young man, perplexed. It's Donglai. Pei Donglai, don't you remember? We played basketball together a year ago. Apologies. My memory isn't very clear, Ye Qinghe replied. You were the one I blocked several times. This comment caused Pei Donglai's expression to darken considerably. Damn it. I shouldn't have brought that up. What brings you here? Are you here for treatment? I have heard that you are paralyzed. Is it a full-body paralysis? You seem to be doing quite well. However, Pei Donglai emphasized the word paralyzed with intent. Pei Donglai, do you not think your demeanor is rather impolite? Yet, before Ye Qinghe could speak, Lin Xiuyue, squatting, furrowed her brows and cast an unhappy glance at him. This expression from Lin Xiuyue ignited a blaze of frustration within Pei Donglai. After all the effort he had expended over the past 2 years to pursue her, Ye Qinghe mentioned him, and she remained silent. But now he merely commented on Ye Qinghe, and this was her reaction? Very well. Lin Xiuyue, you truly are remarkable. What is the matter? I merely stated the truth. We cannot shy away from reality. Pei Donglai's expression was hardly any better. It's all right, I am indeed paralyzed. And there is nothing shameful in admitting it. I heard from Zhou Wan'er that you all attend school here. I never expected to run into you on my very first day. Have you eaten yet? Ye Qinghe inquired with a smile. Although Pei Donglai approached with sharp words, they were classmates after all, and it was only polite to greet one another after such a long separation. I haven't eaten. I was just about to get lunch when I saw you, so I came over without getting food. You still haven't mentioned what brings you to the school. A visit? Would you like me to show you around? After all, Zhou Wan'er is not from our school. I have studied here for 2 years and know it better than she does. Ye Qinghe's attitude made it difficult for Pei Donglai to retort, yet he still subtly asserted his superiority as a Qinghe University student. No need for that. Qinghe is not here for a tour, and others have already shown us around, so we do not require your guidance as a Qinghe student. Zhou Wanner scoffed. Individuals like this ought to be subjected to ridicule. What is the big deal about attending Qinghe University? Why act so superior? I, for one, did not attend Qinghe. If I had applied myself back then, you would not be flaunting your status here now. It infuriates me, as if I am not part of this school. How utterly vexing. With that, Zhou Wanner pushed Ye Qinghe aside. Ye Dali smiled and nodded at Pei Donglai and Lin Shiyue before following Zhou Wanner away, surprised by the unfolding scene. Particularly enjoying the spectacle involving Ye's son. He was curious about Lin Shiyue's relationship with Ye Qinghe, as he could not recall him mentioning such a classmate. It seemed that Wanner was feeling jealous. And this boy, who appeared to be upset over Ye Qinghe, seemed to harbor feelings for Lin Shiyue. Qinghe, let us have a meal together. Lin Shiyue stood up as Zhou Wanner pushed the wheelchair, but did not release her grip on one side. Chapter 49. You cannot even compare to someone in a wheelchair? Ye Dali slightly adjusted his step. It has been several years since those events. You need not dwell on them. Ye Qinghe gently said to Lin Shiyue, who was reluctant to let go. But Lin Shiyue seemed to want to say something. Ye Qinghe slowly shook his head at her. Regardless of the past, we are still classmates, and after years apart. It would not be inappropriate for me to invite you both to a meal. Lin Shiyue retracted the words she was about to speak, and instead remarked, All right then, I shall not be modest. As the host, I will order whatever you prefer. She noticed a vacant table nearby and added, Please take a seat while I fetch the menu. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy brightened Lin Shiyue's usually composed face, her steps noticeably lighter. She guided Ye Qinghe, Zhou Wanner, and Ye Dali to a table, assisting in maneuvering the chairs to accommodate Ye Qinghe's wheelchair. With a graceful stride, Lin Shiyue proceeded towards the ordering counter, her meal cart in hand. Pei Donglai stood still, observing the scene unfold. He had never witnessed such expressions and actions from Lin Shiyue before. It was as though she had momentarily forgotten the presence of him, her classmate with whom she had shared 2 years of schooling, tirelessly assisting her in daily affairs. What could this mean? Zhou Wanner, wiping the table with a wet tissue, casually inquired, What is going on? Ye Dali, though his gaze was elsewhere, was acutely attentive. His thoughts far removed from the group of girls in short skirts nearby. It's nothing significant, just a small favor I rendered years ago that she has remembered, replied Ye Qinghe nonchalantly. Zhou Wanner chose not to press further, clearly sensing Ye Qinghe's reluctance to discuss the matter. Lin Shiyue had likely intended to disclose something, but Ye Qinghe had interjected. What could it possibly be? Zhou Wanner's mind wandered back to every moment from high school, struggling to recall any connection between Ye Qinghe and the aloof academic Lin Shiyue. They had never exhibited any signs of camaraderie while at school. Pei Donglai's gaze remained fixated on Lin Shiyue, watching as she queued to fetch her meal, returning with a portion only to dash off for another. Her demeanor strikingly different from the usual cool detachment she displayed in his company. Bro, what is the situation? Is she related to your family? Why aren't you helping her? A voice interrupted his thoughts, belonging to a classmate who had finished their meal and was curiously eyeing him and Lin Shiyue, now approaching Ye Qinghe's table with another dish. Those 3, one is a girl, one is an adult. It can't be that the person in the wheelchair is your rival, right? Even if so, how can you be outdone by someone confined to a wheelchair? This comment rekindled Pei Donglai's fading spirits. Indeed, regardless of any past connections, Ye Qinghe was now entirely incapacitated, rendering any possibility of their union implausible. Lin Shiyue's actions might simply stem from a sense of guilt over years of silence. There was still hope for him. Perhaps he was already standing at the threshold of victory, with a healthy body and a degree from Qinghe University. He had crossed a chasm that Ye Qinghe would never surmount. Thank you, my friend. With this revelation, Pei Donglai excitedly embraced the classmate next to him, then hurried to the nearest counter to order his meal, carrying it towards the table of Ye Qinghe and the others. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I must express my regrets to you all. Upon taking a seat, Pei Donglai promptly offered a sincere apology to Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wanner. As one who has already tasted defeat, he believed that a victor should possess a measure of grace and magnanimity, refraining from stooping to their level. I was unaware of your arrival and, regrettably, was unprepared. Therefore, you wouldn't mind lingering for a while, would you? This evening, I shall host you for dinner as a gesture of my contrition. After all, if one is to exhibit their character and poise, I am willing to spend a little to treat you all to a meal. Shiyue, please make the restaurant reservations. I shall take care of the payment. However, in a bid to distinguish his relationship with Lin Shiyue, Pei Donglai could not resist addressing her directly. Let us forego that. We will be residing here from now on. Dining out is unnecessary, as my health does not favor such places. Today marks merely our first day, and I was merely curious about the dining hall. I appreciate your kind intentions. Ye Qinghe chuckled softly, shaking his head. He was not particularly close to Pei Donglai, although they were classmates. The bond did not warrant such a gesture. Zhou Wan'er, one hand holding a napkin and the other feeding Ye Qinghe, cast a sidelong glance at Pei Donglai, suspecting his sudden overtures were insincere. Words aside, encountering one another from afar is indeed fate. Besides, we were once classmates, as the saying goes. Fellow townsfolk meet with tears in their eyes. It is only fitting to treat you to a meal, don't you think, Qiyue? At this moment, Pei Donglai had entirely tempered his mindset, managing to smile at Ye Qinghe's words. Yet, the final address caused Lin Qiyue's brow to furrow slightly. Pei Donglai, please call me Lin Qiyue. Her icy tone pierced through the facade he had attempted to portray, freezing his smile in place. Wan'er, why don't you eat first? I can feed Qinghe. I am already satisfied. Even more disconcerting for Pei Donglai was the sight of Lin Qiyue, in the gentlest of tones, addressing Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er. No need. Qinghe hasn't eaten much and will finish soon. He is accustomed to me feeding him, so it would be no trouble. Zhou Wan'er smiled sweetly, politely declining Lin Qiyue's offer. Uncle Dali, weren't you supposed to head out this afternoon? The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. After saying this, Zhou Wan'er glanced at Ye Dali, who had finished his snack. Uncle Dali, can you not be so ostentatious while eating? Did you enjoy it? Oh, indeed. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wan'er, please escort Qinghe home later. I will return as swiftly as possible. Ye Dali rose, feeling slightly awkward as the audience for his snacking dissipated. After exchanging goodbyes with Zhou Wan'er, he placed his tray in the recycling area and waved farewell before departing the cafeteria. I should have eaten more slowly earlier. That way, I could have savored the moment longer and not be left without an excuse to enjoy a snack now. What a miscalculation. Observing Zhou Wan'er, who seemed to take charge, feeding Ye Qinghe while also directing Ye Dali, Lin Qiyue felt a flicker of unexplainable animosity stir within her. Chapter 50. The Conical Bucket and the Iron Pole. Wan'er, have you been with Qinghe all these years? Lin Qiyue inquired hesitantly. Not entirely. During my senior year, he traveled the country with Uncle Dali, and I had no opportunity to join him due to my college entrance examination. However, after arriving in the capital, they seldom ventured elsewhere. Whenever I have free time on weekends, I go to take care of Qinghe, Wan'er replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyue was filled with remorse. In comparison to Wan'er, she felt woefully inadequate. She too had gained admission to the capital, yet she had never contemplated such matters. Although she often thought about visiting Ye Qinghe during holidays, he was rarely home, and she never pursued it further. Truly, she was an ingrate. Lin Qiyue fell silent, while Wan'er continued her meal. Ye Qinghe signaled that he was full, and Wan'er set her utensils aside, wiped his mouth gently, and then attended to her own slightly cold dish. As they observed Wan'er with her head bowed over her food, Pei Donglai and Lin Qiyue noted Ye Qinghe casually surveying the dining hall. All right, I'm full. Thank you for the meal. After finishing her plate, Wan'er retrieved a napkin to wipe her mouth, lifted her and Ye Qinghe's plates, and expressed her gratitude before discarding them at the nearby recycling area. Lin Qiyue and Pei Donglai followed suit, rising to carry their own dishes. Goodbye, Wan'er called as she pushed Ye Qinghe out, waving at the two. Ye Qinghe echoed her farewell, and together they exited the cafeteria. Lin Qiyue unconsciously trailed behind them, watching as they walked eastward. Qiyue, I told you to call me Lin Qiyue, Pei Donglai whispered, observing her demeanor. When Lin Qiyue turned around and shouted at him loudly, she hastily departed. Damn it, Pei Donglai muttered, momentarily stunned. He felt he had suffered an unmerited disaster, yet he had no outlet for his frustration. Spotting a plastic conical bucket at the intersection ahead, he kicked it in annoyance. Ow! Who on earth is so wicked as to place a conical bucket on an iron pole? After delivering the kick, Pei Donglai leapt up, clutching his foot in pain, drawing the attention of many passing students who pointed and murmured about his misfortune, further igniting his ire. Yet, he could do nothing but limp away swiftly. Dali, when are you coming? On your way? All right, I'll wait for you at the station. On the bus, Ye Dali pondered why the station manager was so eager for his arrival, though he could not deduce the reason. After transferring twice, he dismounted and rode a shared bike. Arriving at the delivery station, it was a modest establishment, merely about 10 square meters, containing 4 tables. Typically, The delivery workers did not linger inside, preferring the outdoors, leaving only the station manager and an administrative and financial staff member present. Due to its remote location, the streets here are usually devoid of people. However, today, a man was seated in the shade nearby, smoking a cigarette. "Ah, Dali, you've arrived." The station master, with a beaming smile, approached eagerly upon seeing Ye Dali. After shaking hands, he continued, "By the way, where exactly have you moved to in Qinghe? What prompted you to choose that place?" Hearing this, Ye Dali couldn't help but shake his head. "Group leader? Deputy station master? Nonsense. If I hadn't voluntarily resigned, I would have been told that I was holding the station back, frequently taking leave and not meeting the required hours, ultimately leading to my dismissal." With a casual demeanor, he retrieved the deposit slip and presented it to the station master. "You seem quite anxious. Do you think I want to refund you?" Noticing Ye Dali's reluctance to engage, the station master took the deposit slip and handed it to the finance officer. After a brief inspection and confirmation, the officer produced 500 yuan and presented a pre-prepared document for Ye Dali to sign. Finding no issues, Ye Dali affixed his signature, pocketed the money, and turned to leave. "Hey, Lao Yi, are you leaving just like that? I wanted to chat." "No time for that. You know my family situation. I must return." Ye Dali was resolute, clutching the money and preparing to exit. "All right then, let us stay in touch by phone." The station master, realizing that Ye Dali was unwilling to converse further, accompanied him to the door, watching as he drove away. The man who had been smoking in the shade followed suit. "Lao Yi, you can't blame your brother. There was nothing else he could do." With a silent sigh, the station master shook his head and returned indoors. Unbeknownst to Ye Dali, someone was trailing him. He pondered the station master's intentions, suspecting that the inquiry about his address was all he had in mind. After transferring between two vehicles, Ye Dali arrived at Qinghe University. What on earth is he doing at the university? Surely he cannot be residing there. Monkey, observing Ye Dali enter the campus, felt a twinge of displeasure. Although he had never attended university himself, he understood that the nature of work outside was vastly different from that within an academic institution. However, he dismissed the possibility of Ye Dali living on campus, reasoning that only faculty families or students could reside there, and Ye Dali appeared to fit neither category. It seemed more likely that he had business at the university. Thus, Monkey followed him into the campus. Despite being from the capital, it was Monkey's first time at Qinghe University, and he felt a hint of discomfort amidst the vibrant students. Had he entered the dormitory building? As Ye Dali entered the dormitory building, the monkey found a spot outside to keep watch. Goodness, earning this 50,000 yuan is no easy task. If I have to follow this way every day, I reckon I should find time to ask Zhao Mingyu for a little more money. This is entirely different from what was initially promised. However, from around 4 in the afternoon, the monkey sat outside for over an hour without seeing Ye Dali emerge. Chapter 51. Caught in the act? Is there a back door to this building besides the main entrance? Checking the time, the monkey grew restless. It was abnormal for a middle-aged man to enter a student dormitory and not come out for such a long time. Randomly stopping a student exiting the dorm, the monkey inquired the back door. Upon hearing this, the student's eyes lit up. "Are you here to catch someone in the act? Let me tell you which department he is from and his name." The monkey hadn't anticipated being misunderstood in this manner, but he certainly couldn't admit to following a middle-aged man. Hesitating for a moment, he could only nod. "Yes, my girlfriend has been inside for over an hour and hasn't he come out. I suspect she might be with someone in this building, you know?" "Got it. I understand. There are some foreign exchange students in this building, and they often take advantage of others' girlfriends. Let me think. I recall there is a small side door, but usually no one uses it. I'll take you there." The student nodded empathetically and led the monkey into the dormitory. At a small door by the water room on the first floor, it was indeed possible to exit from there. "Brother, who is the person you suspect? I'll go check if she is still around." The notion of catching someone in the act thrilled the student immensely. 306. The monkey casually mentioned a dorm number, convinced that Ye Dali must have left through that door. Otherwise, it was implausible for him to remain inside for over an hour. 306. Got it. Wait here. I'll rush up to check for you. The student exclaimed before darting off. Indeed, darting was the only way to describe it. He couldn't even wait for the elevator. Bounding up the stairs like a hunting dog, his speed possibly the peak of his life. "What shall we have for dinner tonight? Should we eat in the cafeteria or go out? Since it's our first day here, shouldn't we celebrate? Too bad we can't cook here, otherwise I'd prepare a few of my signature dishes for you." In room 306, Ye Dali observed Ye Qinghe, and Zhou Wan translating the literature that Zhou Wanner had brought. After Ye Dali returned, Zhou Wanner had gone to Lin University to fetch the prepared documents, and they began translating together. Ye Qinghe translated, while Zhou Wanner typed the translated text on the computer. Just then, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open by an exuberant boy who, upon entering and seeing the situation in the room, immediately realized he had barged into the wrong dorm. Stammering an apology, he quickly said, Sorry. I entered the wrong dorm." After the other party finished speaking, they retreated. Henceforth, it would be prudent to keep the door locked upon entering and exiting. To prevent such occurrences, this is a student dormitory, quite unlike previous rental accommodations, and one may encounter situations like this from time to time. The others did not find it particularly concerning, Zhou Wanner remarked, and Ye Dali nodded in agreement. Both possessed keys to the dormitory, and securing the door seemed the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, the student who had intruded swiftly dashed downstairs. "My friend, I fear you may be in quite a predicament." The individual appears to be fully equipped with advantages. The frail demeanor of the ailing one evokes a sense of sympathy, and he is even more handsome than you. This monkey did not consider waiting for the student to descend. He assumed that after Ye Dali departed, he would not linger on the first floor and prepared to leave. However, he did not anticipate that the student would pursue him directly from the building, catching up and stating, "Is it true that there is indeed a girl in room 306? By the way, your girlfriend is truly stunning." The student refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, but the implication was unmistakable. The monkey was unworthy of her. Although he had only entered the dormitory for less than a minute, the student felt as though he had already been captivated by the girl. Upon his entrance, she happened to be seated in the sunlight streaming through the window, with the setting sun casting a golden hue upon her. As she looked up from her computer, the light framed her, resembling a gossamer veil of gold draped over her form. This enchanting moment was the reason for his momentary daze, and the image of her gaze continues to replay in his mind. "Thank you, my friend." The monkey remained oblivious to the coincidence of having accurately guessed Ye Qinghe's dormitory number, unaware that Ye Dali, whom he intended to follow, resided there. He merely regarded the student as well-meaning, offering his thanks while pondering his next steps as he walked out. "Hey, aren't you going to catch them in the act? They're in the dormitory. Although nothing has transpired, it's sufficient to know she has wronged me. I wish her happiness." The monkey did not look back, simply waving his hand in farewell. This was not serious. How could he truly storm in and catch them? His companion was also a person of sentiment. It is a pity for such a beautiful girl to be unfaithful. However, the student seemed incapable of taking any action. Surely he had not been deceived? Had he misjudged this girl? "She is so lovely. Donglai, I heard your girlfriend abandoned you in the cafeteria for another man? What has happened to you? Why do you limp? Did you end up in a fight with that man? Where is he? Let us confront him. How dare he steal your girlfriend? What on earth is happening? I've heard that Lin Xiuyue has been serving food for someone and even kneeling in front of that guy. Moreover, it is rumored that Lin Xiuyue has since proposed a breakup with you. Is there any truth to this?" Pei Donglai did not anticipate that the news would spread so swiftly. When he returned to the dormitory, limping, the boys in the hallway immediately surrounded him. They chattered incessantly, each voice clamoring to be heard. Pei Donglai felt overwhelmed. His pent-up frustration had nowhere to go, and the crowd's gleeful banter only stoked the flames of his indignation. "Will you all kindly be silent? I seek a moment of peace," he bellowed, disregarding the stunned expressions of those around him. He pushed through the throng and made his way back to his room, vowing that this matter was far from over. He intended to make Ye Qinghe pay. But what could he do to someone who was paralyzed? As for Lin Xiuyue, despite his anger and resentment towards her, he found himself incapable of taking any action. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he kicked out in frustration as he entered his dormitory. Chapter 52, 306? In the Beijing student dormitory, room 306. Let us skip dining out for now. The situation remains uncertain. We should refrain from popping champagne prematurely. Once things are settled, we can celebrate properly. For tonight, let us just grab some food to eat here, Ye Qinghe suggested. He considered going out, but the prospect of facing the scrutiny of so many eyes made him prefer the comfort of the dormitory. "All right, I'm in your hands. What do you wish to eat? I shall fetch the food," Ye Dali replied, nodding, indifferent to where they dined. "Anything will do. Wanner, what would you like?" Ye Qinghe had no particular cravings. "Please get me a serving of spicy hot pot, with a few assorted ingredients, extra quail eggs, and wide noodles. Oh, and do add some baby bok choy, plus a few slices of luncheon meat. And, remember, not too spicy, just mildly so, with a dash of garlic sauce. Thank you, Uncle Dali. Zhou Wanner made her requests without hesitation. Understood. Would you like a staple as well? Ye Dali asked, committing her orders to memory. No need. This is sufficient. I'm on a diet. I feel like I've put on a bit of weight lately. Zhou Wanner insisted, shaking her head vigorously. This is perfectly fine. A little softness is ideal. Ye Qinghe remarked, observing her with a smile. Is that so? Yet I feel there is an excess. She retorted, placing Ye Qinghe's hand on her abdomen. Instinctively, he gave it a gentle squeeze. Soft. Squishy. The texture was delightful. Little piglet has gained some weight. Ye Qinghe exclaimed. How dare you call me a pig? Zhou Wanner protested, her hands gripping his face and shaking it playfully. All right, I relent. I concede. Ye Qinghe quickly apologized, his mouth contorting into an awkward shape. Uncle Dali, let us omit the wide noodles. They're all starch and will lead to weight gain. Zhou Wanner called out as she released her grip on him, satisfied. Ye Qinghe has declared himself a little pig, which necessitates a bit of weight loss. Very well. Ye Dali smiled and nodded, locking the door behind him with a key. As for the monkey, he is indeed a responsible individual. Although he lost track of Ye Dali in the dormitory building, he did not leave the school immediately. Having taken someone's money, he could not keep calling to say he could not catch up, so he began to wander around the campus. As he strolled, he found himself near the cafeteria. Unable to locate Ye Dali, he figured it wouldn't hurt to admire some beautiful girls on campus. Though the number of pure and pretty female students was somewhat lacking, there were still a few of high quality. Perhaps luck would be on his side, and he might encounter Ye Dali after all. Pei Donglai, having spent the entire afternoon lounging in the dormitory and skipping his classes, also made his way to the cafeteria. Given Lin Shiyue's current demeanor, he deduced that she would likely ignore him for the time being, making it unnecessary to message her to apologize or invite her to dinner. She wouldn't respond anyway. After 2 years, he had come to understand her little quirks. At the entrance of the cafeteria, when Ye Dali appeared, both the monkey and Pei Donglai took notice of him. The monkey felt a surge of joy, for he had found Ye Dali once more. His efforts in observing so many long legs had not been in vain. Conversely, Pei Donglai frowned, perplexed by Ye Dali's presence. Wasn't he supposed to accompany Ye Qinghe for a meal and then leave? Why was he back? Could it be that Ye Qinghe was still on campus? Surely he wasn't with Lin Shiyue, was he? Unbeknownst to Ye Dali, the two were watching him closely as he entered the cafeteria and headed straight to the food counter. The monkey and Pei Donglai found secluded spots to monitor Ye Dali's every move. Does he have a meal card? This certainly suggests he must be with Lin Shiyue. Otherwise, Ye Dali wouldn't be using a meal card to get food. As Ye Dali reached the counter, ordered his meal, and produced a meal card to pay, Pei Donglai confirmed his suspicions were correct. Qinghe University enforces strict regulations regarding student cards. Only those affiliated with the institution can obtain one. Now that Ye Dali was presenting a student card, it spoke volumes. In their hometown, only he and Lin Shiyue had been admitted to Qinghe that year. He hadn't borrowed a card, so whose card could it be? The monkey, observing Ye Dali serve meals for a few others, realized he might have left too soon. It appeared that Ye Dali was indeed residing in this dormitory building. Perhaps he had children attending school here, which would explain why he moved nearby. However, the reason for the delayed move remained a mystery. Regardless, the objective was clear: find him. Ye Dali collected 3 meals, spicy hot pot for Zhou Wanner, Kung Pao chicken rice for Ye Qinghe, and a serving of dumplings for himself, as he had always had a penchant for dumplings. Carrying the 3 meals, he walked out of the cafeteria while the monkey and Pei Donglai trailed behind at a distance. As they were not professionals and had not anticipated encountering others, they failed to notice each other despite their simultaneous following. Indeed, upon observing the direction in which Ye Dali was heading, the monkey realized that he had indeed departed prematurely. Ye Dali had remained within the building all along. Pei Donglai furrowed his brow. This direction also led to the northeast gate of the school. Once outside, it would not take long to reach Lin University. Was Ye Dali, alongside Ye Qinghe, with Zhou Wanner at Lin University, drawn here simply because they found the cafeteria fare appealing? Had Lin Shiyue sought them out after parting ways with him? Did she know they enjoyed the food and thus shared her meal card with them? Contemplating this, Pei Donglai halted his steps. What would be the point of following them? If Lin Shiyue discovered that he had been trailing her, she would likely be even more upset. Consequently, Pei Donglai decided not to pursue further. while the monkey continued to shadow Ye Dali from the cafeteria to the Beijing student dormitory. Indeed, Ye Dali had remained on campus. Watching Ye Dali approach Building 20 of the dormitory, the monkey felt his suspicions were confirmed. However, this time, he did not linger outside. Instead, he followed Ye Dali inside the building. He opted for the stairwell over the elevator, swiftly ascending the stairs. On the third floor, upon hearing the elevator doors open, the monkey refrained from exiting the stairwell, instead positioning himself around the corner to listen to Ye Dali's footsteps. Since only Ye Dali had been in the elevator moments ago, it was undoubtedly him who had just disembarked. Once the sounds faded a bit, the monkey cautiously peeked around the corner. Indeed, it was Ye Dali. From this vantage point in the stairwell, he could clearly see the end of the corridor where Ye Dali was headed. Only after Ye Dali entered a dormitory did the monkey hasten to discern which room it was. Room 306? Chapter 53. I am not that kind of person. Upon seeing the metallic numbers on the door, the monkey was left dumbfounded. Hadn't he just casually mentioned this very room? Was the boy who had rushed over to assist also involved? Were there girls inside? He pressed his ear against the door to listen. Come on, let's eat. Rest for a bit first. We can sort out the translation later. It was Ye Dali's voice. All right, let us eat. The voice sounded like that of a young man. Presumably Ye Dali's son or nephew. Uncle Dali, thank you. A cheerful female voice followed, likely belonging to the beauty mentioned by the earlier classmate. Buddy, I knew you wouldn't let it go. Do you want me to kick the door down for you? Just as the monkey was eavesdropping, a voice suddenly emerged beside him, startling him so much that he recoiled several steps. Chill, don't be scared, it's me. The unexpected movement startled the other person as well, who quickly gestured for the monkey to keep his voice down. It was the same classmate from earlier. I thought you might not give up so easily, so I decided to swing by and see, but I didn't expect you to really be here. He pulled the monkey aside, chuckling. However, there was a thought he kept to himself. His motives were not solely for this purpose. He also yearned to catch another glimpse of the girl sitting by the window, basking in the sunlight. I am not a monkey wishing to elaborate. You need not explain. I comprehend fully. However, I must say, I recently ventured inside to inspect the premises, and they seem to be quite secure. There is an adult present, and the young man appears to be unwell, lying in bed and seemingly unable to move. At this juncture, even if one sought to catch them in an indiscretion, there exists ample justification for their situation. As a man, one cannot resort to violence against an ailing individual, can one? Listening to this peer, the monkey felt a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. How could a mere casual remark from him spawn such elaborate thoughts in another? Rest assured, I have no intention of acting. I merely came to ascertain the facts and shall take my leave now. With that, the monkey hastily departed, eager to distance himself from this classmate, whose mind was consumed with notions of infidelity. Having confirmed that Ye Dali was temporarily residing here, he felt no urgency, regardless of how long the stay might last. His only remaining task was to await Ye Dali's job search, after which he would ensure the young man's endeavors were thwarted. As for whether Ye Dali would choose to leave the capital after such a setback, that was beyond his purview. Alas, the classmate could hardly suppress the urge to call out to the monkey, but quickly realized the impropriety, covering his mouth and descending the stairs in the monkey's wake. Say, what is the name of your girlfriend? I am quite curious about such matters and could discreetly investigate to see if there is anything amiss, saving you the trouble of confronting the situation directly and risking exposure. No need, thank you. The monkey was disinclined to linger with this classmate for even a moment longer, and after his response, he swiftly jogged away. The students at Qinghe University do not seem particularly remarkable. They appear no better than those in vocational schools. It is regrettable. I had hoped to uncover the name of that girl. As he watched the monkey hasten into the distance, the classmate wore a look of disappointment. Having located Ye Dali's residence, he now knew he was in a student dormitory at Qinghe University, with uncertain ties to the institution. Inform your contacts to keep an eye on him. Should he secure employment, let me know, and I shall ensure his plans are derailed. Upon exiting Qinghe University, the monkey dialed Zhao Mingyu's number. Qinghe University? I do not recall anyone from the Ye family attending there. Zhao Mingyu's face reflected confusion. The Ye family was not particularly large, and Ye Dali had no siblings, being an only child. Even if there were a few cousins of similar age to Ye Qinghe, none attended Qinghe, did they? Are you certain you are not mistaken? I could not possibly be wrong. I specifically followed Ye Dali and witnessed him enter that dormitory. There is no room for error. He remained in that dorm for the entire afternoon and even went to the cafeteria for dinner that evening. There is no doubt Speaking of which, the monkey suddenly realized he had not eaten all day, having been so occupied that he forgot to nourish himself. He must treat himself to a delightful meal soon. The monkey would never deceive himself regarding such matters. Yet Zhao Mingyu remained perplexed as to why Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe would be residing at Qinghe University. Do you know how many people are in the dormitory? 3. I listened at the door and discerned there are 3 individuals. The words of the 3 individuals began to make sense. However, the fact that they could reside in separate dormitories indicated that they must at least be graduate students. Yet Zhao Mingyu could not fathom what connection the Ye family, specifically Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe, had that enabled them to pursue their studies at Qinghe University. Enough already. I've been trailing you all day and I'm utterly exhausted. This money is truly hard to earn. Call me when you have news. After saying this, the monkey abruptly hung up. Had it not been for the 50,000 yuan, he would not have endured such hardship. Qinghe University? Zhao Mingyu suddenly recalled 2 classmates from Qinghe. Lin Shiyue was definitely out of the question, as she treated all her classmates with equal indifference. However, there was Pei Donglai. Perhaps he could be of assistance. Who is it? Pei Donglai, lost in his inebriation with a beer in hand at a corner of the playground, answered the phone without even glancing at the caller ID. Donglai, it's me, Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu greeted with a smile. Zhao Mingyu? What do you want? Pei Donglai's tone was notably unfavorable, which irked Zhao Mingyu, but he needed his cooperation at that moment, so he suppressed his irritation. Well, since you're at Qinghe University, I was hoping you could do me a favor. I'm busy. I want to ask you to do this for free. I'll give you 500 yuan. Zhao Mingyu, don't insult me with money. 1,000 yuan. Zhao Mingyu, I'm not that kind of person. 2,000. If you refuse, I'll just find someone else. What's the matter? Hearing that Pei Donglai had ceased to decline made Zhao Mingyu's spirits soar. So what if he is at Qinghe? Isn't he's still just a pauper? Not that kind of person? Why not insult you now? Is your integrity really worth 2,000 yuan? While on the phone, he was aware of the efficacy of this tactic, having previously employed it with Pei Donglai during high school, where he similarly offered payment. Do you remember Ye Qinghe? Yes, I saw him today. Are you looking to cause him trouble? Upon hearing Ye Qinghe's name, Pei Donglai's bleary eyes suddenly regained clarity. Yes, I found him quite displeasing for a long time. I heard he recently moved to Qinghe and is apparently residing in your school. Please investigate whose dormitory he is living in and what the relationship is with that person. Chapter 54. Show broadcast absolutely. I'm not fond of him either. He is paralyzed and hasn't he died yet. Why is he still around to disgust people? The thought of Lin Shiyue's actions towards Ye Qinghe today ignited Pei Donglai's anger. If you were healthy, I wouldn't mind you competing with me for Lin Shiyue, but you, a paralyzed individual, are still trying to compete with me. What kind of person does that make you? It made Pei Donglai, a proud student of Qinghe University, feel inferior to a disabled person. All right, I'll transfer the money. Get back to me with results as soon as possible. Zhao Mingyu's cold voice resonated through the phone. Pei Donglai stared at the glaring figures on the screen, a near sinister grin spreading across his face. Don't worry, a paralyzed person can't stir up much trouble. Pei Donglai tightened his grip on the beer can, the aluminum screeching beneath his fingers, twisting and distorting in an instant. Previously, he believed it unwise to argue with someone who was paralyzed. Now, however, with someone willing to pay to create trouble for Ye Qinghe, it seemed reasonable for him to accept payment for his services. Following the direction in which Ye Dali had departed, it led to the northeast gate of the school. If Zhao Mingyu's assertions were accurate, then Ye Dali resided near the Beijing student dormitory, a place known to house international students. Did they have connections with international students? That seemed implausible, as there were also graduate students in that vicinity. Pei Donglai rummaged through his memories of the school's encouragement during the college entrance examination years. It seemed that some had indeed succeeded, though the details were hazy, as he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Qiyue, may I ask you something? A few years ago, did anyone from our county get admitted to Qinghe University? Is anyone still pursuing their graduate studies there? After contemplating, Pei Donglai sent a message to Lin Shiyue. As he pressed send, a pang of regret washed over him. Clearly, the meal card that Ye Dali had used in the cafeteria did not belong to Qiyue, and he had wronged her. How could he have harbored such thoughts about Qiyue? Do not call me Qiyue. I shall say this one last time. A sharp sting pierced Pei Donglai's heart, prompting him to quickly correct himself. All right, I won't. Lin Qiyue, do you know who from our county went to Qinghe a few years ago? I don't know. The screen displayed 3 words followed by an exclamation mark, piercing Pei Donglai like an ice pick. It must be that scoundrel Ye Qinghe. He must have threatened Qiyue in some manner. It was imperative to ascertain his residence swiftly. Indeed, there was a senior in their dormitory, a member of the student council, who might assist in uncovering this information. The time for the program had arrived. It was said that this episode featured a person who was completely paralyzed. Indeed, it was remarkable. It seemed he could answer all the questions without a moment's thought. One could hardly fathom how he retained so much information. I heard that during the live broadcast, many viewers were moved to tears. Unfortunately, I was unavailable that day and missed it. Today, I must truly watch it. How could a quiz show evoke such emotions? The Lying Giant. What a peculiar title. Yet, a person who is entirely paralyzed and unable to move still makes an appearance on the show. That is intriguing. As the broadcast of one stand to the end commenced, countless individuals across the nation gathered before their televisions and computers. In recent days, the online discourse surrounding this program had been fervent, with numerous content creators sharing snippets from the live broadcast, making many aware of a challenger who was paralyzed except for his head. Human nature is indeed curious, often tinged with a sense of morbid curiosity. If a normal person participated in a program, regardless of their performance, it would elicit little more than mild admiration. However, when a patient, particularly one who is entirely paralyzed, appears on a show, it draws attention. No one delights in suffering, yet many hold great respect for those who rise above their hardships. A child, still in their youth, losing control over their body and succumbing to paralysis. In their place, many would have long since crumbled. Not only would they shy away from the spotlight, but they might hesitate to leave their homes altogether. Yet, the remarkable Ye Qinghe managed to remain composed, diligently pursuing his studies and stepping into the limelight, which truly deserves admiration. This is precisely why the production team immediately agreed upon reviewing Ye Qinghe's profile. How splendid. Indeed, how splendid. Ye Qinghe is truly a blessing for our program. Zhao Qingyang, witnessing the soaring ratings and increasing online viewership, was so elated that he nearly wore his legs out from exuberance. The program had been airing for quite some time, past its initial fervor, although loyal viewers still remained. Attracting new audiences had become a formidable challenge. In blunt terms, it had become somewhat lethargic. Though it had not perished, it was hardly recalled. Now, merely due to Ye Qinghe, the ratings were approaching the heights of its prime, and with the recent surge of online discussions, Zhao Qingyang felt that with adept management, the program could indeed experience a revival. However, the individual from the second episode displayed an utter lack of discernment by opting out of the challenge. The thought of that challenger retreating when faced with Ye Qinghe ignited a flicker of seething resentment on Zhao Qingyang's face. Today, our program welcomes a truly unique contestant. To speak candidly, upon first viewing his profile, I pondered the sheer strength of will required for someone in his circumstances to rise and grace the stage. After glimpses of several contestants entering the studio, a voiceover by Xianggu was added before Ye Qinghe's appearance. Then, we see Ye Qinghe in the lounge, seated in a wheelchair, covered by a blanket, attentively listening to the staff, before turning to face the camera, which zoomed in for a close-up of his face. My goodness, who can fathom that glance? I felt as though my heart was abruptly seized. Why do I suddenly feel so much compassion for him? Indeed, the online sentiments regarding how beauty is often envied ring true. With such charisma and appearance, had it not been for his paralysis, he would have undoubtedly conquered the entertainment industry. Poor child, come here to mama, let me hold you. Well-edited footage can yield remarkably impactful results during the live broadcast. Although that scene was captivating, it paled in comparison to this edited version. Ye Qinghe's entrance is now indelibly etched in the audience's hearts, amplifying his delicate demeanor to an extraordinary degree. An abundance of comments flooded the screen. Yes, just like that. Haha. Zhao Qingyang, observing the screen filled with comments and the rising online viewership, was grinning from ear to ear. Moving forward, we must create more opportunities for Ye Qinghe to make appearances. Chapter 55. Program Broadcast 2. Good evening to all the viewers present and those watching from home. Welcome to One Step Ahead, exclusively sponsored by Glory Mobile. I am your host, Li Xiang. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Min. The introductory footage of the contestants flashed by, transitioning to the live scene where hosts Xianggu and Xiao Min stood center stage, beaming as they passionately delivered the opening remarks. As their opening remarks resonate, the camera sweeps across the 10 contestants standing at the challenge podium, alongside the reigning champion seated in the coveted position. This is the most fervent quiz competition in the nation, where tonight one challenger faces 10 defenders. Who will ultimately emerge as the new champion? Who will ascend to the throne? Who can endure until the very end? The answers will soon be unveiled. Let us warmly welcome our challenger. As the introductions unfold, the lights flicker rhythmically, finally settling at the entrance where Qinghe, propelled by Ye Dali, makes his entrance. Today, as challenger is an extraordinary individual from Building 20 of the Beijing Student Dormitory, Room 306. Zhou Wanna reclines beside Qinghe, both gazing at the projection on the ceiling. Qinghe, I think you look even more handsome after your makeup. However, your hairstyle is rather mediocre. Ye Dali, opting not to linger in the room, retreats to his own quarters. The dormitory provided by the school is truly commendable. It marks the first time in 3 years that he has his own space and bed. Previously, he had been sleeping on the sofa or on the floor. Lying on his bed, Ye Dali watches videos on his phone. As Qinghe's father, he too has been given a simple touch of makeup for the stage. But watching himself stand at the back like a mere backdrop, he feels somewhat stiff in his demeanor. Hello everyone, I am Qinghe, 19 years old. 3 years ago, I suddenly fell ill, losing control of my limbs. On the screen, Qinghe speaks as if recounting another experience. His calm tone inexplicably striking a chord deep within Ye Dali's heart. Though he is aware of the struggles Qinghe has faced over the past 3 years, contemplating the plight of a once healthy 16-year-old who could run, jump, and play, now reduced to this condition, fills him with unbearable sorrow. These 3 years have indeed been taxing. Yet reflecting on the gradual loss of control over his own body that Qinghe has endured, filled with pain and fear, brings tears to his eyes. In front of televisions and online, many viewers witness Qinghe's serene demeanor and utterly calm tone, eliciting profound sympathy. Countless messages flood in, encouraging him, wishing for his swift recovery. Many proclaim, Qinghe, you are remarkable. Even paralyzed, trapped in a confining sickbed, Qinghe has never bowed to fate. With unyielding resilience and a smile amidst adversity, he confronts challenges head-on. With light in his eyes and fire in his heart, he lifts his gaze forward through thorny days. How can one not admire such a radiant spirit? Xiang Gu's words elevate Qinghe's experience. In front of the television, a leader from the publicity department happens to be watching the program and feels that such an individual deserves greater recognition. More people should be made aware of this refusal to succumb to fate. Even paralyzed, one can still learn and ultimately stand upon the stage. He picks up his phone to send a snapshot of this televised moment to his associates. The program primarily revolves around answering questions. After introducing Qinghe and expressing gratitude for Ye Dali's contributions, the show officially commenced. Despite his paralysis, Qinghe astonishingly provided the correct answers without hesitation, which surprised many. This individual truly possesses remarkable abilities. It's no wonder he dared to participate in the program. I am in awe. How does he retain such clarity of memory? He truly excels, overcoming challenges with ease. It has been a while since I have witnessed such exhilarating competition. With such an extraordinary memory, had he not fallen ill, he would undoubtedly have excelled in the college entrance examination, gaining admission to the most prestigious institutions, such as Qinghe University, while others toil to rack their brains. This is merely a warm-up for him. I long to see him compete against last year's strongest contender to determine who reigns supreme. If Qinghe's past experiences and charisma initially endeared him to netizens and viewers, now it is his prowess that has firmly etched his name in their memories. Qinghe, would it be prudent to inform the program team about your acceptance into Qinghe University upon passing their review? Many netizens lament your missed opportunity for higher education. Now, you are being specially recruited by Qinghe without the need for entrance exams. This will undoubtedly elevate your fame. Zhou Wanna, lying beside Qinghe, observed the barrage of comments and turned to him. Do you need this? Qinghe found himself in a moment of hesitation. Previously, he would have readily agreed without a second thought, as he genuinely needed the 200,000 annual salary, or even the potential 400,000 to improve their living conditions. However, circumstances have changed. The school has resolved his accommodation and dining needs, and they have even offered complimentary medical checkups and treatments through their medical department, significantly lowering their living expenses. Most importantly, Director Tao Jiqiang and Professor Shixin Liang have assured him they would facilitate connections for job opportunities in this field. Director Tao even mentioned that he would cover the costs of the previous assessment and would reimburse him once the payment was made. Although he is uncertain of the exact amount, he has recently earned nearly 30,000 yuan, a sum that far exceeds what Ye Dali earned through delivery and driving. Thus, the allure of a 200,000 annual salary job has diminished considerably. He is contemplating whether to leverage his special recruitment status to enhance the program's appeal. I believe it is necessary. Just look at these comments. I think that by utilizing this program, you will truly rise to fame. When you inform the production team about your special recruitment, they will undoubtedly promote you with greater enthusiasm. Furthermore, you can confirm this during the program and offer assistance with mathematical problems, inviting companies or individuals in need to reach out to you, essentially providing you with free advertising. Although this program may not enjoy the same level of popularity as those top-tier shows, it undeniably boasts a loyal fan base. Who knows? Perhaps someone might reach out to you because of it. Chapter 56. Thank you for your patronage. This remark stirred something within Ye Qinghe. It presented a viable solution. Although he no longer felt the same urgent need for this job as before, it could serve as a platform for self-promotion. At the very least, he would have the opportunity to appear on this program 3 or even 7 times. Moreover, even if he were to join a think tank in the future, there would still be chances to maintain his visibility on the show. The production team would likely seize such an opportunity as well. As Zhou Wanner mentioned, a mention on the program would reach far more ears than a mere post online. This opportunity was too precious to overlook. You make a valid point. Ye Qinghe turned his head to look at Zhou Wanner beside him. The two were lying closely together on the bed, and as he turned, he could observe the delicate features of her face with remarkable clarity. The fine fuzz, the rosy skin, the long eyelashes, and even his own reflection in her eyes. For a moment, Ye Qinghe found himself momentarily entranced. Why are you staring at me like that? Perhaps Ye Qinghe's gaze lingered a bit too long, for Zhou Wanner felt her cheeks warm and playfully scolded him. I just realized something. Ye Qinghe quickly snapped back to reality and casually remarked. What is it? Zhou Wanner inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Did you not wash your face this morning? Why do you have eye boogers? Ye Qinghe, you can go die. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanner sprang up, rubbing the corners of her eyes while scolding him in a loud, playful manner. This Ye Qinghe was truly devoid of any sense of romance. Ha ha ha. Ye Qinghe laughed heartily at her frantic attempts to rub her eyes. How dare you? Ye Qinghe, do I have eye boogers? Just wait until I deal with you properly. After realizing there were no eye boogers upon checking, Zhou Wanner recognized she had been tricked by Ye Qinghe. Enraged, she lunged at him, tugging at his face with both hands. Since Ye Qinghe was unable to resist her at that moment, she felt free to pull him as she wished. However, she had forgotten that she was dressed rather lightly. While lying flat earlier, she had not noticed, but now, as she leaned over Ye Qinghe and tugged on his face, certain sights caught his attention. So deep, so bouncy, so ample. Ye Qinghe's greatest regret at that moment was why he could feel nothing at all. Given the pressure, it should have felt very soft and elastic, right? Ye Qinghe's gaze did not go unnoticed by Zhou Wanner. Following his line of sight, she looked down and immediately understood why he had fallen silent. His eyes seemingly entranced. Is it beautiful? Uh-huh, Ye Qinghe instinctively replied, but he quickly realized what he had just said. Beautiful? What do you mean? TCH. Zhou Wanner rolled her eyes. A man with lustful thoughts, but no courage. However, she soon became aware of a troubling issue. Wait a moment, Ye Qinghe. Why do I feel that you are different from before? You seem to have undergone quite a transformation lately. The Ye Qinghe I knew never exhibited any of this behavior. It has occurred multiple times in recent days. You wouldn't happen to be involved in something, would you? I'm exhausted and in need of rest. You should return to school as well. After a long day, it's best to retire early. Ye Qinghe, somewhat flustered, feigned a yawn and urged Zhou Wanner to leave under the pretense of feeling sleepy. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Wanner said nothing but smiled at him, prompting Ye Qinghe to genuinely close his eyes, pretending to be truly fatigued. Even as he shut his eyes, Zhou Wanner continued to gaze at him for a while before chuckling softly and shaking her head. She then adjusted her attire and called out to the inner room. Uncle Dali, I'm heading back to school now. I'll come by again when I have time tomorrow. Ye Dali promptly emerged from the room. All right. Be careful on your way back and send me a message when you arrive. Yes, I'm leaving now. Uncle Dali, you needn't come out. Zhou Wanner said as she exited. It was only after hearing the door close that Ye Qinghe opened his eyes. This Zhou Wanner was becoming increasingly captivating to him. He pondered the circumstances of his predecessor, With such beauty, an admirable figure, a delightful personality, and the bond of childhood companionship, how could he have harbored no romantic feelings? Yet found himself entangled with Lin Qinghe? Nonetheless, it was understandable, for the predecessor had saved her, and Lin Qinghe was indeed stunning. Yet, in recent years, Ye Qinghe recalled how the predecessor had blacklisted her and ceased all contact, shaking his head in disbelief. The day's lottery had yet to be drawn. He wondered what he might win. Ideally something to aid in his recovery, even if it were merely the restoration of a single finger. After Ye Dali returned to his room, Ye Qinghe opened the lottery page. Today's journey had long surpassed 5 kilometers. Yet he had been surrounded by others and thus lacked the opportunity to participate in the draw. Thank you for your patronage. Yet upon the appearance of the lottery wheel, Ye Qinghe noticed a disconcerting change. What on earth, system? Have you secretly met with the neighbor's system? You were never like this before. Isn't it ironic how one can learn mischief so easily, while goodness requires a lifetime of effort? Listen to me. Let us not emulate those unscrupulous systems anymore. Let us return to our former ways, shall we? Staring at the segment of the lottery wheel that occupied nearly a third of its area with "thank you for your patronage," Ye Qinghe found himself utterly speechless. Originally, it was already challenging to draw recovery items, and now the odds of obtaining even a skill had turned into a matter of chance. This truly felt like misfortune. Where had the benevolent system vanished to? But regardless of his thoughts or complaints, this system remained obstinately silent. The lottery will steadfastly unchanged, exuding an air of indifference as if to say, you may draw if you wish. My temper is flaring. What could Ye Qinghe do? This matter leaves no room for negotiation. One must simply grit their teeth and accept it. A lottery. Ye Qinghe felt a sense of resentment as he mentally repeated these 2 words. Restore control of the right wrist. Restore control of the right wrist. Restore control of the right wrist. As the wheel began to spin, Ye Qinghe fervently concentrated on the sole option for physical restoration available on the wheel. If his wrist could be restored, he would regain a degree of mobility, allowing him to manipulate a significantly greater number of items with his 2 fingers. Thank you for your patronage. Chapter 57. Report: Pei Donglai did not find any other Qingmu students from his county through his senior. The students from their county had graduated long ago, and now, apart from him and Lin Qinghe, there was only one freshman remaining. This freshman lived on the far west side of the county, while Ye Qinghe resided on the far east, making any intersection highly improbable. Perhaps they did not live on campus at all, but rather outside it, or perhaps at Linda Zhouaner's place. Pei Donglai offered his senior a pack of cigarettes and pondered after leaving. Logically, he ought to call Zhao Mingyu to inform him that he was mistaken about this matter. However, as a Qingmu University student, he was not one to give up easily. He devised a plan to locate Ye Qinghe and Ye Dali. Stake out at the cafeteria. Since Ye Dali came to the cafeteria with his meal card yesterday, he would likely return this morning. All he had to do was wait. Once Ye Dali arrived, he would follow him to ascertain their residence. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Pei Donglai concealed himself in a discreet spot near the cafeteria entrance, keeping a watchful eye on the establishment. Based on Ye Dali's movements from the previous day, he anticipated that he would use the same entrance today. Indeed, how astute he was. Ye Dali appeared right on cue. When Ye Dali emerged at the cafeteria entrance, Pei Donglai couldn't help but commend himself. There is but one truth. Ye Qinghe is a paraplegic. Thus, whether for meals or anything else, it must be Ye Dali who attends to him. The school cafeteria is the most economical dining option, and given their circumstances, they would undoubtedly come to eat. As soon as Ye Dali exited the school cafeteria, Pei Donglai followed closely behind. Yesterday, he felt there was no need to tail him, but now armed with 2,000 yuan, he was determined to uncover where they resided. Were they truly in our school? Building 20 of the Beijing student apartments? As he trailed them, Pei Donglai found himself perplexed about the nature of the relationship between Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe that allowed them to reside there. Ordinarily, the school would not permit outsiders to live on campus. If the administration discovered this, there would be consequences. The 3rd floor. Pei Donglai employed a monkey-like method to ascend the stairs and confirmed that Ye Dali entered room 306. I have located their residence, but I am still uncertain with whom they are living. Should I continue my investigation? Descending the stairs, Pei Donglai called Zhao Mingyu from a spot not far from the Beijing apartment. Your school surely does not allow outsiders, particularly family members, to reside in student dormitories, does it? Will the school expel them if I report it over the phone? Zhao Mingyu inquired with a smile upon hearing this. This is essentially an unwavering rule in all schools, and Qinghe could not possibly be an exception. I cannot partake in this. It feels rather unethical. Pei Donglai hesitated. Although Yi Qinghe was his adversary, the fact that he had taken refuge in the school indicated he was truly at his wit's end. Reporting him at this juncture seemed rather unscrupulous. It is somewhat unethical, yet not without its rewards. 1,000, 2,000, at most 3,000. Remember, I could easily find someone else to execute this task. I am merely extending this opportunity to you as a fellow student, considering your family's less fortunate circumstances. Do not take advantage of my kindness. All right, I can report it, but whether it leads to action is not my concern. Pei Donglai exhaled deeply. Record a video. As Pei Donglai observed Zhao Mingyu terminate the call on the other end, he retrieved a photograph from his phone containing the contact numbers for various school departments, including the complaint hotline for the Student Community Management Center. He began to dial each number, but paused just before pressing the call button. Instead, he searched for a fellow student who appeared to be less well off. Excuse me, could you assist me in making a phone call? I will give you 100 yuan. Pei Donglai was not foolish. He understood it was best not to undertake this task himself. Since Zhao Mingyu was willing to pay him, he could certainly compensate someone else as well, with a mere 100 yuan. He had that student call the Student Community Management Center to report that an outsider was residing in room 306 of Building 20 in the Beijing student dormitory, and that there were also parents from outside living there. All that remained was to wait. Before long, he observed two individuals enter Building 20 of the Beijing student dormitory. Stealthily, he activated his camera and followed them inside. Hello, we are from the Student Community Management Center. Please open the door. At the sound of the knock, Ye Dali was giving Ye Qinghe a massage and, without much thought, rose to open the door. Hello, what brings you here? Ye Dali inquired. Noticing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the two visitors, the two did not respond to his question but instead walked in directly, surveying the surroundings. After inspecting both the interior and exterior of the rooms, they approached Ye Qinghe's bed and, adopting an interrogative tone, asked, "How did you come to reside here?" According to our records, there is no student by the name of Ye Qinghe. Are you Ye Qinghe? Having done their homework prior to their visit, the two knew that the occupant of this dormitory was named Ye Qinghe, but they had verified that no student by that name existed within the school. I am, Ye Qinghe replied. Isn't it a bit rude to remain lying down while we are here? Is this how your parents raised you? One of the staff members scolded upon noticing that Ye Qinghe had not risen from his bed, still covered with a blanket. No, wait. Ye Dali quickly stepped forward to explain, only to be silenced by a staff member pointing a finger, signaling him to refrain from moving. You need not explain on his behalf. You are his guardian, correct? At such an advanced age, lacking any semblance of decorum, I cannot help but notice that you are not in a much better position. This is a school, not the outside world. Setting aside the fact that he is not a student, even if he were one, a modicum of respect towards the teachers should be acknowledged, should it not? We have been here for quite some time, yet he has not even risen to acknowledge us. Do you not feel the slightest bit embarrassed by such behavior? Outside, Pei Donglai stealthily used his phone to capture the scene within the dormitory through the slightly ajar door. How dare you compete with me for Lin Qiue? Ha ha. These two teachers are quite the characters, expecting someone bedridden to rise and greet them. Just as he was filming, he suddenly heard the elevator ding from the corridor and hurriedly tucked his phone away. Such matters must remain unseen by others. What? The principal? Just as he concealed his phone, Pei Donglai caught sight of a figure emerging from the elevator, sending a shiver down his spine. How could Principal Qin Siming of Qinghe be here? To his astonishment, several individuals followed closely behind the principal, among whom he recognized a few, either department heads or prominent figures. The simultaneous presence of so many dignitaries in the dormitory surely heralded significant events. What alarmed him further was that upon exiting the elevator, they glanced around before making their way towards him. Pei Donglai swiftly stepped outside. Greetings, Principal. Greetings, esteemed teachers. As he approached Qin Siming, he turned slightly to acknowledge the group, and once they passed, he hastily retreated to the stairwell. What on earth? It appears they are headed towards Ye Qinghe's room. Hiding behind the stairwell, Pei Donglai peeked out to observe where Qin Siming and the others were heading. Do not concern yourselves with me. I do not care who permitted your stay here. Even if it was the principal who allowed you to reside here, you must vacate this room immediately. The two staff members inside were unaware of the visitors outside, giving no opportunity for Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe to explain themselves. loudly shouting within the room. Just as this outburst occurred, Qin Siming and Tao Jiqiang, along with several others, arrived at the door of room 306, hearing every word distinctly. Qin Siming's expression darkened instantly, mirrored by the scowls of Tao Jiqiang and the others accompanying him. Bang! Tao Jiqiang, losing his temper, kicked the door open with force. Let me see who wields such authority. Regardless of who permitted them to stay, they must vacate immediately. They are the ones I allowed to reside here. Tao Jiqiang stormed inside, for Ye Qinghe was his prized possession. Now, someone dares to evict Ye Qinghe? This is an affront to Tao Jiqiang himself. He had made numerous promises to Ye Qinghe to entice him here, and now, less than a day into his arrival, trouble has found its way to their doorstep. This is akin to tearing Tao Jiqiang's face from his visage, trampling it into the ground, and then spitting upon it. Director Tao? Principal? The two staff members were left in shock. They could hardly believe their eyes as they witnessed the procession of individuals entering. These individuals, who rarely have the opportunity to meet, now astonishingly find themselves gathered in a student dormitory. Is it possible that the two of them simply have not yet awakened today? Or could it be that it is indeed April Fool's Day? Why the silence? Were they not supposed to vacate the premises? Was it not stated that even the principal's presence would prove ineffective? Now that the principal is here, shall we request him to assist in moving their belongings out? Tao Jiqiang gazed at the stunned duo, his indignation nearly spilling over. Their words immediately struck the two staff members, making them acutely aware of the magnitude of the blunder they had committed. No, Director Tao, Principal. It is as follows. We received a report alleging that individuals from another school have taken residence here, and we came in response to that notification. Furthermore, we were unaware that they had been arranged here by you, Director Tao. I questioned them for quite some time, yet they remained silent. The two exchanged nervous glances, their expressions drenched in cold sweat, and hastily began to explain. You did not even afford me the opportunity to speak. You barged in without distinguishing between right and wrong, and I was interrupted each time I attempted to voice my concerns. Ye Dali remarked lightly from the side. His words struck like daggers, piercing the hearts of the two staff members. Yet, this was indeed the truth. They had not allowed each other the chance to converse upon entry. Is this how our school staff conducts themselves? Not even granting the courtesy of a conversation, simply rushing in without discernment? Principal Qinghe was someone I painstakingly invited. If the school does not wish to retain him, I can certainly recommend him to another institution. The more Tao Jiqiang pondered, the angrier he became, turning to Qin Siming with determination. Old Tao, your words are rather harsh. Qin Siming shook his head, acknowledging his own frustration with the situation, yet recognizing that Tao Jiqiang was somewhat overreacting. No, Principal, Director Tao, our ire stems from the fact that this student has not risen from his bed since our arrival. And now with the principal, director, and several professors present, he remains in this state. Does this reflect any semblance of student behavior? The two staff members appeared increasingly flustered. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Tao Jiqiang was determined to hold them accountable. Casting a glance at Ye Qinghe still lounging on the bed, one of them suddenly conceived a justification for their defense, pointing at Ye Qinghe and vociferously denouncing him. The deed had been done, and a compelling rationale was necessary for explanation. Ye Qinghe's unwillingness to rise in the presence of the principal was utterly unacceptable. Indeed, such a student is one we absolutely cannot accept at Qingmu, showing neither respect for teachers nor a modicum of decorum. Another quickly chimed in, eager to shift the blame. At that moment, whether right or wrong, the priority was to deflect responsibility onto another party. However, unbeknownst to them, their words only served to amuse Tao Jiqiang. Ha ha ha. Principal Qin, what should we do now? Shall we require Ye Qinghe to sit up or to stand? As a student, when faced with teachers, even if unwell, one ought to at least sit up, should they not? The two staff members, not awaiting Qin Siming's response, interjected with forced explanations. They perceived Tao Jiqiang as somewhat overstepping his authority, leveraging his status to provoke trouble. Regardless of the student's capabilities, the mere fact that he remains bedridden is utterly indefensible. You two, get out of my sight. Upon uttering these words, Qin Siming's expression darkened further, his finger angrily pointing towards the door. How could one expect Ye Qinghe, who is paralyzed, to rise? You shall witness how I deal with you shortly. To address such matters in front of him is not merely a slap in the face. Principal, we do not comprehend. The two staff members appeared bewildered, struggling to understand why Qin Siming would react in such a manner. Even if Tao Jiqiang is the school director, such blatant favoritism seemed unwarranted. Let me make myself clear. At that moment, Ye Qinghe, who had been lying motionless, spoke up. Hearing his voice, the two turned their gaze toward him. I am completely paralyzed. I would indeed hope that you possess the means to enable me to sit up or stand. With this declaration, the two staff members suddenly grasped the reason behind Ye Qinghe's immobility and why Tao Jiqiang and Qin Siming bore such expressions upon hearing their words. The two staff members attempted to offer an explanation, but Qin Siming did not grant them the opportunity. Now, immediately, leave this room. I do not wish to see either of you for even a second longer. Is my message sufficiently clear? Witnessing their continued presence was intolerable, and Qin Siming erupted in fury. Qinghe, I apologize for the embarrassment you have endured. Chapter 59. Qin Siming's test questions. Once the two staff members awkwardly exited with lowered heads, Qin Siming turned to Ye Qinghe with an expression of genuine remorse. This situation had taken him by surprise. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. I will not allow you to suffer any indignities at Qinghe. Indeed, Qinghe, there are always troublemakers present. We will certainly get to the bottom of this. You just moved in yesterday, and today, someone lodges a complaint. This is undoubtedly a deliberate act. We will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Tao Jiqiang also sought to reassure Ye Qinghe. Despite his earlier confrontation with Qin Siming, he sincerely wished for Ye Qinghe to retain a favorable impression of their school. It's nothing serious. We have managed quite well. However, such occurrences should not repeat themselves, correct? Ye Qinghe shook his head, realizing that the complaint stemmed from someone with ulterior motives, likely Zhao Mingyu, though he chose to keep that thought to himself. Rest assured, I can guarantee that this will not happen again. Tao Jiqiang immediately vowed. However, Principal, I believe this location is quite inconvenient for Qinghe. I recall that the staff dormitory has available space, which offers a better environment and more room. Should we not compensate Qinghe, considering he has faced such adversity before even entering the school? His swift promise, followed by his immediate effort to secure better conditions for Ye Qinghe, only served to infuriate Qin Siming, who silently cursed Tao for his apparent bias. There is no issue with this. We shall commence with the assessment. Provided the evaluation proceeds smoothly, I will immediately dispatch someone to tidy up the place. Though Qin Siming mentally voiced his grievances, he nonetheless nodded in agreement to this arrangement. If Ye Qinghe is indeed as formidable as Tao Jiqiang has asserted, then it is entirely justifiable to provide him with a set of talent apartments, or even more superior accommodations. After all, this represents the future prestige of our school in mathematics. Very well, I shall take your acquiescence as given. Tao Jiqiang promptly smiled, affirming the matter, then turned to Ye Qinghe, saying, Qinghe, there is no need to feel anxious. It will be just like the other day. I will present you with a few problems, and you need only solve them as you normally would. Yes, however, I can only tackle pure mathematics questions. I might not be familiar with those pertaining to other disciplines. Ye Qinghe acknowledged, not resistant to the notion. After all, if they are willing to provide him with such favorable conditions, it is only reasonable to undergo an assessment. Yet, he could only rely on his expertise in mathematics. Other subjects were beyond his grasp. Rest assured, we shall only present you with mathematics problems today, no others, Qin Siming assured him. The professors accompanying him are all esteemed in the field of mathematics, and they are here today to serve as witnesses. With that, Qin Siming gestured towards the professors who had come along. Ye Qinghe looked up and nodded at them, receiving warm smiles and nods in return. Although they harbored some skepticism regarding Tao Jiqiang's claims, they refrained from voicing their doubts until results were presented. So, shall we begin with the problems? Tao Jiqiang inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. Certainly, Ye Qinghe affirmed with a nod, confident as long as the questions pertained to mathematics. With Ye Qinghe's confirmation, Tao Jiqiang turned to Qin Siming. He had discussed this matter with Qin Siming the previous day, who had promised to source the questions. Therefore, today as problems were in Qin Siming's possession, this set of questions has been randomly selected from those proposed by the professors present. We will tackle 3, and you need only successfully complete 2, Qin Siming stated, producing an envelope containing the pre-prepared problems. Though he held the position of principal, his understanding of mathematical intricacies was limited. The questions were compiled by others, with one problem even crafted by Professor Chiu. In truth, he believed that if Ye Qinghe could solve just one of the questions, it would suffice for him to be specially recruited. After all, None of these questions were simple. Even a graduate student might struggle with them. It was not his intention to challenge Ye Qinghe unduly. Rather, he was adhering to the difficulty level specified by Tao Jiqiang in previous discussions. That is not a problem. Please unfold the questions for me, Principal, Ye Qinghe said with a smile. Meanwhile, Ye Dali, who had been silently observing, wore an expression of anxiety. While Ye Qinghe exuded confidence, he did not share the same assurance. He feared the problems might exceed Ye Qinghe's capabilities, that he might falter under pressure, and yet, at that moment, he could offer no assistance, only silently pray that the questions would be manageable and within Ye Qinghe's abilities. With a single question per sheet, Qin Siming presented all 3 problems before Ye Qinghe, allowing him the freedom to choose the order in which to tackle them. Select the ones you feel confident about. Qin Siming's words elicited a subtle smile from Ye Qinghe. After briefly reviewing all 3 questions, he closed his eyes. In less than a second, he opened them again, stating, "Shall I provide the answers and the solution process?" "Certainly, but I must record this. It will be filed in the school's archives as a record for special admission," Qin Siming replied, nodding as he retrieved his phone and activated the recording function. Ordinarily, such matters would be inscribed on paper. However, given Ye Qinghe's exceptional circumstances, the rules could be bent. As long as there was a comprehensive solution and accurate answers, recording sufficed. All right, I shall begin. The first question asks us to prove that if A is an n-dimensional invertible complex matrix and AM1 is a diagonal matrix, then A can be diagonalized. The crux of this problem lies in employing the fundamental theorem that a matrix is diagonalizable if and only if its minimal polynomial has no repeated roots. The condition AD, where D is a diagonal matrix, provides us with a polynomial equation regarding A1. Utilizing the known condition, let AD, where D is a diagonal matrix. Given that A is invertible, D must also be invertible, since none of its diagonal elements are 0. 2. Constructing the polynomial. Consider the polynomial P x xd. However, since D is a matrix, a more rigorous approach is warranted, because D is diagonal. We must consider each of its diagonal entries. As Qin Siming activated the recording on his phone, Ye Qinghe immediately began his explanation without a trace of hesitation or contemplation, as if he were already intimately familiar with the problems. He proceeded through the solutions seamlessly, without pausing, astonishing everyone present except for Ye Dali and Tao Jiqiang. Ye Dali could not comprehend the significance of this, while Tao Jiqiang, having witnessed it before, was not surprised. The onlookers were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Was this problem difficult? For them, it was not. Yet for undergraduates, and even for graduate students and doctoral candidates, it posed a significant challenge. Typically, even doctoral students might struggle with such a problem, and if they were to solve it, it would not be with such ease. Yet Ye Qinghe, after a mere glance at the question and a brief moment of contemplation, resolved it effortlessly and without hesitation. This was indeed remarkable. They realized that even upon encountering this problem, they might not grasp it with the same fluency as Ye Qinghe. The group glanced at Tao Jiqiang. Previously, they had thought his praise for Ye Qinghe excessive, but now they felt fortunate that he had discovered Ye Qinghe and promptly brought him back to the school. Such a prodigy, if overlooked, would lead to lifelong regret. One might even rise from their grave to chastise themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Siming gazed at Ye Qinghe with the eyes of someone beholding a rare treasure. This was indeed a remarkable find, a prodigious talent, akin to a rare treasure for the school and for a principal like him. If they could retain Ye Qinghe at the institution, it would not be long before the school makes waves in the field of mathematics, astonishing the nation and perhaps even the world. Qiu Qingdong. When Qin Siming recalled Tao Jiqiang's mention of Ye Qinghe, likening him to a potential self-cultivated Qiu Qingdong, he realized that this comparison was far from exaggerated. The possibility is indeed tangible. What astonished them further was that after solving one problem, Ye Qinghe immediately proceeded to articulate the solution for the next, without a moment's hesitation. The second problem posed was, let V be the linear space of all real polynomials, and define the mapping A, P, pages. Prove that A is invertible. Given that V is an infinite-dimensional linear space, one cannot employ determinants or finite-dimensional rank methods to demonstrate the invertibility of an infinite-dimensional linear operator. Typically, one must prove that it is both injective, the null space contains only the zero element, and surjective, the range equals the entire space. 1. To prove A is injective. Suppose there exists a polynomial px0 such that at p0. This leads to a differential equation, pxp, in the polynomial space. There are no non-zero polynomials that satisfy this equation. For instance, if p is an n-degree polynomial, then p would be of degree n, 1. Thus the degrees on both sides are unequal. A rigorous proof can be established. 2. To prove A is surjective, it is necessary to demonstrate that for any given polynomial. In summary, the mapping A is both injective and surjective. Thus, it is an invertible linear operator. The brilliance of this problem lies in transforming a linear operator issue within an infinite dimensional space, the polynomial space, into a solvable differential equation problem. The proof of surjectivity is completed by providing a constructive solution algorithm, showcasing significant practicality. For the second problem, Qinghe, without a trace of contemplation or hesitation, flawlessly articulated the steps and results of the solution. At that moment, everyone present, except for Ye Dali, harbored a singular thought. This individual must remain in the mathematics department of Qinghe University, even if he were currently incapacitated. Securing an assistant for him would be essential to keep him at the institution. Such a talent is akin to Hawking, whose physical limitations did not diminish his explosive intellectual prowess. With him, as long as no unforeseen issues arise, Qinghe University could undoubtedly occupy a prominent position in mathematics for decades to come. In a few years, the school might witness the emergence of a figure rivaling Euler and Gauss. Even if not a foundational figure like them, someone akin to Grothendieck or Perelman, who resolved century-old problems and opened new realms, or perhaps someone like Hilbert, who proposed directions for the advancement of mathematics, would suffice. Regardless, at this moment, they felt in their hearts that Qinghe could very well step into the realm of these mathematical geniuses. The reasons for such thoughts are quite simple. The resume of Qinghe reveals that during his high school years, he was compelled to drop out due to health issues, subsequently spending 3 years seeking medical assistance, leaving him with scant opportunities for genuine academic pursuit. Yet, the profound understanding he has achieved in mathematics, solely through self-research online without the guidance of a teacher, can only be described as extraordinary genius. It is akin to an individual who, despite never having entered a sacred sect or studied supreme techniques, manages to grasp the principles of such techniques through basic cultivation methods. Such a person is irresistibly captivating to any educator, possessing an almost fatal allure. After completing the second problem, before Qin Siming and Tao Jiqiang could utter a word, Qinghe immediately commenced tackling the third problem. This left the others astounded. How could he, having only glanced at the problems, comprehend all three simultaneously and articulate the thought processes and steps involved? What a terrifying level of insight. At that moment, they experienced a visceral understanding of what genius truly entails. Previously, they considered themselves talented in mathematics or other academic domains. But now they were struck by a profound sense of inadequacy. Suddenly, the words of Professor Qian regarding education echoed in their minds. Any intellectually normal individual should master calculus by the age of 14 and attain at least a master's degree by 18. Perhaps Qinghe is precisely the person Professor Qian referred to. For the third problem, let the function f, z, be analytic in the unit disk dz, z1, with a modulus less than 1, and suppose its zeros satisfy z1. Prove that f, z, z, 1z, holds within D. This is a classic application of the Schwarz-Pick lemma in complex analysis. The fractional term z, 1z, serves as a Blaschke factor, which maps the unit disk to itself, projecting points to 0 through an entire holomorphic mapping. To construct an auxiliary function and utilize the known zeros, we define the function g, z. Applying the maximum modulus principle to g, z, yields the conclusion that if an analytic function's modulus does not exceed m on the boundary of the region, then its modulus remains bounded by m throughout the entire region. This problem exemplifies a standard application of the Schwarz lemma, wherein the crux lies in normalizing the function by dividing by the Blaschke factor, thereby transforming the original problem into an estimation of the new function, allowing for a direct application of the maximum modulus principle. The properties of the Blaschke factor are central to the proof. Qinghe completed all three problems in one breath. Without a moment's pause, after finishing, he turned to face Qin Siming and Tao Jiqiang. Chapter 61. The Professor's Competition. Excellent. 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 Qin Siming exclaimed thrice, followed by applause from those behind him, including Tao Jiqiang, who responded immediately with enthusiastic clapping. Earlier, when Director Tao mentioned Ye Qinghe's brilliance, I felt it but lacked a concrete understanding. Witnessing Ye Qinghe's problem-solving now makes me feel as though I exist on a completely different plane, incomparable to his extraordinary capabilities. Rest assured, Qinghe, your special admission has been approved here without any further issues. On Monday, I will arrange for someone to bring the necessary documents to facilitate your enrollment. As for Director Tao's mention of the talent apartment, that is also taken care of. I will ensure that some minor renovations are made so that you can move in by next week. Additionally, all relevant allowances and scholarships will be arranged through Director Tao. Given your qualifications, securing these scholarships should pose no challenge whatsoever. Do you have any further requests? Feel free to voice them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate. Qin Siming harbored a singular thought. No matter the cost, a talent like Ye Qinghe must not be overlooked. Indeed, you may present any condition, and we shall strive to fulfill it. Director Tao Jiqiang, smiling, joined in the affirmation. Among those present, he stood to gain the most as the head of the mathematics department. With Ye Qinghe's enrollment, a top-tier talent would be secured. He even envisioned that in just a few years, another Fields Medal recipient would emerge. It is well known that most distinguished mathematicians who have achieved greatness in recent decades have received this prestigious award. Under 40 years of age, Ye Qinghe is merely 19. Given his displayed aptitude, achieving this accolade is entirely feasible. This is akin to the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Thus, he resolved to promptly welcome Ye Qinghe into his mentorship as soon as classes concluded, allowing him to bask in the glory of Ye Qinghe's future accomplishments. Just contemplating this prospect brought him immense joy. Indeed, even if the principal and others were unable to assist, we will find ways to support you. However, Qinghe, given your mathematical prowess, I believe the undergraduate curriculum may be somewhat beneath your capabilities. I, Lu Qinghe, voluntarily offer to be your instructor. Old Lu, you are being excessive. How can you take such liberties? Qinghe, do not heed him. He is not suitable. I, Qinghe, am also well regarded in the mathematics community, he interjected. Hey, you two are being quite shameless. This matter should depend on Qinghe's wishes. You cannot simply assume the role of his teacher based on your credentials. Qinghe, I please. Do not crowd him. You are both in your 60s or 70s. Behave with a little dignity, will you? Let me handle this. Before Ye Qinghe could respond, the reviewing professors who accompanied him began to promote themselves fervently in front of him. Each one, filled with excitement, began to unveil the shortcomings of their peers while boasting of their own merits. The room was abuzz with activity. Regrettably, Pei Donglai, who had previously been covertly filming, saw Principal Qin Siming and the professors enter the room and promptly usher the two staff members away. Fearing repercussions, he fled the scene, missing the opportunity to capture a moment that would leave everyone astonished. In this matter, Mingyu, I suspect there may be some underlying issues. You see, our principal even visited Ye Qinghe's dormitory and berated the two teachers who had previously received the complaints, possibly intending to expel him, which seems quite challenging. After leaving the Zijing student apartment, Pei Donglai called Zhao Mingyu to share what he had witnessed. When Qin Siming and their group arrived, he refrained from recording again. But he had already captured the moment when those two staff members entered the student apartment and Ye Qinghe's dormitory, and he sent this footage to Zhao Mingyu. Is it possible? Could there have been a misunderstanding? How could Ye Qinghe's family possibly have any connection to the principal of Qinghe? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyu felt as though he was listening to an absurd tale. Ye Qinghe, a person who is already incapacitated. How could the principal of Qinghe bring a group to visit him in his dormitory? Not to mention his current condition, even when he was healthy. Their family lacked the means for such an engagement. Otherwise, he would not have needed to study alongside them in the county town. He would have long secured a recommendation to Qinghe. I wish this were untrue, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be fabricated. Pei Donglai was also perplexed about Ye Qinghe's situation and how it could possibly relate to the principal. But having seen it firsthand, disbelief was not an option. Therefore, I implore you to keep an eye on him, to ascertain the nature of his relationship with the principal and others. Since he is residing at the school, there must be some clues that will eventually surface, revealing the truth. After contemplating for a while, Zhao Mingyu concluded that this matter must be clarified. Otherwise, their previous plan to send Ye Qinghe back to the county would be impossible to execute. He had spent 50,000 with the monkey, several thousand with Pei Donglai, and some with the landlord. This money could not go to waste. Pei Donglai began to withdraw from the situation. not wanting to involve himself further with Ye Qinghe's connection to the principal. The main concern was that, although he had made the report call through a classmate he found by the roadside, if the school decided to investigate, they could potentially trace it back to him. 5,000. The money had already been spent, and Zhao Mingyu felt it was imperative to uncover the truth. So upon hearing Pei Donglai's reluctance, he immediately proposed an offer that Pei Donglai could not refuse. You need not do anything substantial. Merely pay closer attention to Ye Qinghe's affairs and discreetly inquire about the situation. There is no need for any perilous actions. I approached you because we are classmates and hail from the same place. If you are unwilling, I can find someone else. There are plenty who would take on this task. Do you not wish to have a little extra money in hand, perhaps to buy Lin Qiyu a gift? Or to treat her to a delightful meal at an upscale venue? I possess some membership cards for high-end establishments. If you assist me with this, wherever you wish to go in the future, as long as I have a card, it shall be yours to use. Chapter 62. An agreement made. What has become of us? Qin Siming furrowed his brows, interrupting the professors who were engaged in mutual criticism. If they continued along this path, the esteemed professors of Qingmu would be left utterly exposed, stripped of their dignity. This matter could be addressed once Qinghe enrolled. Qinghe, should you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. This promise remains steadfast. Now, having solved several problems, you must be weary. We shall not intrude any further. We will return on Monday. With that, Qin Siming departed with Tao Jiqiang and the other professors. The amicable atmosphere that had greeted them upon arrival had dissipated, replaced by mutual disdain. Although Tao Jiqiang had refrained from participating in the earlier discussions, he was nonetheless deeply concerned, for he harbored the same sentiments. These individuals were now his adversaries. However, he preferred not to manifest his apprehension at this juncture, as he was the director. If he were to engage openly, he might find himself besieged. He resolved to return in the afternoon for a private conversation with Ye Qinghe. Safe travels, principal and esteemed colleagues. Ye Dali bid farewell as he escorted them to the elevator. After watching the doors close, he returned to his dormitory. Qinghe, you are remarkable. I never anticipated your prowess in this area. How could I have overlooked your talent before? It's entirely my fault. I was so engrossed in business that I failed to recognize your potential. With your gifts, you might have been specially recruited into university long ago. Ye Dali's expression shifted from excitement to despondency as he placed the blame squarely upon himself. In the years when Ye Qinghe was healthy, although he treated him well, his focus remained on business. It was only after Ye Qinghe fell ill that they truly became inseparable companions, as previously he had mostly allowed Ye Qinghe to study independently, merely providing financial support. Father, this matter is not your fault. I was unaware of my own capabilities. Or perhaps I lacked them entirely until my paralysis brought forth this newfound ability. Ye Qinghe reassured him with a smile. Goodness, if that were the case, I would rather forego it altogether. I wish for your health above all. As long as you are well, even without this mathematical talent, it suffices. Upon hearing this, Ye Dali immediately expressed his disapproval. He did not wish for Ye Qinghe's brilliance. He only desired his son's health, longing for him to become a normal person once again. Seeing his father's demeanor, Ye Qinghe chuckled softly, thinking to himself, everything seems to be improving. Perhaps it will not be long before I regain my health. Ye Dali nodded earnestly. Yes, you will certainly recover. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiyu lay on her bed, holding a basketball wristband, her gaze vacant. The wristband bore a blue Nike logo and appeared somewhat worn, with noticeable pilling in places, yet it was clean, suggesting it was frequently washed. Qiyu, I heard you had a conflict with Pei Donglai in the school cafeteria yesterday. What happened? In the dormitory, beneath the bed opposite Lin Qiyu, sat a girl clad in a tank top and shorts, engrossed in her makeup before the mirror. Are you reminiscing about your first love? She quipped. Speaking of which, Pei Donglai truly falls short. His family's circumstances are dire. I've always told you, seek someone from a well-off family, lest you endure hardship alongside him in the future. We're not lacking in looks, so why should we suffer that fate? Look at my boyfriend. He has promised to buy me a handbag this afternoon. If it were Pei Donglai, he wouldn't even be able to afford a phone for you. The girl seemed unconcerned by Lin Qiyue's silence, continuing her monologue. Lin Qiyu, known for her cold demeanor and reticent nature, was accustomed to this. However, I heard you were particularly warm towards a boy in a wheelchair at the cafeteria, an old classmate, and there's a rather beautiful girl involved. What is the story there? Oh, never mind. You're such a closed book. You never share anything. I won't bother you any longer. I'm off to meet my darling and want to be back tonight. After finishing her makeup, the girl bid Lin Qinghe farewell, grabbing her small handbag and phone as she exited. The room was left in solitude, with only Lin Qinghe remaining. Qinghe, Lin Qinghe whispered as she caressed her wrist guard, murmuring Ye Qinghe's name. Her mind wandered back to the day she had just transferred, when she mistakenly wandered into a secluded alley and was cornered by a group of ruffians. They had covered her mouth, lifted her skirt, and stripped her of her underwear, leaving her in despair, as if the world had turned dark. At that moment, Ye Qinghe appeared at the alley's entrance like a hero, donning his wrist guard and charging towards them. In that instant, he became a beacon of light, piercing through what she thought was the gloom of her existence. Despite facing four assailants, Ye Qinghe fought valiantly, sustaining some injuries, but managed to drive them away. Afterward, he removed the wrist guard and tossed it aside, checking his hands as he squatted down, appearing as if cloaked in a radiant aura. Lin Qinghe, I suddenly feel like foregoing the handbag and returning to keep you company. Something's been off with you since yesterday. The girl in the tank top abruptly re-entered, tossing her bag onto her bed and leaning over Lin Qinghe's. Her expression urging praise. I'm fine, Yuan. Lin Qinghe discreetly tucked away the wrist guard, addressing the girl. You can fool yourself, but you can't fool me. Come on. Spill the beans. That boy can't possibly be your first love, can he? How did he end up in a wheelchair? And who is the girl by his side? Allow me, your strategist Yuan, to analyze this for you. Yuan didn't believe Lin Qinghe's reassurances. Having known her for 2 years, she had never witnessed Lin Qinghe so distracted. Though she had stepped out, her concern lingered, prompting her to abandon her date with her boyfriend. Do you remember when I mentioned a boy who once saved me? Lin Qinghe gazed at Yuan, who was still perched on the edge of the bed, clearly unwilling to leave. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, you did not specify how to save him, but you mentioned that he rescued you during your time of utmost need. After that, due to shyness and various reasons, you maintained a distance from him. A detail I distinctly recall. Later, I sought him out once, and we made an agreement. Chapter 63. Do you wish to attend Qinghe? Have you passed the school's test? Upon hearing that Ye Qinghe had successfully navigated the challenges set by Qinghe, Zhou Wan'er leapt with joy. Although she had faith in Ye Qinghe, she felt a twinge of concern until the results were revealed. Had I known they would come today, I would not have indulged in a late morning slumber and would have arrived earlier. I thought they would not come until Monday. Pouting slightly, Zhou Wan'er felt a pang of regret. She was genuinely eager to witness the scene of the test, to see how Ye Qinghe astonished the principal of Qinghe and the esteemed professors. It was merely 3 questions that I solved for them. There was nothing akin to the dramatic scenes depicted in movies and television. Whether I witnessed it or not was inconsequential. Ye Qinghe chuckled. However, today does bring a moment of joy. What joy? Zhou Wan'er, believing that merely passing the test was already a cause for celebration, looked at Ye Qinghe with eager anticipation as he mentioned other happy news. Ye Dali, who was tidying up nearby, also turned his head in curiosity. Look, Ye Qinghe tilted his head to the right and raised his right hand. Ah, Zhou Wan'er gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she emitted a sharp cry, quickly covering her mouth. Qinghe, your hand can move? Ye Dali, startled, dropped the cloth he was holding, rushing toward Ye Qinghe with a swift stride, extending his hands toward him but hesitating to avoid causing any issues. His hands hovering uncertainly before Ye Qinghe's. Oh my goodness, this is truly wonderful news. We must celebrate. Celebrate Qinghe's special admission into Qinghe and the recovery of your hand. After recovering from her shock, Zhou Wan'er leaped from the left side of the bed onto Ye Qinghe, grasping his hand to confirm its movement. It hasn't fully recovered. Only my wrist can move, while the other 3 fingers remain still, Ye Qinghe replied calmly. Yesterday, he had seen this recovery option in a lottery but had not won. Today, after the school officials departed, he entered a state of consciousness, completing 50 kilometers and then winning the option that reappeared. How splendid. Truly splendid. At this rate, Qinghe, you might regain your health within a year. Ye Dali was so overwhelmed with excitement, he hardly knew what to do. Ye Qinghe's recovery from 1 finger to 2, and now to his wrist, was astonishingly rapid. Previously, when 2 fingers had regained movement, he had felt a hint of concern, fearing it might be a fluke. Now that his wrist had also shown improvement, it confirmed the reality of his recovery. Yes, a year from now, you shall once again be the energetic Ye Qinghe. Zhou Wan'er, resting atop Ye Qinghe, wore an expression of sheer joy. Today, we must go out for a meal. I am aware of a rather charming restaurant nearby, one I have visited with my classmates before. The flavors there were delightful, and I believe you, Qinghe, would surely relish it if you were to join us. Let us dine at this establishment today. I shall treat you. This is a celebration of your remarkable recovery, Qinghe, and also of your special admission to Qinghe University. There is no need for you to pay. I have earned a fair amount these past few days. Yi Qinghe observed their joyful expressions and felt a similar happiness. That will not do. I must be the one to treat. He insisted. Come, let us tidy up and head out. This restaurant is quite popular, especially on weekends. And with dinner time approaching, we may have to wait if we arrive late. With that, Zhou Wan'er began to assist Yi Qinghe in getting ready. There is no need for you to push. I can manage on my own. With his wrist now mobile, Yi Qinghe found it much easier to maneuver his wheelchair. He descended the stairs alongside Ye Dali and Zhou Wan'er as they made their way outside the campus. Qinghe University is truly exceptional. It is a pity that my scores were insufficient back then, preventing me from attending. Otherwise, I could have shared the same school with you. As they walked beside Yi Qinghe, Zhou Wan'er couldn't help but express her sentiments while observing the students and buildings around the school. Her remark was made without forethought. Yet Yi Qinghe took it to heart. If, and I mean if, you were offered a place at Qinghe University, would you accept? Of course. This is Qinghe University. Who would refuse an opportunity like that? I doubt anyone would. Zhou Wan'er replied enthusiastically. Alas, such a scenario seems improbable for me. Unlike you, I cannot be granted special admission. My only hope of entering Qinghe would be to pursue graduate studies after graduation. But even that seems unlikely given the fierce competition and the need for connections. I am not optimistic about my chances. Upon hearing Yi Qinghe's words, Zhou Wan'er turned to him, observing him as he navigated backward in his wheelchair. Qinghe University is the pinnacle of academic institutions in the nation. Every student aspires to attend. Yet, gaining admission is exceptionally challenging. The entrance examination is merely the beginning, and unfortunately, I did not succeed. The road ahead is even more daunting, and my prospects appear bleak. What if there were a possibility? Yi Qinghe proposed, but you would have to choose a major that does not interest you. What do you mean? What circumstances are you referring to? Noticing the seriousness in his demeanor, Zhou Wan'er realized he was not jesting and that there might indeed be a possibility. She halted and inquired further. Here is the situation. Yi Qinghe recounted the conditions Qin Siming had mentioned to him that morning. I believe we could leverage this condition to discuss with Principal Qin about your special admission, citing the need to care for me as a reason. When Qin Siming had encouraged him to propose conditions, Yi Qinghe had not thought anything was necessary. However, Zhou Wan'er's words sparked the notion that perhaps it was worth suggesting. Is that even possible? I have never heard of Qinghe University accepting a student from another university through special admission. Zhou Wan'er could scarcely believe her ears. To her, Yi Qinghe's idea seemed utterly implausible. Such an occurrence had never transpired in Qinghe's history. This is Qinghe University. How could they possibly recruit a student from another institution for the sake of just one individual? I believe there is room for negotiation here. If they are unwilling, I could approach Capital University. Perhaps they would be inclined to offer me such an opportunity. Yi Qinghe chuckled, as he currently held the advantage, especially since he had yet to formalize any procedures with the school. Judging by the urgency exhibited by Qin Siming, Tao Jiqiang, and several professors, it appears they are quite eager for him to enroll. Presenting such terms at this juncture might indeed be feasible. Chapter 64. Is the agreement nullified? Perhaps it is best to let it go. You have just arrived at school and are already proposing conditions to the president, which may not be prudent. Zhou Wan'er shook her head. Although she also wished to join Qinghe, she felt that such an approach might be detrimental to Yi Qinghe. It's all right. The president encouraged me to make suggestions, and this opportunity is unique. If I wait, I might not have another chance. The more Yi Qinghe pondered, the more he found the idea plausible. The restaurant mentioned by Zhou Wan'er was located a bit away from the campus, in Wadaiku, requiring a short walk. The Kung Pao chicken and fish-flavored shredded pork there are reputed to be authentic, as the chef hails from Sichuan, and many students from that region affirm its genuineness. Yi Qinghe had a fondness for these dishes, and Zhou Wan'er was well aware of it. Although the establishment was not large, its flavors were remarkably authentic. Once seated and having placed their order, Yi Qinghe nodded in anticipation as the dishes arrived. Even without tasting, the delightful aroma wafting through the air was enough to signal the quality of the food, with a hint of sweet and sour notes tantalizing his senses. Here, try this. Zhou Wan'er scooped a spoonful from the plate, blowing gently on it before offering it to Ye Qinghe. "Ah, it smells so good, but it's quite hot." The freshly cooked dish was still steaming, and despite Zhou Wanner's efforts to cool it down, it was still a tad too hot for Ye Qinghe. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to spit it out and instead maneuvered it around his mouth with his tongue. "I should have blown on it a bit more. Let me sip some drink to cool it down." Zhou Wanner quickly opened a beverage and offered it to him. "Not a problem, it's just a bit warm. And it's already much better." Ye Qinghe shook his head, finding it slightly hot, but still manageable. The taste was indeed exquisite, filled with the essence of the wok. And the chef's sauce was exceptionally well-crafted, sweet, sour, mildly spicy, and with a touch of saltiness, each flavor harmonizing without overshadowing the others, complemented by a hint of numbing spice. Ye Qinghe swallowed the morsel and praised, "This is undoubtedly the second-best Kung Pao chicken I've ever had in the capital. The best was from a small restaurant near on a bridge, outside the 5th Ring Road in the northwest." He and Ye Dali had lived in that urban village for a while, frequently dining at that establishment. "That's wonderful. If you enjoy it, I shall often come here to treat you," Ye Dali interjected, knowing well that Ye Qinghe relished such sweet and spicy flavors, a combination he had not tired of over the years. Zhou Wanner walked alongside Ye Qinghe, feeding him while occasionally indulging herself. The three of them dined and conversed. But as the topic shifted to the matter of enrollment, Zhou Wanner was struck by a thought. With summer break just around the corner, it seemed likely that even if Qingmu were to offer an exceptional admission, it would ultimately mean Ye Qinghe would begin his studies in September. Today marked June 24th, and in a little over half a month, schools across the nation would commence their summer vacations. At this point, Zhou Wanner surmised that Ye Qinghe would be categorized among the incoming students of the next academic year. This was uncertain, but regardless of which year he was placed into, it mattered little to Ye Qinghe. After finishing their meal and heading back, neither of the three noticed that not far across the street, Lin Shiyue and Yuan Yuan had also emerged for a meal. While they remained oblivious to the trio, Lin Shiyue, however, had taken notice of them. "Could that be the boy and girl you encountered in the cafeteria yesterday?" It must be said, the boy possesses a countenance that instinctively evokes a desire to protect him. The girl, too, is quite attractive, though she may not be as well endowed as you. She is commendable in other respects. A formidable rival. Yuan Yuan immediately sensed something amiss with Lin Shiyue and followed her gaze, spotting Zhou Wanner pushing a wheelchair with Ye Qinghe seated within. Ye Qinghe's aura was indeed unforgettable, often stirring feelings of compassion in those who beheld him. "You never mentioned what happened to that boy. Wasn't he agreed that you would be together if you found yourselves in the same city? Did you have a change of heart, or did he?" As the trio gradually distanced themselves, Lin Shiyue's gaze remained fixed upon them, prompting Yuan Yuan to curiously inquire. In the dormitory, though Lin Shiyue had recounted some past events, her words were vague, akin to saying nothing at all. It was known only that the two had made a pact. Should they end up in the same city after the college entrance examination, they would attempt to be a couple. Lin Shiyue did not elaborate on why the boy had changed or why they were not together. This left Yuan Yuan feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. No matter how she pressed, Lin Shiyue remained tight-lipped. Now, encountering them on the street, she immediately began questioning, eager to extract some information from Lin Shiyue. "I'm not certain. He suddenly encountered health issues, and his father, in a bid to support him, sold off all their family assets. They were once among the wealthiest in our county," Lin Shiyue remarked as she observed the trio fading into the distance. "His father is truly a remarkable man. He is far more fortunate than I." Yuan Yuan couldn't help but admire the figure that consistently stood by Zhou Wanner. Parents willing to go to such lengths for their children are genuinely commendable. She mused that if she were in the same situation, her family would likely not be capable of such sacrifices. So he ultimately did not take the college entrance examination due to his health issues. Thus, your agreement was rendered void, correct? Yuan Yuan suddenly recalled this point. Lin Shiyue paused momentarily, nodded, but then quickly shook her head. There was no mention of attending a university in a specific city after the college entrance examination. It was merely suggested that if one were in a city, then it would be suitable. Lin Shiyue made a correction. In truth, she had initially yearned to go to a southern city, but later chose Qingmu upon hearing that he was receiving treatment in the capital. What is his condition now? Is he unable to walk? Or is it merely inconvenient for him to do so? Lin Shiyue refrained from answering this question and instead turned to head towards the dining hall. "Hey, how are you?" Yuan Yuan followed behind with a look of dismay. Upon returning to the Beijing student dormitory, Ye Qinghe, Zhou Wanner, and Ye Dali were taken aback to find Director Tao Jiqiang waiting at the entrance. "Director Tao?" Ye Dali exclaimed, somewhat surprised to see him waiting in the stairwell. "Is there something else you need?" Yi Qinghe inquired. "It's nothing. Let's go to your room first. You should lie down," Tao Jiqiang suggested, not disclosing the purpose of his visit, instead urging Yi Qinghe to return to his room. Once Yi Qinghe was comfortably settled on the bed by Ye Dali and Zhou Wanner, Tao Jiqiang remarked, "This is 30,000 yuan. The fee for the mathematics problem I had you solve previously." Chapter 65, The Capital University? Have they contacted you? Why is there money? Yi Qinghe was somewhat perplexed. "Well, I assisted someone else with that problem, and there was compensation involved. Since you managed to solve it, I handed it over to them. This is their payment to you. I cannot claim it since I did not solve the problem," Tao Jiqiang explained, placing the money on the table beside Yi Qinghe. "This seems inappropriate," Yi Qinghe contended. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. It is settled like this, and there is no need for further discussion. I also have some other matters I would like to discuss with you." "Qinghe," Tao Jiqiang waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would not elaborate further on the money. "Please, go ahead," Yi Qinghe replied, looking at Tao Jiqiang. "The thing is, we have already witnessed your mathematical talent in full measure. Your entrance into the school will certainly differ from that of other students. You will likely not be studying alongside first-year or second-year undergraduates. Instead, you will probably be paired with a graduate student, working closely with a professor. As the head of the mathematics department, I possess certain qualifications in this regard. Therefore, my proposal is that you consider me as your mentor." Tao Jiqiang had refrained from mentioning this previously due to the presence of others. He was among the first to recognize Yi Qinghe's potential and had played a pivotal role in facilitating his special admission, highly recommending him to Qinghe. For both emotional and logical reasons, it was fitting for him to take Yi Qinghe under his wing. However, given that several of the professors were his seniors, and the most senior among them was even his former teacher, there was competition for mentorship. Thus, he sought to approach Yi Qinghe discreetly to discuss the matter. "On a fundamental level, this is acceptable. However, I also have a matter I would like to consult with you, Professor. Was it not President Qinghe who previously promised me a condition, one that I could propose at my discretion?" The sound of teacher from Yi Qinghe made Tao Jiqiang's heart blossom with joy, and the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. "Indeed, there was a matter at hand. As you are aware, teacher, regarding my health condition, it necessitates care. Currently, it is just my father and me at home, and he is seeking employment, so we can only find someone to look after me. This classmate of mine has diligently cared for me over the past 2 years whenever she had free time. My thought is whether it would be possible to recruit her into the school. This way, she could care for me without hindering her studies." Yi Qinghe's words prompted Tao Jiqiang to glance at Zhou Wanner. Previously, he had assumed she was Yi Qinghe's sister or some relative, but to discover she was merely a classmate surprised him. A classmate who, after Yi Qinghe's health deteriorated, consistently made time to provide care is not something just anyone can achieve. Even those in romantic relationships often falter in such commitments. This is no trivial ailment. It is a complete paralysis that could result in a lifetime devoid of autonomy. Even if she had no intentions of pursuing a relationship with Yi Qinghe, her willingness to visit and care for him speaks volumes about her character. This matter is delicate. Tao Jiqiang contemplated, hesitant to make any promises. After all, Qingmu had no precedent for such cases. Students typically entered only through the college entrance examination or graduate school entrance examination. "Oh, very well. Then I shall inquire with Jingqing University to see if they can accommodate this." Yi Qinghe nodded, unconcerned, but before he could finish speaking, Tao Jiqiang interrupted him. "Jingqing University? Have they contacted you as well? Let me tell you, Qinghe, the mathematics department at Jingqing University pales in comparison to ours. Our department excels far beyond theirs." Tao Jiqiang felt an exasperation rising within him. How could the people from Jingqing University be so perceptive? They hadn't even processed Yi Qinghe's formal admission yet. Yet they sensed the opportunity. If Yi Qinghe were to enroll there, he would deeply regret it. Thus, do not contact them just yet. I will discuss this matter with the principal. After speaking, Tao Jiqiang hurriedly left without further ado. "Qinghe, you are quite mischievous." Zhou Wanner did not expect Yi Qinghe to be so forthright, and Tao Jiqiang believed him without a second thought. "Who says I don't know? The head of their mathematics department is named Fong. I am aware of that. It seems he has had a long-standing rivalry with Director Tao, often clashing in their professional exchanges." Yi Qinghe chuckled. He had researched some aspects of the mathematics world during his free time yesterday. Although he had never encountered anyone from Jingqing University, he was indeed familiar with the head of their mathematics department and several renowned professors. On his way back, he pondered how to discuss matters with Qin Siming, and with Tao Jiqiang's intervention, it unfolded perfectly. Principal, there has been a grave issue. After leaving Qinghe, Tao Jiqiang immediately dialed Qin Siming's number while making his way to Qin's office. What is happening? The group from the capital has contacted Qinghe, presenting him with an irresistible offer. If he agrees to relocate, the girl who has been caring for him would also be granted the opportunity to study in the capital. Although Qinghe mentioned that Qingmu would not consent, Tao Jiqiang had transformed it into a narrative suggesting that the capital had already extended such an offer. If Qingmu were to object, it would mean that Qinghe might be lured away by the capital. What? How did they find out about Qinghe? Qin Siming's composure began to unravel. Qinghe's mathematical prowess was extraordinary. He believed Qinghe surpassed Wei Shen from the capital significantly. The thought of Qinghe being snatched away was unacceptable, as it would jeopardize the competitive spirit he sought to foster with Wei Shen. Qinghe's previous foray into online paid problem-solving must have caught their attention as well. What should be done now? We cannot afford to let such a genius slip away. Failing to act could result in a lifelong stain on our reputation. Tao Jiqiang had already devised a strategy for contacting Qinghe. If he could reach out to him, then it was only logical that others could do the same, especially if they were aware that Qinghe was already on the Qingmu campus. The stakes would be raised, making it reasonable to entice him. Without needing to be told, Qin Siming could already anticipate the discussions surrounding Qinghe's burgeoning fame. You must keep Qinghe steady. Do not allow him to acquiesce to their overtures. I will find a way to handle the rest. Chapter 66. This is a special recruitment. I am almost at your office door. Tao Jiqiang sprinted toward Qin Siming's office, ignoring greetings from fellow students and teachers along the way, focused solely on his destination. After a brief moment, he burst into Qin Siming's office. What now? If such a genius were to be intercepted by those from the capital, we could be branded with disgrace for decades, even centuries. Though Tao Jiqiang's words were somewhat exaggerated, Qin Siming recognized the gravity of the situation. As they had previously considered, Qinghe held the potential to become the next Euler or Gauss. If he failed, it would be unfortunate, but if he succeeded, a single misjudgment on their part that allowed Qinghe to attend the capital's university would haunt them for centuries. A genius lost, only to become the pride of their long-standing rival, would be their shame. While the situation was undeniably challenging, it was not insurmountable. Qin Siming paced in his office, contemplating the matter. Although Qingmu had no established exceptions, sometimes exceptions exist precisely for geniuses and extraordinary individuals. The abilities Qinghe had displayed warranted the school's consideration for an exception. This special recruitment was, by its nature, exceptional, therefore. Including a seemingly inconspicuous student from another institution should not be an issue. Qin Siming pondered this in his mind. However, the execution of this matter is not as effortless as it may seem. The special recruitment of Qinghe poses no issues. After all, Qinghe is not a student of any other institution, and as long as he possesses talent, he can be directly admitted. Yet, the female student Qinghe mentioned is different. She is a student at Lin University. To recruit her, communication with Lin University is essential. He is well aware of the intricacies involved with other universities. If he dares to broach this subject, they will undoubtedly leverage the situation to their advantage, making it exceedingly difficult to release her. At this juncture, some concessions must be made. This female student Qinghe referred to is indeed from Lin University, correct? Qin Siming confirmed. Yes, from Lin University, studying computer science. Tao Jiqiang nodded. The old son from Lin University is not an easy person to negotiate with. Qin Siming sighed. Anyone who attains the position of a university president is rarely amiable. He had dealings with the old son, who is quite shrewd. If he becomes aware of this situation, there will certainly be repercussions. Is there a possibility for this classmate of Lin Qinghe? What was her name again? Zhou Wanner. Is there a chance for Zhou Wanner to handle her own withdrawal from the university? If she manages her withdrawal independently, we can then admit her directly into the third year of our computer science department. Qin Siming pondered a solution. Since old son is difficult to engage with, could they bypass him entirely? If Zhou Wanner withdraws directly, they would not need to interact with old son from Lin University, and they could arrange for her special recruitment afterward. I am uncertain about this, but I believe it is feasible. However, what about the other faculty members? Special recruitment for Ye Qinghe should pose no issues. Yet would they agree to the special recruitment of Zhou Wanner, who is transferring from another institution? Despite being the president, Qin Siming understood that he does not possess unilateral authority over the entire school. The matter of special recruitment must be deliberated in a meeting. Given Ye Qinghe's previous assessments, there should be no hindrances, as they would not obstruct a genius student who could undoubtedly bring honor to the institution. However, Zhou Wanner is different. Do not perceive this as two separate special recruitments. Qin Siming smiled. This is merely one special recruitment, contingent upon the conditions set by Ye Qinghe. Without Zhou Wanner, Ye Qinghe would choose to attend Jing University or another institution that could accommodate Zhou Wanner. If this matter is resolved during Ye Qinghe's discussion, it will simplify the situation greatly. Qin Siming recognized that special recruitment for Zhou Wanner posed challenges. But what if Zhou Wanner was simply a condition for Ye Qinghe's special recruitment? Is it any wonder you are the president? How did I not consider this? These two matters are, in fact, one and the same. This is the condition for special recruitment, indeed. If they wish to have Ye Qinghe, they must acquiesce to Zhou Wanner's situation. Tao Jiqiang's expression brightened. He had previously hit a dead end and had not thought along these lines. It appears that this matter is, in fact, quite simple. At this juncture, Ye Qinghe's proposal is undoubtedly aimed at compelling the school to acquiesce. His timing, neither too early nor too late, hinges on their assessment of his capabilities. Thus, the challenge lies not in the proposal itself, but in the necessity for Zhou Wanner to withdraw from her current institution discreetly, ensuring that old son from Lin University remains oblivious to the matter. Therefore, we must engage Zhou Wanner in conversation. By the way, you mentioned you visited Ye Qinghe's dormitory. Was Zhou Wanner present as well? Qin Siming recognized the urgency of the situation and, as he spoke, he picked up his phone and stepped outside. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What could Tao Jiqiang possibly want with Ye Qinghe? They had just met that morning. Was there something that couldn't be addressed at that time? I see. You wish for him to become your student, don't you? I was wondering why you kept silent before, seemingly waiting for this moment. The reason behind this situation became evident to Qin Siming without further contemplation. No, I merely asked him to solve a problem earlier. Now that the funds from that company have arrived, I'm going to deliver the money to Ye Qinghe. Tao Jiqiang did not admit to any underhanded tactics. He was there for legitimate business. Qin Siming regarded him with a knowing smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. This ruse might deceive a student, but not those of their ilk. The two soon arrived at Ye Qinghe's dormitory, and upon entering, they discovered Ye Qinghe engaged in translating computer literature with Zhou Wanner. Is Ye Qinghe's English truly that proficient? Qin Siming inquired with a smile, having overheard a few sentences of Ye Qinghe's translation, which was indeed impressive, far beyond the scope of mere CET 4 or CET 6 standards. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. While mathematics may suffice on its own, a mathematician must possess a good command of English to truly thrive in the international arena. One must understand at least a little, Ye Qinghe replied with a smile. Modesty suits you, Qin Siming remarked as he approached Ye Qinghe's bed, where Ye Dali had brought over a chair. After expressing his gratitude, he took a seat and continued. Director Tao just conveyed your request. In principle, there is no issue with it, but... Chapter 67, Starting a Company? Withdrawing from school. Upon hearing Qin Siming's intent, Zhou Wanner hesitated. She feared that withdrawing would leave a mark on her academic record and wondered what might transpire with Qingmu in the event of her departure. You needn't worry about that. Qin Siming quickly discerned her concerns. Rest assured, we will not falter in this endeavor. Your voluntary withdrawal will minimize complications. If we approach your school, they will surely demand exorbitant conditions. However, if you initiate the withdrawal, they will likely only inquire briefly. As long as you remain resolute, there should be no issues. The funds saved can be converted into your scholarship stipend, creating a win-win scenario for us. Qin Siming articulated his points clearly. Yet Zhou Wanner did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she glanced at Ye Qinghe. It's fine, just agree to it. The semester is drawing to a close, and withdrawing before its conclusion will not affect your enrollment for the next term. Ye Qinghe was confident that Qin Siming would not mislead her in this regard. All right, I shall approach our old teacher on Monday to discuss this matter. Zhou Wanner nodded in agreement. Regarding this issue, I earnestly hope you refrain from mentioning it to your classmates for the time being. After all, we have somewhat taken this path clandestinely. If word gets out and reaches your school, it would be quite unfavorable, Qin Siming cautioned. Rest assured, I understand, Zhou Wanner replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Coming from a family within the government sector, she was well aware of the repercussions that could arise from prematurely celebrating a matter still in limbo. As for the principal, it is as follows. Although she transferred to facilitate my care, I sincerely wish for her to pursue computer science, given that it is her field of study. That poses no problem. I shall communicate with the computer science department to ensure her admission. She will receive the necessary support in certain classes. When it comes to significant matters, exceptions are made. Thus, Qin Siming had no hesitation in agreeing to this arrangement. With the arrangement set, Ye Qinghe also indicated he would decline the invitation from Jingqing University, allowing Qin Siming and Tao Jiqiang to depart with satisfaction. I truly never anticipated that one day I would become a student of Qingmu. Even now, it feels surreal, as if I am ensnared in a dream. Fearing that I might suddenly awaken to find myself still in the dormitory at Lin University. Once Qin Siming and Tao Jiqiang had left, Zhou Wan'er expressed her excitement. This was something she had never dared to dream of. When Ye Qinghe mentioned it, she thought it was impossible, but after dinner, Ye Qinghe solidified the arrangement. Qingmu University was genuinely willing to make an exception for Ye Qinghe, extending an invitation for me to join. No, I must inform my father about this, otherwise. When I go to apply for a withdrawal on Monday, the school will certainly contact my family. After her excitement subsided, Zhou Wan'er immediately dialed her home. Indeed, I am not deceiving you. I just had a meeting with Principal Qin Siming from Qingmu, and Qinghe was present. It is precisely because of Qinghe that they wish to admit me, she conveyed. Zhou Qinghe was somewhat skeptical of her statement. If you don't believe me, ask Qinghe. Noticing her father's doubt, Zhou Wan'er turned the camera to face Ye Qinghe. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Ye Qinghe greeted with a smile towards the lens. Qinghe, I hear from Wan'er that your health is beginning to improve. Zhou Qinghe was aware of his daughter's frequent visits to Ye Qinghe. Initially, he had advised Zhou Wan'er against it, believing it inappropriate for a young lady, but upon realizing he could not dissuade her, he ceased his counsel. In truth, he had always held a fondness for Ye Qinghe prior to his illness. Yes, I can now move my right thumb, index finger, and wrist. As he spoke, Ye Qinghe demonstrated by moving his right hand. From Zhou Qinghe's perspective, Ye Qinghe's right hand rose, with his thumb and index finger lifted while the other 3 fingers remained curled, moving in that peculiar manner. This is wonderful. At last, the hardships are yielding to sweet relief. Congratulations. This is already quite remarkable. Previously, he had heard from Zhou Wan'er that Ye Qinghe could only move his head, while the rest of his body was completely immobile and devoid of sensation. Now, with some improvement, there may be a chance for a full recovery. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. And I am also grateful to Wan'er for frequently coming to chat with me and take care of me. By the way, is what Wan'er mentioned earlier true? Indeed. I have exhibited some mathematical aptitude, which has caught the attention of the principal and the head of the mathematics department at Qingmu, who wished to recruit me specifically. Consequently, I proposed a condition that they accepted, provided that Wan'er voluntarily withdraws from Lin University. I understand. By initiating her withdrawal, they can save themselves a considerable amount of trouble. Wan'er conveyed this to Zhou Qinghe, who was somewhat skeptical, but upon hearing it from Ye Qinghe, he believed it immediately and quickly grasped why Qingmu would require Wan'er to take such a step. This left Wan'er pouting beside him. Whose father is this? Wan'er is indeed benefiting from your fortune. Qinghe, thank you. No, Uncle Zhou, please do not say that. If it weren't for Wan'er visiting me during my most challenging times, I might not have persevered until now. It is I who should express my gratitude to Wan'er, and to you. Let us not exchange pleasantries about this matter. Since there is improvement, let us wait until summer vacation when Uncle will treat you and your father to a meal together. Once the matter was clarified, Zhou Qinghe had no further comments and ended the call after a brief conversation. This old man. Does he not have a few more words for me before hanging up? Zhou Wan'er stared at her phone in disbelief. Had her father forgotten that he had another daughter? He didn't even say goodbye before hanging up? No, I must tell my mother tonight to have a word with him. Am I no longer his little darling? In the afternoon, Ye Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er continued their translation work, and she did not leave until 9 o'clock in the evening. Dad, I have an idea. After Ye Dali finished his grooming, Ye Qinghe looked at him as he rubbed his waist. What idea? Speak. Ye Dali turned his head while continuing to massage his waist, which felt slightly twisted earlier, not serious, but a bit uncomfortable. I want you to start a company. Start a company? Ye Dali instinctively stopped, confused about why Ye Qinghe suddenly wanted to venture into business. Here's the thing. You see, the online jobs I have taken on, though currently few, have already earned over 60,000 yuan from just 3 transactions. If I were to pay taxes as an individual, the deductions would be substantial. It makes sense. Establishing a company could significantly reduce taxes. Ye Dali, having previously run a company, was somewhat familiar with this concept. Personal income tax, especially on higher earnings, tends to be quite steep, but by operating through a company, one can reasonably avoid a considerable amount of it. With the support of the department heads, there will certainly be more opportunities, so I was thinking of setting up a company. Moreover, I believe you no longer need to run food deliveries. Helping me establish this company and managing business operations will be far less strenuous than your previous job in delivery. Qinghe's deeper intention was that Ye Dali's efforts in food delivery and driving were somewhat of a waste. In his early years, Ye Dali was able to build his empire from the ground up, a testament to his true capabilities. Had it not been for his personal burdens, his assets might have multiplied by now. Previously lacking the opportunity, he now possesses the ability to assist in managing the company and securing business, which serves as a form of compensation for him. More importantly, Ye Dali's prowess in business is formidable. The major clients of the former company were primarily acquired by him, and many of these clients proved impervious to attempts at poaching, even when others sought to lure them away. Indeed, while I am somewhat unfamiliar with the venture you are undertaking, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the specific business model and its intricacies. Ye Dali nodded, expressing his desire to move beyond the confines of menial tasks. Previously, circumstances had constrained him, but now that a new opportunity has arisen, he is eager to embrace a different approach. He immediately pulled up a chair beside Qinghe, producing a notebook and pen to discuss the particulars of Qinghe's business model. Upon hearing Qinghe's insights and recognizing the competitive edge of the enterprise, Ye Dali's face broke into a joyful smile. Rest assured, as far as company matters go, I will take the lead. Your offering is a unique product that cannot be easily replicated. As long as you possess the capability to address their needs, clients will be plentiful. Qinghe's venture is evidently far more manageable than his previous undertakings. Although it is not an exclusive business, the entry barriers are significantly high, establishing a deep moat around it. With a few successful transactions to build his reputation, the future of the business will be assured. Moreover, this product can command a premium price. I shall register the company tomorrow, Ye Dali exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Had it not been for the late hour, he would have ventured out immediately to formalize the registration. Furthermore, he believed that some of his previous clients would also be interested in this line of business. I will reach out to them tomorrow. Who knows, even before the company is officially registered, we might secure some orders. On Sunday morning, after attending to Qinghe and ensuring he had finished his breakfast, Ye Dali set out. Although registering a company on Sunday was not feasible, it did not impede his search for suitable agency partners. While government offices were closed, the agencies remained operational. Once Ye Dali departed, Qinghe entered his conscious space. 25 kilometers. Within the expansive 50-kilometer range of his training space, Qinghe discovered that despite the short duration of his training, he seemed to improve daily. Initially, even 10 kilometers had felt insurmountable. Now, 25 kilometers represented his current limit. 40 kilometers. Gritting his teeth, Qinghe pressed on without pausing. Although his legs felt weak and lifting them had become increasingly arduous, he continued to push through mechanically. 45 kilometers. 46 kilometers. His body grew more fatigued. Yet Qinghe did not relent, steadfastly persevering. While he could have taken a break after a segment, he had opted against this in the past few days. However, last night he realized an intriguing dilemma. The system would not have crafted such a consciousness space without purpose. Its design seemed intended to allow him to alternate between exertion and rest, suggesting an underlying utility unknown to him. The only rationale he could conceive was that the system wished not only to alleviate the negative emotions stemming from physical fatigue, but also to fortify his willpower. While this notion might not be entirely accurate, he pondered that if the space had been created and his body could heal from its injuries, why not seize the opportunity? Thus, today he resolved not to repeat the pattern of the preceding days, where he would run a few steps and then rest, but instead to endure the entire 50 kilometers. As he had done when he first entered the space. 50 kilometers. Upon crossing the threshold of that distance, Qinghe let out a hoarse shout and promptly collapsed onto the ground, subsequently reclining back. His breaths echoed like a bellows, and he found a peculiar satisfaction in the soreness that followed such vigorous exertion. This sensation was something he could not experience in the real world. For a moment, he relished the feeling. Lying there with his eyes closed, Ye Qinghe, after a brief contemplation, exited the consciousness space. The moment he emerged, he chose to participate in a lottery. Indeed, upon completing the 50 kilometers, the option to restore his body was considerably more generous than the mere 5 kilometers offered in reality. As the investment will spun, Ye Qinghe's resolve solidified. Completing 50 kilometers within the consciousness space would indeed amplify his recovery options. This had been the trend for several days. Is the system clandestinely observing my daily life? He mused. Upon noticing an office space option within the lottery, Ye Qinghe couldn't help but scoff. Just yesterday, he had discussed with his father the intention to establish a company, and today, the system included an office space in the lottery options. Glancing at this choice, he surmised that the likelihood of winning it today was quite high. And indeed it was. Ultimately, the pointer on the spinning wheel landed on this very option. Qinghe Technology Park, Technology Building, 17th floor, 144 square meters, with a 3-year free leasing right. What a miser! To think he was granted such a meager space, and crucially, it was merely a leasing right, not ownership. Examining the final results, Ye Qinghe could not refrain from expressing his discontent. This system was exceedingly stingy. Other systems offered thousands of square meters of ownership or even entire buildings, while his provided a mere 100 square meters and only a 3-year leasing right. Did it not fear the laughter of other systems at its expense? Did it not feel a sense of embarrassment in comparison to the broader system community? How would it face other systems in the future? Alas, regardless of Ye Qinghe's grievances, the system remained unmoved, offering no response. Well, having 100 square meters of free usage rights was certainly better than having none at all. Chapter 69. The Preliminary Selection Wanner. I implore you, please, just agree to my request. Feeling uncertain about venturing out alone, I implore you to accompany me, if only to bolster my courage. Previously, you hesitated to form a duo with me. Now, is it too much to ask for your presence at this event? Please, kind-hearted deity, grant me this favor. I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast and delightful milk tea. In the girls' dormitory at Lin University, Su Miaowei flitted around Zhou Wanner like an affectionate puppy, her hands clasped together, her large eyes blinking earnestly, and her fair cheeks slightly flushed. Su Miaowei, you can certainly go by yourself. Why must you insist on dragging me along? Zhou Wanner, feeling a bit overwhelmed, gently grasped her trembling shoulders. We are the best of friends, the enchanting duo of Wan Miao. Can you bear to watch me, a mere lamb, venture into a den of wolves? Those competitors are fierce as tigers and leopards. With a pout, Su Miaowei tugged at Zhou Wanner's clothing, exaggerating her shrinking demeanor. Unlike Zhou Wanner, who stood at 1.7 meters tall, Su Miaowei donned a sweet Lolita dress adorned with cream lace and cherry prints, her height barely reaching Zhou Wanner's shoulders. Her slender frame beneath the flowing skirt accentuated her fragility, and with her doll-like face, she resembled a middle schooler sneaking into a university dormitory. The problem is, I have matters to attend to today. Zhou Wanner sighed at Su Miaowei's persistence. Your childhood sweetheart can manage without you for a day. Today is your sister's momentous occasion. If I were to be selected by the instructor at first glance, and you missed witnessing it, you would regret it for a lifetime. Besides, did you not mention he has moved near Qinghe University? It's south so close. You could visit him later. Su Miaowei clung to Zhou Wanner's clothing, refusing to let go. Fine, fine, I cannot bear your insistence. Compose yourself. Seeing her pitiful yet hopeful expression, and recalling that she would soon bid farewell to this school, Zhou Wanner's heart softened, and she sighed. You must allow me to make a phone call to Qinghe first. Yay, no problem, a few calls are fine. I'll summon a ride. We shall depart immediately. Su Miaowei exclaimed, her spirits soaring as she swiftly retrieved her phone. However, let us not take a taxi. It's not far, just to Wadayaka Cultural Park. We can ride our bicycles there. Though Zhou Wanner had no intention of participating in the auditions for The Voice, she was well aware, thanks to Su Miaowei's frequent mentions, that they would be held at the cultural park over the weekend. It was not far from their school, and cycling would suffice, rendering a taxi unnecessary. That one do, cycling is too exhausting, and the weather is sweltering today. Arriving drenched in sweat would leave a poor impression on the instructors. I shall pay for a taxi. Su Miaowei shook her head, her meticulously styled hair flickering with her movements. She had prepared extensively for today's auditions. No detail could be overlooked. Zhou Wanner relented, moving to the window to call Ye Qinghe and Ye Dali, informing them that she would not be joining them today. In recent years, the popular singing competition has lost its former glory. The audition venue remains a cacophony of voices, with the stifling heat mingling with the scent of sweat and cheap perfume. Men and women, all harboring dreams of stardom, crowd the area, creating an impenetrable throng. Amidst the clamor, one can hear contestants practicing their vocal techniques in the aisles. When Zhou Wan'er and Su Miao arrived, they were taken aback by the scene. Were all these people here to audition? How long would this take? Zhou Wan'er gasped at the sight of the dense crowd. With so many people, if they queued individually, arriving so late would mean they might not get in until nightfall. Perhaps they should reconsider? She glanced back at Su Miao, feeling somewhat disheartened. Reconsider? How could we? Most of these individuals didn't successfully register online. Those who did can enter directly without waiting. I have a morning number assigned to me, and we must hurry inside, Su Miao exclaimed, her petite frame bursting with determination as she grasped Zhou Wan'er's wrist and pushed through the crowd, shouting for space, identifying themselves as contestants. After a considerable struggle, they reached the turnstile, verified their identities, and received a number tag. The staff at the entrance allowed them inside. Within the building, the hallways were less congested, yet the atmosphere was palpably tense. Well-groomed contestants practiced their vocal runs in corners, their knuckles whitening from exertion, while others closed their eyes, breathing deeply to center themselves. And some adjusted their poses before the glass windows. The air was stifling. The air conditioning seemed ineffective. I'm number 36, and they're already on number 20. Su Miao checked their progress and hummed a few notes, her pitch wavering slightly. Don't be nervous, you'll be fine. Just bring the level of your KTV performances. Zhou Wan'er reassured her, noticing the tension in Su Miao's knees, which were subtly pressed together beneath her dress. Could you accompany me inside? You don't need to sing. Just standing beside me would give me some comfort, Su Miao implored, her eyes reflecting a cautious plea. Can I even get in? Zhou Wan'er furrowed her brow. Su Miao's gaze flickered momentarily, her voice dropping to a whisper. Yes, when I registered, I put down both our names. Su Miao. Zhou Wan'er's eyes widened in indignation, a surge of frustration igniting within her as she swiftly pinched Su Miao's side. Ouch, that hurts. Su Miao gasped, her face contorting in pain, trying to suppress her cries to avoid drawing attention. How could you do this? I explicitly said I wasn't participating. Zhou Wan'er scolded, noticing others glancing their way and retracting her hand. I genuinely can't do this alone. I thought having you with me would help, and besides, you sing so well. What if you get chosen by the mentors? You could become a star? Isn't that a far better fate than becoming a programmer after graduation? Su Miao rubbed the area that Zhou Wan'er had twisted, explaining her grievances with a sense of vulnerability. Zhou Wan'er shrugged off her hand, ignoring her completely. The preliminary auditions moved swiftly. The judges often made their decisions within mere notes. Soon, it was Su Miao and Zhou Wan'er's turn. As they stepped into the evaluation zone, the eyes of the three mentors swept over them. The female mentor in a sharp red outfit glanced at the registration form, assessing the two. Pausing momentarily on the tall and composed Zhou Wan'er before speaking. Let us begin. Su Miao took a deep breath, striving to steady her quavering voice as she began to sing. Her performance was commendable, her technique sound, yet perhaps due to nerves, it lacked a certain emotional resonance. Halfway through, the red-clad mentor raised her hand to signal a pause. Su Miao's heart leaped into her throat. Surprisingly, the mentor's gaze shifted towards Zhou Wan'er, who had retreated quietly, seemingly separated from the surroundings by an invisible barrier. Why are you not singing? The mentor inquired, glancing at the two names on the registration form, her expression revealing both scrutiny and a hint of unspoken curiosity. I merely accompanied her, Zhou Wan'er replied. I see you registered as a duo. Since you are here, why not sing a few lines for us? Chapter 70. The young master has really gone astray. Qinghe was a musician, not particularly famous. Yet she held a certain reputation within the industry. The director of a popular talent show had a good relationship with her and asked for her assistance in scouting promising talents. However, with so many music competitions nowadays, and the decline of the talent show, many genuinely skilled performers were reluctant to participate. Today, for instance, after watching over 30 auditions, she found only 2 candidates who could barely be considered suitable for the show. The rest were hardly even amateur singers. Contestant 36 was registered as a duo. Yet only the petite one sang, which piqued her interest in the taller girl beside her, who evidently excelled in height, appearance, and overall demeanor. Judging by her looks, physique, and charisma, This girl possessed a star-like quality. Thus, after Su Mier finished singing, Qinghe inquired about Zhou Wanner's situation. Wanner sings even better than I do. Wanner, please sing a piece for the mentor. Su Mier, oblivious to any potential awkwardness in the mentor's request, eagerly pulled Zhou Wanner to the center, signaling her frantically. Zhou Wanner, though somewhat speechless, realized that since they had come this far, singing a line wouldn't hurt. Then I shall sing a farewell song. Excellent. Qinghe nodded, and the other mentors remained silent. As the head of this audition, Qinghe wished to hear from an unregistered contestant. It was no trouble at all. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to meet the sky. The evening breeze brushes against the willows, the sound of the flute fades, and the setting sun casts its glow over the mountains. Qinghe, you won't believe it, but on my way back, I happened to run into Principal Qinghe. When I mentioned the company I am about to establish, he informed me that the school has office space available at the Qingmu Technology Park by the East Gate, specifically for student entrepreneurship, and offered us an office free of charge for the first 3 years. After returning at noon, Ye Dali excitedly shared with Ye Qinghe the necessity of having a registered address for their company. Initially, he contemplated seeking an agency nearby to avoid providing a registration location, as a small fee would suffice for their services. However, with Qin Siming's recent remarks, there was no longer a need to search for such an agency. He could simply register the company himself, which would save a considerable sum of money. Although Ye Qinghe did not need to be present for the company's establishment, to accommodate his convenience, they could not venture too far and would have to find a suitable office space within the vicinity of Qingmu. Unfortunately, the available office spaces in the area were rather costly. Hearing this, Ye Qinghe could not help but internally criticize the system. It seemed that the option he had chosen was merely utilizing the school's resources for his benefit. He had previously wondered why, after selecting this option, no one contacted him or why the system did not provide any notifications. It turned out that this option didn't require any external contact. As long as he discussed his entrepreneurial aspirations with Principal Qinghe, assistance would be granted. It felt as if Principal Qinghe were being treated as an NPC. How ridiculous! Despite his inner musings, Ye Qinghe remained silent. Principal Qinghe mentioned that there was an office space of 100 square meters, complete with desks and other necessities, which had recently become available for their use. Ye Dali expressed his joy, noting that such a space was more than adequate for their company's needs. In reality, they would not utilize all of it. The company's primary function was to assist Ye Qinghe in expanding his business. Aside from himself, they would only need a receptionist and an accountant, making 30 to 50 square meters more than sufficient. Thus, it was confirmed, everything matched perfectly, including the area. Ye Qinghe chose not to comment further. However, Principal Qinghe informed them that the office space would only be available the following day, as the person in charge would be unavailable on Sunday, but would reach out to him on Monday. All right, then Monday it is. I'll handle my enrollment in the morning and sort this out in the afternoon. There shouldn't be any issues with the paperwork. Ye Qinghe nodded. What paperwork issues? Just then, Zhou Wanner entered the room. After participating in the preliminary selection with Su Miaoyer, she had not truly confronted her. Instead, they had enjoyed a bowl of snail noodles at a restaurant opened by a senior from Qingmu before parting ways. As Wanner entered, she naturally approached Ye Qinghe, took the food from Ye Dali, urged him to eat, and began to feed Ye Qinghe. Didn't you say you had something to attend to? Ye Qinghe asked after taking a bite. Zhou Wanner shook her head and sighed. I did have something, but my roommate insisted on dragging me along to accompany her for the Voice of China auditions. It was only when we arrived that I discovered she had signed up as a duet partner, and I was forced to sing a song. Did you pass? I recall that your singing was quite commendable in the past. Ye Qinghe was filled with curiosity about the outcome. Zhou Wanner possessed a distinctive vocal quality and sang admirably. During their school days, she was always a prominent performer in class showcases. Having successfully passed the preliminary selection, she was informed that she would participate in the semifinals the following week. If she advanced, she would then have the opportunity to partake in the authentic blind audition segment of the prestigious singing competition. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Yet why do you appear so unenthusiastic? Observing Zhou Wanner's lack of excitement, Ye Dali inquired. To be honest, I have no aspirations of becoming a singer. I never intended to participate. If it weren't for Su Miaoyang's insistence on dragging me along, I wouldn't have even considered attending. Zhou Wanner had little interest in attaining stardom. She believed that without connections or resources in the entertainment industry, one would merely struggle to make a name for themselves. It was far more prudent to focus on studying diligently and securing a respectable job after graduation. In truth, I believe your image would suit the entertainment realm quite well. Ye Qinghe scrutinized Zhou Wan'er and suddenly recalled the songs from his past life. Should Zhou Wan'er truly pursue a singing career, he could select some of those songs for her, potentially guiding her to become a genuine top-tier artist. Moreover, Zhou Wan'er's innate charm and vocal talent provided her with the essential qualities to succeed as a singer. Let it be, without a background, navigating this industry would only bring unnecessary hardships. In a few days, I'll inform the production team of my voluntary withdrawal from the competition. Such programs are typically predetermined, favoring those already under management contracts, making it futile to participate. What if I were to compose songs for you, crafting a persona for you? Chapter 71. A trial worth trying. You can write songs? Zhou Wan'er gazed at Ye Qinghe in disbelief. After years of acquaintance, she had never known him to possess such a talent. Don't be absurd. Writing songs and excelling in mathematics are entirely different realms. Proficiency in math doesn't equate to songwriting ability. Zhou Wan'er was skeptical of Ye Qinghe's claim. What if I truly could? I am well aware of every scar and blemish you bear. Your capabilities are not a mystery to me. When we used to sing together, your performances were nearly akin to a cacophony. You think you can write songs? Zhou Wan'er was thoroughly unconvinced, while she might not know others well. She certainly understood Ye Qinghe. To put it bluntly, her familiarity with him was such that she could almost count the hairs on his body. Hearing this, Ye Qinghe chuckled. I genuinely possess that talent. Allow me to write one for you. After a moment of contemplation, he began to craft lyrics. Time slipped by, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Everything blossomed brilliantly in my heart. Now, only a few days remained in the countdown. The morning brought dark circles under my eyes and a touch of fatigue during classes. Day after day, I longed to grasp the fleeting years and bid them a proper farewell. Regret and gratitude could not revive yesterday. As Ye Qinghe began to sing, Zhou Wan'er's eyes widened in astonishment. His voice, though not melodious and lacking in pitch accuracy, conveyed lyrics and melodies that resonated with her. She instantly recognized that this song was indeed tailored for her. As she concluded her high school journey, a young girl expressed that the song perfectly resonated with her sentiments. Is this your original composition? What is its title? Wan'er inquired eagerly after Ye Qinghe finished singing. Yes, it's titled Memorial. The melody is refreshingly charming, ideally suited for a girl to perform. Given that I've only recently graduated from high school, claiming it as my own creation poses no issue. No one would doubt it, Ye Qinghe affirmed. He nodded, recalling that this song had not achieved significant fame in his previous life. Yet it was undeniably fitting for Wan'er's vocal style. It was originally performed on the stage of a popular talent show by a sophomore girl, gaining fleeting popularity without attaining true stardom. Nevertheless, Ye Qinghe retained a vivid memory of the song, possessing an extraordinary ability to remember melodies he had encountered in his past life. It truly suits me, but do I genuinely belong in the entertainment industry? Wan'er pondered, harboring doubts about her compatibility with this realm, despite trusting Ye Qinghe's intentions to share the song with her. This industry doesn't necessitate compromising your integrity. You can pursue an independent music career, engaging in your passions at your own pace. When the desire to sing strikes, you can release a song. When it wanes, you can focus on what you love. Comparatively, singers enjoy greater freedom than actors, particularly those with talent. As an actor, you must join a production, collaborate with fellow actors, and rely on a skilled director, an excellent crew, and effective marketing to potentially succeed in a role. In contrast, a singer might inadvertently capture the essence of a particular era with a single song, achieving overnight fame. Even if the fame eludes them, a singer can independently release music without the need for a record label. Thus, I believe you should give it a try, especially with my support as someone who has traversed time. Providing you with a few hit songs is well within my capabilities. In this lifetime, many songs from my past are yet to be created, allowing me to borrow from my previous knowledge without pressure. The only challenge lies in my ability to transcribe these lyrics and melodies into musical notation, which poses a slight difficulty. I hope for the ability to compose or arrange music to manifest. Otherwise, I might have to painstakingly guide you through singing so you can decipher the songs. Should I give it a try? Wan'er mused, recognizing the validity in Ye Qinghe's perspective. Unlike actors, singers have more leeway, and participating in a talent show merely to return to a normal life afterwards seemed less daunting, especially since the current show lacked significant popularity. Even if she garnered attention during the competition, she could fade back into obscurity afterward. Why not? While you're young, you should embrace new experiences. That is the greatest asset of your youth. Don't wait until you reach my age to explore new avenues. By then, the opportunities may no longer be available. Ye Dali encouraged from the sidelines. Give it a shot. Who knows, you might become a star. I could boast to others. Do you know that superstar, Wang Er? My childhood friend, with whom I grew up in carefree innocence. How dare you imply such a thing? Zhou Wan'er playfully chided, yet resolutely made up her mind. Well then, let us give it a try. Since Yi Qinghe feels confident and is even willing to compose a song for her, she shall indeed take the plunge. Do you have the melody for this song? Please prepare it for me so that I can practice diligently over the next few days. Having decided to participate, Zhou Wan'er treated this endeavor with utmost seriousness. As for the melody, I will provide it to you in a couple of days. For now, let me give you the lyrics. You can note the tune. At that moment, Yi Qinghe did not possess a complete melody to share. He could only postpone. Furthermore, in such preliminary rounds, a melody is unnecessary. It is reserved for the blind auditions and the formal competition. Indeed, using such a splendid original piece in the preliminary round would be a gross misallocation of talent. I shall select another song for the preliminary round and save this one for the formal competition. Upon reflection, Zhou Wan'er agreed. Such an exceptional song should not be wasted in the preliminaries, lest it be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Yi Qinghe instructed Zhou Wan'er to memorize the lyrics, and soon enough, he had composed them. He sang a few rounds, and though his pitch was lacking, Zhou Wan'er possessed some innate talent in this regard. After several attempts, she had nearly mastered the song. Hurry and provide me with the melody. I truly believe this song suits me perfectly. The more she sang, the more she adored the piece. However, how could a man like you compose such a song? Are you perhaps not straight? You are the one who is confused. I am a straight man. A pure, unadulterated straight man. Yi Qinghe retorted with exasperation. He was unequivocally straight, firmly opposed to those who were not. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan'er glanced at Ye Dali beside her, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to Yi Qinghe's ear and whispered, "Then why have I never seen it straight before?" Yi Qinghe, taken aback by her audacity, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 72. I want to drop out. Never before had Yi Qinghe felt such an urgent desire to restore his masculine vigor. Zhou Wan'er truly needed to be put in her place. Once his body had recovered, he would ensure she understood what it meant to be a solidly straight man. Observing Yi Qinghe's furious yet powerless expression brought Zhou Wan'er great delight. Recently, Yi Qinghe had become far more entertaining compared to his previous demeanor, which had been gloomy and withdrawn. He would either remain silent or stare vacantly out the window, ignoring her completely. How wonderful it was to see the old Yi Qinghe gradually returning. After spending the entire afternoon in room 306 with him, Zhou Wan'er departed for dinner. Su Miao called, inviting her to a lavish feast to celebrate their successful advancement in the preliminary round together. You truly spared no expense this time. A Japanese restaurant is quite costly. Upon arriving at the establishment Su Miao had mentioned, Zhou Wan'er gazed at the sign above the door. Disregard that. Let us go. Today, indulge in food and drink. I shall take care of the expenses. Miss Su will pay the bill. Upon spotting Zhou Wan'er, Su Miao rushed over, wrapping her arms around her, and playfully tugged her into the Japanese restaurant. In the afternoon, she had informed her family about her successful audition for the singing competition, which prompted them to send her a generous allowance, leaving her with a pleasantly plump wallet. Let us have this Wagyu sukiyaki, and this, and this, and this. Bring us everything. Observing Su Miao ordering extravagantly, exceeding 1,000 yuan, Zhou Wan'er quickly interjected, "That's enough. We must be mindful of our finances. Not to worry. I have ample pocket money, so let us just enjoy today." Su Miao waved her hand dismissively, her gaze still fixed on the menu, continuing to order several more items before finally pausing. After placing her order, she noticed Zhou Wan'er looking at her with a knowing expression. Su Miao shyly smiled. "Actually, I wasn't entirely truthful before. My family is quite wealthy. I simply felt embarrassed to mention it at school, fearing others might think I was flaunting my wealth. So I usually hold back. Of course, we could tell even without you saying it. The things you use are anything but inexpensive." This situation was evident to others long before Su Miao admitted it. Her notion of being poor was entirely different from that of an average student. "Hee. I thought you all hadn't noticed." Su Miao chuckled bashfully. "Since you've shared, I too have something to confess." Gazing at Su Miao, Zhou Wan'er bit her lip and said, I'm planning to apply for withdrawal from school on Monday. Su Miao was her closest friend at school, and she did not want to wait until after her decision to inform her. She feared losing this friendship. What? Su Miao's smile immediately faltered. Disbelief etched on her face as she stared at Zhou Wan'er, thinking she must have misheard. What did you say? You want to drop out? Am I hearing things? After a few seconds of astonishment, Su Miao finally spoke. Zhou Wan'er had always excelled academically and had never mentioned any family issues. Why would she suddenly decide to withdraw from school? Is something wrong at home? If you need money, just tell me. I have hundreds of thousands in my account that I can lend you. If that is not enough, I can ask my father for more. No. It has nothing to do with money, and there is no family issue. It's just that there are some special reasons that compel me to withdraw. Zhou Wan'er quickly waved her hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with family troubles or finances. But there must be a reason. What could possibly lead you to make such a drastic decision? Su Miao furrowed her brow, trying to comprehend what could prompt Zhou Wan'er to suddenly withdraw. While Zhou Wan'er opened her mouth but hesitated, as Qin Siming and Yi Qinghe had advised her not to disclose this matter to anyone else. You cannot say. Su Miao was astute enough to discern that Zhou Wan'er harbored some reservations. Indeed, it was not the right moment to divulge her thoughts. She would have to wait a few days before she could speak openly. Zhou Wan'er nodded, acknowledging that this matter was not suitable for discussion at present. Although she held a deep trust in Su Miao, she had made commitments to Yi Qinghe and Qin Siming, and revealing her situation now would betray her promises. She regretted having steered the conversation toward such a delicate topic. I understand then. Let us wait until you are ready to share, Su Miao reassured her. Dropping out is not a trivial matter, but as long as it is your own decision, not forced by family or other circumstances, then I will support you. Miao, you are truly wonderful. I adore you, Zhou Wan'er exclaimed, rising to embrace Su Miao in a fit of excitement. When I am able to speak freely, I will explain everything to you in detail. Now do you see how I feel? But if you abandon me to drop out, what will I do alone? Su Miao, after returning the embrace, rolled her eyes playfully, a hint of reproach in her tone. I cannot reveal too much, but even if I do leave school, we can still meet and dine together every day? What do you mean? You will still be near the school after dropping out? Su Miao asked, her face a mask of confusion, unable to comprehend the full implications of Zhou Wan'er's words. Something like that. I will be quite close and will remain in the area for a considerable time. Aside from class hours, we can spend time together after lessons, Zhou Wan'er replied, nodding. She felt this was all she could say for now. I don't quite understand you, always so enigmatic. However, if we can still be together, that brings me great comfort. Seeing Zhou Wan'er's demeanor, Su Miao shook her head, choosing not to press further. The gravity of dropping out was undoubtedly a topic Zhou Wan'er had discussed with her family. And if they had consented, then, as a fellow student, Su Miao felt powerless to influence her decision. Things will remain largely unchanged. The only difference is that we will not share a dormitory. Yet, we can still meet every day and share meals. Really? Do you believe your own words? Your childhood companion has moved near Qinghe University, and you will undoubtedly be preoccupied with thoughts of dining and meeting him, forgetting about me. I have long seen through you. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Chapter 73. Enrollment at Qinghe. No. When have I ever prioritized romance over friendship? Zhou Wan'er retorted, never perceiving herself as someone who favored love over companionship. Could I accompany you to the auditions if I did? You are severing the bridge after crossing it. Blaming the matchmaker after marrying the bride. Su Miao pouted, TSK. You do not prioritize friendship? How many times have you stood me up? Was it not always for that childhood companion of yours? That is hardly comparable. My relationship with him is nothing but a childhood friendship. Childhood friends? You think it is typical for such friends to meet weekly during university? Isn't there a saying? In the capital, if one is willing to travel over 2 hours just to dine with a friend, that is a true friendship. You, on the other hand, visit almost every week, sometimes even twice. Pray tell, what is it about that bamboo horse that captivates you so? Su Miao harbored no belief in Zhou Wan'er's justifications, relentlessly recounting Zhou Wan'er's past misdeeds. I vividly recall that day when the rain poured heavily, flooding many areas. Yet, there you were, clad in a raincoat, determinedly traveling. And that time it snowed heavily, when scarcely anyone dared to venture outside, and the roads were nearly deserted. Did you go then as well? Su Miao grew increasingly animated, counting Zhou Wan'er's transgressions on her fingers. Oh dear, I barely remember those instances. How come you recall them so vividly? Were you not here to treat me to a meal? How did it turn into a session of my critique? Eating, such a delightful feast. Yet you still cannot silence me. Zhou Wan'er, unable to endure any further, swiftly pressed down Su Miaoyuan's hand, picked up her chopsticks, and shoved a generous morsel of meat into Su Miaoyuan's mouth. What a wicked woman. With so much food, do you intend to choke me? Su Miaoyuan protested verbally, yet she opened her mouth and accepted the bite, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. Ha ha ha, you look absolutely adorable like this. I must capture this moment. Zhou Wan'er, amused by her appearance, took out her phone and began snapping photos. Su Miaoyuan did not shy away. She pouted and allowed Zhou Wan'er to take her picture, even striking several poses in compliance. Amidst their lively banter, a figure named Yuan, with her ears perked, attentively listened to the conversation of Su Miaoyuan and Zhou Wan'er. Yuan. Shu, her boyfriend, observing her demeanor, softly called her name. Instantly, Yuan raised her hand to her mouth, signaling him to remain silent. She had arrived earlier with her boyfriend, and by the time Zhou Wan'er and Su Miaoyuan entered, they were nearly finished with their meal, planning to depart. However, upon standing, Yuan recognized Zhou Wan'er as the woman from that day when Lin Qiyue was with a certain pair. Her curiosity piqued, compelling her to stay. After listening for a while and realizing that Zhou Wan'er and Su Miaoyuan had shifted topics away from that bamboo horse, she finally left the Japanese restaurant with her boyfriend. Who were those two girls from next door? Her boyfriend immediately inquired upon exiting. Rivals of Qiyue, one of them. Yuan pondered thoughtfully. She had previously thought Zhou Wan'er was the one who had taken Lin Qiyue's boyfriend, but it now seemed that Lin Qiyue was the interloper. After all, they had grown up together as childhood friends, and this woman had achieved what others could not. Judging solely from Su Miaoyuan's accounts, she found herself rather admiring Zhou Wan'er. Does Lin Qiyue even have rivals? Was she not single? Only that infatuated fellow named Dong Lai, right? Yuan's boyfriend. Having seen Lin Qiyue and heard Yuan speak of her, found her to be somewhat awkward. She actually harbors feelings for someone? They had made a pact during high school to try being together if they ended up in the same city for college. However, the boy fell ill, and she claimed they lost contact. Before, Yuan had thought little of it, but now she reflected that even if they lost touch, wouldn't it be possible to reconnect? After all, they are classmates, and despite not hailing from the same locale, there are always ways to connect. The lack of contact merely signifies one thing. She has not been inclined to reach out. Yet, upon encountering each other, her demeanor perplexes Yuan. Zhonglong, she inquired of her boyfriend, should I share what I just heard with Qiyu? After briefly outlining the situation, she turned to him for guidance. What should I say? You must not get involved in this matter. She is rather complicated. Ultimately, these issues stem from her own struggles. Moreover, she might have known all along but chose not to disclose it to you, perhaps to avoid your awareness. If you reveal that you know, it may not bring her joy. Zhonglong shook his head, his expression grave. He did not wish for Yuan to become entangled in this affair. But what if she is unaware? Does it truly matter? What difference does it make whether she knows or not? Knowing changes nothing, and ignorance has its own implications. Zhonglong retorted. Remember, do not mention this to her. I doubt she will take any action. Her nature is too twisted. She hasn't acted in the past, and she may not do so now. She merely grapples with her own thoughts. Yuan nodded, acknowledging her slower comprehension. Her boyfriend was far more astute. Trusting his judgment seemed prudent. On Monday morning, Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe ventured out, having breakfast at school. After a brief stroll, they returned to their dormitory, where shortly after, Tao Jiqiang and Qin Siming arrived. Once they completed all the necessary formalities for Ye Qinghe, a sense of relief washed over them. Qinghe, with summer break approaching, I won't schedule any classes for you. Instead, I will provide you with a reading list. Feel free to reach out with any questions. When the summer ends and classes resume on September 1st, we will commence in earnest. What do you think? Tao Jiqiang proposed to Ye Qinghe. Sounds good. Ye Qinghe nodded in agreement. Director Tao, since you have persuaded others to become Qinghe's teachers, there is one more matter to address. Please assist him with this as well. Qinghe intends to establish a company, and coincidentally, a 100 square meter office space has recently become available in the technology park at the south gate of the school, which could serve as his company's headquarters. Could you facilitate this process for him? I have already made arrangements with the technology park. Qin Siming, as the principal, could not accompany them indefinitely as his responsibilities were numerous. It was already commendable that he had carved out time from his busy schedule to assist Ye Qinghe. The remaining tasks would fall to Tao Jiqiang. No problem. I have no obligations this morning. I will take Qinghe and his father along. Tao Jiqiang readily agreed. After Qin Siming departed, Tao Jiqiang led Ye Qinghe and his father towards the Qinghe Technology Park. I happen to have two friends who have been reaching out to me recently. I can introduce them to you. Chapter 74. Regaining a finger on the 17th floor of Qinghe Technology Park, standing by the window. One could behold a portion of the campus and the panoramic view of the Wadayaka subway station. Ye Qinghe was quite satisfied with this office space. Regrettably, his current physical condition precludes him from working here, leaving uncertainty as to when he might utilize this office space. The location is quite appealing. It was previously occupied by a programming company that recently secured substantial funding and relocated to a larger, more advantageous office. Consequently, this space has become available, attracting numerous entrepreneurial individuals from various educational institutions eager to lease it, hoping to benefit from its prosperity. The park manager, beaming with enthusiasm, provided this introduction. The fact that Principal Qin personally made a call and that the esteemed director Tao Jiqiang escorted this student in a wheelchair suggests that he is either well-connected or exceptionally capable. Regardless of which, it implies that he is not someone to offend. The office furniture and equipment within are relatively new, having seen little use. A simple tidying up and the addition of some office supplies would suffice. While Ye Qinghe and Tao Jiqiang explored the tech park's office spaces, Zhou Wanner knocked on the advisor's office door. Withdraw? Zhou Wanner, are you jesting? Huang Lushing furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhou Wanner. She is among the top 5 students in her class, excelling academically and displaying commendable behavior. Her family situation also seems quite stable. Why then, has she suddenly expressed a desire to withdraw? No. Teacher, I genuinely wish to withdraw. Zhou Wanner shook her head. Although Huang Lushing is well liked by the students, and she holds him in high regard, she undoubtedly prefers Qinghe over Lin University. Could you explain your reasoning? Realizing Zhou Wanner was serious, Huang Lushing pulled up a chair for her to sit. Due to certain special circumstances, I cannot elaborate. Zhou Wanner did not wish to deceive Huang Lushing. Cannot elaborate? Are your parents aware? Huang Lushing's frown deepened. Zhou Wanner nodded. Yes, they are aware and support my decision. This is not a trivial matter. You must understand that if you withdraw, you will not receive a diploma. In the future, when seeking employment, you will only possess a high school certificate, which limits you to labor-intensive jobs, not suitable for someone of your caliber. Advisor, I am fully aware of this. Observing Zhou Wanner's resolute demeanor, Huang Lushing refrained from pressing further and retrieved some forms from his computer, initiating a print command. This is the withdrawal approval form. And this is the withdrawal application form. You will need to fill out these documents, which require my signature, the signature of the Student Affairs Office, and sequential signatures from the Dean of the college, ultimately subject to review and approval by the Academic Affairs Office and the responsible school leadership. Handing the printed documents to Zhou Wanner, Huang Lushing could not help but ask, this is not a small matter. Are you truly certain? Indeed, I am certain. Instead of leaving with the forms, Zhou Wanner filled them out in Huang Lushing's presence, then handed them back to him after ensuring everything was correct. Everything is in order. I will sign these and submit them. Should you change your mind, feel free to call me. After confirming the forms were acceptable, Huang Lushing remarked, Thank you, advisor. Zhou Wanner nodded in gratitude before departing. Gazing at the form in his hand, Huang Lushing dialed the parental phone number inscribed upon it. 30 kilometers. Panting heavily, Ye Qinghe gritted his teeth and persevered onward. After finalizing matters regarding the office premises, Tao Jiqiang departed, while Ye Dali escorted him back. Once the cleanup was complete, he set about addressing company affairs, determined to complete the 50 kilometers for the day and perhaps win a prize. 40 kilometers. 50 kilometers. As he finally crossed the 50-kilometer mark, his clothes clung to him, drenched in sweat, and his shoes were soaked. Lying on the ground, Ye Qinghe wiped the sweat from his brow, relishing the myriad sensations that accompanied surpassing his limits. Restoration of the right little finger, restoration of male functionality, restoration of partial function, sensation, in the right forearm, basic composition, paper cutting skill. Thank you for your patronage. Emerging from his conscious space, Ye Qinghe activated the lottery wheel. The options within were all desirable for restoring his body, including composition, yet the remaining 5 held no allure for him. Lottery. He silently chanted, and the wheel spun swiftly. As the pointer gradually came to rest, Ye Qinghe watched it glide past the restoration of male functionality, a fleeting look of regret crossing his face. An opportunity to prove his heterosexuality to Zhou Wanner had slipped away. The chance for restoring sensation in his forearm had also vanished. Ultimately, only the restoration of his right little finger and composition remained possible. The pointer finally settled on the right little finger. Once it stabilized, Ye Qinghe immediately sensed a newfound control over an additional finger. Grasping objects with 2 fingers remained somewhat unstable, but with 3, he could securely hold items, such as a pen. Too slow. Despite the increase in functional fingers, Ye Qinghe felt that the restoration was progressing at a frustratingly slow pace. When would this gradual recovery of 1 finger at a time reach its conclusion? How did things go with the enrollment office? As he was flexing his fingers, Zhou Wanner entered, having not gone to class since leaving Huang Lushing. At this hour, the class was primarily engaged in reviewing for the upcoming final examinations, rendering attendance inconsequential. Moreover, having submitted her withdrawal application, she would soon cease to be a student at Lin University, making her presence in class unnecessary. Done. How about you? Have you completed the withdrawal process? Ye Qinghe replied. I filled out several forms. I heard from the advisor that it must be approved step by step, culminating with the vice president of the school, so it probably won't be finalized for a day or 2. Taking a seat beside Ye Qinghe, Zhou Wanner naturally rested her hand upon his arm, offering a gentle massage. Feeling a bit reluctant? Observing her demeanor, Ye Qinghe surmised that her spirits were not particularly high. Not quite, as there is a better opportunity ahead. But after living at school for 2 years, the sudden prospect of leaving and adjusting to a new institution brings a tinge of apprehension. Zhou Wanner nodded, acknowledging her mixed emotions of reluctance and trepidation. She entered through connections rather than by conventional means. How will the new classmates perceive her? Naturally, with your social skills, you will soon integrate seamlessly with the new students. This is something for which you need not worry. In truth, I suffer from social anxiety. Nonsense. You are more like a social terrorist. Chapter 75, A Reporter? Dingling. The sound of Ye Qinghe's phone resonated, and Zhou Wanner instinctively picked it up. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she hesitated momentarily before pressing the answer button. Hello, this is Ye Qinghe's phone. May I ask who is calling? On the other end, Sunny, a reporter from the Beijing Daily, recognized she was speaking to a female voice. After confirming she had dialed the correct number, she inquired further. She had received an assignment to create a report on Ye Qinghe. Initially unfamiliar with his name, she assumed he was someone of influence. However, after watching the One Stand to the End program as instructed, she discovered that he was a young man who, despite being fully paralyzed, persevered in his studies and bravely took the stage. As a reporter, her network was extensive, with numerous connections to hospitals. Even if she lacked direct contacts, she could reach the relevant individuals through friends. The assignment had been issued on Friday evening and over the weekend. She leveraged her connections to verify the numerous hospitals Ye Qinghe had mentioned visiting for treatment on the show. The facts corroborated her findings. Indeed, he had been to many prominent hospitals, whether in Beijing, Shanghai, Nanjing, or other major cities. If a hospital had specialists treating ailments related to Ye Qinghe, he had most certainly sought their expertise. The more she delved into Ye Qinghe's background, the more admiration she felt for him. The accounts from various doctors regarding the myriad tests and treatments he had undergone would have caused most individuals to crumble. Yet he not only remained resilient, but also embraced the pursuit of knowledge and maintained a positive outlook throughout his medical journey. An extraordinary feat, indeed. Yes, this is Ye Qinghe's phone. May I ask who is calling? Zhou Wanner activated the speakerphone. I am Sun Yi, a reporter from the Beijing Daily. After watching the One Stand to the End program, I became deeply interested in Ye Qinghe's story and would like to conduct an interview with him, if he is available. A reporter? Ye Qinghe furrowed his brow, skeptical that his participation in a show could attract media attention. Surely, this wasn't a scam, was it? What would you like to discuss in the interview? Zhou Wanner inquired. I was truly impressed by his positivity and resilience in such circumstances, and I believe his story is profoundly inspirational. Moreover, there is considerable discourse surrounding him online, with many eager to learn more about his life and achievements. Therefore, I wish to interview him to help more people understand who he is and what he has accomplished, Sun Yi elaborated. Zhou Wanner remained silent, turning to gauge Ye Qinghe's reaction. I need to think this over. Can I reach you at this number? Ye Qinghe did not provide an immediate affirmation. Indeed, this phone is my personal line, and you can reach me at any hour, Sun Yi promptly replied, recognizing the voice unmistakably as Ye Qinghe's, nearly identical to what she had heard on television. All right, I need to ponder over this matter and will return your call shortly. Certainly. Feel free to contact me at any time. Goodbye. Zhou Wanner ended the call and placed her phone on the bedside. Why did you not simply agree? She inquired. This should be considered a fortunate opportunity, no? It is indeed a stroke of luck. Had this been a few days ago, I would not have hesitated to accept outright. At that time, my ambition was to secure a salary of 200,000 through the program, to gain recognition, and to ensure the show valued me more. However, now, my need for that has diminished. Ye Qinghe understood that it was a positive development, but he questioned whether he still needed to appear on the show after foregoing that 200,000. I believe you should accept. Although you may not need the show anymore, you have already invested effort. Just 3 more episodes would earn you the 200,000. Why not seize it? Moreover, even if you choose not to participate in the program, you are still planning to establish a new company, are you not? This interview could serve as free advertisement for your venture. Zhou Wanner thought further ahead. Furthermore, I suspect the school would also appreciate you gaining more recognition. If they learned that a reporter is seeking you out, they would certainly endorse it. Her words resonated with Ye Qinghe, reminding him that his perspective had indeed been somewhat narrow. Both the company and the school required promotion, and such an opportunity should not be overlooked. Please call Director Tao for me. Having come to this realization, Ye Qinghe felt it necessary to discuss the matter with Director Tao, seeking the school's endorsement to bolster his company's credibility. This is advantageous. Of course, there is no issue. Even without this, I believe someone will reach out for an interview soon. News of your special recruitment has already been published on the school's official website, and it should attract attention shortly. Tao Jiqiang did not oppose this. A talent such as Ye Qinghe should not be hidden away, but rather showcased for wider recognition. Let us make certain that some institutions are left envious. Then should I schedule her to come to the school this afternoon? Yes, when she arrives. Let her come to my office. As a prominent director, Tao Jiqiang was willing to meet personally with a prodigy like Ye Qinghe, yet he felt no need to extend such enthusiasm towards an ordinary journalist. Sometimes, it was necessary to maintain a degree of formality. Very well. Ye Qinghe did not call immediately, but waited a while before having Zhou Wanner contact the journalist named Sun Yi to confirm his availability for the afternoon. Qinghe University Beijing Student Dormitory? Sun Yi expressed surprise upon hearing the address Zhou Wanner provided. According to her prior research, Ye Qinghe had not attended university and was supposed to be residing in a village on the outskirts of the city. How had he transitioned to Qinghe University? Was this the dormitory for female students? With such questions lingering in her mind, she gathered her belongings and summoned a ride towards Qinghe. Knock, knock, knock. Pei Ming and Zhou Shua stood before the door of dormitory 306, lightly tapping on it. Is this the right place? Zhou Shua inquired softly, astonished that the esteemed mentor he once revered had brought him to the school, where they would now be classmates. It should be. The address provided by the mentor is indeed here. Pei Ming glanced at his phone, confirming the address was correct. They have arrived. Just as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps approaching from within. Hello, we are. As the door swung open, Pei Ming hastily began his self-introduction, but faltered after just a few words. For the one who answered the door was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Whom are you looking for?